I remember us doing Malcolm Jenkins out of Ohio State, and he was a corner there. He played outside boundary corner. Our vision was nickel for him year one with safety flex. Our vision, I think, with Jade is nickel with corner flex. That's pretty valuable. If you can play outside, you can play inside. He's very smart. As the game went on last week, he really got involved and made some really good plays. But the vision for him is, he's got that ability to play inside but also flex outside. His size is plenty big enough, and his speed and physicality, those are all things that help him at that position.
Who sings this, Nelly?
Shohei.
Shohei. I get it now. He also is very smooth. Good, fluid hips. I've always loved that term. You know what I've never had before? Fluid hips. Not part of my game. I was very herky-jerky and lanky. Something along those lines. I was the kind of guy that you said, yeah, he doesn't look fast, but has long strides. Which can be deceiving speed. I am so excited about him. It's so funny that this is what we're opening with. And I'll tell you why. I've seen some projections, because this is all we have with just a couple of weeks left until actual football starts. But Broncos rankings on ESPN by position groups. It's a very, very interesting list. When you take a look at what people are projecting the cornerback rooms in the wide receiver rooms to be, ESPN has this. They did it by team. Where do these teams rank? They have the Broncos cornerback room 13th. 13th in the NFL. And I think that is the most insane take. That is, it almost gives me more confidence. Like, I am pretty optimistic about what the Broncos are going to be this year. I don't think I'm the most optimistic. I think it's still like in the realism realm of Broncos are going to compete for the AFC West. I don't know if they're going to win. I wouldn't put money on them to win. I would put a few bucks down. I wouldn't put my mortgage on it. I think they can be super competitive in the AFC, and I think they can be competitive against the better teams in their conference. Now, there's some people that see them as Super Bowl level. I'm not quite there. Championship windows! Yeah, not that. I'm not quite that. But I think they are still in categories I feel like they are going to be incredibly good at. I think undervalued in those. Corner's a prime one. They have, I would say, 4 to 5 deep of corners that could be arguably be the second or third best corner on most other teams in the league. If that's where you're at, you're elite level. Because I would say the same thing about their defensive line. Their defensive line is elite level, and nobody questions that part. They look at that combo of Benito and Cooper and Jonah Ellis and DJ Jones and JFM and Malcolm Roach and Zach Allen and all these different guys, and you pluck them off, you put them on other teams, they are going to be near the top of the depth chart. The depth guys that you have at those positions. But corner? We were just talking about this with Legwald last week. Chris Abrams-Drain, who is maybe 5th on their depth chart, could be the 2nd or 3rd best corner for most other teams in the league. That is an incredibly undervalued position. I'll tell you what else is. They were ranked 31st heading into the season in wide receiver group. Now, we've discussed this at length. Courtland Sutton and the way that he is perceived, and I think pretty accurately, being a guy that is one of those sort of 4A dudes where he's not, for most teams, he's not going to be your true number one. But he's still really good. Like elite number 2, low-end number 1 sort of guy. And maybe if that's your starting point, that's all people care about. Which if that's the case, then fine. But you're also being lazy. Like, I don't think this is a case of me being over-optimistic with the things that I've seen here. The potential certainly has it much higher than this. When you look at what Marvin Mims could be, like if you're paying attention to guys like Pat Bryant or Troy Franklin this offseason, there's a lot of potential that has been untapped so far. And so if you're just going with the, okay, well, we have to prove it, all right, fine. But it's at least exciting. You know, last year, I remember we had this conversation. The Broncos had a lot of good players, but how many elite players did they have? And then we were pretty surprised because I thought the only elite player that they had was PS2. Filled along with a lot of pretty good to really good guys. And then at the end of the year, you're like, well, they had PS2 and Benito's in that category now, and Zach Allen's in that category now, and Quinn Miners is in that category now. So you added on at least 3 more. Can you do that again this year? Can you find a couple of more to go along with it? Because when you start to get in the 5, 6, 7 guys that you would consider pretty elite at their position group, you're contending for big things. Like that kind of applies to everybody across the league. Now, the big difference right now is Bo Nix is not yet in that category. Can he eventually get there? I think with a little inflation in talent on the offensive side, adding a guy like Evan Ingram, adding 2 different running backs to that room that's going to make that better, but also the emergence of guys like Troy Franklin in year 2. Who I really think, if I were to put my eggs in the basket of this guy on offense is really, really going to surprise you, I think it's him. Like, he is everything that Sean Payton wants in a wide receiver. He's big, he's tall, and he's fast. And now putting it together and running clean routes and knowing where you're supposed to be and making sure you haul in the pass when it's put on the money, like all that different stuff. I still remember from last year, the one time that Sean Payton got in the face of Bo Nix. Do you guys remember what that play was? It was a deep shot to Franklin in which he put the ball on the money in the end zone and Franklin couldn't come down with it. He runs off towards the sideline. Payton gets in his face. And I think Bo Nix's response is, if Franklin catches the football, you aren't saying anything to me right now other than good job. It's not on me. And it really looks like Franklin has been able to take that jump heading into this year. In fact, Can you go to cut 13 for me, please, Nelly? Because we've always kind of been wondering this. Who is the number 2 wideout on this team? As far as receptions go from last year, the number 2 wideout was VELE. If that is to repeat itself this year, I think that's kind of a mess. And that's no disrespect to VELE, but he's got, I think, a pretty concrete ceiling on what his game is. He's one of those guys, like, he does everything pretty solid. But I don't know if there's, like, the, quote, special quality in there. Some other guys on this team, it feels like there can be. So the question to Sean Payton was, does he like having a specific number 2 wideout playing opposite of Sutton?
Do you like to have a number 2 receiver after Cortland, or is it kind of like Cortland and 3 or 4 guys, depending on the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think some teams are more predictable with where the X is and the slot and the Z, and then in the term, the number 1, the number 2. I get all that. They're all going to play in different roles, and so we probably are a little bit different with our rotation substitution patterns, that you guys can decide who 2 is and 3 is and 4 is, but there's going to be a role if they're dressing and they're getting on the field, and they're not going to line up in the same spot all the time. I think that would be the easiest way to describe it.
Yeah, I don't have much of a problem with this when he talks about, like, sort of number 2 wideout by committee.
Don't start counting.
Number 1 is clear. That's Cortland Sutton. But as far as the number 2, I'm just kind of going through I always kind of go to 2011, that Saints offense, just to see, when it's a 13-3 football team. You can go there. You can go back to 2009, I think, is when they won the Super Bowl. But their leader in receptions that year was Jimmy Graham, who had 99. After that was Marquise Colston, after that was Darren Sproles, who had 86. After that is Marquise Colston, who had 80. And then it was Lance Moore had 52. And then Pierre Thomas, another running back, had 50. Like, they used their running backs a lot, I think, ideally for Sean Payton in the pass game. And the wide receivers are kind of like where we can sprinkle that in, we're gonna. But their number 1 wideout was Jimmy Graham. And then it went to Marquise Colston. When you play wide receiver under Sean Payton, it's not as if you have, some 3 wide receivers deep getting 70, 80, 90, 100 catches. So here, use this as a reference point. Here's what the receptions look like in the year that they won the Super Bowl. Keep in mind, this is a season in which Drew Brees threw for 4,400 yards. Was second in the MVP vote. 34 touchdowns, 11 picks. Which, on the high end, let's be honest here, for Bo Nix and maybe your most optimistic projection that's still somewhat in the realism range, 4,400 yards, 34 touchdowns, 11 picks. That seems like about the number. Like, I could see him getting to that, but that's like the cap. So I want to break this down for you. What was the spread looking like on offense? And how did they divvy up the receptions? So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. I'll give you the numbers. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So I'll bring you those in just a second, and I think it can provide a real sort of reference point to what this year's offense could look like. We'll get to it next. I'm not saying this just to pander because I know that they're a local band. I'm just telling you right now, I love 303. It's got, I don't know, what do you call that sort of, like, is it synth in the back? Like electronic synth sort of feel to it? I like that.
So they were in town on Sunday with.
Yeah, you win.
I was there.
How was it?
They played with Bowling for Soup and Simple Plan, and I just want to show you that I stood in the merch line. I braved it for this shirt right here. Look at this. 303 with the like 70s CU old school buffalo on it.
I like
and then
it.
at the bottom off camera here it says Colorado. And I saw that and I went, wait, a 303 shirt that's also CU Buffs gear?
Yes.
It's worth standing in the stupid merch line
Of
and
course.
paying the cost of like my car to get a concert shirt these days for this.
How much is it now? I first of all, I haven't been to a concert. I take that back. I think I went to Gary Clark Jr. Was it last year or 2 years ago at Red Rocks. But outside of that, I don't remember. Like I don't go to concerts very often anymore. So what is the cost of a concert tee now?
Oh, usually you're looking at least a good 35, 40, 45 bucks somewhere in there.
Yep.
And I mean, not to get up on my soapbox, but this is kind of the monkey's paw of streaming music. Nobody buys music anymore.
Sure.
So the only way that artists make money is by touring and selling shirts. So yeah, you get your Spotify for like $5 a month. You got to pay $40 for a concert tee. That's how it goes.
Yeah. So getting the answer on this, I think this is going to surprise a lot of people. Truly. When I run through the leading receivers of the Super Bowl winning New Orleans Saints back in 2009, and I do this just to get a perspective of what this is supposed to look like, because here's what we think of when we think of the Saints and Sean Payton. It's amazing quarterback play from Drew Brees, guys catching balls all over the place everywhere, and a few, like a committee of running backs. The leading receivers. I'm like checking this 15 times to make sure this is right. The leading receivers of the Super Bowl winning 2009 New Orleans Saints. Marquise Colston, who had 70 catches for 1,074 yards and 9 touchdowns. We'll call that your Cortland Sutton. Their second leading wideout was Devery Henderson with 51 catches for 804 yards. Their third was Jeremy Shockey with 48 for 569. Their fourth was Reggie Bush with 47 for 335. And their fifth was Robert Meacham, who had 45 catches for 722 yards and 9 touchdowns. None of those numbers are eye-popping, are they? Their running backs, by the way, the leading rusher, 793 yards for Pierre Thomas. Mike Bell had 654. Reggie Bush had 400. They had another guy named Lionel Hamilton who had 125. None of these guys, by the way, made a Pro Bowl, made an All-Pro team, were in any one of those categories, except for Drew Brees. That was it. I don't think you're going to have simply stat stuffers. It just doesn't exist all that much with the Sean Payton offense. You got a guy or two who's going to be that. You know, for a long time, it was Jimmy Graham. He was the guy that was catching all the touchdown passes. You have guys who have at least decent seasons. Colston was kind of the stalwart of that group for a long time. You know, why does Sean Payton reference and love Darren Sproles so much? Because Darren Sproles was like an 80-catch-a-year guy for him out of the backfield. Sean Payton has a system, and he wants people to run his offense to the system. Like, I'm just kind of looking through the years here. 2013, they were 11-5. They lost in the divisional round of the Seahawks. So I think that year went on to win the Super Bowl. Yeah. Their leading receivers that year, Jimmy Graham had 86. Colston had 75. But Pierre Thomas and Darren Sproles had 77 and 71. Like, he wants his running backs to be a major option in the pass game. And so I think that the Broncos wide receivers could be a little bit disrespected because they aren't going to get the numbers that you would imagine wide receivers would. Like, you compare that to, let's say, the Cincinnati offense and the amount of numbers that those guys put up. You know, Jamar Chase had 127 catches for 1,700 yards. And what was it? Oh, like 20 touchdowns. It was 17 touchdowns. Well, T. Higgins had 73 catches for 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns. You look at an offense like Detroit and the amount of numbers that a whole bunch of their players put up last year. You know, St. Brown had 115 for 1,200 yards. Jamison Williams had a 1,000-yard season. Sam Laporta had 60 catches for 650 yards. They had a 1,400-yard running back. They had another running back that was on pace for 1,000 yards, and David Montgomery, but he got hurt before the season ended. Those are stat-stuffing offenses. It's just Sean Payton's never has been. It's just been wildly effective. And I think that's their plan. And so if you're somebody who's annoyed by checkdowns and you're annoyed with, all Bo Nix did was, okay, well, that's kind of the way that Sean Payton wants his offense to operate. He wants his running backs catching the football a lot. And here's what Sean Payton's kind of done wherever he's been. Win. But it's just interesting how you think that this is going to sort of line up for the Broncos and what you think is going to happen for them. And guys with, quote, breakout years and blah, blah, blah. Like, it really doesn't feel like that's what you're going to get. So, get back to the Broncos in a bit. By the way, guys, you can listen to the Valor at Pine Creek game this Friday night on 92.5. You can also watch it on Altitude Plus. And they're offering a free trial. If you head to altitudeplus.com and use the promo ALT7FREE. So I'm going to do that. ALT7FREE. You get a free 7-day trial. The revamped Altitude Plus features DVR functionality, multi-view, and the opportunity to save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. More info at altitudeplus.com, and the promo code for that free 7-day trial is ALT7FREE. So go and check that out. The Avs make a move yesterday, a move that I like. Cost-effective, high upside, low risk. They've kind of been really, I think, the kings of this, of signing the low-risk, high-upside free agent thing and having it work out. You know, like Jonathan Drouin was a great example. I know he's no longer here, but for the money that you paid him and the production you got out, it was worth it. And there's been numerous examples of this. They did another one. Victor Olofsson played last year in Vegas, was a longtime Sabre. He's a pure goal scorer. You talk about a one-timer, he's got a hell of a one-timer. I would say one of the best in the league. He's going to provide that depth that you have desperately needed. When you look at the offseason, sort of like, what do the Avs need to do to get this team totally ironed out? Depth on that forward group was important, especially with the injury of Logan O'Connor early in the season. If O'Connor's going to be out, I think that what they said is around Christmas is how long he's going to be gone. This is a veteran guy, and here's what I love about it. You know, there are some guys that toil away on some different teams that just can never seem to hit their peak. When you're part of an organization that's just not very good, your accomplishments can get buried, number one, or overlooked, two. And then that can lead to you having a year where it's not great, and then you kind of have to explain that one away. So I'll give you an example. He's a guy that was in Buffalo. He had 3 different 40-point seasons. In 2022 and 23, he scored 28 goals in 75 games for Buffalo. His last year there, in 23-24, he played in 51 games. He had 15 points, a miserable year. Then he goes to Vegas, is hurt a lot last year, but puts up a 29-point season in 56 games, 15 goals scored. It reminds me a lot of like an Erod situation. It's the same thing. Evan Rodriguez, early in his career, was sort of toiling away, trying to find his footing. There were questions whether he was a viable, real piece that you would want in your rotation. Because this is what happens when you get stuck in a place like Buffalo. People just don't really know. So he plays in Buffalo for all those years. He goes to Pittsburgh for a couple of more. He finally ends his last year in Pittsburgh with a 43-point season. The Avs pick him up. They take a flyer on him saying, all right, was that just a spike year, or are you somebody that can be trusted? And the answer that he got was a multi-year contract with a team that won 2 straight Stanley Cups. I see this as similar. When you're toiling away on a team that is not very effective and can maybe hold back the peak of your game, I think by taking a flyer on this, it puts him firmly in one of those swing spots where he could be a third liner, play multiple sort of positions. I love it. Now, it's taken the Avs a while to get this thing ironed out because they just don't have a lot of cap space. They've been cap-strapped because they have good players, and that's what happens when you have good players. So you have to be very, very picky in who you're giving contracts to. Now, again, I think a lot of people have gotten very antsy with what the Avs offseason has been because it hasn't been a lot. You know, you've just kind of it's been the Pablo Escobar meme. You're just kind of staring out the window watching everybody else do everything when you want to be really involved. But this has always been a question of what do you believe this team is? And I think the answer this offseason with the Avs is very clear. Their answer to what they believe the team is a team that is championship caliber, that just needed the right things to come together. They didn't feel like they needed to blow it up. And part of me doesn't blame them at all. I think that if not for a very fluky situation where your power play was just nowhere to be found over the course of a 7-game series, then you're advancing pretty easily. Again, 5-on-5 hockey, the Avs were clearly better than the Dallas Stars last year. And that's what you're basing this off of. I don't think there's any question. If you go back and look at that series, 5-on-5 hockey, Avs head and shoulders above the Dallas Stars. Once it got to the special teams part of the game, Dallas Stars were far and away better than what the Avs were. But that was also out of character for what we know of the Avs and their high-end talent and what they do on the power play typically. So they've made tiny tweaks. But ones like these, I think, are really smart moves that they give you They give you depth and a high-end ceiling without having to blow some stuff up. Like, make no mistake, what the Nuggets did this offseason, I also think this is the right call. That one feels like it's ran its course to me. When they traded Michael Porter Jr., that is a giant, giant risk. You're taking a team that is already very good. You're taking a big part of that out, an ingredient that won a championship, and replacing that with a couple of others, hoping to get a better result than you did the year before. It's a lot easier to get worse than it is to get better when you're that level good. But what that also opened up was not the opportunity to exit one guy and bring in one guy. That wasn't just Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson. The Porter trade allowed you to get Cam Johnson and Jonas Valanciunas and Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. And like that. It was the multitude of things you got in return, which I don't think anybody could argue with. But the answer to the Avs and their offseason, I think, is very simple. They still believe that this core is going to be they think they're going to win a championship. If not, then they would blow this thing up with at least a couple. I'm not talking about McKinnons and McCarrs, but they'd blow this up with guys that you would consider key pieces. And they haven't. They made the trade for Miko last year. Why? Because they didn't think they were going to come together on a contract deal. Fine. But this Olofsson signing, it's 1 year. It's around $1.5 million, I believe was what the report was. Very low risk, very high upside. I like it. You can always get in touch with us on the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda, one price, one person, 1 hour. More Broncos to get to in a bit. I still think there's something out there. Comment made by Sean Payton yesterday, where I threw out a simple hypothetical. And I go, do you think the Broncos would be interested in this guy if he became available? It's an answer from yesterday that gives me more belief that they might. We'll get to it next. the Chronic, too. Just so you know, Nelly. The quote I was talking about from Sean Payton the other day. Yesterday. Not the other day. Yesterday. It's an article I saw from CBS Sports talking about 14 NFL veterans in danger of being cut. There are no Broncos on this list because I don't know if there's any Broncos vets that are even remotely in danger. At least the high-end ones that we discuss. But there's a guy on this list that I thought maybe, with Sean Payton's tendency to take from the past, could be an option. CBS has Taysom Hill. Here's what they said. Hill is currently on the PUP list as he's recovering from a torn ACL. The fan favorite is expected to remain on the PUP list to start the season, as head coach Kellen Moore revealed last week. He's not close to a return to the field. He's still a playmaker when healthy, but the Saints could save $10 million towards the 2025 cap if they cut him. It's unlikely Hill does get cut, but he won't be returning to action in the first month of the season either. The Saints can stash him on PUP, so he doesn't have to take a 53-man spot. If he were to become available, I don't think that, I think Sean Payton would be interested, is the way I'd put it. And there was a quote yesterday, especially with a couple of the injuries that they have suffered in the preseason, at a position that I don't think a lot of people care about, but Sean Payton certainly does. And it's who's going to play fullback, because Burton's out. Nate Atkins, who's sort of your swing, tight end, fullback hybrid guy, is also out. Here's what Sean Payton said.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with him as some of the other guys have been, guys that were there even after. We'll continue to pay real close attention to the tight end wire and also the fullback. We had a few of those guys in to work out. We've always kind of had an F, and I think quietly Nate was one of those players that I don't know got a lot of attention, and yet, man, there was a lot of respect around the league and in the locker room for the way he did a number of things. So, it'd be good to get him back when we do. In the meantime, we've got to fill that void somehow.
Sounds a lot to me like they might be in the market for a tight end when the cut day comes down. So who knows? I know this. Taysom Hill is capable of doing a lot of things. Now, he's not going to be able to do that at the beginning of the season, but still, you go back and you look at Sean Payton's track record of here's guy who played in New Orleans. Does he play for the Broncos? A lot of times the answer is yes. Roach, Troutman. Wait, Troutman, was he a former Saint, right? Or am I making that part up? There was guys that he brought in that first year that were all sort of cast-offs from the Saints organization. Little Jordan Humphrey. Yes, Troutman was. Troutman.
They're all orphan dogs.
Troutman, Roach, Lutz, his coaching staff, Lil Jordan Humphrey, Traquan Smith was there. It's been a lot of guys. He will pick and pull from that past and try and take them back. I think this could be another example. Now, few answers or pieces of audio that I want to give you. One of them.
If I may, I'm really happy for you, and I'm going to let you finish. But, boy, the construction workers did a perfect job of putting the most incredible sound effect during one of Sean Payton's patented pauses.
I can't wait for Moj to hear that again.
This one was awesome right here.
Quietly, Nate was one of those players that I don't know got a lot of attention, and yet, man.
Hang on, go back. Do that again. I want to hear that one more time. Listen up, Moj. Listen.
And also, Sean Payton, way to hit the post, buddy.
I think quietly, Nate was one of those players that I don't know got a lot of attention, and yet, man.
What'd you think of that, Moj? Nice little ping. It sounds like the Three Stooges when somebody gets hit in the head with something, like a hammer.
That could even be our new censor sound when we're coming back from commercial and Moser's still going, what the?
Yeah, I like it. I want to give you guys some audio. I can envision something here. Out of all the new coaches across the league, and there's been a few of them that teams are very excited about. Chicago's obviously very excited about Ben Johnson. New York, the Jets, wanted to get back to like a very old school, rough and tumble, Bill Parcells-y type of coach that's no nonsense. They go out and they find Aaron Glenn, very talented coordinator who did a really good job over the last few years in Detroit. And Nelly, I haven't heard these yet, so I'm going to listen to these for the first time, but you and me were talking about this in the break. So I got a prediction on what's going to happen with Aaron Glenn in New York, but I want to hear these audio clips first. So this first one is it confidence his team can move the football through the air with Justin Fields? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, well, the reporter was dancing around it. The reporter said something like, how confident are you in your team's ability to move the football down the field, especially considering it's a passing league?
And then he said,
it's clear you guys want to run the ball. And
Yep.
That's going to be, very much part of your DNA. Obviously, it's very much a passing league. Is there any concern about your ability to go downfield and whatnot?
Who says it's a passing league?
Isn't it a passing league? Isn't that kind of...
The team that won the Super Bowl, what were they in passing? 29th.
Yeah.
What were they in running? First.
Defense, too, obviously. But
Well, we talked about offense.
all right, that's, to be fair to the reporter, really good retort. They were first in running, and he goes, well, they're first in defense, too. That helps. Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know how many Look, I've been pounding the table all offseason. Running the football has to be a priority, and I think it's really, really hard to be a decent football team without a good rushing attack. Passing the football is more important, though. You have to be able to do that. So after that, it's them talking about Justin Fields.
I mean, you have so many people that want to talk about a small amount of plays these guys get to go out there and play, and then everything is falling down because we throw 6 passes. Then I mean, he's Johnny Unitas when we throw 4 passes. So it bothers me, and I laugh at it quite a bit. But the thing is, I understand it because that's the noise that happens on the outside. That's how our guys can't really listen to. Listen, we go out here and we practice our ass off every day to be who we're going to be. And that's where my confidence lies and what these guys do on the grass here.
I want you guys to understand something.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
There's a lot of the Sean Payton tenor in Aaron Glenn. He is very much a guy that thinks he knows football, and he knows more football than you do, and he is not afraid to let you know it. But when Sean Payton does that to media members here, we're a very timid group of reporters around here, is the way I'd put it. Moser, can you pop your mic for just a second? Sorry to make you do extra work today.
Listen.
But can I ask you a question? How many reporters do you know in this town that would, if Sean Payton challenged them, they would go right back at him?
Less than a handful.
Like, there's not really any, right?
I mean, I could
many
see.
is what I'd say.
I guess it depends on the context, but
like in a press conference setting, maybe if it's a one-on-one, different story. But in a press conference setting, how many guys would go back and forth with Sean if he's testing them?
But maybe none, just because it's not worth getting into a squirting match back and forth with. You're not going to win that,
and it's
whether or not you're correct or incorrect.
Yeah, and it's not sort of like the tenor of this town. Denver's just not a market that's like that.
Well, no, it's not confrontational.
Yes.
Correct.
New York is, and here's my prediction. I don't think the season's going to go very well with Aaron Glenn in at least year one. Maybe he turns it around after a couple. But I think this first year is going to be pretty rough because I don't think their offense is going to be very good. I think that Aaron Glenn's going to get into it with a lot of different reporters in New York. And I think you're going to see some fireworks on multiple occasions because Aaron Glenn does not take anything from anybody. Again, his whole thing is, I know more football than you do. and I'm going to let you know how much more I know. So I can't wait. Like, that part, I think it's going to be amazing. Here's the other thing. I'm still kind of blown away at the quick trigger of giving up on the Anthony Richardson thing in Indianapolis. Shane Steichen on why he is named Daniel Jones is starting quarterback.
I think Daniel Jones, has done that. I think, that year they went to the playoffs, he was one game away from an NFC championship game. I think that he's proven that he's played good football in that 2022 season. He had a hell of a year that year. I think that was the highest completion rate in Giants franchise history that season. So he's proven to do it. Like I said, seen it done in the 2022 season. He's proven to do it. And so this is another opportunity for him to do it.
Those ones are always weird to me. He's proven he can do it before, and he picks the 1 year. And then I could point to, well, what about the year that he threw 11 touchdowns in 14 games and 10 picks? What about that year? What about the year that he threw 2 touchdowns and 6 picks in 6 games? What about the year that he threw 8 touchdowns and 7 picks in 10 games? What about that year? Now, in their defense, some numbers came out. Warren Sharp, if you guys don't follow him on Twitter, he's really good. In fact, I want to find this. I know we're up against the break, Nelly. I'll do this quickly. Warren Sharp was giving stats as to maybe why Anthony Richardson was kicked to the curb. So here's his tweet. Quote, why isn't Anthony Richardson starting? He's better than Daniel Jones. An Anthony Richardson story in 4 parts. I'll just give you one. Here's the only one you need to know. 55 quarterbacks in the last 2 years have attempted at least 175 passes. Richardson ranks 55th out of 55 in accuracy, 55th out of 55 in completion rate, and 50th out of 55 in touchdown to interception ratio. And, oh, by the way, the second he hit his helmet to tap out of a game, I think it was pretty much done. That's why Anthony Richardson has been benched for a guy who's not very good in Daniel Jones. So we'll get to a lot of this in just a second. Watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
I remember us doing Malcolm Jenkins out of Ohio State, and he was a corner there. He played outside boundary corner. Our vision was nickel for him year one with safety flex. Our vision, I think, with Jade is nickel with corner flex. That's pretty valuable. If you can play outside, you can play inside. He's very smart. As the game went on last week, he really got involved and made some really good plays. But the vision for him is, he's got that ability to play inside but also flex outside. His size is plenty big enough, and his speed and physicality, those are all things that help him at that position.
This is how we need to start every show. Like, I need this vibe. So calm. Wading into a nice little Wednesday show.
Dude, that song brings back memories, man.
What kind of memories? Thirsties?
Like, very specific memories.
Whoa. Good for you.
I mean, it's like weird how Moser is usually the guy that does this stuff. How music jogs the memory bank. For me, it really never does, except this one does.
And Nelly, why are you playing this song?
Because this is by Shohei. Shohei Barron.
By the way, new nickname for Shohei Barron. Shohei Barron. He used the word flex 45 times. It's flex all. He is our flex all. He's the Broncos flex all.
He kept saying, how many times this offseason did we hear that damn word joker?
Yeah.
I mean, he's that for the defense, though.
Yeah, well, he's flex. He's flex all.
That. What do you think?
He's going to be in the next Flex All commercials. Instead of boats and dams, it's going to be
find a goddamn joker.
Shohei Barron.
Kind of need some on the inside of my right elbow, down at the golfer's elbow at the bottom.
Yeah.
Not the tennis elbow at the top at the bottom. I think I kind of need some.
You think that would work?
I'm in a little pain.
You just kind of spray that on right there and
I
see
sure
what
would
happens?
like it. I'll tell you, as this camp goes on, you know why I'm so encouraged? Let me tell you why I'm encouraged, Vic, Brett, all the listeners out there, and Nelly. Every single guy on this football team is kick-ass. Every guy
really feels that way, doesn't it?
Well, no, but it's every guy's playing great. Every guy is this. Every guy is smooth. Nobody's making a mistake. This guy's, the optimism is through the roof. Now, I haven't heard, never heard a discouraging word from Payton or nobody else.
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sake, this entire camp has been.
Well, Sean Payton thinks his team's really good.
Then you better win a friggin' Super Bowl, Sean.
All right. By the way, I think a texter's right. Vic, isn't it Flex Seal, not Flex All?
No,
Flex All was
God's
the
sake,
old
Joe
Chopper
Namath,
Travellini.
Flex All 454. It's like icy hot.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
for the body. Flex
but I
Seal
did.
Sorry, I didn't mean to out your age there for a second. My bad.
I did confuse the two with Flex Seal. Flex All and Flex Seal. I have the full package of Flex, by the way. You can buy the complete package with the spray, the glue, the tape, the foam. You can buy it all in one sitting, and I got them all.
I need to know, by the way, Nelly, look up the dude's name. His
name is Jade Zeminski.
No. This guy, the guy who does the commercials. What's his name?
He's dead.
No, it's not Billy Mays. That's not Billy Mays. Billy Mays was the old guy.
Oh, that's right. Billy Mays
was
dead.
OxyClean.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It was Billy Mays. It's this guy, and then it was Slap Chop guy.
Well, Slap Chop guy
got his tongue bit by a hooker. Yeah.
Listen, I am not here to promote
she
products.
went Slap Chop.
What a day.
Slap Chop.
I'm not here to promote products on this radio
Splendid
show.
Serbian hooker.
That would be an endorsement. But I'm telling you right now, this stuff that he's hawking, that stuff works.
Phil Swift is the man's name, by the way.
Have you ever tried that
Which
stuff?
also sounds like an off-brand of Flex Seal. Is Phil Swift.
Like, I've never taken a boat out on a lake with my Flex All tape. I've never done that.
I want to try it now. I want to
It's not Flex All tape. It's just Flex tape.
Whatever, dude.
All right, you know what?
Oh,
Enough
that's
of this
right.
crap.
Hang on. Also, the slap chop guy was the ShamWow guy.
Correct.
I forgot what a ShamWow was, though. What was that thing again?
You dry your car with
Yeah,
it.
you dry your car. You make sure you get all the drips off the car. The drips. You know, the drips that
So
were
a
made.
towel?
Yeah, but it's
It was a
not,
very
but
absorbent towel.
But it's made out of like
Microfiber.
I guess, but a chamois is actually made out of like calfskin.
All right, calm down, nerd.
All right. Anyway, enough of this crap. Is every single guy in the Broncos having an awesome camp? Has anybody screwed up at all?
Well,
because Benito's ready to get paid. He's been killing it. I mean, everybody has looked awesome.
let me tell you something.
There was a time when Sean Payton would get in a guy's butt, and get mad at a guy, right? He'd bite him a little bit. Not now, man. He feels really good about this.
He'd go full ShamWow on him.
He'd go ShamWow. But I'll tell you what, it makes me feel encouraged that everybody is so encouraged.
Well, I'll put it this way. Do you guys remember last year we were sitting at training camp, last season, and we had a conversation that was centered around this. You know what? The Broncos got a lot of good players. I don't know how many great ones they have. Do you guys remember talking about that last year? Like, okay, they have PS2, who is an elite blue chip caliber player. Is there anybody else on this roster that's that? And at the time, it didn't feel that way. And a year later, Vic, your blue chip elite player that was Pat Surtain turned into Pat Surtain and Zach Allen and Nick Bonito and Quinn Miners. Then they became like they're the elites of the league at their position group. How many more of those can you get? The more of those guys that you stack up, because the Broncos are still in the same spot of, I don't think you can point to a single spot around this starting 22 where you would say they're really weak here. I don't think really weak exists so far.
No,
in
I
this
don't.
lineup.
I don't think really weak exists either. I really don't. I mean, I think that everybody's capable. But here's the thing. I mean, they're going to get scored on. They're going to have 3 and outs. I mean, every team does, right?
Sure.
It's just that there's just a lot of optimism going around. That's cool. That's cool. Let's bring it on.
But it's again, it's not like your off season. We're all happy because football's about here, so we're going to get excited about it. I think it's rooted in something real. Like the Broncos should be a good football team. They should be.
Well, I'm the one who goes through the schedule and says dub.
Yeah.
Dub. Maybe dub L.
It
dub,
sounds
dub.
to me, Moj, you're just growing tired
1,
of the
2,
preseason hype.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got them winning 6 of their first 7 football games. Is that optimistic?
Well, that you should think they're pretty good then. If that's how you feel.
I think they're pretty damn good. Yeah.
All right, so Jade Barron is going to be.
The thing is, yes. But it's not like I don't expect to see a lot of goodness in Week 1 against the Titans, because I do. But yes, I would like to get to September 7th. I'd like to get there.
How about we assign assorted products that are sold on television commercials to each player?
Each?
Jade Barron is Flex Seal.
How about we just take a few? I'm not
Safety
doing 22
flex,
of these,
nickel
okay?
with corner flex, but also flex outside.
Flex Seal is Jade Barron.
Okay.
All right.
All right, hang on. Time out. We'll do the list. So, hold on, please. Hold, please.
I'm holding.
Hold, please.
I'm holding. I got one for Bounty.
Hang
Bounty,
on. Wait. Just wait.
Would you just be
Hold
patient
your
for a
I know,
second?
but I'm pretty excited about this.
I'm going to take 5 guys from each side of the football, and then you're gonna come up with something for them, okay?
Okay.
All right. So let's start on offense. Or no, you said Barron on defense. We'll start on defense. So Barron is your flex. Is it Flex Seal or Flex All?
Flex
What are we doing?
Seal. Flex Seal. He seals all flexes. He's flexible and he seals.
He's Flex Seal. So what does that make Surtain?
But also flex outside.
Okay, let's think about something. Surtain just shuts it all. He's like a tablet of Vicodin. All the pain goes away. What is he?
He's a tarp because he covers everything.
Oh, Nelly, I kind of like that.
Yeah, but you can't just be
Like a
tarp. It's
TV
got to be something
product,
that's
eh?
out there. I like Jobu Gorilla Glue.
Okay, Gorilla Glue. That could be good, yeah.
Because he keeps the defense together with what he does. He keeps it together. Okay.
Well, he just locks it down, I guess, is what you
Gorilla Glue.
All right, Zach Allen is what?
Let's think about this. See, he's like Bounty. He's Bounty.
Brawny.
He's Bounty.
He's Brawny.
Just Brawny or Bounty?
No.
Brawny's the lumberjack guy. Bounty is the, I don't know.
No, he's got to be like
He cleans up in the middle. He cleans up. He is a paper towel.
Okay, he's a quicker picker
how
upper.
about this? He's a snowblower. He's moved stuff around.
Yeah, but you're just looking at that's not a product.
It's
that's
got to
just
be
a
a
machine.
product that's sold.
He's a toaster. Well,
do you not understand this game?
What's the last time you saw a TV commercial
I
for
mean,
a
how many
toaster?
conversations do we have?
He's a
How
Toro.
dumb are you?
He's a Toro.
What's wrong with you?
A Toro snowblower.
When was the last
guys
time you
said
saw a
Bounty?
TV?
That's just a paper towel. What's
Yeah,
the
but it's a
difference?
specific
brand.
paper towel.
Okay,
It's
so he's a
brand
Toro.
Have you
that's
ever
sold.
have you ever seen a Bounty commercial on TV? The quicker picker upper. Of course you have.
Yes.
Have you ever seen a Toro snowblower commercial once in your life?
I mean, don't be dumb. How long have you been dumb?
I feel like, it's like when you say Kleenex. I mean, is it Kleenex or is it just a tissue? This is what you guys want to do? Is this how you're going to call me out?
I got Benito.
All right, what's Benito?
Cialis.
I like it.
Rock
All right.
hard. It's just rock
You would
hard.
know.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
Hey, you're endorsing the hell out of this stuff. You would know. Cialis. All right, very
All right,
good.
I got-
Give me another.
Two
another
more.
4 minutes. I'll tell you more about it.
Two more. Two more on defense. We got Benito. What's Benito?
Cialis.
Cialis.
Oh, I thought I said Zach Allen.
I know, but I said I got Benito.
We already got Zach Allen. Zach Allen's gonna Brawny or Bounty. Which one do you want, Moj?
Brawny. It's the big
Okay.
lumberjack. Yeah.
All right, Allen is Brownie.
And then you got Greenlaw. What's Greenlaw?
Let me think about him for a second.
What's an awesome product that I see? Just tough as it comes.
Is there a commercial for those little vacuum cleaners that go on their own?
A Roomba?
Yeah, but they're always breaking. Yeah, a Roomba. He's a Roomba.
Roomba. Yeah, I like
he's a
that. He's
Roomba.
a Roomba.
Yeah.
He's all over.
Yeah, you don't know
everywhere,
where the hell they are.
Just cleaning stuff
Just
up everywhere.
cleaning stuff up, but on occasion they get into bad business.
All right, so let's go to offense. Bo. Bo is help textures. Help.
Help us out, everybody.
Help.
This is on you people.
Is he a Ford F-150?
You guys did this. No, man.
No.
Is he a little bit better than that?
No, it's just it's too stocky.
Someone
It's
said
too
Bo is
stocky.
Bo is a Tide Pod. I don't get that one. Just put him in the. Yeah, this is a dumb exercise. You're
Yeah,
right.
it
No
really
spoke.
is. It's
What else
All
do you want us to do?
Never mind.
Sit here and talk about the season like we've done every day for the last 45 days?
Oh, I'll
what
tell
do you
you-
want us to do?
I'll tell you
Talk
what he
about
is.
the last 3 practices like everybody's doing today? What do you want us to do? Talk about how Benito discussed his future signing like everybody else is doing? You want us to do that?
I got stuff.
Like that? Did he
I
get
got
run over
stuff.
like that?
Bo is Bluebell ice cream. Because it's
I
the
like
first
that.
day of the second season.
Yeah.
And he's found a new running back.
I like that. Bluebell ice cream.
Anyway, so I do have things to discuss today, despite what Vic said. Here's some good news, by the way. You can listen this Friday to Valor at Pine Creek on 92.5. You can also watch it on Altitude Plus. And guess what? They're offering a free trial. If you head to altitudeplus.com and use the promo ALT7FREE.
Why don't you say alt? Altitude.
Alt.
You have to go alt, alt.
Because
Alt
phonetically, it's an easier way to do it.
Say-
ALT7FREE.
We don't call ourselves altitude.
Hey, so the
It's a
the
free
new-
7-day trial. Can I get through this, both of you?
Sorry.
It's a free 7-day trial. The revamped Altitude Plus features DVR functionality. It's got multi-view and the opportunity to save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. More info at altitudeplus.com. And the promo code for that free 7-day trial is ALT7FREE.
Hold on a second. Let's back up a little bit. Did you? Because I'm not aware of this. So the app now has multi-view?
Multi-view, baby.
Okay, all right, let me tell you why this is a big deal. There are at least 21 occasions this year on the schedule where the Avs and Nuggets play on the same night.
Yes, sir.
And multi-view could come in very handy.
Very.
as it would have in the playoffs.
Daring.
I did not know that the app now has multi-view and DVR.
Again, DVR functionality, multi-view, and you can save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. So there you go. Visit altitudeplus.com and that promo code for that 7-day free trial. ALT7 free.
Thanks, buddy.
Back
Alt.
after this.
Wasn't feeling myself. Bad sleep patterns, decreased energy, brain fog, all this kind of thing. I'm like, what's going on? Doc says, well, your testosterone's getting a little bit low. So what do? He's like, you're just kind of getting older. I said, no, I'm going to do something about that. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the place. They're going to take care of you, and it's going to make you feel better. You're going to feel like your old self, and the treatment is incredibly easy. Do yourself a favor, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and check them out. In fact, they take care of your whole dude engine, which is absolutely fantastic, whatever you're dealing with. But they're going to really, really help you. They're experts. They've treated thousands of men here on the Front Range, and they can help you as well. It's going to change your life. They've got locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. It's very, very simple. Takes 2 minutes. And then give them a call. Schedule an appointment. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Get yourself back.
Put your finger down right now. Don't you dare point that finger at me.
I'm sorry. I got to say something. I'm not technically sound, right? I don't know technotronics. I don't do the tech.
Technotronics. Okay.
I just went to that Altitude Plus app. I haven't been there in a while. It's revamped and updated. For those who have it and haven't seen it in a while, this thing is sweet. It's like
killer.
It's completely different than the one that was laid out there a year ago. This is sweet. Like, this is easy to use now.
Good.
It's got everything.
Good. And again, go to altitudeplus.com. You can get $40. You can save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. And it's also got, as we just told you, DVR functionality and multi-view. So you can have all of those for the upcoming season. Just quickly, I did some digging last night about what does a Sean Payton offense look like at its peak. And you know what I noticed in all of these years, and I went through multiple years, from the Super Bowl win all the way through the next 4 or 5 when they were a really good team winning 11 to 13 games every regular season. Because we think of the Saints offenses under Sean Payton with Drew Brees as this high-flying, can't stop them sort of attack, right? So you would think that would breed numbers from a lot of people on those offenses. Let me just give you a couple here. So starting, we'll go all the way back, if you guys would like, to 2009. That was the year that they won the Super Bowl. Drew Brees finished second in the MVP vote. Their leading receiver that year was Colston, who had
Marcus Colston.
70-catch, 1,074-yard, 9-touchdown season. You might say to yourself, gosh, that sounds familiar. It should. That's basically what Courtland Sutton did last year. That's our leading receiver. Do you know who was second?
I'll bet it was somebody like, was it the tight end of the running back?
It was Kamara?
It was another wide receiver.
Oh, okay.
It was Devery Henderson, who had 51 catches for 800 yards.
That's pretty decent for his second wideout.
After that, it was Jeremy Shockey, who had 48 catches for 569. After that, it was Reggie Bush with 47 catches for 335. And I was like, all right, so what does the leading rushers look like? Well, their leading rusher was Pierre Thomas, who had 793 yards.
So what you're saying, it was a balanced offense. That's what
Nobody goes crazy in these offenses.
Yeah.
Like
it's a refined, efficient, balanced offense.
When you look at like Jamar Chase's year last year, and with T. Higgins, you're like, those are 2,000-yard wideouts that went crazy. Or you look at some of the guys in Detroit and some of the numbers they put up last year. It's like they're eye-popping. Go and look at the Sean Payton offenses. The individuals on those rosters really don't have these eye-popping years.
Do me a favor. Look up the 2011 New Orleans Saints offensive numbers. 2011. You okay?
I'm good. 2011. Got it.
Okay, who did what?
That year was actually a big year for a couple different people.
Well, yeah, because Drew Brees threw for 5,500 yards. Let's find out.
Okay, so
and by the way, 46 touches.
Their leading receiver was Jimmy Graham. He had 99 catches for 1,300 yards.
That's a big year.
Do you know who their second leading receiver on that team was?
Your mom?
With 80s,
I thought your mom had a good season.
That was 2012.
Oh.
Their second leading receiver after Jimmy Graham with 86 catches was 5'6" Darren Sproles.
Aha.
Did you hear the...
After that, it was Colston again. He had 80 catches.
The interview with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniels when they asked Sean Payton, what player from the past would you most want for this team? Do you know what he said? Darren Sproles.
Yeah.
Right.
Sproles was so fun to watch.
He was just like a pogo stick, man.
Yeah. Or I would say it's more like a really fast, like, electronic car. One of my kids in the neighborhood has
turns
one of
on
those,
a dime.
Has one of those. What do you call
them?
A
remote control car.
Remote control car that goes really fast.
Right.
That was Sproles. That's what he did forever.
Give me the rushing stats of 2011.
Sure.
Okay, because Brees is throwing for 55.
Are we going to go through every New Orleans season here?
No. But
I'm just curious.
I think this is fair. Their leading rusher that year was Darren Sproles. With how many yards do you think he had?
623.
720.
Very good guess, Moj. 603 yards. After that, Pierre Thomas had 562. Mark Ingram had 474. Chris Ivory had 374. They had 4 different backs.
So
that basically shared the wealth.
In conclusion, the Sean Payton offense is not designed to produce singular stars.
No.
It's designed to produce a team of efficiency and a team that can beat you in many different ways.
Also,
Correct.
it doesn't appear that Sean Payton will go out of his way to try to get a 1,000-yard rusher.
That's the thing,
right? But he uses the passing game as a running game as well.
Like, out of all of these,
it's clear to see.
Out of all of these different things, and what I'm trying to get at here is this. When people look at the Broncos offense, and I just saw something on ESPN, they had, as a group, the Broncos wide receivers were ranked 31st in the league. And the reason for that is because I think there's no Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or somebody like that in the group. Like, Courtland Sutton's a very good wide receiver. But he's not somebody that is just household. Everybody would want him as their number one immediately on their team. He fills his roster with a whole bunch of guys that do a little bit of everything. And in those years you mentioned, Moj, whether it's 2009 when they won the Super Bowl or 2011, the year that you said Breeze went crazy. Do you know how many Pro Bowlers they had on those offenses? The answer is 1.
Drew Brees.
Drew Brees. Except for 2011, Jimmy Graham was 1. That was it.
That's a very good point. When the Broncos play in other towns, they may look at the receiving corps, other fans, and say, who dat? You know? Like, we know who they are because we live in Denver. Much like when teams come here and you may not recognize some of the names, and that's fine. You're not here to be recognized. You're here to win. Who cares?
Yeah.
By the way, I got to mention something that's sort of sticking in my craw. Vic, how old do you think Alvin Kamara is?
Today?
Yeah.
38?
Yikes, bro.
Bro, he's only 30.
I don't know. Okay.
Bro, he didn't get in the league till 2015, bro. And you got him back in 09 and whatnot.
Also, how old do you think my mom is?
23?
Close. Very, very close.
She was a standout wideout, though, back in her day. Her and Fred Biletnikoff were just killing it.
So, yeah, just the point to all of this is if you're expecting individual monster...
Sorry, Nelly just had a good one.
If you're expecting individual monster seasons from guys on offense for the Broncos, it's just probably not going to happen. It's just not. It's never been that way under Sean Payton. Now...
can I go back here a little bit, though? Is Drew Brees a very special quarterback?
I think he'd be called one of the best ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you also have to give him a little bit of credit for, listen, opposing defenses want to take guys away, so he's able to locate other guys in the offense. I mean, he's not fixated, that kind of thing. Give him some credit for being able to maneuver the football all over the field and find different guys.
Consider my credit given to Drew Brees.
Now, I'm not saying that the current guy can't do that as well. I'm just saying Drew Brees is a Hall of Fame quarterback. So if you want to, you see what I'm saying.
It's just funny to me that it's like Bo Nix has from people who are doubters. He's got a tag of like Timmy checkdown, right? Well, all he did was he checked down the football, and I'm like, well, that was kind of what Sean Payton's offense does. They check down the football a lot.
Sean Payton takes great offense to that too. If you call him a check down Charlie or whatever you call him, Payton doesn't like that.
Well, because Payton's probably like, he's running my offense. This is what my offense is. You know, that year that we were talking about, Sproles has 86 catches, and it was either, I think Pierre Thomas had like 70. You know what I mean?
This is why the drafting of Bo Nix is so important, because Sean Payton is so particular. It was evident when he was running the Russell Wilson experiment.
Yeah.
He's so particular in that quarterback, whoever's in charge, doing what he instructs them to do, that if they don't, all hell breaks loose, right?
Yeah.
Now, they have some ability to ad lib when things break down, no problem. But here's the play, here's the read, here's the process of reads, follow along. And if they don't follow along is when he loses it.
By the
Bo
way,
Nix is a guy he drafted particularly because he could follow along.
Yeah. That is correct. I want to correct something. In 2015, Alvin Kamara was at Tennessee. He came to the Saints in 2017.
Yeah.
I want to correct that.
By the way, just last thing, and then we'll move on because I got a hockey thing for you, Moj. Just quickly. That 2011 offense you're talking about, think about this for a second. Mark Ingram had 122 carries. Pierre Thomas had 110. Sproles had 87. And Chris Ivory had 80.
So this
they had four different backs that all had 80 to 120 carries on the year.
Okay, now replace those names with current Broncos.
R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins.
No, I know. R.J. Harvey had 111 carries.
R.J. Harvey, yeah,
J.K.
exactly.
Dobbins had 103 carries.
It's just what he does. He likes to spread that around.
You know, you're sort of – I admire what you're doing. You're giving us a comp. But you're doing exactly what I hate.
Which is?
I don't care about his New Orleans teams.
Oh, but I just think it gives you a read on what his tendencies are.
Gotcha.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm so
if you
tired
think,
of talking about New Orleans.
But if you think that all I'm pointing out is if you think that R.J. Harvey or J.K. Dobbins is going to be a 1,300-yard rusher, it's just not going to happen.
I get it.
It's not what he does.
When Peyton Manning came here to play for the Broncos, he was Peyton Manning the Bronco. We didn't sit here and harp on his Indy days every day. That's all we do with Sean Payton. That's all we do.
It think is it gives you an
It's a wealth
insight.
of evidence to try and
I get
base
it.
something off.
We
of.
all get it.
Okay. All right.
But every comp is about a former Saint. Oh, this guy is Michael Thomas. Oh, this guy is Darren Sproles. Oh, this guy. How about this guy's this guy?
I think the only reason that it comes up like that is because the head coach himself sort of looks at it that way and refers to it that way. All right?
Well, and beyond that, it's something that I have. If there's one big reservation I have about Sean Payton is that he's just trying to replicate what he used to do with new talent, and I just don't know how much that can work. Like, you have to be a little bit malleable. You know what I mean? Like, if he had Saquon on this team, I would really hope he's not trying to get four different backs 80 carries throughout the course of the year. So I just hope that's the case. Anyway, Moj, the Avs made a move yesterday.
They haven't signed anybody for anything yet.
Well, they're expected to. That's what I should say.
They're expected to. This is expected to happen.
This feels like another one of those classic super low risk, high reward type of moves that they've been really good at in the past. When you look at your Jonathan Druins and you look at your Val Nichushkins, a guy like that, if this actually happens, the rumors are that the Avs will sign Victor Olofsson, who was a longtime Sabre, went to Vegas last year and is back on the open market. Now, he's a guy that can provide some depth, obviously, for your third and fourth lines, which the Avs need. He's a very good goal scorer. I don't know what else he really brings to the table outside of that.
Well, his past, if you look at that year a couple of years ago, the 22-23 season with Buffalo, so I guess that's 3 years ago, pretty dang good. I mean, 28 goals in 75 games is good.
Why is he available?
Vic, I have no idea. He missed time the following year with Buffalo, only played in 51 games.
And he was miserable that season.
And he wasn't very good at all. Incidentally.
Now, can you just blame Buffalo for that? Like a whole bunch of guys can in the past?
He had 40 points. He had 28 and 12. Buffalo was not a high-scoring team anyway. He was a minus 23.
Yeah.
So that happens. He dash 23. He's like Winnipeg in the winter, right?
Yep.
And then you look at the late year last year with Vegas. He had an upper body, he had a lower body. Vic, I don't know why he was still out there, other than maybe teams are just hesitant, to sign a guy who's got, a couple seasons of injury history, even if it's not super major. I really have no idea why he was still available here in the middle of August, toward the end of August.
Well, here's the deal. He's a guy who's had 40-point seasons in 3 out of 4 in Buffalo from 2019 to 2023. Then he had the really bad year where he only had 15 points in 51 games. He goes to Vegas. Hurt a lot last year, but he put up 29 and 56. And you're talking about the dash 23s, and he had 2 of those when he was in Buffalo. His 1 year in Vegas, which is a much better hockey team, he was a plus 17.
Correct.
But it's a health thing for him. I heard somebody comp him, I can't remember who it was, to like an Erod. Erod spent a lot of time in Buffalo. You didn't really know who he was. He goes to Pittsburgh. He has that one really good year where he's, what do you have, like 40-some points in a full season? And then the Avs take a flyer on him, and then all of a sudden he becomes a multi-year guy for a Stanley Cup champion.
That guy's a multiple Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah. Right.
I would say my first reaction when I saw that this could happen, because it hasn't happened yet, I hope that it would, but I thought this is pretty intriguing to me because the guy has scoring ability. All right?
Yep.
That's just natural. That's
Heck of a one-timer, right?
yeah, he's got a great shot. He's just got a great shot, period. So he's got a bit of an instinct for that, which is good. Is it a reclamation project? It would look like one. And hopefully, how old is he now? 30, I think?
30.
Okay. At the age of 30, he's been around. You've got a veteran who knows what the National Hockey League is all about. If you can get him for a cheap price, and the rumors are it would be a cheap price should they do it, then
the rumor is 1 year for about $1.5 million.
Then that seems to me like a very intriguing piece for this roster, yes. Especially the style the Avs play and the guys who will be around him.
Yep. So,
and I think he's shown that he can play with other top players in the league and not look out of place. So should you need to elevator him up and down, you're going to be able to do that, I believe, if this deal gets done.
It's out there in the ether.
And again, until the Avs say we've signed Victor Olofsson, they haven't signed him yet.
Fair. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Dan Campus Law has a motto, and that is pretty simple. The truth always wins. High-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, a lot of experience, resources, determination. All of it is needed to find and prove the truth. Dan Campus Law has proven it's very good at doing exactly that, which is why it has won so many cases. Take a look at Dan's track record. Record-setting results, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. That only happens when your cause is true. And that's why Dan Campus Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Campus Law, serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Offices in Denver Tech Center, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley. So if you need Dan's help, give him a call, 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dancapluslaw.com.
All right, I got to play something for you guys. I don't know if you've been following this story or not, but there is a player in Cleveland that's gotten a lot of attention over the last few days, and no, it is not Shedeur Sanders. You guys know the name Isaiah Bond?
Yes.
Texas wide receiver, was widely seen as maybe like a day 2 pick. Shortly before the draft, he was charged with sexual assault. He went undrafted, but has now had those charges dropped. So he faces no more criminal investigation. He's now going to the league. He signed as an undrafted free agent rookie, a 3-year, $3 million deal with Cleveland, which is a hefty price for an undrafted free agent, but considering the circumstances. Well, he shows up in front of Cleveland media yesterday and speaks to them for the first time. Here's what he said.
Very excited to be a Cleveland Brown. I've been playing football since 6th, and I know it's a great privilege to play in the NFL, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I know there's going to be questions about the allegations, but my agent and my attorney have advised me not to go into detail. Since day one, I proclaimed my innocence, and I stand here today in that same way. I'm very excited to get to know my teammates and show the Cleveland Brown community why they made the right decision.
The charges aside, how many times did he rehearse that thing in the mirror before he stepped in front of that podium, do you think?
Yeah, that's tough. I would never advise someone just to read from a piece of paper. It
He
just
didn't.
feels so.
He didn't read.
Oh, you didn't read it?
That's what I'm saying. He did not read that. He looked at them in the eye, but you can tell that was done about 500 times in the mirror before he went in front of that mic.
Probably. He's a 21-year-old kid. I remember reading about this story, and the grand jury said,
I'm the first to tell you, I don't know any details.
Yeah, I
on
know
the charges.
nothing about the story.
Well, he was accused of a sexual assault, but the grand jury came back and said we can't. There's not enough evidence for anything.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
it's called a no bill is what it's called. So there's not enough evidence.
Yeah,
we're not going to charge him with any. I mean, you can't charge him with anything.
Right.
Okay, so there you go. And the grand jury's a pretty heavy duty thing.
Yes.
So either way, I mean, you're probably right about that. I do know this. I know the Browns. I remember reading that the Browns scouted him pretty hard. Like they were all over him.
Again, he was supposed to be like a 2nd-round pick or something like that, and then this came out beforehand. Now, there's another quote out of Cleveland. This from Adam Schefter on ESPN the other day. What do you guys think of this?
I expect the Cleveland Browns to carry 4 quarterbacks.
So they will do that.
4 quarterbacks on their final 53-man roster.
Whew.
I expect they'll have 4 there. They're going to keep both rookies. They're going to keep Flacco. So we're really talking about Kenny Pickett.
What about Pickett?
And I expect he makes the roster because quarterbacks are currency.
What's the Wendy? When Adam says expect, somebody called him.
Or maybe the Cowboys trade for Kenny Pickett.
Or maybe somebody calls about one of the rookie quarterbacks.
Ooh.
When Adam says something like that, he said it with some chest, some confidence there. What you doing? You guys remember last year when we talked about for an entire season, why is Zach Wilson on one of the 53-man roster spots if they just aren't going to use him? They're going to take another one on top of that. So imagine the conversation we had about Zach all of last year, saying, is this just a trade chip? And the answer was no. He was on the team until the end of the season, and then he was gone. They got 4. 4 in 5 if you include Deshaun Watson.
And I think Sean Payton liked him. I mean,
sure.
He liked him, but like, hey, man, we don't want him to go anywhere, right?
But what if
there's no
your
way,
football team's carrying 4 quarterbacks?
There's no way
on a 53-man roster.
There is no way you go to game 1 of the season as the Cleveland Browns with 4 active quarterbacks. There's just no way.
So you think they're trading one?
I think they absolutely have to. Vic, I guess we'll find out on Monday. Is it Monday? Monday.
Okay, can I ask you this? Vic, you were very much in this camp yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I gave these stats, by the way, about Anthony Richardson at the end of the appetizer. If you guys weren't listening then, which what are you doing if you weren't? It's a great appetizer. Warren Sharp had these numbers. If you wanted to know why was Anthony Richardson benched in favor of Daniel Jones, how about this, Vic? Over the last 2 years, 55 different quarterbacks in the NFL have attempted at least 175 passes. Out of those 55 quarterbacks, Anthony Richardson ranks 55th in accuracy. He is 55th in completion percentage.
Jesus.
He is 50th of 55 in touchdown interception ratio. And I said, what would the trade market be for Anthony Richardson if he were put on the market right now?
And I told you there wouldn't be one.
Would Shedeur command a higher draft pick than Anthony Richardson if put on the market right now?
Too unproven right now.
Well, I'll give you an example.
I'm just saying, but I'm just asking you.
Yeah.
They would get traded for something. Whether you think it's a seventh round pick, a sixth, something.
All you have to do is watch a game, and you could see the difference between Shedeur and Anthony Richardson. Shedeur can read a defense.
And when he
I
throws
don't think
it,
Anthony Richardson can.
I think more importantly, when Shedeur lets the ball go out of his hand, it goes to where he wants it to go, as opposed to who knows where the hell that thing's going to end up.
But he can process, and you know that I think that's it's an undervalued skill that Shedeur had. You know, he was running for his life a lot when he played at CU. Yeah, he scrambled a little too much. He got happy feet at times, but he could also process, and he did a good job doing that, and got the ball where it needed to go.
I wish I could find things. Okay, here we go. It's from Dan Orlovsky. Richardson, since the start of college into the National Football League, has about 1,700 total reps.
Okay.
Bo Nix has over 5,000.
Yeah, that's
Jaden Daniels has over 4,000. C.J. Stroud has over 3,500. What I'm trying to tell you is that the guy just hasn't played a lot of football.
Enough.
I'm not going to defend him. Maybe he can't read a defense, Vic. But you know what? He also hasn't had the flipping reps to try and get better and improve in that regard.
There's always a scout and a coach who sees the raw talent.
Sure.
Who sees a guy like Jamarcus Russell and says, oh, my God, we're going to mold this clay. And they can't. They just can't. There's not enough time. The coach doesn't have enough time because their jobs are at stake at some point, right? If you're giving a coaching staff and saying you got all the time you want, your job is safe. Okay, that's a different story. Coaches move on.
Yeah.
Coaches like, hey, my job's on the line here. I ain't got time for this.
Can I ask just a question? Because this can apply.
Yeah, and
both.
If you want to move Shedeur, I've got some ideas. So go ahead.
Well, you go ahead first. Go ahead first.
So let me talk again about the New Orleans Saints. I read. I'm always reading.
Oh, shuck.
Reading.
Oh yeah.
So, do you know who's battling for the starting quarterback job in New Orleans?
It's Shuck, and who's the other one? Why am I forgetting?
Is it Jake Haener?
Rattler.
Oh, Spencer Rattler.
Spencer
That's right.
Rattler.
Yeah, and he looked terrible.
And if I'm Mickey Loomis, and I'm sitting there with my teeth in my mouth in the bayou, and I'm going, oh, for God's sake. I got this 6'5" geek out of Louisville, and I got Spencer Rattler, who's looked not good at all, and we're trying to decide, who the starting quarterback is going to be. I would be on the phone with Cleveland going, hey, look, if you don't like the kid from Colorado,
yeah,
we'll throw something your way. You want us to throw you a bone? You want us to throw you a future fifth? We'll do that.
Do you guys play this game in your head? Because I just did it. You imagine what somebody looks like in a uniform, and can I tell you, Shedeur Sanders in a Saints uniform looks right to me.
You're damn right.
It looks right.
You're right.
So I'm just saying to myself, hey, Vic, if I'm Mickey Loomis, I just go, hey, if you don't like the kid, you want to bury him fourth on game day. What do you want for him? I'll take him.
Talk to me on Monday, boys. Monday's going to be insane on this show. Monday's going to have to be must listen. When is the? Can you look it up real quick? Because I'm incapable of speaking and gliding the internet. At the same time.
What you need?
I need to know, when are all the claims official off the waiver wire? So cuts are made this weekend.
Well, I thought
when are cuts made?
Are they made Sunday or Monday morning?
That's what I need to know. When are cuts made? Because there's going to be over 1,000 players flooding the market.
Tuesday at 2:00 is the final. You have to have 53.
Tuesday at 2. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, a lot of these names will be rolling in.
They trickle them out Monday and stuff like that.
Exactly right. They're going to be rolling in Monday and Tuesday. We'll know a little more about where these guys end up. But that's exactly what's going to happen. New Orleans is a perfect candidate. That's a team right now. Their starting quarterback may not even be on the roster right now.
Here's the question I wanted to ask.
Do you think Shedeur Sanders could compete with Tyler Shuck and Spencer Rattler.
I don't like how his name is Shuck and it's spelled like show either.
Shuff. It's more spelled like Shuff.
Yeah.
Either way, I would think that this guy would. I said this guy. I think that Shador would be able to give those guys a run for their money.
Can I ask you? This is the question I want to ask, just real quick. This applies to both quarterbacks and pitchers in baseball. Why do people, scouts, teams, get so enamored with the big arm as to oppose the accurate arm? Why in football is the guy who puts the ball on the money but doesn't have the strongest arm seen as some pariah?
Bucket.
Well, I think there's a cursory. You got to have enough of an arm to throw a 20-yard out. If you can't do that, you can't play in the league.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have to get it there with a certain amount of zip. Otherwise, it's going to take too long for a play to develop. Do you agree?
Yeah, and all the best quarterbacks
You can
are
find your exceptions to the rule, but
All right, now give me an example of a guy with a bad arm. That
Phillip
thrived in
Rivers
the-
was insanely accurate. He could
Say
do
that again?
Phillip Rivers. Terrible arm, but insanely accurate. He could hit the
What
out
do you mean
route.
by terrible arm? He could throw a ball. It looked weird. But
well, when you talk about zip, Vic, there wasn't a lot of zip on Phillip Rivers' arm. That's what I'm saying.
I remember watching Joe Montana versus John Elway in that flag football game they played at the Old Mile High. Do you remember that? Moser,
Was
at the
that
end of their careers?
Monday Night Football?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm on the field.
But that was a great football game.
That was awesome. I'm on the field watching both of these legendary quarterbacks throw the ball, and obviously Elway with his distinctive zip. He threw it so hard, so fast, and Montana was more of a touch passer. But I do remember using your argument there, Brett. When he threw the ball, you're like, oh well, that's not going to get there, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, oh my God,
It's always in the right spot.
It's right in the bucket.
Yep.
It's almost. I've said this before. I'll reiterate it. When you watch Joe Montana throw the football, you weren't like, oh, big arm, Jeff George, John Elway, that kind of thing. But if the ball had to get there, the flipping ball got there. And you're like, whoa.
Yep.
I mean, it got there, Vic. It did. You're right about that.
Everybody wants a Joe Milton.
Yeah, it is fun to watch, though. See, that's where I get caught up. I'm like, it is fun to watch him
Joe
just
Milton
hork one downfield.
Joe Milton is Uncle Rico. I bet I could throw a football a quarter mile.
And see, that's what Elway was, though. Elway had the arm, and he could play.
Yeah, he was Sud's bucket.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the Joe Burrow is Sud's bucket. I mean, Matt Stafford is Sud's bucket. You talk about Lamar Jackson can be Sud's bucket. Mahomes Sud's bucket.
I'm going to dust something off.
Aaron Rodgers in his prime.
I'm going to dust something off. Haven't done this in a while, but we're getting close to the season. How about another edition of some NFL True False? Get to it next.
I don't know what that is.
Why are you clapping?
Because Vic has the memory of a goldfish. We play true false all the time during football season. And I'm bringing it back now. So here's how true false works. We do a little bit of the NFL, a little bit of college football, a little bit of a lot of stuff. But
I don't know what this is.
Moj, we played true false all the time last year.
Totally.
All the time.
I think
here's how it works. I'm going to start with the Broncos,
It's
we'll expand to the rest of the NFL as we go along.
It's not hard to figure out, Vic. He's going to ask us questions, and you and I.
No, I'm going to make declarative statements, and you just say true or false.
True or false. Yeah, there you go.
First statement. Bo Nix will finish as a widely seen top 10 quarterback this year.
True.
I'll say true.
Look at that. A couple of trues.
Because
from
if
there,
it's
right
not true, I think it'll be a disappointing season.
I think that's fair. Totally fair to
How
say.
about this? If it's not true, then Sean Payton will be like John Denver in Dumb and Dumber.
Full of bleep. Statement 2. A Broncos running back will have 800 rushing yards.
False.
It's right on that borderline.
I think if we're going to go by your evidence and past history of this offense, the answer would be false.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a spread the wealth. I think JK and RK and RJ and FJ and
spread it. Spread it. Here we go.
True
now
or
spread
false?
It.
The Broncos will finish above 500 in divisional play.
That's a great question. That's a good one. I like that question.
You know what I think?
It's a poignant question. I like it.
I'll bet they split.
3 and 3?
I'll say false.
I'll say true.
The Broncos will get at least...
I say false.
I say true.
Yeah, but I say false.
Listen, I don't know how I can make this more clear. I don't care what you say. What comes out of your mouth.
I got plenty more, guys. The Broncos will beat the Chiefs at least once this year.
True.
True.
Okay.
True.
Either Dre Greenlaw or Talanoa Hufanga will play in all 17 games this season.
I say false.
False.
Okay.
Not happening.
A Denver Bronco will win Defensive Player of the Year again.
False.
Okay. So no
I think
Benito,
it's a
no
team
Surtain.
defense this year, and man, they want to be the number one ranked defense. And usually, frankly, I was surprised that Patrick Surtain won it last year.
True or false? Marvin Mims will be a top 3 offensive weapon for the Broncos.
False.
What does that mean?
Leader in yards.
False. I think with the emergence of Franklin,
Ingram's going to take some play.
Ingram's going to take yeah. And with the use of the running back, I'll say false.
Okay. Now we expand. True or false? Kansas City will not win the AFC West.
True.
Well, I'm going to say false. Until they don't, I'm going to have to go that they're going to win it.
Yeah. I think this is the year they don't.
True or false? The AFC West will have will have 3 playoff teams again.
The odds are against it because it's hard to get 3 in, but I'm going to say true.
I'm going to say true as well.
True or false? Russell Wilson will be the starting quarterback of the New York Giants when they play the Broncos in Week 7.
False.
Okay.
I think it's Jameis Winston. You know how old Jameis Winston is? Take another guess.
35.
Well, he won the title back in 2013.
He's 30.
Is he 30?
No way.
Yeah.
Why do I think these guys are all elderly?
Hang on a second. Let me make sure I'm correct.
There's no way he's 30.
That does not sound right at all.
If he's 30, I'm 40.
He just turned 31.
There you go. That's much better. That's exactly what I thought.
That feels better.
True or false? Caleb Williams will have the worst year out of his quarterback class. Remember, that's Daniels, May, Penix, McCarthy, Nix.
False. If Ben Johnson is a miracle worker,
Yeah.
Like they're proclaiming him to be in Chicago. That is a false statement.
Who do you think that is? Who's going to have the worst year out of them?
I think it's going to be either McCarthy or Penix.
Okay.
I think McCarthy's going to have one of those, oh boy, this is the NFL years.
I'm a Drake May guy, by the way. I like him.
Why?
I think he's pretty good. I just think he's pretty good. True or false? Saquon Barkley will lead the league in rushing again.
There's probably an injury coming, so I'm going to say false.
I say false. I think somebody will emerge, and this is the honeymoon era now for the Eagles. They won the Super Bowl. Teams are going to understand how to defend them.
Okay. True or false? There will be a worst to first team in a division this year. Your
That's
options
a great question.
are the Patriots, Browns, Titans, Raiders, Giants, Bears, Saints, Niners.
All right, forget Browns and Titans. Those are gone.
No.
Saints don't have a quarterback.
False.
That's not happening.
Absolutely
Could
false.
also include the Panthers. Panthers tied for the worst.
False.
Yeah, that's
Not
not
a
happening.
chance. Patriots can't. Browns can't. Titans can't. Vegas can't. Giants
San Francisco.
cannot. The Niners. No, that division. No, the Rams are going to win that division. Assuming
I would say the
Matt
Niners have
Stafford's
the
back
best
holds
shot.
up.
I'd say the Niners have the best shot of all those teams.
They probably do.
I do.
Okay. True or false? The Tennessee Titans will have the number 1 draft pick again.
False.
Why you say that?
I think New Orleans sucks.
Yeah.
That's why I say that.
You'd think that all these teams are going to be better. The Patriots were going to be better. Browns, will they be better? They were a 3-win team. I'll say false. Criminy.
I just think we're very mid right now.
True or false? Shedeur Sanders will start at least 3 games this year.
For whom?
Doesn't matter.
True.
I don't know, man. I'll say false. I just don't know what's going to happen with him.
I think I would go false, too.
Move him. They got to move him. Move him.
True or false? Daniel Jones will have a Sam Darnold reclamation season.
False.
Okay. True or false? The Miami Dolphins will compete with the Bills for the AFC
False.
East.
Oh, my God.
I'm so over the whole Miami thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but, dude, it all depends on Tua.
One hit. All it
What's
takes
your
is
answer?
one hit.
You know, because my boy's going to get some serious PT, I'm going to say true.
You think number
Bob
0 is
Zach
going to play?
Wilson.
Come on, 0 and do your thing, yeah.
4 more.
That's it?
There's a lot of these on
Oh, we
here.
thought we were going to college.
True or false? League MVP will be either Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson.
I say false. I'll take the
I'll
field.
tell you, me too.
Okay. True or false? Offensive Rookie of the Year will not be a quarterback.
Well, let's think about this for a second. What receiver or running back?
Your options at quarterback are Cam Ward's going to start, and that's kind of it, just so you know. Jackson Dart could be somewhere in the middle of the season.
It'll be somebody other than a quarterback. I'm going to say true. Because I think the kid in Oakland, good God. The kid in Vegas has a good shot at it.
That's a good
Yeah.
point, Moj. I'll go with you.
True or false? Travis Hunter will win either Offensive or Defensive Rookie of the Year.
False. He would have to devote more of his time.
Yeah.
There's too much back and forth.
I'll agree with Vic. I'll say false.
True or false? Travis Hunter will be a true two-way player.
What do you mean by true? What does that mean?
That he will play the bulk of the snaps on
False.
both sides of the field.
False. I don't think you can do it. False.
How about this? Over 50% of the snaps on offense and defense.
Oh, see, that's different. I'm thinking
That's
all,
bulk.
all snaps both ways are.
At least half the snaps on both offense and defense for the Jags this year. True or
Man,
false?
I hope he proves
Until he-
everybody wrong.
Yeah,
but-
until he gets injured, I'm going to say
yeah.
true. How about
the
that?
more I watch him play
gonna be
defense, the
tough.
more I think he's just waiting for an injury there.
Yep.
And then final question. True or false? The Philadelphia Eagles will make the Super Bowl again. Not win, but make it.
False.
I say false too.
Okay. Who's your team?
Out
Who
of
are you
the
taking
NFC?
in the field? If it's not the Eagles, who is it?
One of them teams from the NFC.
One of them teams?
One of them.
You're going to hate me when I say this because I'm going to put that on you, Ricky Bobby. But I think if If the Lions stay healthy, the Lions are going to get there. Vic, the Lions were so decimated by injury, it was almost unfair. Seriously.
Guys,
they were a 15-2 football team that had so many guys. Brett, how many guys how many?
I think it was like 16 on defense alone. We're on IR.
Dude, they were so decimated. If they stay healthy, they're going to the bowl.
Are we done with this segment?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we're not done with the segment. We're done with this little game.
Music. All right, shut this music down. I got something to say.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. So yesterday I watched part 1, episode 1 of that, and I had no idea that this existed. I read about it. And I was like, what? There's a, like we need this, a Cowboys series on Netflix now.
Oh, for the love of God.
The Dallas Cowboys. And you're right about this. We have reached the deep end of the pool now where there are too many damn series.
Enough about the
documentaries,
sports documentary.
dramas, this team, that team, this player.
Settle down just a little bit.
I can't follow along anymore. I am done. I mean, it's just like, how many exist? Anyway, so I'm watching episode 1 of the Jerry Jones
Is this like following a season with them? Is this
it's
like
the
a
whole Jerry Jones
thing?
it's just
Okay.
when he bought the team, when he fired Tom Landry, when he hired Jimmy, and they formed that super team of the early 90s. And it just dawned on me as I'm watching this. This is what the Dallas Cowboys are, and this is why it drives me crazy. They are an archival video. All they are is a team that lives on its past. That's all it is. The Dallas Cowboys, America's team, is a team that in 2025, an idea that generates hype based on what it did 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, it's more like
30 years ago.
30. Yeah, not 40, 30.
It feels like 40.
Well, there's a honey hole in there.
All they
30
did.
30 to 33 years ago, and then it's more like 47 to 40 to 50 years ago.
Moj,
yeah.
This entire thing is about how they formed that team of the early 90s, and they drafted Michael Irvin and then Troy Aikman, and then along comes Emmitt Smith, and they did all this great stuff and blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Then what?
Vic, ask me how much I care.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Then why are you watching it?
Because the reason I'm watching it.
That's not your job. That is not your job.
No, because I lived it. I was in Austin, Texas at the time, and I remember seeing specific reporters. I was at the press conference when they fired Jimmy and brought in Barry Switzer. I was in Dallas at that. I lived it, and I wanted to relive it, I guess. I was there, and I remember how big a deal it was. But I'm trying to, for the life of me, I don't understand how 30 years later, they're still getting play over what are they? What have they done what are the Dallas Cowboys today?
Let me give some love to the 4426 on the text line. It says the Cowboys are a VHS team.
Yeah.
That's a great way to put it. VHS team.
You know what they are? They're Blockbuster. They're Blockbuster. They were the team of the Blockbuster era.
Yeah, but that would be if Blockbuster was still the most valuable media company on the planet.
I'm telling you right now.
Because the Cowboys are the most valuable sports franchise on planet Earth today.
I don't like this comparison.
It's crazy.
Because I'm telling you right now, if there's a Blockbuster that opened up in Denver, Colorado, I would go there this Friday. And I would.
No, you wouldn't.
I swear to you.
Let me tell you something.
That nostalgic walk through the aisles of a Blockbuster was amazing. I miss it. To this day, I miss it.
The feeling, when you're waiting for that movie and you're like, let's go, it's in aisle 3, and you get there, and they've all been rented out
and
already.
They just got that paper sort of laminated printout, out. This is where the movie would be if it's available.
And then you and the family go to the return area hoping that someone had returned it. Not rewound, obviously. But you're sitting there. There were days where I'd wait at the return just hoping somebody would return the movie.
All I want to do is be kind and rewind. Is that so much of an ask?
I didn't bother. Yeah, you can rewind.
What a jerk. What a jerk.
That's not my job. That's like checking out my own food at the grocery store. That's not my job. You rewind it. Take you 2 minutes.
I just want to walk through that Blockbuster again. That's all I want to do. That's it.
Yeah, but then I remember They always had the candy there, the movie theater candy.
Oh, I know, but they had it all. It was like your little one-stop shop.
You know what, though?
It was
Here's another
expensive.
classic example of when you took the time to drive to the store to rent the movie with the family. It meant more. You watched it no matter what. Today, you're scrolling through movies, this and that. There's too many options. I fall asleep 5 minutes in. You know why? Because I have not invested the time.
And Vic, if I fell asleep during the movie, it's fine. I'll watch it next week. There's no next week with Blockbuster. You want to pay those late fees?
You have 24 hours, sucker. 48.
No, I think it was 48, right?
Whatever. You have so much time to watch this. I'm telling you.
Rent on Friday, return on Sunday.
I'm not trying to be nostalgic here, but it's changed the way we approach entertainment.
Not only that, but it was like
Blockbuster, pizza, go home, watch the movie. It was a great family night.
If the family wanted to watch, if everybody in the family, let's say they wanted to watch, the new Indiana Jones or whatever, right? Well, you had a certain amount of time to do it. So it was more family time where everybody kind of, you make a bowl of popcorn, everybody kind of sits around and you do it, right?
Listen,
we're going to watch this movie tonight as a family.
Moj.
And everybody wanted to do it. Now everybody's like, screw off. I'll get it whenever I want.
Me and my buddies in high school, we were pumped up about Blockbuster had the first, after a big UFC fight, you'd wait a couple of months, and then they'd have the fight on the VHS or, I guess, DVDs at that time. But you have you could rent those from Blockbuster. It was a great night. And that's all gone now. Because all they want to do is they want us to scroll. I'm tired of scrolling. I want to walk. I don't want to scroll. I want to stroll.
The old Blockbuster that existed by my house, it's right near Applejack's here. It's Applejack Liquors. It's a mattress company now. They sell mattresses. And every time I'm near there, I want to walk in and say, do you know how much time I spent in this storefront? You guys were selling mattresses.
And then you took over.
Hey, my Blockbuster.
Not a foot's been stepped in here since.
It's now half dentist office, half AT&T store.
You can always tell the old Blockbusters too, and it's a shame. It's a real shame. Well, I would venture to say, look, I don't get into the politics all that much. We were a better country though when we had Blockbusters. We were a better country.
We were more respectful.
Video rental companies. Period.
Yep.
We were more patient.
Agreed.
A more patient society is right.
A more patient society. Yes.
How many times did you guys do the old plug in the tape and record something on TV that's going on thing? I'm sure people did that for Broncos Super Bowls and
Dude, when we're looking back at family albums and I'm watching my graduation, and then all of a sudden, Days of Our Lives is recorded over it, and I call my sister. I was like, "What did you just do? What did you just do to my graduation?"
Nobody cares to rewatch your graduation, and if you do, you're a dork.
Well, I spoke at it, so I wanted to see me speak.
You wanted to watch yourself talk.
Yes.
Your kids don't care about it.
Little did Vic know he could watch himself talk for 50 years after that. It wasn't the last time you were going to be speaking in front of people. By the way, as we take this trip down memory lane, saying, why not just record things or walk through a Blockbuster to find your movies? The newly revamped Altitude Plus has great DVR functionality and a multi-view. It does. And you can get Altitude Plus for a free 7-day trial by using ALT7FREE, and you can save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. But because there's no more Blockbusters and there's just apps, one of the apps that we have now is Altitude Plus, and it is totally revamped and awesome right now.
What you're trying to say is this show would be a lot better if you had to walk or drive to a storefront, rent it out, and bring it home.
You know what? Season 3 of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane out soon at your nearest Blockbuster. Back after this. Hey, we're really close to the beginning of college football and the NFL seasons. And you know what Circa has? If you're able to take a trip to Vegas here before the opening week, they have their Circa Millions and Circa Survivor contests. Millions of dollars on the line. The games are super simple. You pick a team each week. Your team survives and advances. You get closer and closer to that cash. But if you can't get to Vegas, The next best thing is at Circa Sportsbook. If you download it right now, there are plenty of futures odds to throw down, whether it's offensive rookie of the year, defensive rookie of the year, player of the year, coach of the year. They even have one called Protector of the Year for the best offensive lineman in the NFL. There is no shortage of options as we head towards the NFL season, so download the Circa Sportsbook right now. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com, and always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. It's not true. It's not true at all. Videos existed forever in a multitude of different ways, and guess what? We're still flapping our gums every single day.
I'm very important.
With the radio star Mark Moser.
So Vic, it's never mind. He'll never know. He'll never even get it.
Yep. I would say whatever you're about to say.
Now
don't
start that again.
This is a grand
Yeah.
My reaction. My reaction to whatever Moser was going to say is this. It's pretty simple.
Mix a little Metamucil with my whiskey.
Hey, speaking of changes to television, we all know that the NBA is changing their media deal with NBC being back in the fold, and they have their layouts for Mondays or prime games and Tuesdays or this
games,
and blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
Starting at 9:30 at night and whatnot. Yeah, it's great.
The MLB, according to reports, is close to a new rights deal. So this is from Kendall Baker of Yahoo Sports. He said, here's what I'm hearing. Apple is going to be fully out of the baseball game. So Apple will no longer do anything.
I didn't know Apple was in.
He said, rest in peace, Friday Night Baseball. Vic had no idea that was a thing.
I'm being totally honest, and this is not silly. I had no idea Apple actually carried Major League Baseball games. Did you?
I literally had no idea. No.
So I'm not alone, right?
No.
Moser, did you?
No clue.
Now, if you're...
So three sports talk show hosts had no idea that the game existed on that channel.
I'm going to ask a question out of ignorance because ever since I've been here, the Rockies have stunk, and this hasn't been something to worry about. Mose, you talk about all the time that the NHL pulls the exclusives for Avs games, right? For national TV rights.
Mm-hmm.
Does that apply to baseball? If the Rockies are playing Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN,
it used to be.
Do they still simulcast on the Rockies network or not?
It used to be the Rockies would be on national TV. I want to say, well, actually, they didn't do some games too. Like some games were just not on television. Remember those days, Vic, when some games just weren't on TV?
I lived it. We lived it in the 80s and 90s.
It was just weird.
Regional sports networks did not exist, and you had an NBA season or an NHL season where you were lucky to watch 20 games.
Isn't that crazy?
So anyway, you just lived with it.
Yeah, and the point is that, yes, there's exclusives for national TV.
So NBC is continuing to get into the live sports game. NBC and Peacock is in. They're going to have Friday and Sunday exclusives and the wild card round.
Wait, what?
NBC and Peacock, they're going to have Friday and Sunday exclusives for the MLB along with the wild card.
So is ESPN fully out?
ESPN's out. They're done. They are after this year, they are done.
So it's just Fox and the Peacock.
Except for one thing. MLB TV is being sold to ESPN for a ton of money. They don't know what that number is going to be, but ESPN is going to own that.
Wait, if ESPN is out of baseball, then why are they buying MLB Network?
Yeah, what's happening here?
I'm just reading the report. That's it. Also, one little, if you care, the Home Run Derby, which I watch every year, is going to be exclusive to Netflix.
Yeah, the dizzying array of platforms and distribution continues to expand, and I am not, we're going to be doing this every day. In fact, we have to provide a segment once an hour on this show when games are announced. Where do you find the game?
Let me talk to you.
We have to do this, seriously, right? Like, where do you find the game? How do you get it?
Here's the great news. Because the Rockies have 38 wins, none of this applies to them. None of this applies to that team's, at least for now, does not apply. By the way, I learned something new about baseball last night. Do you guys want to hear it? I spent a lot of my life playing baseball. I know a little bit about baseball. I found this out last night, that if you throw an 88-mile-an-hour fastball with no movement, it gets tagged by Shohei Ohtani. I had no idea.
Are you sure?
Before last night, when the Nibbler was doing that for 3 straight innings. I had no idea. I'm going to share something with you guys right now.
Brett, when was that? When was that game? When was that game over? I made a prediction yesterday. When was that game over yesterday?
The 3rd. Officially the 3rd. Now, the Rocks did try and come. They made it 7-4. Doyle homered again. Right. They made it 7-4 and then immediately gave up 3 runs in the next half inning.
But what did I say? That game will be over by the...
Did you say 6th?
I said the 5th.
The 5th. Yeah, you were right. You were right. Now, again, Austin Gomber, we're done. The experiment's over, okay? Just admit we lost the Arenado trade, and every piece of it is not a player, and it doesn't work, and it's you can't throw 88 with no movement.
Nibble here.
I'm telling you right now, guys, just for perspective, and the speed is not everything. The average guy that I faced in Division II baseball hit 88, okay? That's the speed we're talking about with Gomber here. And if your ball doesn't do this, it's BP.
You would have loved, Moj, who was that old dude that played here for a couple seasons? And at one point, he was their, day one starter.
Jamie Moyer?
Is that who it was? Jamie Moyer?
Jamie Moyer would paint, man. He'd paint the corners.
Yeah, but he would throw 80.
Yeah. But he'd paint. That matters. Location, movement matters. Greg Maddux, another example. He threw 90. Paint the corners, get some movement, you're fine.
I just read about Greg Maddux that he would call his own game. It's kind of interesting that guy was an OG, man. Interesting guy. Anyway, so yeah, Brett, you're right about that. If you throw it if you throw room service, it's going to get tattooed. Yep. Okay.
Yep. Especially against that guy. Shohei Ohtani hit a home run last night that I think left the yard in a second and a half.
Boom,
into the Rockies bullpen.
Hold on, I'm so confused. ESPN isn't buying MLB Network; they're buying
MLB TV.
What is MLB TV?
I don't know.
What is that?
Do you guys watch that? I don't watch that.
It's the Sunday ticket for the MLB. It's you buy the package and you get whatever game you want to watch whenever you want to watch it. You get it.
So they're buying it for their streaming platform.
Correct.
That's what they're buying it for.
Yes.
Just the streaming rights to it.
Speaking of television. Vic, real quick. All these youngins out here who are like, I know where to find every game every single time. You know what? My butt, you do. I mean, it's so scattered. It's so everywhere, which is why you just need the new Altitude Plus app.
Yep. That'll hook you up for all the teams here, or at least the Avs and the Nuggets and the Rapid, or not the Rapid.
Dual stream. You get the whole. You watch both games at one time. It's fantastic.
So there was talk of ESPN trying to experiment with a college football red zone, right? They wanted to do the red zone in college ball, much like the NFL. Well, that's out the window now because Fox, which owns the rights to the Big Ten, and what else does Fox own the rights to?
That was never going to work.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to let ESPN have their games.
Of course.
Yeah, why would they?
You don't negotiate multi-billion-dollar TV contracts for somebody to be like, oh, you want this for your little red zone thing? Yeah, go ahead, no problem.
Just cut in whenever you want. Nope, no big deal. It's all good.
And for people that wonder why they're so rude, why would you do that? Well, if I'm the executive at Fox, why would I let ESPN take my most entertaining products, the most exciting moments of the game, and why would anybody bother to watch my channel at that point?
Like we've all had that happen before, haven't we? Where it's like you're watching another game and it's like, oh, by the way, Georgia and Tennessee is tied with 2 minutes left, and then you flip over.
I would absolutely flip over. Yes,
but if you're watching Red Zone, then you don't do that, and then there's no point. Yeah, I mean, the idea would be great, but there's no way to get everybody to sync up and do it all together.
But think about it, though, man. Bowling Green is ready to score on Miami of Ohio.
I would watch. If that was on a Red, I would totally watch that.
You would watch that?
Yes.
Vic, would you watch that?
You act like Moj. I don't stay up late on Thursday nights watching some action if the game's close in the fourth quarter. I do it.
The South Florida Bulls are hosting the Charlotte 49ers. The Bulls are at the 5-yard line. Let's go to Bowl territory.
You wouldn't watch a Hail Mary?
Well, yeah, maybe I would.
That's the point.
If I ever, you know what? I'm so desperate right now for college football. I would watch Charlotte and South Florida.
You and me both. Hey,
college football.
Well, Moj, you can listen to Iowa State, Kansas State. That's going to be on at 10 a.m. on Saturday.
You know, I'm going to be all over that. I really am. I'm going to be all over that.
Hey, just quickly here. I want to play something from Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. After the decision to start Daniel Jones over Anthony Richardson, he said this about Danny Dimes.
I think Daniel Jones, has done that. I think, that year they went to the playoffs, he was one game away from an NFC championship game. I think that he's proven that he's played good football in that 2022 season. He had a hell of a year that year. I think that was the highest completion rate in Giants franchise history that season. So he's proven to do it. Like I said, you've seen it done in the 2022 season. He's proven to do it. And so this is another opportunity for him to do it.
Can I translate Shane Steichen's comments? Daniel Jones has not proven that he's anything other than a bad quarterback, okay? He has been in the league since 2019. You know how many times he's had 16 or more touchdown passes in a season?
None.
Once. You know when that came? His rookie season. He had 24. Every other year, he has had 15 or less.
He's always been that quarterback that's stuck in between, like, oh my God, should I run or should I throw? What should I do? I'm so confused right now.
Which typically means I don't want to throw it.
Yeah.
But the translation from Steichen there is, I don't know how else to say this, guys. Richardson is so bad, he's forcing me to do this. I mean, that's what he's actually saying, isn't it? We think that Anthony Richardson is so bad that I have to play Daniel Jones week 1. I have to.
Who was the GM of the Indianapolis Colts?
Ballard? Is Chris Ballard?
Chris Ballard. Yeah, it is Chris Ballard.
Yeah.
So I'm on the phone. Ring, ring. Hello, Browns? Yeah, what's up? It's Chris Ballard. Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks. Hey, if you don't want number 12, if you're just gonna stick him fourth, what do you want?
There
for him?
is it's.
I mean, if I'm a GM in this league and
bring
my
it up,
quarterbacks
Moj.
are that, I'm calling the Browns and say, what do you want for Shador?
You've said two different teams,
God's
Moj, this
sake.
morning that if the Browns are going to try and keep 4 quarterbacks in the roster, they should absolutely make a phone call. And that's the Saints and the Colts. I agree. Both of them.
Here's who should make a phone call. Honestly, the Jets should make a phone call. The Colts should make a phone call.
The Saints
should make a phone call. Hell, if I'm the Raiders, I'm making a phone call. Yeah, how much longer does Geno really have? I don't know. But you're telling me that Shador couldn't learn behind him instead of Aiden O'Connell?
The Raiders thing is pretty interesting, too, because it's not just Geno. Carroll's not coaching for 10 years. What are they going to do with Carroll?
He's 73 years old.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
I mean, he acts like he's 50, but I'm just saying that.
Well, they hired, what's his face? The former Ohio State OC, former Oregon coach as their OC. What's his face?
Oh, it's
his face. Little chubby face.
Yeah.
Chubby face.
Chip Kelly?
Chip Kelly.
Yeah, that's him. Chubby. You call him Chubby Face?
I mean, it's not that chubby. It's just.
Do you ever get Chip and Brian Kelly confused as to where they coached? I do a little bit sometimes. Nope. I do.
Not once.
Really?
I've never had that confusion come up, but Chip Kelly's now their OC, and he did wonders at Ohio State. I thought he did a great job running that. I mean, it's basically a pro sports. Ohio State probably has more pro players than the Raiders right now.
I mean, could be close, yeah. 303-504-0925.
I'm calling. I'm going, hey, man, what do you want? What do you want?
Well, I do. One of the teams that you mentioned, I can already see like this. It's like it's a fireworks tent, and I see an open flame, and it's just a matter of time before it just becomes an absolute disaster. We'll get to it next. All right. So I got a guy that I think is going to be a Sean Payton on the East Coast. Okay? If you guys remember, Sean Payton is very much a head coach who he knows more football than you do, and he is not afraid to let you know that he knows more football than you do.
No.
Well, he does, to be fair.
I understood. So does every coach. I mean, so does everyone. But some of them will be a little bit more lenient with media people than others.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Yeah, let me expand on Brett real quick, Vic, for an example. Does Pete Carroll act like he knows more football than you, even though he does? The answer is no, he doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Like, we talk to Bedsy every week. Bedsy
he knows more hockey. He's forgotten more hockey than you'll ever know.
And I don't remember too many times where he's made any of us feel small in answering or asking a question, if you know what I mean. But some coaches are just wired that way, and that's fine.
Or how about Todd Bowles actually treating that reporter nicely with the, they got a dome, right?
Yeah, the lady who asked before his playoff game in Detroit
about the
how
weather?
are you going to deal with the weather in Michigan? And he goes, they got a dome, right?
We're going to be outside walking from the bus to the stadium, but that's about it.
Find that, please. That was so good.
That's a good Bulls there,
and
Nelly. That's a good one.
And that's very nice of him to do that, too. All
right, so how do you think Sean Payton would respond to that question?
Oh, my God. I can't even imagine.
Come on. No.
He would say, well, obviously, it's a dome stadium. We don't have to worry about that next.
I actually think he might be playful with that one.
Nice.
He might. Yeah, he might. Yeah, he might.
And plus, that was one of those. It's the playoffs, so let's take local news reporter and throw them in the sports press conference setting. And
Quick aside.
Yeah.
Quick aside. I think all coaches, especially new coaches, when they come to town, professional ranks, college ranks, they're missing out. It's a big opportunity, and I think the PR people need to listen to this. I'm not trying to give you my opinion, but here it is. Why you don't allow all the local stations, all the local outfits to interview your guy or gal just at least once, you're missing out on a big opportunity there. Because once you get to, you guys know this, right? Once you get to sit down, like we did with Jay Norvell, you sit down with somebody, you get to know them a little more interpersonally, it changes things.
Look, I was rooting for CSU, and then I met Jay Norvell, and then I was really rooting for CSU. I like the guy.
You become human. You humanize these guys. You get to, and the fact that they don't do this anymore, and it once used to be common, like you do the car wash. You send them from station to station, and you get to know them.
Yeah.
They're no longer doing that. They're keeping them away. And I'm going to be very blunt with the PR people out there. That's stupid. It's stupid.
By the way, what Nelly was referencing was this.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
Steve, you nailed that.
That's a good Bulls. It's a good one.
You were great, Nelly.
I forgot how long the question was. It wasn't a simple, hey, you worried about the weather? It was a long, protracted question.
And I love the pause after his first part of the answer right here.
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome.
Yeah. Well, I bring all this up to say this. Sean Payton's got no problem with your silly internet shows, and he'll let you know if he thinks it's a stupid question. Now, I asked Moser this in the appetizer, though. I think you would agree, Vic, that the rabidness to want to go back and forth with a coach here doesn't really exist. It's just not what the tenor of Denver is. It's just more of a we're
nice.
Yeah, we're nice. New York isn't. And there's a guy that, much like Sean Payton, knows more football than you, and he will let you know that he knows more football than you. It's a brand new head coach, Aaron Glenn in New York. So we're getting a little taste of this already. Here's Aaron Glenn Somebody said, because if you looked at Justin Fields' passing numbers in this last preseason game, he's like 1 of 6 throwing the football for 4 yards. It was bad. Somebody brings this up about the passing game.
It's clear you guys want to run the ball.
Yep.
That's going to be, very much part of your DNA. Obviously, it's very much a passing league. Is there any concern about your ability to go downfield and whatnot?
Who says it's a passing league?
Isn't it a passing league? Isn't that kind of...
The team that won the Super Bowl, what were they in passing? 29th.
Yeah.
What were they in running? First.
Defense, too, obviously. But...
Well, we talked about offense.
So just that little thing right there where he said they're 29th in the league in passing, they were first in rushing. And that reporter says what? Well, their defense was pretty good too. Like, that does also matter to this. He's like, well, you were talking about offense. And another one talking about Justin Fields specifically.
I mean, you have so many people that want to talk about a small amount of plays these guys get to go out there and play. And then everything is falling down because we throw 6 passes. Then I mean, he's Johnny Unitas when we throw 4 passes. So it bothers me, and I laugh at it quite a bit. But the thing is, I understand it because that's the noise that happens on the outside. That's our guys can't really listen to. Listen, we go out here and we practice our ass off every day to be who we're going to be, and that's where my confidence lies and what these guys do on the grass here.
I'm going to make a prediction because I don't think the Jets are going to be too good this year. I think we're going to see some fireworks and some post-game press conferences with Aaron Glenn and the New York media, and I'm here for it. I think you're going to have a lot of really good back and forth.
Well, because he's kind of an old school guy.
Moser, was Aaron Glenn on that Jets team that came to Mile High and lost to Elway in, was it the AFC title game of 98?
I think let me go back in time. Did I go back? Yeah, he was. He had to have been.
I remember that game.
Yeah, he had to have been in his 20s.
98?
Yeah, he had to have been.
Yeah, he played for the Jets from 94 to 2001.
Yeah, he was on that team then.
Do you know who the backup quarterback is for the New York Jets right now, behind Justin Fields?
Oh, I know this because I just saw this. Hold on. Holding.
Jets backup quarterback.
Holding.
Don't look. You're looking.
Chad Pennington.
No.
Oh.
Would you stop?
Holding.
You're looking.
I liked Chad.
I'm not looking anywhere. I'm looking to the side.
He played
I can't remember
college
who
football
it is.
at Marshall. Didn't he?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Isn't he
Chad
Timothy
Pennington?
Boyle?
Chad Pennington.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the backup now.
Who's the backup?
Old Horse Needle.
Oh, is it Tyrod Taylor?
Right, yeah.
Not only that, guess who the third string quarterback is? You should get this one.
Well, we couldn't get the second string. How are we going to get the third string?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Jesus.
It's Adrian Martinez.
Adrian Martinez.
Who, remember Nebraska, we're going to throw the football. Cornhuskers, we're changing everything. Adrian Martinez has got an arm like a hippo's leg. We're gonna throw this ball all over the.
He didn't. I liked him.
Yeah.
He was a tough player, but he was not very good.
By the way, he did. Well, we saw him. Well, that game against the Buffs in 2019, that's what
reignited sort of the spark between CU and Nebraska. If you guys remember in that game, Nebraska was winning.
Yes.
And then Martinez left the game. Do you guys remember how?
He got it was a cheap shot, wasn't it?
CU was accused of doing the old gator roll on his leg in a pile, and then he limped off the field, couldn't come back. CU came back and won. That's right. And I believe in overtime.
Who was that quarterback for Nebraska a couple years back who kept giving the ball to CU? Just said, here.
Oh,
take
God.
the ball. Here you go. You want it?
He played like 3 times.
Here you go. Hey, I got a ball for you. You want it?
Sims. Jeff Sims.
Jeff
was
Sims.
His name.
Remember that? Sims, yes.
Hey, I got a football for you. You want this?
That was
ludicrous.
And that game was like a 6-point game at halftime, and he gave the ball away like 5 times.
He's playing. I can't believe this. He's now at Arizona State.
Sims?
Jeff Sims is at ASU.
As a quarterback?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm fascinated when I go through some of these teams, and I'm like, oh yeah, that guy. I remember that guy. That's just funny.
I still can't get over it. Nelly, that was so. They play in a dome, right?
That's sort of Jerry Jones.
I can't do it. I can't do it like Nelly can
just
do
give
it.
us one more, please.
They got a dome, right?
That's so good.
Somebody said it's like Cleveland from Family Guy. It's got a
Kinda,
little bit of that in there. Like
yeah.
a little bit of that just monotone, low, almost whisper.
And Todd Bowles is the kind of guy, too. He suffers no fools.
Does he?
He comes across as a really nice guy.
Yeah. No, I mean, he does, but I mean, he's a
man. You guys have it so easy.
I like him.
Everybody thinks these coaches today are hard and this and that. You guys, dude, I did a show with Buddy Ryan. Moser, can you explain to Powder here what it was like having to speak to Buddy Ryan on a daily basis?
The one word that comes to my mind would be irascible.
Dude, you don't understand. I used to go into that show scared. I'm like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to ask him. This guy's going to kill me. He's going to bite my head off. I did a half-hour show with him on a weekly basis, and the dude he was unkempt.
Having or showing
the closest I had, Bo Pelini was pretty angry.
Having or showing a tendency to be easily angered, irascible.
I like that. I like that word.
And Buddy Ryan, Vic, correct me if I'm wrong, he had the personality of a broken mop.
Oh, no, he was pretty funny behind the scenes. But there were times...
Well, behind the scenes, he was pretty funny.
He had an old twang.
Yeah,
he spoke...
I know that makes it feel like he's endearing, but no.
There were times where I didn't understand what he said. I couldn't understand him. Like, who's that coach?
Orgeron,
yeah.
Yep.
Orgeron would say stuff and you're like, what?
I mean, that is as Cajun gets. The literal, like, it's when they do the subtitles every once in a while with guys like that, they do the, what is it, unintelligible or what do they call it, where you just can't make
unintelligible,
can't make out any word.
Yeah. No Tigers. I can't watch a British or Irish show without the subtitles. I have no idea what they're saying.
You want to know how old I am now, guys?
Vic, that's silly.
Hey, listen. This is how old I am. I'm kind of subtitle 24/7 guy now. It's really bad.
I'm getting there too.
Really
and
bad.
I just always
man.
I found them a nuisance. Now I just almost need them as a crutch.
It's my dad always used to do it, and every time he would like come to my house and watch TV, I'm like, why is the subtitles always on? And I get it now. I understand it, and it's bad, man.
You want to hang on every word. You don't want to miss a word.
I know. Anyway, all right. 303-504-0925. Payton made a statement yesterday about one Jahdae Barron, where it's like, I think you found your joker. It's just the wrong side of the field. We'll get to it next.
I remember us doing Malcolm Jenkins out of Ohio State, and he was a corner there. He played outside boundary corner. Our vision was nickel for him year one with safety flex. Our vision, I think, with Jade is nickel with corner flex. It's pretty valuable. If you can play outside, you can play inside. He's very smart. As the game went on last week, he really got involved and made some really good plays. But the vision for him is, he's got that ability to play inside but also flex outside. His size is plenty big enough, and his speed and physicality, those are all things that help him at that position.
Smooth operator, smooth operator, smooth operator.
Oh, what a song. Don't give me that face, Moj. See,
If it's not
I'm sorry,
Van Halen, he's not interested, dude. He just doesn't understand the depths of music.
see how I'm moving right now? I can't move like this to any of your music, Moj.
If I said to either one of you,
Little subtle shoulder
I
movements.
want all the listeners out there, Nelly, you can just,
little slide.
you be the arbitrator.
I would take this song over any song you prefer.
Okay, Nelly. And I want all the listeners, 303-504-0925, describe this, or in the Twitch feed or on YouTube, whatever. If I said to both of you, watch me move, watch how my body and my hips move, what would happen to me?
No, but hang on a second.
No. What would happen to me?
There is no moving
Don't you say-
there's no moving to your music. Here's your moving. You're like this. You pretend you're playing
Or
drums.
strumming
That's
the
not-
guitar.
that's not-
or
that's
just
not
strumming
moving.
the guitar. Yeah, that's it.
That's not moving.
Nelly, what would happen if I say, look at my...
By the way, if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube or on Altitude Television, my impression of Moj right there was perfect. It's mouth wide open going,
Yep.
That's exactly what he looks like.
Yeah.
If I said, hey, watch my pelvis.
Right to jail, right away.
Yeah, that exactly right.
You can't move that way to your music. It's not
Anyway,
hard.
that was Sean Payton referring to his rookie flex position player. Jade Brown.
Did you hear who he compared him to?
Another former Saint, yes.
Yeah, but also a guy who's a 3-time Pro Bowler. This is what I've gleaned from Broncos camp. Everybody's good. Everybody great. Everybody like a guy I used to have who was a 3-time Pro Bowler and Super Bowl champion.
And everybody
got upside. Everybody's going to leap to the next level. Everybody got everything going on. We're good. 17 in mother trucking 0.
All right, calm down. What he's trying to tell you.
20 in mother trucking 0.
I think what he was trying to do in that description, the question was brought up, do you think he could be a little too small for that position? He's not worried about his size. He's a great tackler. You know, one thing that I think scouts and those who watch football, either you can tackle or you can't. You guys have watched enough football. There's not a certain size that tackles. I know big guys that are afraid to tackle or can't tackle. I know little guys that tackle really well. Oh. The goal is to bring the guy to the ground.
How good of a tackler was
great tackler.
How good of a tackler was Kareem Jackson?
Very good tackler.
Oh my God, he was.
But he was a different. He was a
hitter.
tackler
He
that
was a
wanted
big hitter.
He wanted to smash your face.
Yeah.
There are different types of tacklers, guys. You just bring him down.
But the tackle that was made by Jade Barron just last week in that game against the Cardinals, if you guys remember, this dude was trying, I forget who the running back was. He was trying to bounce this ball outside, and he had like a step on Barron. Mm-hmm. The second Barron got his hands on him, it was done. Like he was wrapped up and thrown for a 2-yard loss. Like he is, as if you ask any of these guys who did the scouting, especially in college on Jade Barron, he is as solid of a tackler for a cornerback as you're going to find.
I thought Chris Harris was a really good tackler for a corner.
Yeah, I thought he was too, yeah.
A really good tackler. And, again, it's not about the Kareem Jackson type hits. It's not. I mean, those are the ones that we all remember. It's bringing the guy down. That's all that matters.
Agreed. I agree, but I thought that Kareem Jackson did both quite effectively.
Well,
that's me.
I thought that sometimes he took chances that put him out of position.
Well, maybe. But, boy, did I love to watch him blow dudes up. Oh, man. The point I'm trying to make here.
Roger Goodell.
That is also true.
Roger Goodell was not a fan of Kareem Jackson.
He got fined more than anybody I remember on a weekly basis.
Did he get suspended 3 times?
Something like that, yeah. Either way, what is the most egregious thing that anyone has said about anything in Broncos camp, this camp? I mean, what's the worst thing? You had the overall number 1 pick just come out a week ago and go, you know what, we're mid. We're absolutely mid. I mean, do I want to hear, hey, look, this guy's got to work on some things. Listen, bad day. He had a bad day.
Like, Moser, you asking to search for something that's negative? Is that what you're asking?
It's not. Listen, it's not all fairy tales and rainbows, bro.
Nobody's that naive.
I mean, they're okay. Well, I'm just saying that, like, everybody's incredibly optimistic. I will be that optimistic if I think that it's correct.
Great.
I mean, Vic, same with you. Or you just going to go into the season blind, go, oh, yeah,
okay,
you know what? This guy's having
on.
his best year. This guy's having his best year. This guy's great.
I know it's different because there's been a much, much longer track record of success with a team like the Nuggets. But if you ask me to identify the weakness in the Nuggets, I would tell you I don't see a whole lot right now. And I'm being honest with you. I don't see a whole lot.
I'm not saying there's a, quote, weakness. I think that's probably a little bit too
Well, then
harsh.
what are you saying?
Well, is everything they've done going to work out swimmingly and beautifully?
No,
but this is you're being almost too philosophical for me this morning. Every team in the league at this juncture is 0-0 and has hope. Every team has some shred of hope.
Except
even
Tennessee.
the Titans.
No, not.
There's hope.
Simple question: the team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do.
Tennessee understands.
Even the Titans, Vic?
The Titans understand.
Oh, that's funny. No, listen, I'm not bringing anybody down. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, look, they've still got, I'm sure Sean Payton would tell you to your face, they've got work to do. Work.
I mean, all of that's understood, but it's just a matter of, like, when you hear something like, hey, Jahdae Barron looks good, and you're like, well, you can't say that about everybody. I don't know if they're saying that about everyone.
Do you think, but let me work this a different way. Do you think if Jahdae Barron wasn't any good, do you think you'd hear the same thing from Sean Payton, or do you think he's lying to you?
He's having a private conversation with Nelly now as you're asking a question.
See, I think, Moser, you're not being intellectually honest with us. I mean, you know that he's obviously doing something to pique the interest of the head coach. So what's the problem?
There is no problem. I'm not specifically singling out Jahdae Barron at all, or Bo Nix or Evan Ingram, or nobody. I'm just saying that it's been a lot of puppy dogs and Skittles.
That's preseason.
Okay,
that's but it's also of the preseason.
But it's also preseason with a team that was good last year, who seems to have gotten better at spots they were weak at. Like, here's the big thing to me. Most of the time, what happens during an offseason, even when your team's good, guys that you don't want to leave. For whatever reason, monetarily, retirement, injury, something, right? And then you bring in new guys, and you're like, can the new guys replace the production or do better, hopefully, than what was left behind?
What can they do?
Let me ask you a question. Because we know what they've brought in. We know the Hufangas and Greenlaws and Ingrams and Harveys and Dobbins and all those guys. What did they lose from last year?
Not a whole lot.
Like, nothing.
Yeah.
Their punter?
Like, really?
The punter, yeah.
They've lost nothing as far as impactful players that you would have prayed and hoped that they kept that they couldn't. They didn't have those. But
their
Barton, okay, fine. Barton was replaced by Greenlaw and Singleton being healthy again.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, agreed.
You didn't have the, okay, we got Ingram, but we lost Sutton.
You're right. That's
what makes this, I think, really unique.
Agreed. I would say this is a very unique camp. Well, it's certainly unique in the last decade in Denver, Colorado. This is a unique camp in that regard. Yeah, I guess, you know what, maybe my reaction is, golly, for a decade, I haven't dealt with this, felt this,
Probably.
or even
Part
wanted
of
to
it.
acknowledge this, but now I think I have to.
Well, going back to the preamble that comes along with preseason, everybody's hopeful. Take yourself back to Nathaniel Hackett's first year, Russell Wilson. What were we talking about? Did we discuss disaster coming? No. We saw the hope in everything. We saw the promise in everything.
Yep. I don't like that sound that you made.
Me neither, and you're being stupid again.
Well,
because that's what we do. That's how it works.
Everybody freaked out. Brett, your reaction was ridiculous.
Yeah,
Nobody freaked out.
When the deal went down, your reaction was ridiculous.
Sure. I was excited because a guy who's been to a couple Super Bowls, has a Super Bowl
We all
ring.
freaked out, Mose. You were happy when Russell Wilson.
Windows.
Yeah, you went a little overboard.
Well,
there.
I do that. That was an old bit I used to do. Yeah. I did that with Aaron Gordon too.
Well,
Nobody brings up the Aaron Gordon freak out that I had because it worked.
You have to understand that Brett also had to live through day 6 of Aaron Rodgers for a year, and then that question was answered with Russell Wilson. So
that's true.
There's hope. There's always hope.
No, the difference between those was you didn't have any evidence of what Russell Wilson looked like in a Broncos uniform. I thought that Seattle would kind of translate at least a little bit here. I guess I was wrong on that. But I'm not having to guess what things are going to look like for the Broncos. 85% of a roster that made the playoffs last year is returning.
As soon as his wife got mad at Vic, I was out. And the rest followed.
Wait, she did?
Yeah, she
I forgot about this. What happened?
Vic Camp. You were there.
I sang one of her tunes, and she didn't like it.
Oh, that's right.
It was a bad choice on my part. I regret that. I regret that.
I don't.
Total regret.
Anyway.
Can I tell you my favorite thought? Now that we have time to reflect, my favorite memory of Russell Wilson as a Bronco. It wasn't the Let's Rides. It wasn't the people making fun of the Broncos.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
It was every day during camp. Sierra walks in with 3 different security guys that are all 300 and some pounds, right? But there was one guy in particular.
It was his job too?
One guy in particular who is carrying the play vacuum
tricycle
and the tricycle. That guy was my favorite. Just being a 350-pound security guard carrying
toy box.
toddler toys.
A human toy box. I forgot about that.
It's a good gig if you can get it.
I reckon it is. I mean, how much does that pay per day? Nelly, could you haul a plastic vacuum and a tricycle for how much would it cost you?
Fisher Price Country. Let's ride.
Yeah, there you go. God,
that
was
guy
funny.
was the best, though. I wanted his job.
He was
it's a good
huge
job.
too.
All of them were. Anyway,
I mean, who's bringing a? I digress.
I take baby Jamal Kale's stuff out to the restaurants. You got to keep that kid preoccupied.
But do you bring her to work with you? And never mind.
No.
When we used to go to big Italian
we're
weddings,
talking about
as a kid,
football camp, dude.
I used to stack. I was known as the athletic staffer. I used to stack in the back of my mom's car, my mom and dad's car, footballs, basketballs, bats, any kind of balls.
Wigs.
So that when we went to the wedding or the party, the Italian, we would go to the car, we'd get the assorted athletic tools, and go to work.
And you let the adults be the adults.
Well, that's my job. Everybody knew. Well, don't worry about it. Vic's bringing it. I got it. See, I played sports.
Vic went to his cousin Mike from Computers to his wedding and did the same thing. He also had a trunk full of footballs and basketballs in the back of the car.
Wigs.
The difference
I got to pick the gelato cart.
The difference
While you guys were playing Atari, I was playing sports. Like active athletics.
I never owned a video game system.
You know what's the best part about Vic doing this?
As a kid.
Every time he goes down this path of you guys were nerds and I was the guy who played sports all the time, if I put up a picture, like if I just had you from memory, draw a nerd from what you remember from high school or from middle school, grade school, it's Vic.
Well, that's fine. You can
glasses that stick out 3 inches from the base.
You can insult me by the way I looked. Not only was I athletic, I was very intellectual.
Oh, sure.
So an athletic nerd.
Okay, Vic was just the bee's knees. He was the greatest child that's ever existed. Excelled in everything, actually.
No, that wasn't the case. I just made the case that I used to bring athletic stuff to each party. That's all.
Hey,
and
Brett.
you took it to the next step.
During this break, why don't you watch my pelvis?
Done.
Yeah, you see how dumb that sounds? That's what you asked me to do.
And it's time, Nelly. Oh, look. See, there's Moser's dancing. Look at Moser dance, which is play fake drums.
You look like a freak.
No, I like the song. But I'm just saying, there's no like...
Look at your face. Look at your lips, your overbite,
There's no dancing
all that
in
stuff.
this.
Look like an idiot.
The river
It's the changes.
Whatever.
The changes.
Hey, as we move along today, again, if you guys are unaware, we are going to have Valor at Pine Creek with Nate and Tyler on the call. That is also going to be simulcasted on Altitude Television. That's at 7 o'clock this Friday, and you can watch it on Altitude Plus as they're offering a free trial. You head to altitudeplus.com and use the promo ALT or ALT7 free. ALT7 FREE for a free 7-day trial. The revamped Altitude Plus features DVR functionality. It features multi-view and the opportunity to save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. More info at altitudeplus.com, and the promo code for that free 7-day trial, ALT7 free.
And it's a lot easier to navigate. I've been messing with it this morning. It goes right to it. Boom. It doesn't mess around. Don't waste any time. There are a lot of functions in here that have yet to be announced. Chat functions. You can share stuff. It's crazy. It's really good. Really well done.
Here's a piece of audio. What?
Were we supposed to get together Saturday morning for that or no? For college football? I thought no?
The Big 12!
We didn't discuss it, but that's fine.
Oh, you guys doing one of your little get-togethers?
Well, you could do the get-together.
Oh, that was cute.
It just takes, Vic. You're driving a little bit. That's all that's all it takes is just a little bit of driving. Come to my town. Come to my town. A-town.
Will my scooter get there? If it's not in scooter range, I ain't doing it.
Well, I'm sure you can take some back roads, but I'm sure it's fine. You guys remember John Kruk? You know, we were just talking about ESPN the other day, Baseball Tonight. John Kruk was a big feature of ESPN's baseball coverage for a while. Now he's with the Phillies. So he sometimes suffers from the Moser stream of consciousness stuff. Now, Mose, you don't do that during games. You do that on this show, though.
Yeah. Moser's a completely different human being during television broadcasts, which is annoying as hell to us because we don't even recognize him. Is that correct?
Burn my button, call me a biscuit.
It's correct, I will say. I like this Mose, though, on this show. I like this. I want this Mose on this show. I don't want buttoned-up Mose on this show. Here's John Kruk, though.
You got him now. Hey, you may not want him, but guess what? You got him.
I do want him.
No, you know what television Mose is? Scared Mose.
Yeah, it is.
He broadcasts scared. Yeah, he's afraid to speak his mind, afraid to say things.
But if I say this, then they're going to yell at me.
Because it's not my role.
I'm not allowed to say this.
What did you want to call us right there? What was the hushed tone that you just covered your mouth?
I'll give you some of the letters in it. There's an M in there.
Uh-huh.
There's an O in there.
Uh-huh. A T.
A T. Yeah.
And an H.
And an H.
And I can figure out the rest?
Probably.
All right. This is John Kruk during his broadcast doing color for the Phillies yesterday.
So you know how I think of things when I have free time and I shouldn't?
Yep.
So I was wondering.
Yep.
The person who invented the clock.
Yeah. Which one, the digital or the hand?
The first clock ever.
Okay.
How did that person know what time it was?
That's a really good question.
I thought so.
Bouncer back toward the middle. Gobbled up by Young. One hopper. And Bohm is safe. You know, there is that sundial they might have used.
Is that accurate, though?
No, I guess it's as accurate as it can be.
I don't know if Young would have made a good throw here. He would have got Alec. Yeah, he probably would have, but what did they call that?
E4.
Yeah. Good throw would have had him. Lucky there wasn't a big collision there.
So when you were contemplating the clock thing, did you come up with any answers yourself?
No. I thought I'd ask you.
I would think sundial.
I give you baseball play-by-play, and it's one of my favorite things.
It's great.
I really do love
talk about.
Yeah, I love it. So yeah, there's a pitch outside that makes it 2-0.
See,
boom. So I was thinking about clocks the other day, and
You can't do that in a hockey broadcast. The game's too fast.
What's the most you've ever, you ventured into that territory? Moj, can you think of a specific time that you guys were just like, we got a little bit weird with something?
Yeah.
And we had the time to kind of explore that.
Yeah.
Because I remember Rycroft had, I believe that's an old farming term there, Moj, and it's only it's like 15 seconds. That's all you guys got.
Yeah, what did he actually say? I'm trying to remember. What did he say?
Was it chomping at the bit? Or
No,
champing at the bit, right?
But it was...
But he messed it up.
Yeah, he called... What did he say? Help me out.
Foaming at the bit.
Foaming at the bit.
There you go.
I believe that's an old horse term, Moj. And you're looking at him like, no, I know, you just got it wrong.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm not going to lie. Whatever John Kruk just said really resonated with me because at the point when the clock was invented, this guy said there was a lot of pressure. He's like, okay, here it is. It's now, here we go, 2 o'clock. Let's go. Run it.
How did that person know what time it was?
That's a really good question.
I thought so.
Bouncer back toward the middle.
I just love that. Yeah, that's a good question. Bouncer towards the middle, and he is safe. Sundial, I think, is kind of what you're looking for there. But the sundial's a good answer. The better question is the guy who comes up with the calendar, how does he know what day it was? I mean, that's just...
Well, because they've been... Before I'm sure they came up with that. I mean, the ancients were tracking the days of the year, dude. I mean, come on.
I don't buy that at all.
Nelly, I send it to you if you want to take a little trip down memory lane.
No, the ancients, they would sacrifice somebody to a sun god because it was dark like the day before, okay? Like, I don't know if they figured all that out yet.
Hey, man, a squirrel came in and ate all my cabbage. Give me a virgin to sacrifice.
Exactly right. Yeah, you got to figure it out.
Go give me one of them. Let's go run up the mountain and get it done.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's kind of...
All right. Well, we got to make the hike up the volcano. Who's going in?
People have been looking at the planets and the stars and calculating and figuring things out forever, okay?
Yeah, I just think somebody lied to start with, and then you just kind of
well,
ran with it.
one day you go, all right, let's just call it right now. The sun is at its highest point. We'll start here, and then you go from there.
See,
no problem.
My forefathers and ancestors, when those people were nerd now, mine were playing sports.
God.
What were they doing in ancient Italy, Vic? What kind of sports?
Playing ball.
Yeah. Tigers were eating people. Elephants were stomping people. You called that sport?
Yeah, known athlete Galileo over here.
Yeah.
And in his defense, I mean, the Coliseum did have sports in it.
The greatest sports enterprise of all time. You put someone in the middle of the Coliseum and have them fight a lion.
Is it too...
Exactly.
Can I just ask you guys something?
Dude versus lion, who you got?
If somebody's willing to sign a waiver, can I not? Can we not just do that again?
Does it call CTE?
I mean, no. Honestly, if somebody's willing to sign a waiver, can I not watch a lion and a dude go at it? Why is everybody so quiet?
Because
phrasing.
It's it's heathenistic, bro. It's barbaric.
Well, you know what? In 100 years, we're going to look at the UFC and bare-knuckle boxing and say the same thing.
I don't know, man. I bet someplace in some planet that Vic doesn't believe in, you got aliens that like to kick each other in the groin
That's
or whatever
what I'm
their
saying,
groin is.
Yeah. As long as you're willing to sign the waiver.
Well, we all have our guilty pleasure when it comes to sports. You might enjoy lions.
Yeah, I might enjoy
humans.
lions eating humans. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Or the guy taking out the lion. I mean, that's the whole point of it. It's a competition.
When I see this on my social media feeds, when I see Slapfest or whatever they call that, slap fighting,
yeah,
I sort of like that.
Really?
Yeah,
that's not for me.
It's not for me either.
I really enjoy the wind up.
I don't know how. I don't know how the heck we got on this. How did we get on this?
John Kruk.
Oh yeah, John Kruk and his timekeepers. Okay, that's right.
Guys, you know what's funny about this?
Yeah.
You know, we have these wild conversations where, do you know that when pro athletes are seen talking to each other before and after games, what do you think they're talking about?
Who invented the clock?
They're talking about the same crap.
Yeah, what do you think they talk about in the damn bullpen, Brett?
How did that person know what time it was?
What do you think they're talking about on the Avalanche bench, you know, as they're pointing to the stands? They're not talking about the game.
I mean, usually in hockey, though, They aren't talking about much of anything because those guys are going like this. Like that's
a good point.
A little bit different. They're
You
all
talk
just
about-
out of breath. I don't think there's a lot of conversations being had.
When I do those intermission interviews, when I fill in at times, I feel so bad because I'm like,
I do
God, I'm
too.
interviewing this dude. He can barely breathe. Is he asthmatic?
What'd you think of the power play out there?
Time and space.
We were moving the puck around. It's just a matter of getting the puck in the zone first.
If we stick to our game plan, one's going to go in.
Can I be
eventually?
blunt? Can I be blunt? And it's probably not. Those intermission interviews, because I've done them, are a complete waste of time.
All right, I got it.
Pretty blunt.
They're a complete waste. Just like and I'll say it to the coaches' halftime interviews and Nuggets games.
So Vic, they can be a waste
Tell
of
me
time.
the last one you remember. All right, I'll make. How about
But
this?
if something significant happens in the first period, and we can get a guy to talk about it or a guy that was involved in it, I sure would like to find out about it.
Tell me the last one you remember outside of Kyle.
Oh, you ruined it. I was going to have Nelly bring it up.
Well, do it. That's the only one I ever remember. It was the worst one ever. It's the only one I ever remember. You give me an interview that we've ever done, halftime, intermission, whatever. Anybody on the national scene, anybody that's memorable for what is exchanged.
He's having the time of his life.
Yeah, that's just a report, though. That wasn't an interview.
I saved a clip from one. I remember.
Because let me tell you why. Coaches are never going to give you their game plan.
I ain't going to tell you, so quit asking me.
Connor McGahee was doing one of those intermission reports with Alex Newhook, and Connor was trying to ask him about Newfoundland, and for whatever reason, he kept tripping over the word like Newfoundland. So I clipped this. Alex Newhook said this to him mid-interview.
Having trouble saying that one, eh?
Yeah.
And that is just the most Canadian thing ever.
Not
Having
bad.
trouble saying that one, eh?
So this is, Nelly, go ahead and play it. This is March 20th, 2025.
Back-to-back twos. You could tell they were foaming at the bit.
Wait, did you say foaming at the bit?
Yes, I did.
A little mixed metaphor there from Riker.
I believe that's it's an old horse term. Is it not?
Well, chomping at the bit and foaming at the mouth are both terms, but foaming at the bit's never been used by a human being ever.
I think I combined two.
I still love it. He's like, it's an old horse term.
Isn't it? Right, Moj?
The beautiful thing about him, he just goes with it no matter what.
Oh,
Absolutely. We all do on that show.
Breaking news, Vic. News that you're going to love surrounding the NFL.
What?
They
What
have
is it?
partnered with Crocs to kick off a multi-year licensing deal. How about that? Vic, when are you getting your first Denver Broncos issued Crocs?
I own a pair of Crocs. They're very comfortable.
Wait. I think that's one of the most shocking revelations I've heard. I never thought you would be Croc guy.
Oh, yeah. I'm Croc guy. The reason I'm Croc guy.
But just in the house, you're Croc. You don't wear your Crocs out.
Oh, no, I wear them out.
You
I wore 'em
do?
out yesterday when I went to the chiropractor. Oh, yeah, I wear them out all the time. Let me tell you why I'm Croc guy. I don't believe in showing everybody your toes. So I like to cover those suckers up.
Moj, did you know he was Croc guy?
I had no idea.
It's shocking, right?
Very shocking.
I can go grab my Crocs and show them.
Show
I
them to
need
me.
to see
don't
them.
be-
I
don't
got
believe
to
this
see
at
your
all.
Crocs.
I don't believe for a second. Nelly, if I said that Vic is a human being who owns and appreciates Crocs, would you ever believe it?
If I told Vic to put on his Crocs, I figured the answer would be, I don't do cartoons.
Yes.
I don't do cartoons.
Hey, Brett, what do I wear every single day during the summer?
Flippy floppies.
I have Crocs flip-flops. That's all I have. Flip-flops. It's maybe my favorite flip-flops of all time.
What are my 50% wears during the summer?
Your slides. Who's this?
Nice little slides.
Yeah. Say, whose is the flip-flops these are?
Whose is the flip-flops these are?
So I wear those. In fact, they're almost smooth on the bottom. I've worn them so much. But I'm not a Crocs guy, and I would never, ever envision Vic as a Crocs guy.
PSA to everybody out there.
Yeah.
Who wear, I don't know if it's the flip-flops too, but these slides that I have, and I think they apply to all of them. I wear these suckers out so much, I just got a new pair. You can see I have treads on these. My old ones did not. If you stepped into a drip of water, you're risking cracking your head open.
That is correct.
Like immediately, you're risking it. All right, let me
let's
see
see
it. The grand reveal of these. Are those the fuzzy Crocs too?
Fuzzy, nice ones.
The fuzzy Crocs.
Yeah, look what's on I got one of those little croc things.
Oh, and you even have the little tchotchke to it?
I don't know what that's called.
Is that a dollar sign?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Is this not the most shocking thing you've ever heard?
Hey, where are my doors, Brett? Where are my doors?
You're a gazebo.
I'm a gazebo. My doors are blown off.
Well, a day after I
have
usually
no doors.
participate, when I play sports on a daily basis, I need to relax. And I relax in my Crocs. And I'm not off-putting enough to reveal my toes like some people.
You should be
in public.
I literally cannot believe.
I can't either.
I thought the exact same thing as you, Nelly, that he would say, I don't do cartoons when it comes to Crocs.
I don't have time for cartoons. I don't do Crocs.
Hey, first of all, Crocs is a Colorado company.
Yes, they
I
are.
support Crocs.
I understand. What if they were made in Kansas City?
I'd have different impression, perhaps, but
So
Colorado company.
what is the NFL going to do with Crocs?
They're licensing them so you can put logos on them.
Oh, so you can be like Broncos Crocs.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly
okay.
right. Yep.
Okay.
All right, so let me ask you this simple question, Brett. Are you more comfortable sitting next to me when I'm wearing these Crocs or when Moser's wearing his open-toed, whatever those things are?
I mean, at this point now, I'm so used to sitting next to Moser's feet that it doesn't.
Is he wearing them now again?
Now, to be fair, Moser's feet look like actual feet. They're still man feet, which are gross, but they aren't like Jesse yellow toenails creeping out, curling around.
Understood.
You know what I mean?
Just say what you're thinking. They're attractive.
They aren't attractive.
My
They're
feet are attractive. I have
dudes'
toes, dude.
feet. Dudes' feet are
Dude,
not.
I don't want ever to see a dude's foot, ever.
Are you one of those
Ever
weird,
in my life.
Are you one of those weird foot
Ever.
guys?
No.
Is that what you're trying to say here?
Uh-uh.
Is that what you're trying to admit to
Nope.
me?
Nope.
See, there you go. Like that is if you're watching on Altitude Television or on
you
Twitch.
can put a little Broncos head on it.
So
Miles
it's
head.
Broncos colors, Broncos logos, and you got the little what's his name? Thunder?
Miles.
Miles. Good. Oh, sorry about that.
Well, Thunder's
Miles.
the other horse
Thunder's
that runs
the-
the field.
Thunder's
so
the
to be
live
fair,
Thunder's
horse.
the live horse, yes.
And then the horse up on top of the scoreboard is
What are you talking about? What'd you say?
the horse on top of the scoreboard. Yeah, never mind. It just
Whatever. But they got, the little things that you can plant inside the little holes or whatever. So that's what the licensing deal is. They can now put their logos on the Crocs. So if that interests you, if you want to be all nice and comfy in your house while you're watching Broncos games on Sundays, well, it's there for you. Now, 303-504-0925. Got a fact checker coming up in just a second. Stick around.
How much importance was defensively for you here tonight?
It all ends September 30th. And I'm talking about the federal tax incentives for electric vehicles. You got to take advantage of it right now with Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Mo here to tell you that they've got them all, including the awesome all-electric Ford F-150 Lightning. They've got the Mustang Mach-E. They're just waiting there for you. And get this, 0 interest for 72 months and lease credits up to $11,000 off. That blows your doors off right there. Greg Larson and his staff are going to hook you up big time. Just get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth and Broomfield or go online at sthmotors.com, sthmotors.com. Don't forget, get it done by September 30th. They've got them ready there to blow out at you right now. It's Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
C. See, Moj, try and move a little bit to it. See, you can do one of these. Know what you can't do? Yeah, move them hips, Moj. Move them. Get it.
No lies detected, Moj. Woo.
Those hips were telling the truth. Got it.
Dang right they were, Vic.
Got it.
My hips were talking.
Vic wasn't even watching. It's like
I
the temple in Indiana Jones where you can't look directly into Moser's hips.
Yeah. Yes. Moj, one last sort of recap here. The Avs are potentially, looks like they're going to make a signing of Victor Olofsson.
Raj is. I'm very intrigued by this. Raj called this actually a couple months ago, I think. He's like, hey, man, this guy's out there. Go get him. So if this does come to fruition, and I hope that it does, we'll see if it does. It's not official. Nothing's official.
My question is, why is he out there?
Yeah, I don't know, Vic. I couldn't tell you other than, look, he had 30 points. How many games did he play last year for Vegas? 56?
56.
He had 29 points in like 56. So we'll call it half a point a game guy, which was a rebound from his last year in Buffalo where he was broken down and had 15 points. Yeah. But he's a former 28-goal scorer. 3 years ago, he was a 28-goal scorer in this league. That's very intriguing to me.
Yep.
And the biggest thought here is, and if it's 1.5, if it's $800K, whatever the deal is, the money factor is great.
Yes.
For the potential upside, it really is, to me, a no-brainer. What have I been talking about? Every time you guys ask me about the Avs, what do I say? What do I want to shore up?
You want to shore up
the bottom six.
Yeah, the depth on the bottom.
And this guy is the kind of guy that can help you do that for sure.
Well, if you want to shore him up, why not just recruit one of the Shore brothers?
Vic, take a lap.
Is that a dad joke? What was that? Is that a dad joke? We call it, would that classify as a dad joke?
Have you guys noticed one of the funnier conspiracies that's come around in a while that revolves around the LA Rams? You guys know what I'm talking about here? That Matthew Stafford is actually dead and they cloned him.
It's like the Beatles when Paul is dead, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Replaced him with a new Paul McCartney.
If you guys look at any video surrounding Matthew Stafford at Rams camp, because he has been out with, he's been beat up over the years, but
Lower
back
issues.
problems.
Yeah.
Every single one of these videos that has Matthew Stafford, look at the replies, and somebody will say something like this: obvious clone, # Stafford died weeks ago. Another one. The LA Rams shared a deepfake video showing deceased quarterback Matthew Stafford practicing with the team. Another one showed the Stafford did the old Los Angeles veneers thing. So his teeth are totally different from years ago. And they're doing side by side saying, you really expect me to believe this is the same person.
Did he really change his teeth?
Did he change his face?
Oh, dude, he's got his teeth. He's got the Freddie Freeman
He
brights.
has not gone Hollywood.
He's got the Freddie Freeman brights going on,
Let's rate him. Let's rate him. If you get new teeth, hey, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're out there, eventually I might get new teeth. If you get new teeth, you're fair game because you just told us you got new teeth.
I mean, it's one of those, it's like, I don't think it's Rex Ryan level, but over the top enough where you're like, fake, right? Nelly, I'm going to send you a DM right now. Pull this up behind us. This is a side-by-side of his early days in Detroit with what he looks like now with the Rams. But one of my favorite things is that it's not actually Stafford. They've just cloned him. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Look at
I don't even need a close-up.
Look at
I
the
don't
headlights.
even need a close-up.
Look at the brights he's working with right here. Yeah.
Again, my response to this is always the same for those who get the new teeth, the veneers. And again, I would like new teeth at some point. My teeth are jacked.
Dude, you got to remove a couple teeth on the bottom there, bro.
Oh, yeah.
You got to get a couple. You got to get
Copenhagen mouth.
You got to get a couple.
Anyway.
Hey, I at least I have the correct number of teeth for my face.
Listen, Copenhagen stain. Listen to me. I'm reacting to the veneers. Why can't you simply ask the doctor, can we not brighten it up like snow? Can we just do a normal color tooth?
Just give me. I'll take the new teeth, but make them look like. Is
Like
there
normal?
How about this? A normal nice. How's that? How about this? I don't need the double G's. C cups work. You know what I mean? Like just normal.
Don't go crazy.
Normal, whatever. It's like not obviously noticeable stuff.
Why did you put it that way? Why did you go there?
It's the easiest way I could go.
Do you remember that video that emerged that I put out on social media? That time that Moj, thank you for Twitch for reminding me. Remember that time Moj was whitening his teeth before a hockey broadcast with his cell phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and you had the rat tail hanging out of your mouth?
I
you remember that?
Yeah, I lost that someplace. It must be like Buffalo or I don't know where, someplace. I lost it.
So can you explain what that was?
Yeah, you put the gel on and then it's like an ultraviolet that plugs into your phone to provide the ultraviolet. It works well. It's great. I love it.
So just for the record, I don't believe this is a true conspiracy. I think Matthew Stafford has always been alive. But
Man, he
who's
throws a
to
good
know
football.
this time of year?
You showed me that video. Was it you showed it to me a couple days ago of him throwing the football on a golf course to somebody? His delivery of the football is about as good as it gets.
It's an insane arm talent.
It's just a beautiful delivery.
Yeah.
So
it really is.
What is?
I mean,
his
I will
back-
say, I think my favorite throw I've ever seen.
What?
I think my favorite. His no-looker in the Super Bowl on that game-winning drive was just on. I still, when I see that video,
Pretty
I'm
awesome.
like, that's unbelievable.
Hey, how about the Arizona defender last week that was saying Bo Nix was throwing no lickers during practice?
Mac Wilson, I believe.
Yeah.
The safety.
What is his back issue? What is it? What do you call it?
It's called being slammed to the turf 8 million times. It's just he had a bad back in Detroit.
I think once you have that, though, it never doesn't linger, right? I mean, MPJ's gotten pretty lucky with his.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, he has.
And
Yep.
Stafford's no spring chicken. He's up there. He's almost 40.
But Stafford's got, it's not just that. He's had elbow problems. He's had neck issues. He's been beat the hell up. All right. Sorry, I got a private comment from Moser as I was speaking right there. Anyway, I have one other thing for
Nelly,
you.
it's true.
Nelly's got a fact check and we need to give him time on. Just real quick. I, for the life of me, and I think this is my generation, I don't understand. There's a new sort of piece of information that's been released that people who lined up to meet characters at Disney parks last year, 42% were childless adults.
Wait. I want you to
No.
Hold on. Let me set myself up to this. What's that now?
42% of people who waited in lines to meet characters at Disney parks last year were childless adults, is the answer.
No! God, please, no!
And I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. What's happening? Now I am somebody who I don't even understand like Comic-Con. So I'm really far the opposite way. I would not go to a convention for a 2-second glimpse of somebody who played Iron Man.
Okay. Those same people, just to play devil's advocate, because I agree, this is a sports show. Those same people would turn that argument around and say, 42% of adult males stand in line to get an autograph from another adult male who plays sports.
I'm not an autographed hound either, so
I know, I'm
that
just
I
telling
understand.
you,
Yes,
that would be their argument.
Yes, and that's fair. It's fair retort.
I like to go to Disneyland. Is that bad?
No, I think that's.
I have fun. Like we try to go, we know to get it, but sometimes once every couple of years maybe.
It's a theme park. Theme parks are fun.
Yeah.
There's rides.
Okay.
That's
But
fine.
I've never, ever lined up to see a Goofy running around or something like that.
It would be one thing like.
That's just me. That's just me.
I don't know how to break this down. Like, if Cinderella was a real person, maybe you'd be like, I can meet Cinderella. It's just, it's a costume. It's like, I see those on Halloween every year.
She is, but it's over at at PT.
You know what I'm talking about, though, don't you? It's
Colorado Boulevard.
If you stood in line to meet Peyton Manning, it's Peyton. But if it was a guy wearing a Peyton Manning uniform,
It could be anybody.
Like, it's not Peyton Manning.
Yeah. Let me blow your mind on this one, though, Brett, because you arrived in Denver basically at the height of the Nuggets.
Yeah.
All right? This is the greatest Nuggets generation ever.
Yeah.
Before you arrived, there was a time here. You understand, there was a time, as Moser will recall, where the greatest attraction at Nuggets games was Rocky the mascot.
Sure.
And that's honest. There's a 10-year run there. You would go to the game.
Good mascot, though.
Great mascot. But you would go to the game, not for the game. Most people went there for Rocky.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moj, am I being a little overboard there, or is that true? Is that a true statement?
Well, I mean, I would go for the hoops, but
Hey, baby Jamal Kale said her favorite.
Rocky was, put it this way, Vic, Rocky was always a win.
You know what baby Jamal Kale's favorite part of her first Rockies game was, other than the cotton candy and ice cream?
Dinger.
It was the purple dinosaur. Yeah. She loved the purple dinosaur. That's great. Yep. Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I have a follow-up question for one Victor Lombardi, but first, let's roll the tape.
Vic, how old do you think Alvin Kamara is?
Today?
Yeah.
When does somebody ever ask how old someone was and it's not today?
Question. Their birthdays sometimes change. By the way,
Vic, how
happy
old do you
birthday
think
to
Alvin Kamara is?
Today?
Today?
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Todd Helton, who's 52 years old today.
Today?
Today?
We gotta, Helton.
What a great question, Nelly.
We gotta get Helton on the program, man. I haven't talked to him forever. Got to get him on.
How old is Alvin Kamara? Well, today or last month?
What
are you asking?
Today or yesterday? What are we doing?
Today?
All right, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a great Wednesday. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
We got time, but by the time we get ready to play Tennessee, we'll have a lineup in nickel and penny, and we'll have roles for these guys and how we see us wanting to play them.
You got time to figure out the secondary ahead of week 1 against the Tennessee Titans. He would go on to talk about the vision for Jahdae Barron when they drafted him out of Texas. Welcome into the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Those were the words of head coach Sean Payton. Join us today, 303-504-0925. You got nothing but time, Coach Sanford.
Those were basically words that are breaking news from Sean Payton yesterday at training camp about Jahdae Barron he's a slot nickel or slot corner, some people call him. He's a nickelback. Awesome band right there, by the way. I went down a nickelback wormhole recently at a local watering establishment with one of those touch tunes, you know. Have you ever done that where you control the DJ?
It's odd that you spent money on Nickelback.
I know, but I did. I went Creed and Nickelback. I went Divorce Dad playlist. It was great. Anyway, back to breaking news of Jahdae Barron primarily being a slot corner and nickel. Raj, we broke that news on the morning sprint the day after the draft. When the world was coming to an end in Broncos country, what did we do here on the morning sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5? We got in contact with the defensive coordinator of Jahdae Barron's collegiate team, and that was Pete Kukowski of the University of Texas. And he told us he is a star. He's a great blitzer. He can play in the box. He does everything. And then everybody said, well, that's stupid. Why would you draft that player that's a sub-package player with the 20th overall pick in the draft? Well, you know why? It's because that position plays just about every snap. So there's really nothing to figure out about the secondary. You got two really good nickels. And you can use both of them in a dime package, which is with 6 DBs on the field at once instead of 5, which is why nickel is called nickel, because the 5th defensive back equals 5. A nickel is 5 cents. You get to a dime package, which doesn't fully make sense because six pennies doesn't equal a dime, but one more than a nickel in a sense. Your starting secondary is Riley Moss at corner, Pat Surtain the second at corner, Talanoa Hufanga at box safety. Brandon Jones is a roof safety. And you have a combination of Jaquan McMillan and Jahdae Barron playing nickel, period. Jahdae Barron's going to take that job over full-time at some point in the season. But not breaking news to me. Not breaking news to the morning sprint. Correct, Raj?
No, not at all. The reason why you select him, and you walked us through this, is nickel, sure, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, nickel was a sub package. It was something that you didn't typically check into. You were playing in base like 35% of the game, right? Especially when it was close.
Shoot, back in the day, it was like 80. Like nickel was the third down. It was like only for third down and 8+. You would bring out on the 5th defensive back. Outside of that, man, you were seeing two running backs or 2 tight ends on every play.
Do you know how often, according to Pro Football Focus, last year that the NFL used nickel?
87.
Not quite.
Okay.
But still very high. It's about 2/3 of the time
66%.
they're sitting in nickel.
Mm-hmm.
So when you question the draft pick, and that's what a lot of people were doing, is like, oh, why do you need that? You already have a luxury at secondary. You're super deep. He's not even going to play on the outside with Moss and Surtain. He'll never get to play on the outside. No, it was never the vision for Jahdae Barron. It's because the league has changed. Even since 2019, again, this is Pro Football Focus's number. Nickel was played at 55% back in 2019. That feels like it was yesterday. And it's already skyrocketed north of 10% since 2019. It's only going to be continued to use more. Like, the league will continue to use nickel and dime more and more as it continues to be a pass-heavy league.
The Broncos were in base only 25% of the time last year. Their defense had 266 total snaps in base.
They're at 25%?
Of base.
Okay.
Of base. So nickel and dime essentially made up 74%. And you can see why you are in the position that you're in now. And then there's a couple snaps of maybe a goal line 6-2 package where you go jumbo on inside the 3. But we all know that even according to Sean Payton, goal line snaps are so much fewer frequency-wise than even the 2-minute snap. Sean got into that in a post-game or a post-practice press conference of why the Broncos are doing so much 2-minute, 1 minute even sometimes, which is inside of a minute, is because every single game has 2 or more 2-minute situations in it before half and end of game. And if you're trailing by 14 points, Raj, your 2-minute drill can really start, for all intents and purposes, with about 6 minutes to go in the contest, because you need to get that scoring drive within 2 minutes anyway. And then either you choose to go with the onside kick, or you got to get off the field and force the other team to go 3 and out, and then you get another 2 minutes.
A great question from the 232, and I think this shows why they drafted Jahdae Barron for this role. Coach, if more teams are playing nickel and dime, isn't that an opportunity for teams to run the ball more often? The answer is overwhelmingly yes, but the reason why Barron is such a great pick,
he's rugged. He's a hitter.
There's no leaky yards with that guy.
He hits people of various body types. We've seen it in preseason. Preseason game 1, there were 2 hits that I saw that I said, that guy may look like a defensive back. He smacks like a linebacker. He smacks you and you stop in your tracks. Vis-a-vis Dre Greenlaw when we saw the best of him just about 2.5 weeks ago. That's what you get with Jahdae Barron.
I can't remember who the player was, but it was right before the final field goal of the half.
49ers game, or was
in
this?
The 49ers game. It was on the right side, like 2nd and 10, in the flat. Should have been.
It was in the flat, and there was some space. Remember, there was a little bit of space and that space got eaten up by Jahdae Barron's reaction time and his commitment to running through a ball carrier with full force and with zero fear. And that's what you're getting in your nickel, which is why he is so valuable, because Jaquan McMillan's a good nickel. He's got great ball skills. He's a big play nickel. He's not, I wouldn't call Jaquan McMillan a rugged nickel, a physical nickel. He's not soft, just to be clear. He's not soft, but you don't feel like you have defensive back Dre Greenlaw playing in that position when you have Jaquan McMillan on the field.
Who would you call a rugged physical nickel?
The Chargers. I always draw a blank on the dude's name. The best defender for the Chargers.
Derwin James.
Derwin James. The poster child of what you drafted in going out and getting Jahdae Barron. Derwin James. Physical. All over the place. Hit you.
Derwin's significantly larger, though.
Yeah, but that's the thing that's crazy about Jahdae Barron.
Derwin James is big. But 6'2", 220 big.
Yeah. Different body type, but rugged football player. And what I've learned in my experience evaluating players is that you can't always just typecast 6'2", 220 nickel is automatically going to be rugged and doesn't give up leaky yards. Not all body types are created equal.
And I'm not saying Barron's small. He's dense.
He's shorter. He's not big. Like you walk by him in person. He is dense though. There's density. Like there's bone density. There's muscle density. There's even his head. He looks like a boxer. He looks like a little like he's a super flyweight that's just ready. Like he looks like he's got a chin that is never going to get exposed in his boxing career. He's got that kind of look to him. And he's rugged, man. He's rugged. And that's a good thing. And so when you do have the opportunity, if you're Sean Payton offensively, and you're playing against these nickel packages, back to the original question here on the Shot Mazda text line, there are nickels that are soft. And then you get into some running situations where you probe the formations to make that nickel have to potentially fit the run game and even sometimes fit the box run game.
And we saw that. I see Josh texts in the outside zone run against Arizona, which happened right after Denver goes up 14-7. And Michael Carter, was it right before? Yeah, it was right before Denver would get the ball back and go on that 70-yard drive and stall at the 2 to make it 17-7. Michael Carter was running the rock pretty well.
Yeah.
It was an outside zone concept, bounces to the outside, and Barron meets him there and turns it from what probably was a 3 to a 4-yard gain with a chance to go big if he ends up getting the edge. Barron turns it into a tackle for loss. And that's completely different from the play that we were talking about against San Francisco when he was against a bigger bodied either tight end or wide receiver.
Yes.
When he stops it at 5 yards to gain, again, no leaky yards, he can make the stops against all body types. It was a great draft pick. I know we haven't seen him play any meaningful NFL snaps, right? Like, we're not in week 1 of the season yet.
And I know those of you that are continuing your morning of listening to Altitude Sports Radio, you had Get Off My Lawn Mark Moser this morning saying, it's all unicorns and rainbows and Skittles are coming out of everybody's rectal regions. Oh, it's just in Broncos camp. Everything's great. Well, we're going to be honest with you. And Jahdae Barron is exactly what you drafted him to be. He's a freaking rugged, physical nickel that also, by the way, Raj, what's the one thing that we've seen Jaquan McMillan maybe look better at, certainly this preseason and in training camp, than a Jahdae Barron?
Downfield outside coverage. Although he did get crushed for the 45-yard gain on the third play of the preseason.
But namely, what kind of big plays has he created in training camp that we've seen a couple times, and he made it in the first preseason game? He intercepts the football. He did it against the Cleveland Browns and Jameis Winston. He's got a nose.
Didn't he have a pick that was called off in preseason game number 1? Wasn't there a penalty that
I thought he had an actual
I think he had a pick, but I thought he had 2.
I think you're right about that.
I'm almost positive one he made on the sideline that got called back because of a flag.
That's essentially his superpower.
I think. Tell me if I'm wrong, guys. I get 303-504-0925.
Jaquan McMillan for the nickel position does have great ball skills. Tremendous ball skills. Like awkward body throws that he has to really contort his body to get to, or the amount of diving interceptions that he's made, both that we've witnessed in training camp and then we saw last season, the same one that sealed the game against the Browns or the Colts. I can't remember which one it was. But Jaquan McMillan has the ability to intercept any passer in the National Football League. But you know what? Do we think that Jahdae Barron doesn't have that same trait?
He led the SEC in interceptions last year.
Period, point blank, end of story. Dude, you've got awesome depth at that position.
Sunshine and rainbows like that. You should be sunshine and rainbows on August 20th. If you're not, I don't want to be around you.
If you're not.
I totally get realistic sports fan. I get that. Especially when you get into the season. But before every year, and guys, this is coming from a lifelong born and bred New York Met fan. Right? Like every year in the offseason, I go, this is our year. Like it's finally going to happen in my lifetime that the Mets are going to put it together and they're going to make a run and they're going to win a World Series. And you know what happens halfway through the year? Reality smacks me in the face. And then I go, you know what? We suck. This is my existence. I'm okay with that. But the following offseason, I'm right back into sunshine and rainbows when I think this is finally the year. That's what you should be feeling on August 20th. It's what I feel with the Broncos. It's what I feel with this secondary. Honestly, it's what I feel with the Avalanche. We'll get into what they did late last night and how it affects the middle six and the power play. The Avs made a signing, and I love it. Back inside the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. It's the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. We're going to get back into Sean Payton's comments on Evan Ingram and also the wide receivers, who's going to take on as wide receiver number 2 this year. But before we get there, maybe as some of you were sleeping or putting the kids down, and maybe you had already put your screens to bed, right? Yet you weren't looking at Twitter. Late last night, the Avalanche make a little bit of a depth signing, and this is something that
maybe a little better than a depth signing,
possibly
slightly better than just a pure depth signing.
The ceiling of this signing could be great, but you have to hit on all cylinders there. It was something that about a month ago I started pounding the table for, going, well, the Avs have cap space, and there's still some spots in the middle six that need to be shored up. And I went, I can't believe that this dude is still out there. The Avs signed Victor Olofsson, left winger, formerly of the Buffalo Sabres, and then last year had a 56-game stint with the Vegas Golden Knights. Scored 2 goals, 2 assists, 4 points in 9 playoff games. He had 29 points and I believe, again, 56 games played or 57 games played last year with Vegas. They signed him to a 1-year, $1.5 million deal. Now, is the money a little expensive for me? Sure, but only a touch. This is a dude who has 3 separate seasons in the NHL of scoring 20-plus goals. You would not expect him to be a top 6 player, although if you have injuries, he can slot in because he is a shoot-first guy. He'll likely be your third-line left or right winger if you want to play him on his off wing.
I mean, you look at these, at the numbers since 2020 and the 2022 season, 42 points, 32 points in the COVID-shortened year. Was COVID shortened at all?
In 2021?
Just the year 2020.
56 games, right? That's the league played.
He was a 32-point player in that COVID-shortened season.
That.
49 points in 21, 40 points in 22. And then this past year, man, he was a 44-point player. That's a good signing for the Colorado Avalanche to get somebody who has the ability to put the puck in the back of the net and or create chances. And you're probably going to be a third liner, which is good. That's a good addition, Raj. I went to a Golden Knights game a year ago. Remember I was making a big deal of it? It was when you and I were out there, and I got to show you I looked like a bag of milk at the Circus Stadium pool.
We're out there for the Masters.
We were out there for the Masters.
Late NHL regular
season.
And so
I watched the regular season game, Knights versus whomever. Can't remember. I hated the Knights environment. It's just cheesy as all get out. Bad medieval times vibes from the 80s. Anyway, Victor Olofsson was a guy that caught my eye. I was like, that. I don't know much about that player because he clearly was not part of the Vegas, like, deep-rooted. He's not going to be a part of the team going forward. He wasn't a part of the team going when the season started. And I think he put 2 in the back of the net the game I was at. I was like, kind of wish we'd get that guy. Very direct player from what I could see. Yeah, it's ability to be direct. I also like the fact you get another Swede on your roster, man. You know, it doesn't hurt.
The value versus market, they crushed this. His market value is between like 3 and 3 1/3.
Makes sense, right? When you look at the numbers.
Right. So
he's been a 40-point player every year.
The fact that you get him for a 1-year deal, a guy who scored 20 goals 3 times. Last year, we don't know if this was a blip, just a flash in the pan for Victor Olofsson because, well, when he was in Buffalo, he was a perimeter player. The reason why he scored 20 plus in Buffalo was he has a laser beam of a one-time shot in the power play. And that's what he was. He was a one-time power play merchant. Now, as we've seen over the last 4 or 5 seasons, when skilled player leaves Buffalo, skilled player typically finds success elsewhere. Sam Reinhart, Jack Eichel, maybe.
Temporarily, we would say our guy, John Blank, who was here very briefly.
Casey Middlestat.
Temporarily. At the tail end of that, was at the end of the 24 season, right?
Now, I don't really know. I don't really know if that's the rule. You leave Buffalo, you automatically become a better player.
Well, all you got to do is look at the plus minus, and Raj, I love plus minus.
It's a flawed stat.
Yeah, a little bit. But obviously, he was a minus 23, minus 16, minus 23 player for the Sabres. They stink. They're a bad team. They're a minus team at all times. He goes to Vegas Golden Knights after having been a minus 1 player through 51 games with the Sabres. He's a plus 17 player.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through how
versus what I witnessed with my own eyes and how he was employed in Vegas with their style.
In the defensive zone, they play a zone structure. I don't know what Buffalo employs in zone if they're man. So that does help shield wingers from defensive responsibilities when you play zone. It's kind of this like bubble system that works out from the corners. They are inherently a better team, both defensively from their forward side and their defensive core, led by Pietrangelo and Shea Theodore. The other thing that they get is, well, they're really, really good in goal, Vegas, typically. And when he's on the ice, this is last year with Vegas, Victor Olofsson. When he's on the ice, Vegas had really, really high save percentage. So there might be, well, when you were on the ice, your goalie was playing better. Now, he was 99th percentile last year in 5-on-5 defending at his position, which is stellar. However, where science can lie to you here is his difficulty against his players on the ice against was at the 25th percentile.
Okay.
So this is
Was he a consistent third liner?
Yeah.
No, ever a fourth liner?
He can play fourth, but he's not a grinder.
Okay.
Right? He's not going to be the guy who's going to go out and thump. And again, I don't want to touch the Avalanche fourth line. Don't touch that thing. That is Jack Drury, Logan O'Connor, and Parker Kelly. Do not touch that thing at all when LOC is back and healthy. Now, where the Olofsson experiment comes in here for the coaching staff is how do you deploy him? And someone on Twitter about a month ago when I was pounding the table for the Avs to go out and get this player because I love his upside, look at what they did with Jonathan Drouin.
Oui. Drouin.
The reason why I wanted him was if you deploy him properly, he could be, and I love this term, a bum slayer.
Okay.
Play him against third and fourth liners. And if you get the guy in the offensive zone on his off wing, that turns into a guy who can score between 15 and 25.
Who's your third line center? Drury?
Ross Colton?
Not Drury?
No, because I want Drury to play with Kelly and O'Connor.
True fourth liners.
I want them. It's bottom six at this point.
Yeah.
I just want those three to play together because they look great. They have the chemistry, so why mess up that line? I would play Colton in the middle and then throw Olofsson, sure, on his off wing on the right side, and then Ivan up on that third line left wing, or Joel Kiviranta up on that third line left wing. I don't care what side he plays on, honestly.
What point do you believe you get LOC back? Fully. Do you think it's beginning of the season?
No, late November, full is my guess. I think they're going to take the time.
Where does he slot in?
OC?
Yeah.
With Drury and...
fourth liner. That's right.
Just bottom six.
Yep, bottom six.
Bottom six. I don't care. I think the third and the fourth line this year will play very similar minutes. Very similar. Because they love the line of Drury, LOC, and Parker Kelly. I think you have to divorce yourself from thinking the first line gets the most minutes, the second line gets the second most minutes, the third line gets the third most minutes, and the fourth line gets the fewest. Now, with the Avs, when you have Nathan McKinnon out there, he's going to play like 23 minutes a game. So the first line is going to eat up all of those
Well, it's because he
minutes.
doesn't eat unhealthy snacks.
He doesn't. No Snickers.
Yeah, no Snickers.
Smack those Cokes out of Nikita Zordorov's hands.
All clean eating, too. Nothing's processed.
So yeah, you're going to have your top six is going to eat up a ton of minutes, but I think it's going to be split almost down the middle between lines 3 and line 4 because they know that they have a tried and true put this line out on the ice and they're not going to screw up between Drury, O'Connor, and Parker Kelly. Split the third and fourth line minutes down the middle and put Olofsson out there against lower level competition because when he's out there against lower level competition, not only does he score, again, 3-time 20-goal scorer in this league, not easy to score 20.
No, not at all.
But when he's out there against bum slayer, he turns into a 99th percentile defender. That's awesome.
It sure is.
Especially when his defect, the Olofsson defect is the guy's perimeter. He doesn't really play good defense. Well, when he plays top 6 minutes, yeah, he's going to suck. I'd also put him on the power play.
Bum slayer. Possibly a pause situation.
Oh, yeah. That's the reason why I love it so much. Cool. Bum slayer.
Yeah.
Slay that bum.
Cool. Just double checking.
Explode out
the
back end.
Make sure we're on the same page right there.
He's an elite one-time player. Does that mean he's going to slot in on the first power play unit? I don't know. When we talked about the glut of right-handed shots on the Avs, this is getting my hockey juices flowing, man. It's like coach on a Monday before week 0, man.
He's Olofsson's a 30-year-old, correct?
Yeah.
Experienced, but not old at all. Like ice experience in the NHL is essentially, as a full-time player, he's going on year 7, it appears.
Yeah, 7th round draft pick back in 2014. 30-year-old player.
Yep, going into year 7.
He kind of is who he is.
Made his debut at the very end of 2018.
Yeah, you're not hoping he takes the next step. You're hoping he is a 15 to 25 at the very most goal scorer with the Avalanche and a 40 to 50 point player for $1.5 million.
You probably like him on PP too, don't you?
I like him on. It's funny. I kind of like him on power play 1.
Ooh.
So when we talked about how the Avs power play unit changed drastically after moving on from Mikko Rantanen, it was because they now have a glut of right-handed shots. And it kind of forced them to move their feet a little bit more, but it did seem as though McKinnon and Makar weren't as comfortable with that.
It was too much cycling. Did it feel like overcycling to get people into position, whether it was Marty, whether it was Nate?
And then they tried to throw like Gabe on his left, right? So the left-handed shot on the opposite side of the ice so that your hips are opened up. And you can open up for that one-timer. They tried to throw Gabe over there for a couple of times to take that one-time opportunity. While he's fine. He's an NHL player. He's a top 3 pick. Like, he can hit a one-timer. There's other guys who are just better at it and have a laser beam. That's not really Gabe's forte. Gabe's forte is 3 feet from the crease and 3 feet in front of the goaltender. So stick him there. Now, with Olofsson, when you put him on the far side, while he isn't a top 6 player at 5-on-5 for you, in these very sheltered minutes, I would love to see him on power play 1, especially if it makes Nate and Cale a little bit more comfortable. Now, as you change the look of this offense and the look of the power play going into next year, if your goal as Jared Bednar is like, we need to move our feet more and we can't be as stagnant on the power play, then you don't put Olofsson on the power play 1 unit. Now, with Nathan McKinnon in the power play, like power play 2 doesn't get much time. If power play 2 gets 25 seconds in on an opportunity, they're lucky.
Well, if he's the laser beam that you talk about,
dude, he can shoot a one-timer.
And he's got a left-handed. What do you call it? Left-handed stick. He shoots left-handed. He's left-handed. Is that right in hockey?
He's a left-handed shot. Yes,
left-handed shot. It's where you're a bit deficient with guys that have plus abilities. Right. It's a good signing.
Like moving on from Mikko, that was an elite power play.
Was he dangling as a free agent, or was he still a part of the Vegas?
As a free agent,
pure free agent,
just sitting there. I think that's the reason why. Like when you look at his market value, and again, I use AFP analytics as my market value kind of Rosetta Stone.
I wonder if Gabe and him have some type of relationship from national team.
I have no idea.
Like if that played any role whatsoever in
I'd take that.
Maybe a quote unquote team friendly deal.
I'm cool with that. Because you needed a team friendly deal.
There's a lot of. I mean, there's certainly there are plenty of NHLers from Sweden, but it's not Canada. It's not Russia and all the derivatives of the former Soviet bloc. I mean, it's Sweden. I would say
NHLers by country.
I'm gonna say it's 4th or 5th.
Sweden has, this is according to the hockey writers.
It depends on how much divided up this kind of Soviet Union, Russia, the form, like, because I look at
Hold on. What, you look at that. What are you talking about?
They're all Russians, man.
All of the dudes in the league, almost every dude in the league that is of Russian descent is actually of Russian descent.
Yeah,
not Soviet Republic. We're not talking about like the late 90s where like Sergei Fedorov and Alex Mogilny had to defect.
Correct,
all of these were born under, the red, white, and blue Russian flag.
But Georgiev's Belarusian. He's Russian. Okay? There's not what's the difference between a Belarusian and a Russian?
Guy might not be in the league.
Yeah, he's going to go, better brush up on your
better
Belarusian.
relearn Russian. Canada, 40% of the league. The United States, 29% of the league.
Russia.
Sweden at 9.3% of the league. There were 66 players from Sweden last year. Russia has 46 at 5.5%. So are you going to like throw the Czech Republic in there?
Former Soviet
come
bloc.
on, you can't.
Marty Natchez, man.
You can't do that.
Marty Natchez, without question, is just he's an old Gorbachev guy. Loves Mikhail Gorbachev. Just kidding. The Czech Republic feels different. I think it's got its complete own language.
Like it's
but Belarus
at this point, throw Finland in there too.
No, Finland is that's a Scandinavian country. It has nothing to do with the former Eastern Bloc.
What are you talking about?
Finland was in the Eastern Bloc?
Russia took over like half of Finland multiple times.
That's just an occupation, though. Finland is Scandinavia.
It is Scandinavia, sure. The fact that you're trying to give Russia all of these other countries is insane. Give him Slovakia.
Okay, I just asked AI. Google AI.
What is Russia?
Is Finland former Soviet Union? No. Finland was never officially part of the USSR.
Well, no.
It was
just took
under
over part of the country.
It was under Russian rule for over a century.
There we go.
Gained independence in 1917.
You know what, Mikko Rantanen? You're Russian now, buddy. Welcome to the fatherland.
God.
Motherland.
Who else we got?
Moose is loose.
Who else we got that's Russian then with that logic? Natchez is Russian.
Natchez is Russian. Our old friend Sven Andrighetto, Russian.
Well, that's clearly Russian. His name's Sven.
Sven feels like it's Scandinavian, though. Come on.
It is. That's from like Frozen. Sven. The movie Frozen. Definitely not Russian.
Yoo-hoo. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. On the other side, I want to talk about wide receiver number 2. We touched on it a little bit yesterday. You told me that Devonta Smith isn't good enough to play here in Denver. But who's the wide receiver 2 for the Broncos? We'll hear from Sean Payton on the other side.
We are done with this segment.
The morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Coach Mike Sanford as we, try and assign new nationalities to all of the former Soviet players. And who's Russian now, according to the Mike Sanford logic? Backup center for the Denver Nuggets, Jonas Valanciunas. You're now Russian.
Yes, welcome.
You were Lithuanian, you're now Russian.
Welcome over, former Soviet Union. 6'11", 265-pound center.
Great text coming in. By that logic, doesn't that make all the American-born players Mexican? Who knew? Mexico's so good at hockey. Sean Payton talked about his wide receiver 2 spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think some teams are more predictable with where the X is and the slot and the Z and then in the term, the number 1, the number 2. I get all that. They're all going to play in different roles, and so we probably are a little bit different with our rotation substitution patterns that you guys can decide who 2 is and 3 is and 4 is, but there's going to be a role if they're dressing and they're getting on the field, and they're not going to line up in the same spot all the time. I think that would be the easiest way to describe it.
Coach talking about his 2s, his 3s, his 4s, X and Z's and Y's. Is Cortland Sutton, based off of that response there, is he the unicorn on this offense? Right? Because if everybody else is interchangeable, which is what I got from that.
Yeah.
That's what I got from they're going to have their own roles. They'll play 2, 3, 4, X, Y, Z, like all of these different things.
Yeah, Cortland Sutton's the X receiver. And the X receiver in just about every single offense is it's the player that is your best possession player. It's arguably your best red zone target. And it's the isolated wide receiver in man coverage because he's typically in 2x2 3x1 formations is going to get one-on-one coverage.
So he's the offensive unicorn.
The only other player that I would say that so Cortland plays one role. While it's crazy for me to say that the guy that you've tabbed the Joker in Evan Ingram is similar in a sense. I don't know that Evan Ingram is going to share roles holistically with the other tight ends in the group.
Inline blocking.
Just what not a ton of frequency at what he's going to be asked.
You get in the game, you run down the field.
Yep. So in a sense, I feel like Evan Ingram is a bit of a known commodity. He is your clear-cut starter, number 1 guy in the tight end room. Cortland Sutton, the only other guy that is a clear-cut number 1 starter in your offensive skill room.
But then you have 3 skill players, I would say, in this offense that have unique and defined roles. And that is Sutton as X, Ingram as downfield tight end, and we're really not going to use you to work on outside zone blocking. We're going to leave that to Kroll and Troutman and Caleb Lohner if he ever gets into a regular season game this year. That's okay. You can chip and then get downfield. But we're not going to throw you in power packages or goal-to-go situation. Number 1 isn't out there, right off of Mike McGlinchey's hip. The other one is Marvin Mims.
Feels like he does something that really nobody else in your wide receiver room does.
And he's not interchangeable with the Devon Vele's, Pat Bryant's, Troy Franklin's, Trent Sherfield's.
We, for a while, there's a narrative that I thought was a false narrative, or at least a fudged narrative, that Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims do the same things. Have 2 of those guys walk into a bar at the same time and tell me they do the same thing.
No, they're different body types for sure.
Different body types, different roles on this offense. Troy Franklin's he's not small.
Troy's had a delightful camp.
Very, very good. He's been really good for all of training camp and then backed up by what I would say is the best preseason game of anybody. Probably the MVP for this offense, probably the MVP of preseason. Jarrett Stidham. Jarrett Stidham's been fantastic.
Yeah, but if you're going to give out the award of preseason MVP, is it just It's funny because we were talking about like rookie of the year last year when I kind of went off about how the hell did Bo Nix fall so far behind Jaden Daniels when their numbers were literally the same. Their numbers were separated by a touchdown in favor of Nix and 3 yards per game combined between passing and rushing in favor of Daniels. Like the same stats over their 7 games, and Nix had a better record at 5-2.
Did the media vote ever? Did it ever come to light of day in terms of how close the actual vote was? Did we get that? Was that information available with Offensive Rookie of the Year? I don't even remember.
2024 awards voting. I can take a very quick peek at this.
I think it did come out.
NFL AP Offensive Rookie of the Year voting. 99% of the first place votes went to Jaden Daniels. He had 485 points. 48 of 49 first place votes went to Daniels. The other first place votes went to Brock Bowers, who had a sensational season.
Did Brock Bowers was he the leading vote getter for second place?
I don't see that here.
Or is there
but
even,
he had,
I don't know if there are second place votes.
I would assume there's second and third and fourth, but I'm on Pro Football Reference. It doesn't say. He had 58 more points than Nix did coming in at third. So to go back to our conversation yesterday, right? You know, I was upset about a regular season award, and then you went, well, the reason why you felt jealous watching Jaden Daniels scamper in on Monday night against Cincinnati was because, well, you have the history of what he did in the playoffs. Yeah, I guess I can get jealous there. With preseason MVP, if it's just the games and the result of the games, yes, the answer is Jarrett Stidham. But if it's the result of the games, what you did in those games, and how it translates to Broncos' success during the regular season, it's either Troy Franklin or Pat Bryant. Because I know what I'm getting out of Pat Bryant as a rookie, and that is third down safety blanket.
Yep.
Troy Franklin showed to me he can hang on to a football. Holy smokes.
He can catch it down the field.
And he's bigger.
He got bigger, too. Like, he was already a big framed individual, but he had a good offseason. That's what he did.
He did have a good offseason.
It looks like his training was really good, and it looks like his overall mindset and commitment to being the guy that he believes he can be, which going into his final season at Oregon, Troy Franklin, I remember coaching against Troy Franklin. You heard the name, and it was one of those synonymous with future first-round pick, Troy Franklin. He just didn't have a tremendous final season at Oregon. It wasn't bad. He was statistically good, but there were some drops in there. And then he didn't have a great combine. I remember it. Both he and Bo Nix, the worst thing that they've done in the National Football League,
go to the combine,
was been their performance at the combine. The two
Stay home, young men.
That's what I saw.
Am I leaving out any players for preseason MVP? And again, preseason MVP from this conversation is not just what you've done in those games. It means what you've done in those games and how it pertains to the regular season success of this team. My two guys were Patrick Bryant, Troy Franklin. Am I leaving someone out? Because I'm not going to throw Stidham in there because I don't expect Stidham to impact the regular season. If Stidham impacts the regular season, something's gone terribly wrong. Either Bo is terrible or Bo is hurt.
If we want to talk outside of the wide receiver room, I do think that R.J. Harvey has been a player that I do believe you know what you have in
he
R.J.
would get some third or fourth place votes.
Yes, but not in the first two conversation. But he has shown you the burst in game one to get to the edge, and everybody's, he only goes to the edge. Oh, really? Did you see what he did in his touchdown carry in game 2 against the Cardinals? He slithered through a hole that was about as wide as you are, Raj.
I'm not a very wide human.
No. And even if you were facing sideways and sucking in. You ever done that?
Yeah, the old Acme run behind a tree and you disappear from frame. I can do that.
Yeah, that's what our guy showed in game 2 that he's capable of doing. R.J. Harvey would be in that conversation. I mean, this is right here. Look at this. Look at that gap. I mean, we're watching Alex Forsythe. His foot is actually touching, it's staggered on top of, or actually underneath Alex Polcheski's foot.
Okay, so from someone who's never toted a rock behind 4 300-pounders, 290-pounders.
No, those guys are all 3+.
Okay, 300 pounders.
They're all huge.
Again, guys, you know this about me if you listen to the show. I never played football. Never did. I was a hockey player, baseball player. That's what I grew up playing. For me, John Q. Lamo, when I look at this picture, I go, why would you not cut back to the right-hand side? Like, is the biggest hole in the picture, and you guys have seen this, Ryan Green from the DNVR tweeted it out.
The gap RJ Harvey used to score his first TD. That's the name of the tweet. You can look it up right now.
For me,
just
with my untrained eye looking from behind an offensive line, I'm going to bounce to the right and go outside the dude whose back is turned to me. In what world do you teach that?
Well, in the world,
how do you teach that?
In the world that you teach, because this is duo. See, there's double team 78 and 54. So I'm actually not sure who 78 is, but 54 is Alex Forsyth. That's a double team in duo, which has a lot of similarities to inside or tight zone. You want to press the heel line of the offensive line before you make a cutting decision.
Okay.
And so in the process of RJ Harvey here, pressing, meaning getting closer to the heel line of the offensive line, you feel it. Can I just leap through that thing? And at that point he said, yep. And you're decisive. Problem is when you make the decision and where running backs, even in week 1 of the preseason, RJ Harvey was criticized for, is that he made that decision too prematurely. So 4 or 5 yards behind the actual heel line.
You had such a great opportunity to continue the 6-7.
Watch this right here.
Yesterday.
Oh, I know. Look at this.
You missed.
This is duo. Look at the 2 double teams. 2 double teams, and he felt it. There it is.
That's a great run.
Press the line of scrimmage. That's what you want to see.
Presses hard on his right foot, freezes that outside linebacker or the safety who's stepping in on the right
just
side.
A little,
Like, hey, I might come at you, and that forces that. Again, I don't know if it's an outside linebacker or safety coming down.
It looks
to
like an
fill the
outside
hole.
backer.
So,
to your point, he did a really good job of you. It's kind of like when you're setting a hook as a fisherman.
Yeah,
you feel the nibble. You feel that nibble, and what RJ Harvey did is he gave just enough illusion that I might cut back outside right. Nope.
And
I'm going to be back inside strong.
In this league, if you get someone flat-footed for a quarter second, that's the difference between a 3-yard gain and punching it in from
100%.
Got it. I learn things. I learn new things every single day here on the show with you. I appreciate that. 303-504.
I appreciate you. Thanks for teaching me that not every former Soviet bloc player in the NHL is Russian.
I love that, though.
Thank you so much.
Just everyone's Russian now. And all the American players are Mexican or French at some point. Depends where you're born. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line today. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Hour number 2 is coming up at 11:15. KJ will take us through the biggest stories in the NFL with his NFL notes. Don't go anywhere. I learn things. I learn new things every single day here on the show with you. I appreciate that. 303-504.
I appreciate you. Thanks for teaching me that not every former Soviet bloc player in the NHL is Russian.
I love that, though.
Thank you so much.
Just everyone's Russian now. And all the American players are Mexican or French at some point. Depends where you're born. Hour number 2 of the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Mike Sanford. I'll have to tell my father that he's Russian now, because we learn new things every day here.
Happy Russia Independence Day, Raj. I don't know what that means in Russia. Everybody else got independence from Russia.
That's a vocal stim for
You ever been to Russia?
The early 2000s. No, I have not. I would love to, though.
My wife's been to
not,
Russia.
in the middle of a ongoing war or conflict, but I'd love to, find my way into St. Petersburg one day.
Anne-Marie went to Russia the week that I met her. I met her, we were basically long distance, and she left the next day for basically a mission trip to Moscow with her dad, who was a pastor. Kind of cool.
I think I'll eventually get there.
She said
day.
the cuisine was horrific.
I don't think the Russians are known for food.
Yeah.
Vodka?
Yeah, not on a mission trip.
They
though.
love a vodka. No, that's maybe the pastor will frown on that one. If you bring me, yeah.
Russian Orthodox. All good.
Nick Bonito met with the media yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're going well. I feel like there's been good communication on both sides. I think, it's just my agent. I feel like he's one of the best in the game. I feel like I got to trust what he's doing, and knowing how they feel about me upstairs, I feel like something will get done, but it's just a matter of when. And, until then, I just got to keep doing me.
Nick would also talk about the decision that went into having the little procedure on the bone spur in his foot. That's now done. He said it started with the 49ers practice where we then saw less and less of Nick Bonito.
Nick Bonito's agent from South Carolina, Tory Dandy. So not one of the normal names that you hear, the Condons and the Steinberg, the mega agents. So just interesting. Giving him a little plug right there, but continue.
I think it's very clear that they are going to wait until Micah Parsons signs. And there were 3-4 follow-up questions after Bonito talked about, the team likes me, they're getting stuff done, and they're having these conversations. It's the least of my worries to get a deal done before the season. It was typically what you heard from players of like, hey, I'm going to focus on football. And what that told me was like, dude, they're just waiting to see when Micah signs in Dallas, and the very next day or 2 days later, meaningful football this year yet, it would be a very reckless decision of the Bonito camp to go, I'm going to bet on myself again going into a year where my offseason was not fully healthy. While Nick had a great offseason and has had a wonderful camp and had an awesome showing in week 1 of the preseason against San Francisco. Like he had one drive that was all about Nick. 3 straight plays, 2 quarterback hits and a sack. I wouldn't risk it if I was his camp. As soon as Parsons puts pen to paper, I would go, all right, let's go right underneath Micah. Because we're not Micah Parsons. That Nick Bonito is not Micah Parsons. He doesn't play enough comparatively in terms of percentage of snaps per game. But I would not bet on myself again, knowing that my offseason was not completely healthy, which it hasn't been.
A little deeper dive on Nick Bonito's agent, Tory Dandy, who now is a managing partner and co-head of CAA, which is massive, is one of the most significant sports agencies. There is good news for Denver Broncos fans. So Tory Dandy was the agent that got the Pat Surtain deal done with the Broncos.
And that's an envious deal around the league right now.
So maybe Tory's not going to get...
It feels like the McKinnon deal now.
He's not going to get team-friendlied again.
I don't know.
That may be where it's at.
Maybe he will.
The other ones, so it's interesting. A couple of significant contract negotiations that Tory Dandy, agent for Nick Bonito, has been a part of. A.J. Brown got him the $96 million 3-year contract, $84 million guaranteed with the Eagles. And I'd say ultimately that's paid off, huh? And then CeeDee Lamb. He was CeeDee Lamb's agent as well.
Where does A.J. Brown slot? A.J. Brown slots in terms of average value around wide receivers in the league. He is at 6th. He trails Garrett Wilson, DK Metcalf, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase.
So, of note, Dandy, just talking about the potential for a long-term holdout negotiation problem. We'll see. We don't know if that's going to happen at all. It doesn't appear
Nick's
to be.
not holding out.
It doesn't appear to be headed in that direction. But in addition to the A.J. Brown deal, CeeDee Lamb deal, Pat Surtain, the second deal, of note, Dandy has also been in charge of DK Metcalf and Deebo Samuel, of which neither player ended up staying with the current team, their team of origin. Deebo Samuel, obviously now he's a Washington Commander. Got that deal done. DK Metcalf, no longer a Seattle Seahawk. Different.
That was
way
different.
Longer in the tooth. Certainly has been around the league a whole heck of a lot longer than Nick Bonito. And DK Metcalf had already been in his second contract. This was a third contract situation. Deebo, I think this was second. Was it third? I think Deebo's, what is he, 6th-year player? Doesn't feel like he would be a full third contract player yet.
Deebo is 29 years old. He has
probably
played.
third contract guy.
Yeah, no, this is a second contract.
Oh, it is?
Wasn't Deebo Deebo's a second rounder, so he would have played 4 years. No, this is second contract.
Okay. Commanders is second contract.
Yes.
So I have all the hope and belief that a deal will get done between Dandy and the Broncos in due time because they have already established good negotiating equity between the two sides.
Again, I would
Pat
not.
Surtain's the great. That to me, that's the awesome illustration of something gone well.
On the text line, the 508, there's no way Benito's making close to what Parsons will be making when your career high in sacks is 13.5. Why would they be waiting for Parsons to sign? I'm not saying they're waiting for Parsons to sign so that then the Benito camp can go over the top. That's not going to happen. The reason why you would wait for Parsons to sign is because he then assumedly resets the market. Let's say he makes 41.5 on average.
Did I just learn a new word?
What?
Assumedly?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Would then go over TJ Watt in terms of average at 41.5. That then automatically raises the floor for what Benito can make. I'm not saying it's Benito's turn to then go over the top and make 42 per year. No. But if he waits for a big-time contract to reset the market, he inherently makes more money. That's how the free agency market works. That's why you would wait for Parsons. Not because you think you're going to make more than him or because you think you can even make in the same realm. It just raises your salary floor.
I'm just proud of you right now because assumedly is a word. I was going to call you out and say it wasn't because I was thinking presumably
is also a word.
Which that would be used with more frequency than assumedly in the English language. It's a great job. Assumedly a real word. Proud of you.
Just trying to not get got.
Do you, as a Bronco fan, 303-504-0925, Alex Ryanemi as a lifelong follower of the Broncos? We won't call you a fan necessarily, or yes or no, because you're an analyst for the Broncos. Do you want Nick Bonito's deal done before the season starts? Is it best for the franchise?
Yes. It's best for the franchise to get it done.
What's best for the player?
Get it done before
I
the
think
season.
so too.
And
that's where I believe a deal will get done.
If he was not dealing with the bone spur issue, if he had gone through camp completely healthy, I would say go ahead and wait. That's fine. Because then if you start the season on like this torrid pace and you're leading the league through 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks, then you get the deal done. You can bump up that number even higher. But God forbid he goes into week 1 and he's fine. You get, sack and a half against Tennessee. Game number 2 finds another sack against Daniel Jones. But then game number 3, that bone spur starts to act up a little bit and he misses week 4. Maybe he misses week 5. Then you get into this negotiation tactic. If you're the Broncos, you go, like, you really want 30? You really think you're worth 35 at this point? We can't trust you to stay on the field. What's the main reason that Coach and I, over the past couple of weeks, have told you that Nick Bonito, while he is amazing, is not in the same realm as Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa.
Snap counts.
Snap count percentage. If you get hurt, you're not going to sniff it, man. You're going to sit at that 62% that he was at last year. You want to make $40 million? Not only do you have to be a 13, 14, 15, 17 sack guy, you got to play 85% of the snaps.
Raj, you mentioned the potential sacks against Daniel Jones, who has now been named the starting quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. I saw James Palmer stat this morning, our friend James Palmer. Among the 41 quarterbacks with 10 or more regular season starts since 2023, who do you think have the two lowest passer ratings for qualifying quarterbacks? I'll give you a hint. They both play for the Indianapolis Colts.
Really? Richardson and Jones.
Daniel Jones, 76.6.
Dang.
Anthony Richardson all the way down to 67.8.
Well, yeah, the leading headline on ESPN today was that the trust is now questionable between Anthony Richardson and the Colts. That's coming from Richardson's agent, Derek Jackson. No crap, Sherlock. They don't trust him. They don't go to retread. Thank you. They don't go to retread Daniel Jones.
You need a beat for crap?
No, but
okay. It's good.
Doesn't hold the same, gravitas. Like that phrase is way better when you can actually say it. That dude's done. He's done. Your time starting in this league is over, which is amazing because he's been in the league for 2 years?
No crap, Captain Crunch.
It's like when you hear someone say, "Gosh dang it."
Golly gee willikers. Dadgummit. One of my favorites of all time was Mike Riley. Do you remember Mike Riley, the former head coach of Oregon State? He was the head coach of the San Diego Chargers. My dad worked with him, so I knew him very well. And then he ended up, his final head coaching job in college football was at Nebraska, and it was a bad stint. Very, very, very bad stint.
Was he a cursor but not a cursor?
He was the king of the replacement curse word.
Frick!
And he was mic'd up. It's his mic'd up segments from NFL films back in like the late 90s are the stuff of legends.
Oh, fudge it.
Yeah. Oh, he did every possible. And he's also got a little bit of he played for Paul Bear Bryant at University of Alabama. And so he's got a little bit of that just good old Southern charm to him. Well, golly gee willikers. Well, dadgummit.
Now, if you were elite, though, and you were a cursor, it's even more infuriating as an opponent.
Oh, yeah.
Phillip Rivers.
Yes.
If you're an elite player and I know you're not cursing at me, it makes me lose my mind.
Speaking of which, a mere 2 days from now, I'm going to be mic'd up. The amount of Mike Riley-esque replacement curse words is going to be the stuff of legends. Dadgummit!
Hold on.
Shut the front door.
You and Brett Kane were talking about this right before they left and we got on the air at 10. Brett desperately wants to have a play named after him.
Or a check at the line of scrimmage.
Or a check named after him.
Kane!
You know what's even better? You have to use Brett or Kane as a curse filler.
Son of a
Brett!
How about, we quit being such a Kane?
Well, that just sounds like a slur at that point.
Well, that's the point. What do you mean?
I don't know.
A slur?
You gotta be Bretton kidding me.
Son of a biscuit-eating bulldog.
That's what you need to do. Don't name a player a check after him. Use Brett or Kane as a curse filler. I would love to hear that if you're mic'd up.
I love this.
That's
From the
what I wanna do.
339 on the Shop Mazda text line. My buddy and I called those Catholic curse words.
Yes.
For instance, mother trucking, asparagus, licking biscuit.
You're such a Kane in my ass. That's it. That has to be it. That's it. NFL notes are next.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and I want to tell you about my favorite app to check out some odds, and that's Circa Sports of Colorado. College football debuts, and these are games that actually tangibly count. So the silly season of betting on preseason football is now over, and in college football, you have some bangers this weekend. Great games to be able to tune into. So make sure you download the Circa Sports of Colorado app. This is where sports betting is the way that it should be, and that's with tight money line splits, tremendous odds. You can't find better odds anywhere else. And that's the reason for it, is that this is real sports betting. It's got customer service that treats you like the VIP. So make sure you download the Colorado Sports app, Circa Sports Colorado app, wherever you get your apps. And just as a reminder, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. You must be 21 years or older.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes heading into week 3 of the preseason. Mr. Granderson, start us off.
They say patience is a virtue, Raj, and Broncos outside linebacker Nick Bonito believes that, quote, wholeheartedly. Raj referenced it earlier, but here is Nick Bonito stepping up to the media yesterday and talking about, does it matter how whether Micah Parsons gets his deal done first, or does it matter if he gets this deal done before the season starts?
Do you want to wait until Parsons signs, possibly?
Say that again?
Would you prefer to wait until Parsons signs or gets his new deal?
Honestly, that's up to my agent. I kind of just leave that up to him. He brings me with ideas, and I just yes or no, but I don't really have no preference.
Nick, is it important for you at all to have the deal done before the season or at a certain point?
I mean, not really. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm still under contract for another year, so I mean, yeah, I would like to get it done, but that's like the least of my worries, honestly. Like, I just want to compete for a championship this year, do all the things that we have set out to do as a team and as a defense. So.
Who's more likely to regret not getting this deal done before the season, the Broncos or Nick Bonito?
The player always.
Yeah.
Oh, are you about to say something different?
I just, after what I watched in the opening game against the 49ers, I just feel like Nick Bonito is going to go off this year. I think he's going to have.
He looks dominant.
I think he's going to have 17.5 plus sacks.
Holy smokes!
I think he's going to have Trey Hendrickson-like year. And much like the Pat Surtain deal, at the time, Pat Surtain hadn't been Defensive Player of the Year when he signed him, correct? But you saw a lot of signs of what was to come. The Broncos just weren't a good enough team back then for Pat Surtain to be that impactful. So you ended up getting a really, really good deal because of when you signed him to that deal. I don't know that you'll get the same deal if you wait with Nick Bonito. I think you're going to be able to get away with paying him number 5, number 6 defensive end, outside linebacker, pass rush specialist type of numbers. And if it's after the season, the way that I see Nick Bonito going about his business this year, some of the quarterbacks you're playing against this year,
especially the first couple weeks of the season, brother.
Cam Ward, Daniel Jones. Oh, you get a little Russell Wilson mixed in there? You might get a little Justin Fields mixed in there?
Is Russ going to be the starter week 7?
We'll see. I think Russ just likes ducking his old team.
You get to go against an offensive line in Cincinnati that looks porous.
Yeah, Burrow's just so savvy. But he'll get sacked.
He's going to have a lot.
Geno Smith's going to get sacked.
Okay. The reason why I say the player will regret it is recency bias.
Somebody just said, come on, Sandman. You're basing that off 3 good plays. I'm basing it off an unbelievable 24-25 campaign in which Nick Bonito is a top 5 sacker in the National Football League. That's what I'm basing it off of.
Yeah, his arrow is very clearly pointing up. He's been amazing during camp, not just the San Francisco game. Like, it's so clear that he is like an anomaly as compared to the rest of the dudes on the defense, especially in the front side of the defense.
I keep underselling what he did in 24. I keep saying he's top 5.
Number 3.
He was number 3.
He's number 3.
He's number 3 in the National Football League.
If he didn't have the bone spur thing, I would be in complete agreement with you, is that the Broncos will live to regret it because they're going to cost themselves money.
But we all got bone spurs, man. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, we all have bone spurs.
I got bone spur in my left knee because I was challenged to try to jump and touch I was challenged by an entire roster to try to, at 43 years old, get a vertical jump and touch a ceiling vent. And a bone spur just blew up, and now I can barely walk.
God. Your job is not to run around Trent Williams. That's Nick Bonito's job. It's easier for you to deal with a bone spur.
Be all right.
You will be fine.
And so will Nick.
What's next?
Michael Parsons.
Yesterday, almost 24 hours to the time, Coach Sanford said that Pat Bryant is an emerging star. 30 or so minutes after that yesterday, Sean Payton goes on to explain why having a set position at wide receiver is counterproductive, even though he knows who his number 1 is. Instead of playing the audio, I just want to get straight to the question because I want to ask you guys, we know where Sean stands now with that stance. Who needs to be the number 2 wide receiver by the end of the season?
Troy Franklin. Jinx 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's probably a little bit predating you. The jinx when you say it at the same time.
The jinx, you owe me a soda type of thing.
Yeah. I don't really
No
remember.
one ever bought me a soda.
Yeah.
That was crap.
Back in the 80s, we used to count. I don't know what we were counting to. It was like.
So, what was the payoff? Like, I counted to 10 faster than you?
It was the dumbest thing ever.
The only thing that ever paid off is, like, you ever play the game Doorknob with your buddies when you were a kid?
See, I'm a little too old.
You know the game Doorknob, though.
Yeah. It's like the first person.
When someone lets one rip, if someone screams doorknob before the person who dealt it says safety, then you have to find a doorknob. And if you don't find one, you can just beat the living crap out of your buddy until he touches a doorknob.
So you can be the person that rips the fart
and then yell
not
safety.
Not admit it, but then touch the doorknob?
Yes.
And then you lie, but you're safe?
Yeah.
That's a dumb game, man. That's not about real honest transparency.
If it's a loud, very obvious.
Gosh,
like if
no
you
wonder
mean,
you guys' generation has so many issues.
If you, me, and KJ are in a room, and someone lets a very audible toot out,
AKA Scott,
we know we know who dealt it. Therefore, like, also Scotty, if you're 6'10", I'm not going to try and like punch you a bunch of times because then I'm in trouble.
We had an offensive.
That was a great game. At least you could pay off doorknob.
Did a lunchtime offensive unit meeting yesterday with a bunch of big uglies, bunch of offensive linemen in there. And as the meeting adjourned, somebody with the most rancid, I'm talking the most rancid crop dust, left the room, crop dusting the room. Immediately after, followed by the meeting, was freshman seminar coming in.
Oh, no.
And I just sat there and watched the reactions of every single
those poor children,
sweet young lady that walked into this room. And I said, I am so sorry. And they're all looking at me as if I was the one who did it. I'm like, no, I'm not.
You sicko.
I'm sorry, but I'm like, it's not. I'm sorry because it was me. I'm sorry because of those 6'3.5", 295-pound mutant intestines that just emitted.
There's just 7 double-doubles and Neapolitan shakes percolating in there.
Protein shakes in there, too.
1,400 calorie enormous shakes. You got the sand missiles causing nuclear toots.
Sand missiles.
KJ, I don't know, what were we even talking about?
Doorknob.
Troy
Jinx.
Franklin?
We got jinxed on Troy Franklin.
That's the answer. Because if Troy Franklin is the true number 2, Bo is throwing 35 touchdowns.
That's the other way we got started on this. It was number 2. We were talking about number 2 receivers.
What's next?
2. Michael Parsons.
The Denver Broncos play the New Orleans Saints coming up this weekend for their final preseason game. And the New Orleans Saints, they have decided to take over the headlines because Kellen Moore said they are going to wait to choose a quarterback. Quote, it's really, really close. Numbers, experience, reps, everything is going all the way back to the start of training camp. Everything is very, very close between this group. We'll see how it all plays out. And he also said, we've got 3 days of practice and a game against the Denver Broncos. So we've got some excellent work coming our way, end quote. I want to go on the negative side of this for a second. Based on their quarterback situation, should the Saints be the early favorites to land the number 1 overall pick in 2026?
Absolutely.
They've already locked it up. I mean, why even play the season? Kellen Moore is deciding between awful and terrible as it relates to his starting quarterback in the National Football League.
Unknown and terrible.
Dude.
We don't know about Tyler Shuck yet.
This is the NFL.
That's another great
this is the
Catholic
NFL.
curse. You can say shuck on Friday night instead of, the other word.
What in the Tyler Shuck are we doing?
Yeah, they're going to be a disaster. Also,
Shuck is a good one. It's kind of a good it's a good replacement curse word for an alliteration of one bad word and then the rhyme of another very significantly bad word.
It's perfect. Kellen Moore, dude, give your head a shake. You have a first-round draft pick. And it's not like your backup is Kirk Cousins. It's not like your backup is Ryan Fitzpatrick. It's not like your backup is even Joe Flacco. Your backup is Spencer Rattler.
He's terrible.
Dude, play the first-round pick Because at least at the end of the year,
who's the first round pick?
Tyler Shuck.
No, he wasn't a first rounder, was he?
I'm almost positive he was a first rounder.
There's
wasn't
no
he?
way.
Was he a second rounder?
They didn't take Tyler Shuck in the first, did they?
I thought. Sorry, Tyler Shuck was an early second rounder.
Okay. Even
so,
yeah,
it doesn't change my argument whatsoever. Sorry, I thought he was a late first rounder. My apologies.
That was Jackson
Dart.
Jackson Blue Dart.
Blue Dart?
Blue Dart is when you light a fart on fire. That's a blue dart.
I learned something new every day.
This show's so stupid right now. I'm so sorry, all of our awesome audience right now. We are so unbelievably immature. And you know why, Raj? It's because football season's back and we are in locker room mode. That's why. We are locker room habitants right now. Co-habitants.
It doesn't change my perspective on the Saints. Play the kid that you drafted with a primo draft pick. And yes, the second round draft pick is primo, especially at number 40 overall. Play him because if you know that he's terrible at the end of the season, then you pick number 1 overall and you get an opportunity to select Arch Manning or Garrett Nussmeier. Drew Aller.
I like Drew Aller. Drew Aller actually feels like Josh Allen light.
I wondered how many quarterbacks you were going to make me go through until I saw a smile.
Yeah, I'm like, is there one I should be excited about? Come on, keep going.
It's not a great quarterback class.
I know, and Drew
honest.
Aller, candidly, also he's been bad when there's been big moments, but physical attributes, like he's the one that I can see. There's a little Josh Allen there, possibly. He's a good athlete. He's got a howitzer against Boise State.
Dude.
Against my alma mater, he looked like freaking Josh Allen MVP season.
Again, you and I have had the conversation about Penn State, and every year it feels like they've got, he's the number 1 or number 2, like pocket passer quarterback out of high school every single year. And then the Penn State quarterbacks just never live up to expectation, ever, whatsoever. Like they turn into like Anthony Morelli. None of them are good. When's the last time you saw a Penn State quarterback that actually lived up to its billing?
It doesn't ever. Remember who was the one? Did you already say Christian Hackenberg?
No, I didn't. But yeah,
he was the truth.
Trace McSorley.
Sorley was, and he was like a bit of an overachiever type. Yeah, I'm 100% with you, James Franklin, man. Just the funniest thing about James, I just saw recently a tweet about James Franklin, and I loved this. Okay, no allegations, no scandals. No arrests, no drama, just a shucky head coach. That's all James Franklin is. For the first time in a long time, Penn State finally has somebody without all of the other baggage, but just can't freaking win big games.
Should I adopt Penn State as my team this year?
Yeah, if you want to be disappointed at the end, you're a Mets fan. It's perfect.
It's in my blood, brother. It is in my blood.
It's perfectly on brand.
KJ, what's next?
Michael Parsons.
Yesterday, All-Pro guard Quentin Nelson of the Indianapolis Colts expressed his frustrations with the constant changing of quarterbacks during his media session. Quentin also went on a podcast earlier this offseason called The Trenches Show, and he went on to express who he really wanted to win the quarterback battle.
I would say so. I think I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. You look around the league and see just like the consistency of having like Patrick Mahomes or like a quarterback behind you that's like been the franchise player for years and years and years, and getting to build that chemistry with that quarterback year after year is something that there is an advantage to when it comes to O-line play. So to answer your question, yeah.
I want to know, tell me your favorite quarterback that you play with right now. I'm putting you right on the spot right now. Number 1. Don't shy away, because Pittman sat in the seat.
I got this.
Go ahead. All right,
Anthony Richardson.
Hey! Shout out to GDO.
Okay, man. Where's the camera? What camera should I look in? The one that's facing you.
Yeah, right there.
Anthony Richardson.
Hey! Shout out to GDO.
Oh, what are we doing here? Anthony Richardson?
Well, he's just getting, his guys back, I suppose.
He's not good. He's got by far the worst passer rating for any quarterback since 23. There's 41 of them that have had 10 plus starts. He's got the worst passer rating,
Don't you feel-
67.6.
Don't you feel a little bit bad for Quentin Nelson? All he wants is like some semblance of the same dude back there, and he can't get it.
Did Quentin Nelson, was he drafted when Andrew Luck was still on the roster? I think he was.
He's been in the league since, 2018?
Yeah, I had Quentin Nelson.
He was the 2018 first-round pick by Indy.
How about this offensive line at Notre Dame? 2015, we had Mike McGlinchey at right tackle, Ronnie Stanley, one of the top paid offensive tackles for the Baltimore Ravens, Nick Martin at center, younger brother of Zach Martin, still starting in the NFL as a center, Quentin Nelson at left guard.
Dang!
I mean, we won 11 games and went to a Fiesta Bowl, so it's pretty.
Yeah, it's a good team.
Yeah, it was really good.
He played one season with. Yeah, one season. The 2018 season, he played with Andrew Luck as quarterback, and then Luck called it quits the next year. And then he had Jacoby Brissett in 2019. In 2020, he had Phillip Rivers. 21.
One of the years started out with
Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz, yes, and Frank Reich.
22. Who was the quarterback in 22? Matt Ryan.
Oh my God!
Was the quarterback in 2022?
This is like the Denver Broncos post Manning.
23. He got 4 games of Anthony Richardson. Then he got hurt, and Gardner Minshew was the quarterback.
Which was
for the
actually
next 14.
is that maybe the most memorable quarterback run for the Colts in the last 7 years?
Probably. And then last year, split time between Joe Flacco and Anthony Richardson.
Holy cow!
Quentin Nelson has never had a returning quarterback. That's insane.
Does it not ooze Garrett Bowles when Russell Wilson was finally a Denver Bronco?
Yeah.
Which certainly didn't materialize either.
Yeah, how happy is Garrett that he's got Bo now?
It's like, finally. I just don't have to deal with all of this and answer the. I think it's more for linemen. At the end of the day, they're like, hey, man, I got a job to do. Somebody's going to say outside zone left. They're going to say, 97 force. Or they're going to say, 92 duo. I'm going to do my job. But you know what they're tired of? They're tired of the microphone in their face. That's what linemen get to the point of, like, how do you feel about your quarterback? How do you like the change of quarterback? How do you like your new guy? Finally,
because what else you can ask an offensive lineman?
How do you feel about your first step on outside zone? Do you feel like you're getting enough ground on it? Are you gaining enough ground, or are you taking a bucket step? Don't think that any of our fine friends in the media scrum are going to ask that of Garrett Bowles.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them today at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll wrap things up on the other side, hand things off to PhD from noon to 3. Nate and Andy on your drive home today from 3 to 6 on Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A happy 29th birthday to Broncos defensive end Zach Allen, who shares a birthday with Rockies Hall of Famer Todd Helton. Helton's a little bit older. I think he turns like 52 today. Good birthday in Colorado sports today.
Solid birthday.
Solid birthday.
Good. Would you call that a first-class goatee that he had in his prime, Todd Helton?
First class.
I think so, too.
He had a great goatee. Forsberg, when he grew out the facial hair, was really solid. But Helton was so good. It was well kept. It wasn't too much. He wasn't too proud of it, but it looked good. Solid goatee.
Such a good, solid, like
circular,
like 2000s goatee when goatees were kind of becoming a thing.
Yeah, he didn't let the chin line go, didn't let the neck beard grow out too much. It was just a good circular goat.
Those goats don't exist anymore.
No, they don't. Everyone wants to connect it with the chin strap and everything. No one does just the standalone goat anymore.
Should I go to the standard circular goat?
I think you'd look solid on a goat.
I think I'd look terrible. What's the plan here for this? What should I do here, Raj? Should I just let this thing get wild?
The beard?
Go like season playoff beard?
Let it like grow out to scraggly Polumbus and Hastings length?
Yeah, but Polumbus right now is very, very clean, but back in the day.
Before he got back in the gym? Now the beard gets in the way of the lifting?
Before he started taking gym selfies. His pre-gym selfie life had a scraggly beard. His bag of milk life, or actually even then it was manorexic.
Oh, come on, you can't tell me.
He was never a bag of milk. He was manorexic. Purely manorexic.
The last time you did this, he stormed into the studio before PhD.
Snap into a Slim Jim. My T levels are superior.
And you had me dragged into this thing, and I don't need to be dragged into a fight that I can't win.
You don't love like 6'9", 265-pound dudes with 3% body fat and a tank and a bro top on.
I lose that battle.
You don't love that.
I told you my rule is I need 2 to 3 arm lengths, and then I can get away. Because you're not going to catch me. I can outrun Tyler. I guarantee that. But you get me in the phone booth that we're sitting in right now?
It's a pretty big phone booth.
I'm getting snapped in half in 7 seconds.
I think you can run around though. You can sit around the table.
There's a table circular in between us. I just do the bob and weave for a half hour. Talked a little bit about the Avs and their news last night. If you didn't see, they have signed former Vegas Golden Knight and Buffalo Sabre Victor Olofsson to a 1-year, $1.5 million deal. He'll
Great
be
deal.
A bottom 6 guy.
Great deal.
Middle 6 guy. Slot in on the power play if they really want a really solid left-handed one-time option.
Probably, as we heard earlier on the show, probably has some type of roots to Russia, the homeland, even though he's a Swede.
If we take the geography lesson from Coach Sanford.
Everybody basically is from Russia if you're not from like England or... That's it.
Yeah, the Avs are...
All Europeans have a Russian descent.
The Avs are starting to come together before our eyes. I think that's probably like the last move that they're going to make. Eric Johnson has been out there skating with the Avs that either were not at Nathan McKinnon's wedding or a wedding. I think it might have been Nate's. They were all out there for something for Nate.
Is Nate... But he wasn't married before this?
I don't know. They were in the Amalfi Coast doing something. I don't know what it was.
That sounds like a Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, and Sam Ellinger and wives trip.
Not everyone was invited. That's I'm not
following
their Instagram.
Do you think for a while like Bo and Sammy and Jarrett, do you think they were like, they got to go to the Amalfi Coast? We only went to Cabo. Let's go to the Amalfi next year with our wives.
Maybe they will.
Our wives.
Those guys make way more money. Like Jarrett Stidham makes more money than Cale Makar.
Isn't that weird when you think about it?
No, because the NFL
It's the Shield. I get it.
I understand.
It's why I'm cooler than you are, Raj.
Yes.
Just kidding.
Like, if Jarrett Stidham wants to go to the Amalfi Coast and rent out a yacht, he's not hurting for the cash. Fella's making, 10 sheets as a backup quarterback. He's doing just fine. I don't know. They were doing something out there in Europe. And not everybody went, so some guys stayed back and they started to skate. Like Eric Johnson was on that trip, and now that they've come back,
right.
am I correct?
Nathan McKinnon not married. He's got a girlfriend. Very private.
I don't know. Someone who follows all the social media things.
Cale Makar was he was married August. Greystone Castle in Boulder, Colorado, August of 2024. I don't know. Amalfi Coast, I don't know. Not sure.
All I know is that they were out doing something, and it wasn't the entire team. But now that they're back, Eric Johnson, who was on that trip, running around at people with a lobster, has now been skating with actively rostered Avalanche players. So maybe EJ signs a vet minimum deal.
Just went on vacation with his girlfriend to Amalfi Coast.
Okay, there you
Couple
go.
friends.
There you go. That's all it was.
Kind of a bit of a wag, a wife and athlete of girlfriend, or wives of athletes and girlfriends. Is that right?
No,
a wag?
wives and girlfriends is what
so
WAG stands
the A
for.
doesn't have anything to do with athletes.
No, it's just and.
Makes sense. Oh, shuck.
Wives and girlfriends of athletes.
Oh, it's Tyler.
Waggo.
Shuck. Dadgummit.
Okay, so that's what they were doing. I don't pretend to follow those guys on Instagram and see what they're all doing. But EJ's been skating, so maybe there's like one more signing that they do. Maybe EJ signs. I don't know if he's done or the Avs are done with him, but he's kind of hanging around. He's still skating at Family Sports and keeping those legs fresh. But this is kind of the team that we can expect to see. Oh, Vic says it's McKinnon's wedding. Why do I second guess myself? Why do I second guess? That's from Vic Lombardi. Sure? There we go. I'm spot on there.
I mean,
I trust Vic. I don't trust whatever you're looking at and pausing on your laptop. I trust Vic.
This is big.
I trust Vic.
It doesn't. On the worldwide interweb, this doesn't exist.
I trust Vic.
Yeah, so Vic's got inside scoop.
I don't know. I trust Vic.
I love it.
Hold on. You trust the same Vic Lombardi that did this morning?
Vic, how old do you think Alvin Kamara is?
Today?
Yeah.
Today.
That is a good question. How old's Alvin Kamara? Is he 30?
You know why?
28?
You know why Vic asked that question? Because he was distracted at the time looking up if Nathan McKinnon is married or not.
Yeah, like you are right now.
At least
You're
I'm
grokking this thing. At least I've got a human being breathing life into a phone. Gosh. I'm going to trust Lombardi here. Come on.
I mean.
Yeah, continue Googling. Be my guest.
Can somebody help us? Is Nathan McKinnon married? Are we just taking Vic's word for it?
I couldn't tell you, man. I couldn't tell you. Yeah, Olofsson's going to be a good signing for them. I don't know if he's going to return to the defensive spark that he had last year for Vegas in a vastly different system in Colorado. But if you expect him to be a top 6 player, or if you employ him against top 6 players from the opposition, you will not get the same return that Vegas did. The reason why he worked in Vegas was because they played him against bad competition. If Bednar plays Olofsson with his third line, or he sprinkles him in the second line with Nichushkin or Landeskog or Brock Nelson for time to time, it can't be when he gets sprinkled in with the second line that they're going against number 1 or number 2 competition. That second line then needs to go match up, and typically these things happen at home because you have the last change. That would have to happen between lines 3 and lines 4 of your opposition.
There's absolutely no public information about Nathan McKinnon being married this summer, but I actually think he was married this summer, and I believe Vic. So I apologize, Vic. I love you. You know way more about things that
Again,
happen.
I had it right. I second guessed myself, but I had it right.
If there's somebody that is the Ryan Seacrest of Denver sports figures, like kind of the cross section of TMZ and sports culture in the Denver market, it's Vic Lombardi. So how dare I even question it?
You're trusting AI over
I'm just
him.
a freaking high school football coach with a bad beard that likes to make potty jokes. That's all I am. Talks about blue darts.
Oh, that was cute.
And uses fake curse words.
Are you going to use Kane as a play call or as a curse word this week?
Neither.
Come on. You're going to break his heart. He was so excited walking out of the studio today. If you don't use Brett as a play call or a curse word, that will ruin him going into the NFL
Do you
season.
really think that Brett Kane has emotions?
I do.
Based off of what I've seen with Brett Kane, he is a soulless individual.
Is it just because he's a ginger?
Yes.
That's rude.
I know. I'm just kidding. I love gingers. Emma Stone, awesome ginger. Huge fan.
I'm with you.
Emma Stone is your go-to? What is happening?
Nate McKinnon is married, according to Levi from the Shot Mazda text line. And
that's how we're going to end today's show.
And also, for everybody out there, in addition to Nathan McKinnon being certified married, Michael Parson is coming to the Denver Broncos.
Okay, all right. Just get this guy out of here. Holy smokes.
Hey, man, that's the world we live in right now.
PhD's coming up next. Thank God they're coming up next. 12-3, Nate and Andy, 3-6 on your drive home today. But for Coach
For whoever
Sanford,
this guy
for
is.
this guy across from me.
Freaking high school Henry over here. He's got the humor of a high schooler.
KJ Granderson behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. We love you guys.
You know what I'd give
Thanks
that
for
show
dealing
today?
with us.
You know what I'd give that show today?
6-7. See you tomorrow at 10. The last time you did this, he stormed into the studio before PhD.
Snap into a Slim Jim. Gotta have beef. Gotta have spice. Need a little excitement. Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the show on this. It's too hot for me, but it's another warm one. Tomorrow's supposed to be even hotter. So a couple of burners for the Broncos to be in pads down there at Common Spirit Park at Dove Valley, whatever it's called. Scotty, good to see you, my friend.
Dove Valley.
Dove Valley? You're not going for corporate sponsorships?
They paying you?
No. I'm open, though.
Do you care if you get it wrong then?
Not really.
There you go.
I'm not adverse to being polite.
If you're Mile High Smarts and they're kind of paying you, then guess what?
Well, yeah, I guess
get it
so.
right.
I suppose so. I hadn't thought of it like that, but sure. So we'll see some baseball down at the
not quite what you predicted, but
no, it's actually it's.
You said 18-0. It was only 11-4.
I know, but there's something deeper going on there about last night. It's not even about baseball. It's about athletes. But I kind of want to wait a little bit till we get into it.
Get Tyler in here.
Yeah, well, Tyler ain't going to be here till 1:00, and I want to get into it with you, but also get into it with Tyler as well. Yeah. Get into because it's not just about baseball. It's about something that's
about life.
It's about life, but let's wait a little bit. We can give that about 15 minutes or so to get into there. It's another day of people blabbering all over the Broncos. It's another day of people saying
anybody
good things.
Who's not somehow, somewhere affiliated closely with Sean Payton. No.
That's a good question. That is a good question. Well, the one is Colin Cowherd, who's got the Broncos as the four. You're right there.
Well, that's his
gotcha.
boy. Yeah.
So he's got them winning the AFC West. He's got them as the fourth best team in football.
Listen, if they win the AFC West, the fourth best team in football may be too low. Let me just say that right there.
Okay.
If they were to win the AFC West, which not only means they'll probably take care of business here, but they got the NFC East on the schedule. They got the AFC South. They got to dominate that. If they win the AFC West, then trust me, then they're probably you're right, top four. But guess what we got to do first?
What's that?
Play games.
Well, I mean, can only do one thing at a time. It is interesting how people are seeing the team. And hey, you're right. Colin's a good buddy of Sean, so you get that. Okay, fine.
But hold on, what'd you just say before you said that?
He's a good buddy of Sean's.
How people are seeing the teams.
Yeah.
You seen Cowherd out there at all watching any of this?
No,
right?
I guess not.
First team offense played 12 plays.
What can I tell you?
So they're banking on. So if they're not really truly banking on what they see, what are they banking on?
Well, it certainly means Sean's saying good things behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
Ain't no doubt about that.
That he's not stopped. He's not stopped latteing.
You know what I'm watching right now?
Sirens.
I've already seen that one.
I don't remember if
that was back in the day, man. That one was that was a fun one.
I don't remember if I'd seen
that was a good. Oh, there was a lot of Anyways, it just came out last night. I did not watch Hard Knocks, which is on Tuesdays.
I've yet to watch one episode.
It was so boring. So even though it's about the Bills, I'll watch it. I watch everything, but I started digging into. They released it in an 8-part series, the Netflix documentary about Jerry Jones and the Cowboys.
Oh, now I might be interested.
Now you might be interested in that one because the Arkansas ties are
deep,
and they talk a lot about them in the first few episodes. And I knew Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones played together at Arkansas. I knew they were roommates. I didn't know that. Here's what I didn't know. I didn't know Jerry Jones, the senior year as a guard, was one of the captains of the team. Jimmy Johnson must have been one of the smaller, pass rushers ever, but, it's football in the 60s, so you can get away with it.
Was Jerry on the national championship team in 64?
And
65,
they were both on the national championship team. And how many national championships has Arkansas won?
In football, just one.
That's it.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, then their team and how they must be regarded by Arkansas folks must be next level.
Well, and I don't remember was it 65 but anyway, our guy wrote that book's Hogs, Horns, and Nixon's Coming.
Yeah. Terry Fry?
Yeah, Terry Fry. which was
Who
about
listens to our show every day? Sent me a text yesterday.
which is about the game
Terry.
between Arkansas and Texas. That might have been 64.
Well, that was
Texas
it.
wins late.
Oh, Texas won. Oh, okay.
I thought Texas won late.
Well, the year they won the national championship, they did beat Texas.
Well, there you go.
And then they won it all. And I was always curious about you, of course, pridefully being a Razorback yourself.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you feel about the history of the school, because all that stuff happened way before you were there.
Yeah, but you're still reminded of it. I mean, you still know that stuff. One of the guys we learned to revere, which I didn't even know went to Arkansas, but he was still playing in the NFL when I got there, was Joe Ferguson, one of your Buffalo Bill guys, who had a heck of a career, right? He had a nice career.
Yeah.
He was an Arkansas guy. I got to meet and know Pat Summerall a little bit, before he passed away. Went and played in one of his golf tournaments he had down in Little Rock. He was a Razorback. He was a kicker, punter, something like that. But I was, Summerall and Madden. That's all I knew him from. And then all of a sudden I get there and you go, oh no, he's a big Arkansas alum. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
I feel more connected to like Syracuse things from when I was there and onward. So there's a lot of times I take pride. I'm interested in Syracuse, even though I haven't been there in a long time. But stuff that happened before I was there, I have a hard time connecting with. I'm aware of it. I just don't feel all that connected. That's cool that Jim Brown went to Syracuse and Floyd Little.
And
sure.
Ernie
Davis.
Davis.
It's all great. But I don't feel that deep of a connection. That's why Cycli to me is weird, because he had left the school by the time I got there. So, but he's kind of.
So Pearl was gone too, though.
Pearl was gone too. Yeah,
you had to kind of dig on.
But
Pearl.
they were there in the. I had been accepted to Syracuse, and they lost to Indiana in the national championship game. And Cycli was on that team that lost to Keith Smart and that whole thing.
81.
So when I got to school, they were coming off that loss. So, but then it kind of moves forward. But yeah, Sherm was
84.
Pearl was gone. I had Sherm. So
Pearl was a good friend of mine. I got to play with Pearl in Miami.
Pearl had one of the strangest physical bodies.
Looked like a penguin.
So crazy. But he's a legendary Syracuse
part
guy.
Penguin, part mule.
I got something else for you though too, in terms of how the and now this is going to be a little mocky, but it's not completely mocky. It's a little mocky. Okay, it's Field Yates has put out a mock draft.
Why?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he did, so I read it, and for the first time, it's kind of interesting what it says, because this connects to Shedeur Sanders. And I'll give you the Broncos connection too. But Fields Yates is predicting the Cleveland Browns will have the first pick in the draft next year. If the Cleveland Browns have the first pick in the draft this year, what does that say about what happened with Shedeur Sanders?
They cut him, or they traded him, or he was not on the roster.
It's not that he was terrible, that he played and sucked.
No, because I don't think he'll suck any more than a first round draft.
Well, they've got Field Yates has the Cleveland Browns significantly moving on from Shedeur Sanders and all 18 of their quarterbacks,
right,
and drafting Arch Manning.
Yeah, and let me ask this, because there's been rumors that Arch Manning would stay. If in fact that he listens to dad, uncle, grandpa, and they say, I want to stay one more year. I mean, honest, if your choice is get drafted by Cleveland or stay at Texas, where he's going to make $5 or $6 million anyway, probably more than his rookie contract, why wouldn't you stay?
What if the team with the number one draft is the New Orleans Saints?
Then I bet he goes to New Orleans.
Okay.
I bet he comes out there and tries to sit in the shoes of his
Field
dad.
Yates has them number 3 and has the Jets in a trade with the Giants. So he's got the Giants sucking. So he's got quarterback, some kid named. Now we'll all know these names a year from now. These names will roll off our tongue.
Not even that. Probably 6 months from now. 7 months. From
so Lenoris Sellers. This is the first time I'm saying his name. I guarantee you, we'll all know Lenoris Sellers from South Carolina, and we'll all know Cade Klubnik from Clemson, who I've sort of heard for. That's a lot of in there. That's a lot of alliteration. Cade Klubnik of Clemson.
I think I've
He's a
heard
quarterback.
Klubnik,
Yeah. So those are the top 3 guys he's got, and he's got him going to the Saints. The Broncos, he has at 20. So he's got the Broncos having a very similar year this year as to what they had last year.
Which is not the 4th best team in the NFL.
And no, it's not. And he's got them taking Jordan Tyson, who I am quite aware of because I've watched a lot of him. He's out of Arizona State.
Yeah,
but didn't Jordan Tyson go to CU? Wasn't Tyson, didn't he transfer? Check that out real quick there, Dan. I think he did. But I'm not quite, let's see. Did he or did he not? Did I get that wrong? Bio, hold on. Could have sworn he actually started at CU. Almost positive he did.
2022. He was at CU.
He's a transfer from CU.
22 catches, 470 yards, 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, so that'd be kind of an interesting coinkydink. Anyways, this actually sets up, Scott, college football this year should be damn exciting. And it's going to be the Arch Manning show. Every Saturday or whenever they play.
Texas will be around.
Oh my God. They're going to be everywhere. They are the new CU. CU had that shine last year because of Travis and Shadur. But this year it's Texas. There's not much sizzle right now with CU, really, in all honesty. No. I mean, as much that Prime has going for him, you don't have.
Somebody threw this out to me recently. He said CU could be a better team than they were last year.
Yeah.
And still not have as many wins. And I think they won 9 games last year.
Well, they got a couple miracles in there, man.
Yeah.
They got a couple miracles in there.
Maybe they're at 7. I think the over and under is either 5.5 or 6.5 for CU. So say they win 7. The guy was telling me, said, listen, I think they could be a better team but not have as good a record. So I thought that was interesting. But they like the wide receivers they got. They like their offensive line. He said, finally, they got an offensive line. Looks like it knows what it's doing. So we'll see.
6.5 is their win total projection.
But if the Browns are drafting 1, even if they're drafting in the top 3, I mean, that is a terrible year. Now, I'm watching this documentary about the Cowboys, and I didn't know this, but it was a nice little reminder. Troy Aikman started with Jimmy Johnson and Michael Irvin. They didn't have Emmitt Smith yet. They started 1-15.
Yeah,
Troy,
first year.
Troy Aikman's rookie year.
His first, yeah.
Rookie year, Troy Aikman, Hall of Famer, won 3 Super Bowls, MVP caliber guy. And then the next year, when it got a little interesting, he got hurt. And Jimmy Johnson, even when Troy Aikman got better, continued on with Steve Bernline, even in the playoffs when Troy Aikman got healthy. It wasn't until Jerry Jones said, enough. Troy Aikman is our guy, and that's that. It's a really interesting documentary because they don't hold back. These 2 dudes hated each other.
When you say these 2 dudes, you're talking
Jerry
about Jerry
and
and Jimmy? And yet they were roommates?
Roommates in college. Teammates on the national championship team. Won 2 Super Bowls together. Hated each other.
But I could throw this into you and just have you look at NFL. Or I could say all sports. 2 bigger egos than Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones that you've seen in the last 20 years in sports?
I don't think so. I can't think of 2 more.
Right?
There's a story where Jerry Jones goes, I had to get into mediation after the 2nd Super Bowl because my mental health I just weren't there. So I get in there and the lady says, write down 10 people that really tick you off and offer them forgiveness on everything and hope nothing for the best for them. So I sit down and I write out my list and I call her back and I only got 1 name because I can't get past that son of a bitch. And it was Jimmy Johnson. And I'm using kind language. It's more colorful on Netflix. And I'm just like, wow, damn. After the 2nd Super Bowl, they're at the owners' meetings, and there's a party going on, and Jerry Jones walks into the room, and he goes, hey, how about a toast to our Cowboys and our Super Bowl? And everybody raises their glasses. Jimmy Johnson sat there with folded arms. They
hated each other.
Because they had two of the biggest egos in the history of sports, and they're in the same organization.
And they did one of the classic move. I love these really crazy. They're better than a nutty town hall like I went to. The dual "we're moving on from each other" press conference with the two of them sitting right next to each other, answering questions. Like, wow. Like, talk about something that would never happen anymore. I mean, Elway and Foxy didn't do that when they had the same sort of thing, but it was like, damn.
Well, but Elway and Foxy also didn't win 3 Super Bowls and win 50 games in 4 years.
Hey, we did have that kind of, bro. I mean, we had Mike Shanahan talking for an hour after he was fired, and then Pat Bowlen walking right down the stairs and him talking for an hour. They weren't sitting next to each other, but it was bangers back to back. It was something else. We'll get back into all this stuff in a little bit later, and Tyler will have a report from Broncos camp. He's out there right now. The Rockies did lose, and that's not really the story. The story is of an athlete maybe coming to the end of his career while actually playing. It's something else. It's rare, and what you're about to hear, if you hang on, is something you don't hear all that often. That's next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients, and if you suffer with ED, you want a good outcome, right? Well, here we go with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll get you back in the game. When the pills or herbals fail, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. The initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. You've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And 5 locations up and down I-25. Easy to find. Call them today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, Tyler is out of practice. It's wrapping up. Sean Payton not talking today. They have the coordinators off to the side, so we'll see what Rizzy, Lombardi, and VJ have to say today. But we'll bring that to you a little bit later on. A warm day, and hopefully we have a good report. Shohei Ohtani on the bump for the Dodgers tonight going against the Rocks. He hit his 44th home run yesterday, so he's good. But that's not even the story. The Rockies did lose 11-4, but you have to understand what's going on. They've played a lot of games in a row, so it stretches out the bullpen, Scott. So, hey, man, sometimes the starters gotta, you gotta wear it. Sometimes you gotta get out there.
Got to give you more than 2 2/3.
You do, and they know that. And the managers don't have really much of a choice, and you don't like it when you have to extend yourself, and you certainly don't want to take a guy out who's just scratching. But I want to talk about Austin Gomber, not as much as, specific with the Rockies, but as an athlete. Now, Gomber was terrible, okay? I'm just telling you, he sucked, period. And he sucked all year. He's 0-7. And on a bad team, Senzatella was the worst player. It's pretty clear that Austin Gomber is the worst player on a bad team right now that plays on a regular basis. Yesterday, Scott, 3 innings, 9 hits, 7 runs, all earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, gave up 2 bombs. And the bullpen for the Rockies, Scott, actually did all right. They really did. They pitched 6 innings, only giving up 4 runs. I mean, it's not great, but it's not awful. And the Rockies were able to 4 on the board. So if you were to take Gomber out of it, if you were to play this game theoretically after the 3rd inning, it's a 4-4 game against a really good team. It's more reflective of what they have been doing. And Gomber knows it, man. And when an athlete...
So he gave up 3 runs?
Gave up 7 runs.
Oh, they had 11.
It was 7.
What was it, 11-4?
11-4, but it was 7-0. And it was bad. Here is Gomber, and this is where I'm really looking for some guidance here, and because I'm divided on this, how I feel about this. But here he is after the game. And that wasn't it. He went on to further bury himself.
To find something to grab onto and go with, but right now I'm just struggling to find that.
Wow. I don't know what I'm doing. He would talk specifically, even with 2 strikes, he's lost. Doesn't know what to say about that. He's letting his teammates down. He has no confidence in himself. It is wild to hear an athlete. First of all, I admire him for being so honest. And here's my conflict with him, Scott.
How old is he?
31.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it, too. He ain't a spring chicken. And, in fact, he'll turn 32 November 24th. So he's closer to he'd be 32 next year. Scott, on one hand, you got 6 weeks left. He is in the starting rotation, so I suppose he might have 6-7 starts left. On another hand, you're 31, man, and you clearly are not part of the future. If I'm a manager or a teammate, if I'm a teammate, first of all, I put my arm around him, give him a hug because he's probably one of my boys and whatever. But we got some business to do out there, don't we? And as a manager, how in the world do you play a player who admits he has no confidence?
Well, it's tough, but it's not the first one. And this will show whether your guy deserves to be a manager full-time with the interim tag off or not, is how you handle. Because and I would assume, especially in baseball, 162, and quarterbacks, the reliever, the starter. I mean, there's certain position in sports, Nikola Jokic, certain position in sports that expectations are a little higher. Like if I played on this Nuggets team right now, me coming off the bench, probably don't have the expectations that Nikola Jokic does, right?
Of course.
A long reliever probably doesn't have the same expectations from your manager that a starter has. So there's always in an inordinate amount of pressure that the game itself provides. The key, and I wrote a little bit something to you guys when you sent this stuff down. The hardest thing to get over, and this is whether you're an athlete or in life, is mistakes and regret. Because the mistakes you made in your life usually lead to some sort of regret, which fosters into some sort of anger, something, lack of confidence if it's within yourself. And if you can never get over that, you never grow. You never change. For a pitcher's case, you never move forward. If you're waiting for the shoe to always drop, and athletes get this, Tyler's talked about it. I'll be interested to hear Tyler's take on this too. I think Tyler's talked about it in his own career. When you're playing, when you're in life, and all you're always doing is waiting for that shoe to drop, you're never moving. You're not growing. You're not getting out of the rut you're in. Your life ain't going to change. No different from that kid that's home in his basement right now contemplating life, or a pitcher on the diamond as soon as he throws one ball. It might just be as much as a ball. I have no control.
Well, his conflict, like he said later, I didn't play it there, but he said, I don't know what I'm doing with 2 strikes, meaning he had succeeded to a degree in at bat, and he's sitting there with 2 strikes. I was talking with Dan earlier. I said, well, don't they have pitch com and tell him what to do? And it's like, yeah. But they're telling him what to do, and he doesn't know if he can do it. Even after he's got 2 strikes on a batter, usually your confidence would build up a little bit.
Well, I watched a great video with Greg Maddux, one of the all great time pitchers. And I would find this video and play it for Austin Gomber. And he went to, what was it Rick Sutcliffe that he pitched with the Cubs forever?
Could have.
Who was a Cy Young pitcher also. He said, man, I just want you to apologize to Rick. He goes, what for? He goes, I'm going to a shrink. I'm going to a therapist, a sports psychologist. What for? Here's his reasoning. Think about this. He said, if sports is 60 or 70% mental, and I'm working on my pitching game to cover 30 or 40% of it, why am I not covering my mind for 60% of it?
Fair.
And so he went into sports psychologist before sports psychology was a big thing. This is when he was with the Cubs, so back in the early 80s, I think, probably, or somewhere around there. And he decided for him, what do I do with 2 strikes? He goes, I'm talking about is I'm going after the guy. I'm not wasting pitches. I only got X number of throws in this arm. Why am I wasting pitches? And what's the famous pitch coach with the Braves for all those years? Told him, you can't.
Not Bobby Cox, obviously.
No, as soon as you'll know him. He's a famous pitching coach, and you'll know him as soon as I come up with the name. But he tells the guy goes, well, you can't be throwing strikes. He goes, you're going to give up hits with 2 strikes. He said, yeah, I'm probably going to lead the league with 2 strike hits. But I'm also going to lead the league in 2 strikeouts. And I'm also going to lead the league in 2 strikeouts. and
I'm not going to be afraid.
I'm not going to be afraid.
Right.
So imagine that mindset to what we just heard from Austin Gomber. That's night and day, right?
31 years old. Not really part of the future. If you're Warren Schaefer, what do you do with this dude?
Might have been Leo Mazzoni.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty famous pitching coach. He said, Leo, you're going to lead the league in 2 strikeouts? Yeah. He goes, yeah. But I'm going to lead the league in 2 strikeouts too.
Let me stretch it out beyond just the Rockies. Any coach has any player. Now, I do have to put it in the context of it's an older player. Because as a younger player, there's all sorts of remedies. I mean, Chase Dolander, you realize that when he got sent down, he didn't get sent down to AAA. He got sent down to Arizona. Like, he wasn't playing in any games. They went, as they say, back to the lab. And they have that luxury in baseball where they can just go back to their spring training complex, which is open 12 months a year, and go work on things and video and play on side fields and whatever. You can really work on things during the baseball season. It's that long. Hard to do in any other sport, but they can do it in baseball. Then he kind of rehabbed in AAA before he's come back and he grew a beard. You don't do that with a 31-year-old, I don't think. I mean, I guess you could, but, you know, if you're the Rockies, aren't you just moving on? So what does a coach do? What's his responsibility to the rest of the team and his responsibility to the individual?
Well, don't you think that's the age-old question in coaching in franchises? What's your responsibility for the health and welfare of a human being who's in your care at this time, or of let's just get this door and let him be somebody else's problem? We had a guy who was an addict to cocaine. Now, he was later diagnosed as bipolar and schizophrenic. We didn't know anything about that in the mid-'80s. You know, we didn't know what bipolarism and schizophrenia really was. And he was medicating himself with drugs and alcohol.
Gotcha.
And he was a mess. I mean, he was wild. I mean, you just didn't know who was going to show up sometimes again. And he was a good buddy of mine. I loved him to death. In fact, he went to one rehab, came back, and I asked him, we were sitting there stretched for a game. So I said, how was rehab? I did it in Hawaii. I played golf every day. I said, yeah. And it was awesome. My counselor had the greatest weed. And I'm like, dude.
I don't know if that was the point.
I'm like, dude, I thought you were in rehab. He goes, yeah, but it's just weed. Okay, whatever.
Well, all right.
But whatever. But we had a closed-door meeting on the road in Cleveland. I believe it's Cleveland or Indiana maybe. And it was everybody and the coaches except for this one guy. And they say, don't – and this is one of the things that hurts me a little bit. Not that I had anybody I could reach out to or talk to other than him. He said, don't tell anybody. Trade deadline's coming up. We think we can move him. Don't tell anybody about his issues because I might botch the trade. So they were willing, and that's not all they did. He also had deferred money that would have kept him, you know, once he's blown all of his money in drugs and everything else, that he gets like 10 years after he played, that he'd get a nice little income of $70,000 or $80,000 a year that he could live on. They sold it back to him for 20 cents on the dollar. So they owed him, say, $200,000. They gave him $40,000.
Wow.
So again, here's the dichotomy, I guess, or the ethical question. When is it not your problem? And Gomber, to me, in a lot less serious way, we're talking about confidence here. I'm talking right there with drug addiction and everything
Yeah,
else.
that's not the case. In fact, he was asked, how you feeling? He goes, I'm healthy.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm not injured whatsoever.
This is all a mental thing.
Yes.
I would think while he's still on my steed, that I would do everything I could to get mental health for him. I would send him to Arizona or whatever, and I'd have a sports psychologist down there talking to him. I'd do whatever
Even this
I could.
late in the season.
Even this late. You know why?
Even if he's not really part of the
because
future.
what's the worst that could hurt you?
Nothing, I suppose.
He grows as a human being and becomes better.
Well, let me ask you this.
And
would you do that, or would you give him the tough love of just putting him back out on the mound and saying, we believe in you, let's go?
I would have sit-downs with him. I'd have a lot of conversations with him. And I guarantee, I mean, it sounded like, and I saw the video, but if you just listen, he's got tears in his eyes.
Oh, he was upset for sure.
I mean, here's a 31-year-old man.
And by the way,
about to
listen,
break down.
I understand other athletes have had lack of confidence. They've had the yips. They've all that. I'll tell you this, man, after covering sports for a long time, very rarely do you hear the athlete just come out and say it.
It's that raw.
Very rarely. They may have lack of confidence. They may say, I got to work on things. It wasn't acceptable, whatever. But like that, I let everybody down. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm lost out there. Dude, I could count on one hand, like the times that I've heard athletes actually say that out loud, even though they may think it. And I think most athletes go through slumps and have doubts. I mean, that's the level of competition you're at. How would you get to that high of a level and not have some of those feelings? But to come out and share it, which again, I'm fine that he did. I think it's pretty brave that he actually did. But it also tells me this dude is in a bad place right now. And I just don't know where the responsibility comes if you're running a team, any team.
Well,
and you know a guy is like that. What exactly do you do?
The ledger, ink, and paper side of it is, hey, he's a bad asset, let's dump it. The human side is different. There's a guy I follow on Instagram. I wish I could remember what it was. And he's got a streak of 393 straight days of playing catch with somebody.
Okay.
Just goes out and plays catch.
Fun little deal.
Fun little deal.
You want to have a catch?
Want to have a catch.
Travels around
the country.
With like 2 gloves and a baseball?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's done playing catch with guys about ready to leave the park, and he sees this guy who's been watching him the whole time and sticking around.
Mm-hmm.
He said, yeah, I've seen you. And I said, I just want to see if I can play catch. He goes, well, I'm about to leave. I got to be somewhere. Blah, blah, blah. I got this. He said, but I can be here Thursday, same time, 1 o'clock if you want to play. He goes, be there.
Okay.
2 days later, and he goes there, and he goes, there's no way this guy's going to show up. So it turns out it's a homeless guy that lives in the park.
Yeah.
Guy's there waiting. Plays catch for an hour, talks to him, gets part of his story, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Gets done and said, thanks for talking to me. He said, to everybody else, I'm just a bum that lives in the park. I don't get upset. And you talk to me. Think how powerful that is. That's what Gomber needs, in my opinion.
Okay.
Well, that got awful serious on me.
I thought it was.
Isn't that touching?
Yeah, I feel for the dude. And
all right,
quick story. You do, though, as a manager, you do have to keep the rest of the team in consideration as well. And I get it. The Rockies are just the terrible team and all that, but they're scuffling. They're trying to get things going. Right. I'll never forget youth baseball I'm coaching, and a kid out on the mound struggling a little bit. And it was weird. He wasn't connecting with the rest of the team throughout the course of the year for whatever reason. Not sure why, but a lot of times it wasn't his fault. They just, I don't know, man, a lack of connection and just things kind of just weren't just happening. I go out there. He's in a bit of a pickle on the base pass, whatever. I go, hey, do you still want to pitch? And he goes, I don't know.
No. That means no.
So I took him out. And I've wondered throughout time. I've always had that in my head. Should I have said, "Hey, no, you're okay. You're all right. Like, I believe in you. Let's go." Or because I did take him out because it happened to be an important game, because every game's important, that sort of deal.
Nothing bigger than 10-year-old baseball.
Yeah. And I always wonder, you think as a coach and a manager, as a person, well, if I had to do it over again, would I have done that different? And that in particular story has stuck with me for a long time because
you're not sure if you're being real honest, you did the right thing.
Well, I did the right thing I believe I did the right thing for the team.
Yeah.
I don't know if I did the right thing for him. And there was another kid, I'll give you another story, terrible manager by DMac. Here we go. Another kid who I really believed in had given up in a big game. This is like a playoff game. I know it's just little kid baseball, but still, it meant something at the time. He'd given up back-to-back home runs. And I didn't even go out to the mound. I was just like, you're good. Keep going. But I see the look on his face
of terror and anguish
to this day that he had lost confidence after the back-to-back home runs. And I didn't even go out to the mound. And guess what he did on the next batter?
Plunked him.
Gave up a third home run.
Oh, wow.
And we ended up losing the game in extra innings. We were up 6-0. Your boy over here managing screwed that one up for the team.
Good job.
And that's because I should have taken him out because he had lost his confidence. So one kid I probably should have left in to build back his confidence. And another kid I should have he had lost it. He was telling me, he was showing me. It was just gone. And for the betterment of him and the team. So I don't think it's always the same thing. And I think that's the genius of coaching and managing and how you handle people. It's complicated. There isn't a direct path. But that's what this dude's going through right now.
Yep, and there's the two sides of the coin. What's good for the team, what's good for him. Now, here's a great chance. Here's a great chance to bring up, as you keep talking about, a lot of young guys, and I promise you've identified some leadership in that young core in that locker room. What a great time for this young core to really have leaders to step up.
Yeah,
this could be more long lasting and better for this team. Than Gomber's career.
We will see. All right, there you go. That's all going on. It's PhD here on 92.5. Yeah, we got a little deep on that one, that's for sure. Go back to mock drafts if you want. You ever, just in terms of lack of confidence, have you ever, what was the most you ever, just to get out of the psychological stuff? Well, maybe it's all psychological, but like, what was your defining moment of, I don't think I can do this anymore?
Well, listen, when I got in the league, it's funny, our buddy Chris now writes for the, what's the paper down in?
Denver Gazette?
The Gazette, yeah.
Chris Thomason?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is doing a big article on Skeetish VELE.
Oh, okay. Skeeter, the greatest practice player of all time.
And he went to Russia.
Skeeter went to Russia.
Yes.
Okay.
No, he's from Russia. Chris went there and interviewed him in Russia.
Chris went to Russia?
Yeah, to Georgia.
Okay.
Wow. And he's still playing. He's 42.
Still playing professionally?
There's a senior league. He just took fifth. His team, Georgia, just took fifth in the Worlds.
Okay.
But he had a real honest sit down with him, and he wanted to know my perspective. And you said it's probably the biggest bust. He's a fifth pick in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I was here when he was here, obviously. He was a high pick, and everything I heard, he was unbelievable in practice and couldn't play in games.
Yeah, and that's why I told him. I said, so you know the guy can play. I said, but when he got here, it was like 2000, 2002. So we're talking 23 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Really before performance anxiety and all the different stuff, all the different terms that Gomber may be going through right now. We just talked about him for a whole segment. That Skeeta might have been going through it, almost a quarter of a century ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about it. He came over here. They didn't have translators. He didn't have anybody. He was just on his own. He's a 20-year-old kid from Georgia, Russia. Here's Denver, and you're the fifth pick. Go.
Mm.
And so my old take, I said, looking back, I said, listen, he didn't play good, probably the biggest bust in Denver's history. But I said, if you can go through the lens of 2025 and realize they weren't developing players.
No.
In 2002. They weren't doing it in 82.
He would have gone down to Grand Rapids. He would have, even if he's a high pick, he would have had an availability to develop.
Yeah, and I said, and to be honest with you, he was probably honestly more of a stretch four because he could shoot it.
Yeah.
Before we coined the term stretch four or stretch five.
Right.
Back in 2002, back when I got in the league in 82, you came in the league, and if you're over 6'10", you're back into the basket. One of my biggest regrets, but I was also afraid. My rookie year, we're going in Indianapolis, and Dave DeBusschere is the general manager.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, New York Knicks, I loved Willis Reed and Clyde Frazier.
Bill Bradley and all those guys.
Pearl and
right.
Dave DeBusschere and Bill Bradley. And he's the general manager, and I'm sitting there warming up for the game. He goes, come here, get on the block here. He goes, for $1,000, shoot 10 hook shots. 5 right, 5 left. You make five shots, I'll give you $1,000.
Okay. 5 out of 10 or 5 in a row?
5 out of 10.
5 out of 10 for $1,000?
Listen.
Should be easy.
In 92, I'd have taken that bet and not even thought about it. But in 82, one, that was Dave DeBusschere talking to me.
Okay.
One, right? Two, I probably shot 80% of my shots in college facing the basket.
Mm.
I played more on the perimeter. We played a passing game. If I was on the block, guess what I was doing? I was looking for a back screen so I can get that guy cutting the lane so I could step out, pop back, and shoot a jump shot. I was a face of basket player. That was my strength. But you come in the league and you're 6'10", 6'10 and a half, whatever, 6'11". Guess what they want you to do? They want you back on. I never shot a hook shot in my life.
Mm.
Never in my life. So I'm thinking, A, I don't have $1,000. B, I never shot a hook shot in my life. And C, that's Dave DeBusschere.
Okay.
You know,
so you're not going to go for that.
So I said, no, I'm back. And to this day, I got traded about a month or so later. I'm thinking, he was testing me, and he probably said, this guy
doesn't have the nerve.
He doesn't have the nerve. He's too soft.
Doesn't have the confidence.
Yeah.
How many careers do you think end because you just lose confidence rather than you're just old and
half?
Half?
At least.
I
will take that
can't
back.
do it anymore.
I said this, somebody interviewed me one time. I said, listen, in the NBA, it takes you about 4 years and you realize I'm supposed to be here. They ain't nothing special.
Mm-hmm.
The first 2 or 3 years, especially for me, 29th pick, I come in playing back to the basket. I changed my game. I had Johnny Bach, who was at Golden State at the time when I was coming out in college, says, the only problem with you, you're too finesse. I was a shooter.
Mm.
NBA. So what I turned into? My career is deemed as a thug. I was a
tough guy.
You're gonna say I'm a tough guy.
Right.
Johnny Bach told me before the draft I was too finesse. Think about that. So I knew making $150,000 was easier beating guys up than going out in the street and becoming a school teacher and think I'm going to make $150,000. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's kind of good for. I think you and Tyler both were able to retire on your own accord, meaning both of you guys could have played probably a couple more years, frankly. So that's, you know what? At the end of the day, I think it's better to go out that way. I think most careers, maybe it's just a lack of confidence. You probably still want to play, but the phone doesn't ring anymore. Right. I mean, that a lot of careers, you don't get a retirement press conference. It's just the phone doesn't ring and you're just done. That's right. Like, nobody signed me. Nobody called. You got an agent. He's asking around, and it's just, I guess I'm done.
And I don't know if you could ever look into it or figure it out. And I don't know if there'd be a mathematical analytic equation, but I got to believe it's a high percentage of guys' careers end shorter than their ability.
Yeah, like,
and that's because of confidence.
Like, I don't know where Will Barton is right now. I mean, I have no idea.
He's 35 too, though.
Oh, okay, fine. But, whatever. I don't think he's going out with like a big press conference. Is he signing a one-day contract with the Nuggets? I doubt it. I mean, there's not going to be any ceremony at the end of his career.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to pile on Will Barton, but I'm just trying to think of a guy who just kind of
had
fades.
a moment here, and then just went to Washington and faded.
It fades away. It just sort of ends without fanfare. That sort of thing. And I'm just going to guess most guys are like that. Now, whether they lack the confidence or the athleticism, who knows? But in a sport that, like baseball, it's all about the confidence. The athleticism, you're fine. You really are fine. If once you hit a certain level, you're physically good enough to do this. Basketball is different. Football is different. Hockey may be different, but we see tons of guys in hockey that play into the late 30s and 40s. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, and then you get signed to a one-year deal for the Avalanche if you are.
That happened today. Another Olofsson. Welcome to the team. It feels like we've had like a dozen Olofssons or Olafsons or Olafsons.
Olafsson. This one.
Olafsons. Dan, you know much about this guy? Raj was giving me the lowdown. Third line guy, 20-goal scorer.
Yeah, he had 15 goals with Vegas last year. He'll be a depth piece for the Avalanche.
But like he's a Avalanche guy. He's not a minor league dude, right? He's going to be here.
Oh
on
yeah,
the team.
he'll be with the
signed to be
club.
on the team.
Yeah.
No, I think confidence has worn out a lot of careers. A lot of careers.
Did you ever feel like after being in the league for a while, was there any point where you felt like I couldn't do it, or had your career just sort of morphed into something a little bit different?
Well, it eventually morphed, but I remember my first training camp, and I look over and I go, okay, there's Bernard King, there's Ernie Grunfeld, there's Paul Westphal, there's Bill Cartwright, there's Marvin Webster, there's Chuck Robinson, there's Sly Williams. I'm like, what am I doing here? I mean, these guys all had a name in the league.
Yeah.
Sugar Ray Richardson, right? Remember he was there for a while when I was there. But it took about a week of practice, and I realized,
oh, I'm good.
I'm
fine.
Okay. I'm not going to be afraid of these guys. And then I started playing a little bit better. But I was destined a bench guy because they expected 6'11" dudes, especially 6'11" white dudes, to put your ass on the block, get on the block, and that was never my MO.
But you learned it to stay in the league, and it probably bought you a career.
Probably
bought you, 11 years.
I let the man hold me down. The man held me down. I should have been Bird. It should have been me and Bird going after each other.
And you hung up the phone. It did not ring. You hung it up.
I hung it up. I got 2 offers after I hung it up.
You went out on your own terms, which is good.
Yeah.
You're filled with regret. I understand.
3 more years and $500,000. I'd like.
Yeah, well,
I'd like to have that right now.
Oh, well.
I mean,
still, it was your choice.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, it's still your choice. Whether you made the right choice, it's your choice.
That's right.
All right. We'll have Tyler back in studio, and we'll find out how things went for the Broncos today. Coming up next here on PHC. Tyler will be back from practice here in a second, so we look forward to hearing all about the Broncos. We're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion, it's justice. Hey, fill in this sentence. Let's have a little fun with this.
Bill.
Till Tyler gets back, and we can focus in on the Broncos. Shohei's on the bump tonight for the Dodgers. Fill this blank in. 303-504-0925. Going to watch Shohei Ohtani pitch is like seeing blank do blank or play blank. One of those things. Is like what? Seeing Shohei Ohtani pitch is like what?
Magic playing basketball.
Is it? Why Magic?
Well, L.A.
A lot of other really good. Oh, okay.
LA,
All right.
A little different for his time of what he did. I mean, he wasn't conventional point guard. He was 6'9", right?
Mm-hmm.
A little unconventional.
So a little bit different.
Little different here.
Possibly the best ever.
Well, he's in top 5, top 10.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Shohei Ohtani, is he the best ever?
When you hear Spilly says so on the broadcast all the time. Said this is the best guy to ever put on a baseball uniform. I mean, I've heard him say it multiple times. Now, whether you agree or not, that's up to you. It's just an opinion. But that's why I'm asking the question. Going to see Shohei Ohtani pitch is like what? Now, you played against Michael Jordan. I was lucky to see Michael Jordan. I was lucky to see Kobe Bryant in person, LeBron James, Larry Bird. Magic, sure. Magic, hold on. I got to think about that.
If you saw Bird play.
Yeah, but that's against. I didn't have tickets like the NBA Finals. I don't know if I ever did see Magic play in person. I might not have actually. But we can get back to it later. We just kill a little time till Tyler got back here, anyways. So we can continue that a little bit. But that is happening later tonight. He's arguably the best of all time. And seeing somebody watching Da Vinci paint, something like that. Is it something like just beyond just sports itself?
I'm always reluctant to put a guy who's currently playing in the best of all time.
Okay.
He has another elbow injury, and then he becomes a hitter. Hell of a hitter.
Yeah.
Got a little power.
And he didn't pitch last year at all, so he's pitching. It's not that he's just hitting. It's that he's pitching. We can get to it later. Tyler, welcome back from practice.
Hi, boys.
How was the deal out there today?
Well, it was a hot one for sure.
I bet.
Felt to be like the guys were grinding a little bit, to be honest with you. I mean, it's hot. Those days do affect you. Sometimes it's hard to bring the energy when you're just zapped like that. Are you a fan of orange or you find a fan of white?
Well, I'd like to see the white do better.
I had orange in high school, the Tigers. I had orange literally as the nickname of my college, and I have been a Broncos fan for 26 years.
All right.
So I guess I'm partial to orange.
Your team defense?
I'm reluctantly, yes.
Okay, well, team defense had a day.
Okay, all right, so I'm team orange.
Yeah, team defense definitely had a day. Yesterday, look, I'm totally transparent and totally honest with you guys. Yesterday was a great day for the offense. It was another good day for Bo Nix. Today was not nearly as crisp. It started out pretty decent for Bo. I had the elevated view again, and so I actually was able to kind of chart a few of the periods.
Mm-hmm.
And they started out practice with a team run period. I'll say this: it sure appears to me like Tyler Bidet is got that number 3 spot locked up.
Okay.
I mean, he's clearly the third man in just about every single time. They are giving fewer and fewer reps to the 2s and the 3s over the last couple days.
Mm-hmm.
Team run period, I thought the O-line created some holes, and it was pretty decent. Then they went to a third down period, and Bo was 5 of 7 on his completions, 4 of 7 on converting the first down, right?
Pretty good.
So third down period. It was a pretty good period for him. But it ended on a sour note. Not necessarily a terrible throw from Bo Nix, but one of those balls that Evan Ingram, he's totally out. He's reaching out as far as he possibly can with his left hand, tipped ball, interception. It was not a great ball. It wasn't a terrible ball, but it did lead to an interception. Stiddy Scott, you'll be happy to hear.
Great again.
Yeah, you'll be
always-
no. You'll be happy to hear. Steady regressed today. Steady in the third down period was over.
Because you all put him too much in the limelight.
Well, you're the only one rooting for his demise. You're the only one here.
I'm not rooting for his demise.
He was 0 for 3. Sam Ellinger was 0 for 1 in the third down period. I keep going here, but I'll give you guys a chance to catch up. But they were playing music during the team periods today, and they were alternating between music and crowd noise, getting ready for crowd noise.
Mhm.
So that was a new thing today. We have not had any music or
Did
any
that
crowd noise.
Bring more energy?
No.
No.
It felt to me like the guys were zapped. It really, really did. What else, man? What else? Had another period. Bo had a chance for a really cool play with Pat Bryant. Scrambled up the middle. Stopped just short of the line of scrimmage. Launched it deep, probably 50 yards-ish, give or take. But overthrew Pat by like 10 yards. And it was a walk-in touchdown. Again, not the easiest of throws. You're scrambling, you're moving up in the pocket, you're trying to be aware of the line of scrimmage, all those sorts of things. But it was kind of crazy how far he overthrew him. I mean, kind of crazy.
Those are the ones you gotta stop, get your heartbeat right in a matter of 1.2 seconds, and then throw it on a dime.
Yeah. They did continue just random spots throughout practice to continue the work of the no huddle. It would just be like a play or two here. They would stay on the line of scrimmage, run another play. So that's a couple days in a row of a lot of no huddle work. And then they, to wrap up practice, I charted the whole thing. I don't know if you want the whole thing, but the 2-minute drill to wrap up practice.
Sure.
38 seconds. You're down 21-14. You got one timeout. Ball's on the 50.
All right. We got to get a touchdown.
Got to get a tutty.
Okay.
First pass deep to Cortland Sutton, incomplete. Second down, you got a Troutman crossing route, gain of 5 or 6 yards, gets out of bounds, does his job.
Okay.
Third down sack. We're in trouble.
Got a timeout, I guess.
We do have a timeout. We haven't used it.
Okay.
Some questionable clock management. The clock was not ticking very quickly.
Okay.
I'll tell you that much. But
real game, you might be in trouble.
Yeah, real game.
But
you're
now
probably
you're back
in
at
trouble.
the 50-yard line.
Yeah,
or worse.
Yeah. I didn't chart exactly where it was, but that sounds about right.
Right.
Yeah.
You're in trouble.
Fourth down, it was 4th and 6, and he does convert it with a quick slant to Cortland Sutton.
Okay.
Drives alive. Okay. Again, questionable clock management here because somehow we've still got 27 seconds on the clock, and we only started with 38 with a sack. Not entirely sure how that
And
worked.
not using a timeout.
And not using timeout.
Okay.
But you know what? We'll take the 27 seconds, and
All
we're not
right.
going to complain because we're an offensive-minded group, right?
Right.
Second down, end zone shot, Marvin Mims incomplete. Third down, we got 14 seconds left. Bo scrambles for 15. Timeout, probably a Zach Allen sack, but big gain. Now we're probably on the 12, 15-yard line.
How much time?
After that play, we've got six seconds left.
So you might have time for 2 plays. Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. 6 seconds left. I wrote time for 1 TD shot.
Okay.
Should have definitely been an interception to Jaquan McMillan. He just dropped it. Flat out dropped it. So probably should have walked off on an interception there. 1 second is miraculously still on the clock.
How about that?
I don't know how the hell it happened,
Incredible.
but I mean, it's amazing how there's just 1 second that is still on that clock.
Well, this is certainly going to be the last play.
We've got another crack at this thing.
All right, let's go.
2 touchdown attempts, 1 second left. Oh my gosh, Bo, what are you doing? You want to talk about an ultimate Russell Wilson, like just zero pocket presence, brain fart. Mike McGlinchey has got Jonathan Cooper locked up. I mean, fully extended, arms out, locked up. Bo's looking down the field, and he decides to just drift out to the right and try to go buy himself some time. And I mean, just walks directly into Jonathan Cooper, sack, practice over.
That's it. All right. Well, more of the defense is pretty good.
Well, let's look at one question before.
Oh, of course.
Did you see Colin Cowherd out there? Was he out there practicing?
Colin Cowherd.
I did not see Colin Cowherd. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Scott's referring to the fact that Cowherd has predicted the Broncos to be the fourth best team in the NFL.
From what he's seen.
I saw that.
And I'm like,
yeah.
What's he seen?
From what he's heard.
Yeah. Now, if he just said that, in fact, it'd be even better, more clear from what I heard from Sean Payton.
Yeah.
But don't tell me what you've seen when you've been out there
when
12, 15 times.
Studio?
I've been out there 10, 11 times, and he ain't out there. I ain't seen nothing.
Yeah, this team is pretty hard to predict. I see somebody say, bye, Mr. Negative. Okay, I mean, look, do you want to know what happened to practice or not? Yesterday, I was I was glowing. I was glossing Bo Nix. I was telling you it was good. Today was bad. But this is why this team is so hard to predict. Because, look, if you're a fan of good defense, we're going to have great defense, right? And that should put us in a lot of ball games. That should give us a chance to win a lot of games. What will this offense become will be the question.
I think that's the only thing to answer. And I don't think you're going to get it answered Saturday. And I'm not sure that you'll get it answered until, who was it, the first game? Tennessee.
Tennessee. Well, let me ask you, Tyler. Can you really replicate those pressure situations in practice? Does it feel like a game?
I think 2-minute drill always does.
It does?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's especially as an offensive lineman, that's tough living, man. That is tough living.
Even in practice.
Oh, hell yes.
Same as
because
the game.
Defense is just teeing off. They're not even remotely playing the run. It's just that's a scary moment of practice.
Does success or failure in 2-minute in practice often replicate what happens in the real world in games? Or is it just night and day, or is it impossible to predict?
Well, I do think it can be a good indicator. A successful 2-minute drive, it's not about big plays. It's about that play on second down that you threw down to Troutman, right? It's about that 6-yard crossing route that you got out of bounds, right? It's about that 5-yard quick slant to Cortland Sutton, getting on the ball and not eating up too much clock. It's about efficiency. So I do think you get a pretty good clue of how efficient the crew can be. I don't think it was a bad 2-minute drill. The clock management was questionable, and it gave them some extra opportunities in there. But they just stalled out when they needed it the most.
All right, well, we'll hear from some of the coordinators coming up. They spoke to some of the Muggles off to the side, so we'll track that down for you to hear what they have to say about life in the fast lane. Plus, a question. If you were to start an NFL team, best player in the NFL right now who's not a quarterback. It's PhD on 92.5. All right. Appreciate you listening. I did not watch Hard Knocks last night. I don't know if you did or not.
No, I did not.
All right.
I'm done. I watched the first two. They were terrible, and I'm done.
I get it.
If you watch another one and you tell me it got good, I'll watch it again.
All right.
But someone's gonna have to give me a reason to watch it.
I got hooked. I got started watching the. I want your take on the Austin Gomber thing too in a little bit too. I'm curious where you come from it, but I'm watching the Netflix Cowboys thing, man. I'm a sucker for drama. Ain't no doubt about it, whether it's real or not. But it is always so good when it's real, man. And like that Dallas Cowboys team, what are your memories of that early 90s Cowboys team, man?
Well, I got to see him in the Super Bowl in Atlanta when they just crushed the Bills. Close game, I think, at first half, and then the second half, third quarter,
they had their way.
Smoked them.
Mm-hmm.
My brother's the biggest Cowboy fans. When I grew up in Kansas, you got your AFC game of the week was always the Chiefs, and your NFC game was always the Cowboys. So I have one brother who's like a diehard Chiefs fan, another brother who's a diehard Cowboys fan. So I always followed them, always liked them. It was a thrill one time when I got to meet Roger Staubach. I always thought that was cool, right?
Well, that goes back, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was when I was a kid.
I had forgotten how bad Tom Landry was as a coach at the end. Like, he is revered, but at the end, he was terrible.
Well, he stayed kind of old school.
He didn't know guys' names. He was falling asleep in meetings. He was awful.
How old was he?
I don't know, man, but like it wasn't good. Like it was not a difficult decision for Jerry Jones to move on from Tom Landry.
One of this sidebar, Woody Page is one of his great, back when he was a columnist with the Post, right?
Mm-hmm.
When Tom Landry died, he did almost a eulogy on his side post, because always on the side of the paper, right? And it was a story about his mom. How his mom always liked him because Tom always dressed nice in a coat and a tie, and all these other coaches were wearing. But it was like a whole story of Tom Landry's career from the eyes of his mom. It was one of the great articles I've ever read. But yeah, I think when Jerry bought the team, I'm sure they went as far back to that, right?
Oh yeah. Do you know what they bought the
wide changes?
Oh, they called it the Saturday Massacre.
Yeah. It was like $200 million, right?
155.
155.
But hold on. When they spent that, they thought he was crazy.
They did. Yep.
And he made that up within the first year.
Yeah, he it's just so funny seeing things that don't feel like it that long ago, but I guess they were. Emmitt Smith had a holdout. Do you know what he was holding out for?
What year did he buy it?
1989.
Okay, so right before the heyday.
Oh yeah, they were bad. They were bad, and the first 2 years that he owned it, they were bad. And then it sort of clicked in. They were bad with Jimmy Johnson the first year with Jimmy Johnson. It
went 15.
Wasn't right away, and then it went.
But he's blown out legends like Tex Schramm.
Oh, he goes in his first press conference. Jerry Jones in his first press conference goes, "Yeah, I don't want to be the coach. I want that guy's job." And he points at the general manager, Tex Schramm, who he consequently fired, shortly thereafter. But he actually said it. Jerry Jones is a hoot, man. You can say whatever you want about that dude, but he is high entertainment, and
he's awesome.
He's in a certain way, he's the most awesome. Emmitt Smith had a holdout. Now, this does remind me of what's going on right now with Micah Parsons. Jerry Jones prides himself on digging his heels in. Like, that's where he feels he's the best. Emmitt Smith, leading rusher for 2 years, wins a Super Bowl with Dallas. Without a doubt, the best running back in the NFL, playing on a rookie contract, wants to redo his deal. Sounding familiar, Micah Parsons? Okay. Jerry just says, forget it. We'll just move on to a rookie. They start 0-2. And had they not started 0-2, I don't know if a deal would have got done. Emmett may have been sitting, and they had just won the Super Bowl. Emmett's deal that he finally settled for to be the highest paid running back. You ready for this? Why'd you take a guess first? 1992, 93, something like that. Yeah. So it's a 4-year contract. Give me the total money.
Oh, total?
Total money for 4 years.
10.
10. Scott.
4 years, $8 million.
Well, okay, 13.6. Because Thurman Thomas had a 4-year, $13.5 million deal. But still, so I guess I'm going a little bit over what you guys are guessing.
But 13.6.
Well, you made me want to guess low.
Well, I guess so. But 13.6 for 4 years?
Yeah.
And that was the top. That was like, whoa.
Yeah, $3 million a year.
And Jerry Jones didn't want to pay it. He pays it. They win another Super Bowl, and Emmitt Smith is, unbelievable. He's fantastic. But this Micah Parsons thing, this thing, I could see this lingering a little bit, man. I could see Jerry Jones pushing this. Certainly has a history of it.
Yeah, I heard Adam Schefter talking about it yesterday, and he felt like the thing's leading towards a divorce. I don't know, man. It seems to be like they're just going to pay the man, but they do still have the franchise tag. So, I mean, if he really wants to dig his heels in, all right, Micah, how about you lose a year of service? Doesn't count towards anything. You're further behind. You don't get anything towards your pension. And, oh, by the way, on the back end of that thing, yeah, we still got that franchise tag twice.
How big of a ripple effect do you think this will? Do you really think for Nick Bonito nothing will happen until Micah Parsons settles itself out?
Well, I mean, if it goes that long, no. No. I mean, they're not going to wait an entire year plus to get a deal done. But, I mean, yeah, I think that they're still holding out for it and seeing what's going to happen here. And, maybe you hold out until the end of training camp, and if Micah Parsons doesn't get that deal done, maybe you re-engage. But for now, there's no reason to be in a rush because the money's only going to go up with each new contract.
There was a question out there, Dan put it in the old group text. If you were aside quarterback, who's the best player in the NFL? Now, this is a tricky one to me because we got it. It's context to me actually matters. Like, is this who I'm starting my team with? Is this who makes the most plays? Is this who's the best defender? I mean, what matters the most?
Yeah.
So it was like, well, okay, how do you really want to define it? First of all, I should just throw it out there. Do you think you can define it? Do you think you can just say, okay, take away quarterback, here is the best player in the NFL?
Man, it's tough. I mean, I'd be tempted to go with Saquon Barkley. I'd be tempted to go with
Justin Jefferson.
He's up there for sure. Typically speaking, when you don't go QB, it feels like you almost always end up on a pass rusher, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the pass rushers, I think that there's not a clear separation of who the best pass rusher in the NFL is anymore. It was TJ Watt for a while. It was JJ Watt for a while. It was Aaron Donald for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a cluster of guys, Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, all
Hendrickson,
these guys.
maybe.
Yeah, Trey Hendrickson is certainly in the mix. That are all just like they're the best group in the NFL.
What's his name?
But could
in
you
San
really
Francisco?
Define who the best of them are? I don't know.
I think it's hard to do.
The funny thing is, if you'd asked this question 6 years ago, I mean, there was talk of Aaron Donald winning an MVP.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was that good. I don't think there was, when he was in his role, was there any question he was probably the best non-quarterback player in the NFL?
No. He was the best player in the NFL for years and years.
Yeah.
If you want to go by pay, a receiver would be the choice, I suppose.
Yeah.
And if we're just taking the quarterback out of it, the way the NFL operates these days.
If you really put me on the spot, I had to pick a guy. I guess I'd pick Myles Garrett, but then you look at it, you're like, well, what's that doing for the Browns? So what's the best player in the world doing for the Browns?
Right.
I don't know. It doesn't mean he's not the best player in the NFL.
What's funny? I'll go back to that Cowboys document. They had Michael Irvin. They were 1-15. They had Troy Aikman. They were 1-15. It's a weird question, right? So it might be Myles Garrett. Seriously, he just the rest of it kind of whatever. I mean, that's what makes football so great, by the way, because it's the ultimate team sport. Period.
Well, and it's changed to the quarterback is so instrumental.
It's so ridiculously
on
valuable
every team. If we go back 35 years ago to the Cowboys, you can't put Roger Staubach in there. Well, Tony Dorsett would be voted, or maybe Hollywood Henderson, or one of their defensive
But
guys.
Who really changed the Cowboys, as this documentary shows, is Charles Haley, and he had mental problems. There's no doubt about it.
Well, he had mental problems for Super Bowls in San Francisco and Super Bowls in Dallas.
He just straight up has. That's true, but
What's he doing now?
I have no idea. But he was interviewed for the documentary, so at least he's with us, and he was unbelievable, though, as a player. Sometimes you talk about, hey, players and the game is so much better now than it was. There are some guys that, Tyler, don't you think could just play?
Oh, there's always
going
to be generational players that can play in any generation.
Charles Haley, I'm pretty convinced, would be a great player in a head case, no matter. I think Michael Irvin would be a great receiver. I think Emmitt Smith would be a great running back. Troy Aikman would be a great quarterback. Jerry Rice could play. Joe Montana could play. There's some guys that just, throughout time, would always be great players, I think.
No, I agree with that.
So.
I mean, I think the far majority would struggle in today's game, but there's generational guys.
Yeah, it was pretty funny to see the old...
Or I should say intergenerational, I guess.
The Arkansas tape. Jerry Jones was a guard, and he might have gone, I don't know, 260, maybe.
Oh, I doubt it.
I'm even that big.
I bet it was closer to like 215.
He bulked. Yeah, I think he's got to be above 2. He was actually kind of, puffy a little bit. Then you see pictures of Jimmy Johnson, who was, I guess, a defensive end, which is like kind of a pretty squatty body for a pass rushing defensive end. Or
195 when he was playing at the University of Arkansas.
Is that right?
Yep.
Wow, that's a beefy 195. As a guard?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But it was 1964, dude.
Yeah, I gotcha. Different times.
Hadn't invented chemicals yet.
That's crazy. He was really? They said 190 something?
195.
Okay. Nuts. Hey, did you hear our conversation about Austin Gomber and that whole thing?
I did hear some of it, yeah.
You got any, just to recap, Austin Gomber's down on himself.
Oh, yeah, just making bad pitches, Just feel like I'm in a tough spot right now. It sucks to let the team down and, more specifically the bullpen for sure. We needed more length than that, and I just couldn't provide it. I just feel like I'm just a little bit lost out there right now. Don't really have any confidence, conviction. Really don't really have like an identity of what I'm trying to do. So just trying to figure it out, man. It's kind of, is what it is. Like I said, it just doesn't, and I don't really have a lot of like belief in what I'm doing. So just kind of like searching, as we go. So it's a tough place to be, out there trying to, figure out what's going to work on the fly. But that's just kind of what I have right now. So, we're trying to find something to like grab onto and go with, but right now I'm just struggling to find that.
What are your thoughts about that?
Well, it's something I can relate to. He's in a radically different phase of his career. I haven't been shy of discussing periods of my career where I went through confidence issues. But I was a young player in my first and second year in the NFL. My second year in the NFL, I'm starting in my hometown. I'm playing for Josh McDaniels, and I'm getting told 158 times per day how terrible of a player I am. And at some point, I started to believe the words that were being said about me, And it was a miserable experience. I mean, I lost confidence in myself. I hated football. There was at one point I thought I was going to quit football, and it took me a change of scenery. It took me a coach that gave me external validation, and it took enough internal wins to turn that around. But I was a young guy, right? Which the opposite of that. By the time I got to my later years, dude, I was oozing confidence. I mean, I don't think it was I don't think I was irrational about it. I always knew my limitations as a football player, but I mean, I'd been through it all. I'd seen it all. I'd played them all. So to be on the back end of your career feeling that way, that's a different place, right? I heard you guys' conversation about how do you handle it. I don't know, dude. I mean, everybody's different. And this might even sound weak-minded for me. I needed somebody else to tell me I'm good. I did. I needed a coach that believed in me. I needed to go to Seattle and have Tom Cable tell me that there's no difference between me and Russell Okung. I needed somebody that could help me, knowing I was struggling with some confidence issues, and help me power through it. I wish I could say it was as simple as just doing it intrinsically. I wish I could say it was something that could be done purely internal. But sometimes it does take a belief. Honestly, to answer your question that I heard you guys talking about, would you just keep putting them back out there or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
You would?
I would. I mean, because at this point, I don't need to punish the guy any further by taking him away from the game. The season's lost. It's over.
Telling him he's not good enough if you take him out.
Right.
Which is what you just talked about.
Right. I mean, I would just pat this dude on the back. I'd give him all the love in the world. And I'd keep him in the rotation. I mean, what the hell's the point of embarrassing the the organization's embarrassed. You're not embarrassing us, Austin. That's what I would tell him. Hey, you're not doing anything to make this club look embarrassing. We suck. We suck. And so yeah, we got your back, brother.
You know, the Rockies have just let 2 older guys, catchers, just go this year. Recently, Austin Nola was let go, and I'm forgetting the name, but he actually threw. Nola threw too. So the 2 guys that had position players that pitched have both been released by the team because, they weren't that great and they wanted to develop new guys. So what's the difference between that and a 32-year-old pitcher who's kind of, doesn't have his stuff anymore? What's the difference?
A, that you don't have 100 pitchers growing off the vine, and B, catchers probably are.
Well, there's always, hey man, there's always AA, there's always AAA, and there's guys. I mean, there's always guys. Hey, we're gonna
the 40-man call-up hasn't started yet, has it?
Doesn't start till September, but we're only 10 days away from that.
Yeah, but you do that now, and guess what? Then you got to pay somebody, guy, they lose a year of eligibility or whatever it is to the negotiation, and the Rockies are about that.
I'm not anti-Austin Gomber, by the way, and if you think, hey, the best thing is to pat him on, I think they are being supportive of him. The guy's 0-7 on the season. He hasn't not won a game all year, and he's been, regularly put out there. So I don't think he's in a, we're being harsh on you situation. But I feel for the dude because I understand players have did you guys ever have teammates that came out and said that to the media? I don't have any confidence in myself. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel lost out there.
I don't know about directly to the media, but definitely have had teammates that have been like, dude, I need help.
Yeah.
For sure I have.
Well, I have never that I can reflect on. But dude, I go, and you talk about it because Tyler and I don't know. This is a young team. You got, maybe a future ahead of this team. What a great chance for growth internally from this team. A guy stepping up and said, listen, I know he's a veteran, but he needs support, dog. This would be a great opportunity to see if your manager is legit.
Well, I guess that's a fascinating thing as an athlete, too. At one point, do you believe in a teammate, and what point do you not believe in teammates? Do you always believe in a teammate just because they're your teammate? Or do you know guys just don't have it anymore? I mean, you guys would know better than me, that's for sure. And you're competing at the highest level. It's not just hey, we grew up in the neighborhood together. We're competing. This guy might cost us.
Yeah, but I disagree with that. He's not costing them anything. It's over. The whole season's gone. It's over. So what's he costing you? Jack squat.
Well, I'm just talking about a bigger sort of picture, confidence in your teammates.
Yeah.
If a guy, okay, let me just take him out of it. Guy comes up to you. He expresses, who was that guy on the Broncos, the offensive lineman who was caught on mic saying, I don't have it. To an ex-teammate. You remember that?
Oh, yeah. Menelik Watson, I think.
Yes.
Was it Menelik?
Yeah, I think it was.
No. It was Donald Stevenson.
Oh, okay. And he was caught on, I don't know what I'm doing out here. And then one of his ex-teammates is like, hey.
Sam Darnold was big on that when he was quarterback with the Jets.
I'm seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
I mean, are you guys good with teammates that or you're like, hey, man, you'll get over it. Just hang in there. You'll be all right.
Yeah, no, listen, I've had guys in shooting slumps that you can see that their dauber's down, but every good team I've been on is you've always had multiple guys picking them up.
Right.
I'll go back to, and we maybe it means nothing, but Myles Garrett to Shedeur in that first game, they're playing and teasing. I want to see what it feels like you get hit by you, and you don't want that. Hey, we're going to need you, and we're going to need you this year.
Right.
Just that little comment like that
goes a long ways,
right?
Yeah.
If a guy like Myles Garrett came to you, said, "Dog, get up, you're all right, because we're going to need you this year."
Yep.
What would that have done for you?
A lot.
Right?
A lot. Yep.
Yeah, I guess as a teammate, what do you got to lose except for being supportive?
No. Especially
somebody else is going to make that decision. It's not going to be up to you anyway.
No.
That's a good teammate then. It's a good teammate.
I do think that things change based off how competitive a team you are. Like when you ask, do you ever lose belief in a guy? Look, I've been on bad teams, and I know what it's like. And at that point, there's a bonding in the suckness that you're over. Like, it's not that you're not trying, it's not that you're not competing, but you're over the embarrassment of losing. And now it's like it's almost about protecting each other's sanity.
Well, maybe that's the case. All right, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. We'll also get back to what the Broncos did in practice here for some of the coordinators coming up as well. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone causes all sorts of problems. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts. You just don't feel like yourself. You don't need that. But listen, some guys just say, I'm getting old and might just be low T. Seriously. You know, in your early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production. You can get that back. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take the low T quiz on their website. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 questions. Yes or no. Very simple. 2 minutes. They'll draw your blood. Have your results within 30 minutes. They'll review the results with you, and you go from there. The appointment's only $99. It includes a medical consult, T, and PSA test. Listen, if you sign up for testosterone treatment, the day of your appointment, the visit is free. Most men wait a year or longer. You don't need to. Call today. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
There was a mock draft, Tyler, that had Arch
Mock draft?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
They had Arch Manning going number 1 to the Browns. No dumb question. If the Browns have the number 1 pick in next year's
But
draft.
Archie said he's staying in school.
If the Browns have the number 1 pick in the draft, what does that say? What happened to Shedur's year with the Browns?
I don't know. I mean, I know I've kind of facetiously, maybe not facetiously, maybe I'm serious. I'm not quite sure what I am on it. Pinpointed that Miami game for the Browns, which is week 5, as what could be a turning point for the Browns where they turn on Joe Flacco. Because if they start the season 0-4, which is very realistic, I can't remember what the schedule was. It was like Bengals, Ravens. I don't know. It was 4 really good
brutal.
teams.
It was
four,
tough.
4 really, really good teams that you're like, yeah, they're losing all 4 of those games. Well, okay, Shedur gets inputted at week 5. Does Shedur Sanders even get inputted at any point, or is it Dylan Gabriel? So I don't know how to answer that question, dude. I mean, say Dylan Gabriel gets first crack, okay? And maybe they do bench Joe Flacco in week 5. Dylan Gabriel is the next man up. Well, he's going to get 4 or 5 games in there until they're like, well, this guy sucks also. Let's give Shedur Sanders a crack at this thing. So it might not mean much of anything about Shedur Sanders' season because he might only play in 3 or 4 games.
But when this mock has him drafting Arch Manning, so it has him drafting a quarterback, and what does that mean then?
Well,
I mean,
yeah, you're done.
What do we right? So the first 4 games for the Browns.
I thought you were asking about how he played, but yeah, you're right. Of course, if you draft Archie, he's toast.
Bengals at Ravens, home Packers at Lions.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, you could be 0-4.
But don't you say if you're grandpa or dad or uncle, hey, you still got eligibility. Do you want to go to Cleveland or stay at Texas and make $8 million?
I know. We always bring up that conversation, and I'm always like, guess who you're going to go to the next year?
Another lousy team.
Another really, really horrible organization.
But would you rather go, especially with Manning history, to a lousy New Orleans team or a lousy Cleveland team?
I don't know. I mean, I guess New Orleans sounds pretty cool because I'm a Manning.
Right.
Grandpa and grandma live there, and they're Mannings in New Orleans, I guess. But what's the guarantee that New Orleans is going to be there?
Well, listen, if you gotta go to a sucky team, give me a sucky team that's a little warmer than Cleveland.
Fair.
Give me Carolina or Tennessee or
there's something romantic.
Or a dome like Indianapolis.
Have you guys heard Johnny Manziel just trashing the city of Cleveland?
Yeah.
He's
honest. He's a kind of a kook, but he's honest.
I've been catching a lot of his podcast stuff just on Instagram or TikTok or whatever.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of an interesting podcast. He brings on good guests and they talk about deep subjects. I mean, I think it's interesting.
I do too. I wonder where he is mentally in life sometimes, but hopefully he's doing all right. He's an interesting personality.
I can't tell if that dude is sober or if he's still on one.
Dude, they had that Netflix documentary about him. And most documentaries, in all honesty, kind of end like, and this is how
even
it all
Pete
wrapped
Rose's.
up.
That one needed about 4 more episodes.
That one, that one ended and I was like, is he going to kill himself? Like, it just sort of ended, and I'm like, wait a second, is he all right?
They could have done easily 4 more episodes with that. It was a great documentary, but I definitely felt like they left a lot of stuff out.
No dumb question on the text line. Shotma's the text line. Why doesn't the NFL push back all afternoon kickoffs until 2:30 or 3 o'clock to allow for morning games to completely finish? 2:05 kickoffs continually interfere with watching the end of morning games. Well, a lot of games do kick off at 2:25. They don't all kick off at 2:05.
Well, you know what else that would help with? That like awkward hour break that we all hate before the nighttime game because we just want to go straight into more football and then
push
you got
that a little closer together.
Yeah. I would like that.
Well, they do that because they sell advertisements on the pregame shows there for the Sunday night thing. I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
Sure, but
do you guys not always feel like you just want to go straight into another game? That's how I feel.
Of course, but they do torture you with postgame and pregames. But they're not going to change that. That's
well, then that's probably your answer.
Very much on
why
purpose.
Why do they do it? That's probably the answer because they got to leave time for that.
Yeah, I really.
But
don't...
I mean, the question seems pretty logical to me. Why do you want the crossover time there? Because there are games that are ending while your game is beginning.
Here's a no dumb question. I saw a guy at Starbucks today. No phone, no tablet, no laptop. He just sat there drinking coffee. Is he a psychopath?
Oh, he's definitely planning a murder at 10.
I have never thought of that. I don't know if I've ever gone into a Starbucks in the past 5 years where somebody isn't on a device if they're by themselves.
By themselves. I've done that before. I do that all the time.
By yourself.
Yeah.
And you don't take your phone out at all.
No, you got your phone. I don't believe you.
Nope. I on the road, I try to do that on purpose. Like if they'll have a little coffee shop or something.
But you bring a book?
I'll go down there with a book.
Okay,
yeah,
well, that doesn't
I'll
count.
Go there and sit
that
there
doesn't count.
with the,
That's my new thing, by the way.
A book's fine.
I'm now into going to the coffee shops and reading books.
Yeah.
I dig it.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's what
okay.
But you've got a purpose to be there.
You got a book.
And I want to get out of the room. I don't want to just sit there and drink the coffee up in the room.
That's fine.
Yeah, but this psychopath was just sitting there.
Like his legs crossed, just drinking coffee, looking out the window.
But maybe he's got a job where he's on it all day. He just needs 10 minutes of just electronic peace.
Yeah, I would.
Don't you guys ever do that?
No.
Yeah, with the book. But I don't just sit there.
No. Do I what? Just sit there and stare out the window?
Me and my thoughts, my brain is scary. I don't like being in my brain.
I find myself more and more isolating away from the phone and just saying.
Are you just like Forrest Gump sitting on the front porch with your hands on your lap and just staring,
I
wondering if you're going to start running?
Communications. And funny thing is, I'm trying to do that and be present with my family. And
well, that's with your
there's
family.
Ellie playing Roblox and the warden sitting there doing her Facebook stuff. And I'm like.
The only time I ever have that is when I'm trying to do a little quiet time with God, but that only lasts about 10 or 15 minutes max.
What's that movie where the guy's out on his lawn chair staring off into space and the sprinklers just spraying on his pants? Gosh darn it, what the heck is that
is
movie?
That Con Air?
Is that Con Air?
I want to say it was Con Air. When he was sitting by the empty pool.
I think you might be right.
Something like that.
Flip. He's just sitting on the lawn chair. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Well, of course, those guys were prisoners, have been locked up in the big house, and they got to go out. You don't think you want to sit down just...
Damn, was that Con Air?
I don't know.
Con Air?
There was something similar to that in Con Air.
And you had the dude that was eating kids sitting there talking to a little kid, too. So,
I don't know, man. It might freak me out a little bit if I just saw a guy in a coffee shop just seriously drinking coffee.
He's either planning a robbery or a murder. One of the two.
I think that's peaceful. I think that's unbelievable.
He's definitely casing the place.
I can't tell you last time I saw it.
If I'm the manager, I'm kicking that dude out. you are casing my restaurant right now. You are not allowed to be here.
Do you think we could go into a coffee shop right now and find anybody doing that?
No.
They'll have them on their computer doing work or whatever.
I got you. I'm not saying it's a perfect
But
society.
Wouldn't you like to have
days.
a nice little peaceful, just no noise?
But I mean,
sure,
hold on.
I
But
guess.
let's be. Yes, I do enjoy that, and I try to do that every single morning. I try to start my morning with a cup of coffee, sitting on my porch outside, get a little sunlight on me. I'm talking to God. But that can only last about 10 or 15 minutes before I need something to do.
Oh, not me. I get about 5:50, and I'm that guy right there till about 7 till everybody wakes up. And
You
I'm like,
stare
man,
off to space for an hour and 10 minutes?
I'm calling such BS on that. I'm BS.
Hour and 10 minutes, just staring. Just thoughts.
Nobody can sit there for an hour.
Oh, I could. But no, I sit there and I'll read and think and contemplate.
Again, that's
I listen to
reading.
music, put a
Reading
little
is
soft
different.
music.
That's
And music is
fine,
different.
of course,
But you
of
take 10
course.
minutes doing that and you got to do something else. I do that for like...
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm sitting there in silence without anything. I'll read out on almost every day I read on my porch for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Almost every day.
Yeah, they're nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what I'll do.
It's been pretty hot lately.
I'll go is there a coffee shop around here?
What, are you going to go film yourself? Because that doesn't count. You got a device.
No, I'll leave at the top of the hour, and I'll leave all my stuff in the car, and then I'll check in with you guys in the crosstalk at 3 o'clock.
Well, there's a Starbucks like down the road. You know where you
or
sit?
I could just go to Chick-fil-A and just get a soda, same thing, and just
No,
sit.
Chick-fil-A is not the same thing.
And sit in a booth with a soda?
No. This is a coffee shop.
But it's the same thing. I can
No. People go to Chick-fil-A and coffee shops for two really different reasons.
Well, so exactly. So if I went there and just ordered a soda and sat in a booth by myself, is that not strange?
Yes.
Same thing.
If the food's all gone, yes. If you're eating, no.
I'm not going to eat. I'm just going to get a soda, and I'm just going to sit there. Don't you ever guys like to sit there and watch people?
I guess not.
I've never planned a murder before.
I haven't either.
Listen, I think I get on my bike. I'm trying to stay healthy, but there's some meditative sort of reasons why I like getting outside every day and pushing yourself just a little bit every day and having some thoughts. But I'm doing that. I got my earbuds in. I'm listening to the station or something else or whatever's got music or whatever. Even on my bike, I've got something else happening. I don't know. Maybe that's just my problem. But if I saw a dude at a Starbucks and he just had his legs crossed and was staring into space with a latte, I'd leave.
Yep.
I'm with you. There's something going on there.
I'm driving tonight up to Aspen, right?
Uh-huh.
I look forward to it because I can sit there, music, don't need it loud, just down low.
Yeah.
And just silence, me, the music, the car, humming the road, whatever.
Yeah, okay.
No dumb question, but does it not bother you? Because when I get in the car, I feel like I just want to just veg and let's just go. Then all of a sudden someone's sitting beside you and talking the whole freaking time.
Would you rather have somebody with you for 4 hours to Aspen or by yourself?
By myself.
By myself.
For sure. I am a big introvert.
I just like peace and quiet sometimes, dog. Dude, I don't know. You guys ain't in my realm yet.
I got something going on tonight. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to do it or not because I want to see Shohei Ohtani pitch. But I know my wife isn't really interested in going to the Rockies. And I'm like, I should just go. If I want to go, I should just go.
Sure.
And then, like, when he's done pitching, I just leave.
So in the 8th inning, you can leave. And
he ain't going 8. That'd be a hell of a game, but you know what I'm saying. But anyways, whatever. Let's get back to the Broncos, what you saw in practice today. That's coming up next. All right, big question of the day. What is the biggest takeaway from Broncos practice? We'll get there in a second. Here's what Joe Lombardi said, offense coordinator of the Broncos, about what he wants to see from Bo in New Orleans.
In this game, it'd be good, if you got in a rhythm and put together a drive or two. And just, we're getting to the end of training camp and most of the installs in, so just, tightening up the details, before we know it, we're going to be getting ready for that first game. So, just continue on the path that he's on.
Jeff Legwald will join us at 2:30. Tyler was out at practice today. What'd you see from Bo?
Not as good of a day as yesterday, for sure. Yesterday was a good day for Bo Nix. He strung together a couple good days, going back to the joint practice with Cardinals, followed it up yesterday with a really strong performance. Today felt like, Scott, just about any other day out of training camp. I mean, it definitely was not a bad day. Bo had some moments that looked pretty good.
Which has been his camp. I mean, even when we say he wasn't great, I mean, he had moments.
He started out the practice, the first, real Bo period would be the third down period. You got team run and everything, but the first Bo period, that would be the third down period they had there. And it was kind of like a high red zone period. And honestly, I was charting the whole thing. He started out, he was 4 for 4 on completions. He was 3 of 4 on picking up the first down. By the time the period was all said and done, he was 5 of 7 on completions, 4 of 7 on converting the first down. Mm-hmm. It ended on a sour note because Evan Ingram reached for a ball fully extended. Again, one of those balls that if it's 6 inches closer to Evan Ingram's body, he can get 2 hands on it, but he couldn't. So he's fully extended. Ball tips off his hand, ends up an interception. So you kind of walk away from the period on a sour note. But as a coach, you're looking at it, you're like, hey, man, you did a lot of good stuff there. It honestly was a pretty good period. Practice didn't necessarily end that way. And, I charted absolutely everything that went on today. I could go through the 2-minute drill again if we want to. But, the 2-minute drill was hectic. They were helped out by a slow thumb on the clock a handful of times. But it was also like, hey, you were moving the chains. Mm-hmm. You did your job. You're down by 7. You got yourself down there with the chance to win the game with 6 seconds on the clock. Probably just enough time for 1. If everything's perfect, maybe you get a chance for 2. Magically, after the first one, that should have been an interception to Jaquan McMillan. They put 1 second on the clock. Okay, we get another crack at this thing. So should have probably ended with the interception to McMillan. He just drops the thing. And then on the final play of the practice, Bo Nix, probably one of the worst pocket awareness I've seen from him in a long time. I think Bo's got good pocket awareness. I do. Mm-hmm. I think he does a good job of stepping up, scrambling out, buying time. Very rarely do I feel like he's putting his offensive line in a bad position. I mean, Mike McGlinchey was just in a beautiful spot, fully extended, locked out Jonathan Cooper, and Bo just literally just drifts directly into Jonathan Cooper for a sack, practice over.
Okay. These all seem like positive steps, though, excuse me, overall. I feel like it is a good thing that they're going to play in a game, though. It feels like way too long that they've gone without playing in a competitive circumstance.
It does.
You need, and Joe Lombardi just said this, I think, and it doesn't mean any regular season, but for me, here's what I need. I need the first team offense to have some success going into the regular season, right? Didn't play in game 2, didn't score in game 1. I think they only had, 1 or 2 first downs even in that first game.
Well, Bo Nix has played in 3 series.
In hindsight.
in the preseason. That's it, 3 series.
In hindsight, it's going to take a little bit of time for the league to have a uniformed approach to preseason because right now everybody's trying to figure out what their approach is going to be. Mm-hmm. I do wonder if what Sean Payton did. Now, the excuse for not playing the guys last week was that we had 2 joint practices.
Correct.
But in hindsight, it's actually a pretty good plan because you're just talking about how long it feels since they played in a game.
Yeah.
Well, if you play in the first 2 and you don't play in the third, you've got a 3-week break there without playing football because there's 2 weeks after that final game.
Agreed.
So this might be an interesting trend. Play the first game, sit out the second, play the third, and then get ready for the regular season.
We just know, I'm rolling my eyes because they will have this for a little bit, but they will be going to an 18-game schedule and only 2 preseason games eventually. And that's probably the way it'll stay for a long, long time once they get there. So I don't know. I don't know how you balance it out. I think it's just common sense that they're about to do this, that they'll do a second bye week, that they'll push the Super Bowl back to President's Day weekend. All these things are just kind of ridiculous common sense, right? So how you get your team ready, I suppose, until we get to that point is a question. I don't know if there is an answer. I'm still trying to figure out what sense it makes to do all the spring stuff, take 6 weeks off, and come back for training camp. And now it feels like for the Broncos, this just all feels too long. Like they are, I mean, for better or worse, I think they're ready to go. Do you guys agree or not?
I think there's probably a mentality of them that's ready to go. But you never know if you're ready to go till you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big believer that football takes time to marinate. You need time to stew and play and practice and go over the situations and install at a slow pace. It doesn't feel like it's been too long to me. Wow. I mean, there's still a lot of kinks that they got to iron out.
Okay, well, I mean, it goes to the game Saturday, and then you got...
I mean, are you asking me as a player, would I be ready to be done with camp, or are you asking me as an analyst, do they look prepared to play football?
I guess I'm asking you as an analyst, are they ready to play football? I guess that's where I'm going.
That offense is way too inconsistent right now.
And you can get consistent through what you have left?
They got 3 more weeks, dude.
No, I get it.
That's a lot of time.
So how much are we pressing things over these next 3 weeks? Are we pedal to the metal? Is that what you need? Do you need more joint practices? Like what else do you need?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that they got to do anything stupid, but I do think that you need the time.
All right. I don't know, man. It's the perpetual sort of like what's going on here. So let me ask you,
they have a very slow start to the season.
What does that mean?
Offensively.
Oh, but they still win?
Well,
I mean, they're playing 2. If they can't beat these 2 first opponents, what's going on?
Say they're 3-3 after 6 games.
Oh, 3-3? Oh,
4,
all right.
3-3, 4-2.
Well, 3-3 might be okay because you got after these first 2 on paper easy games. At Chargers, that's not easy.
Nope.
Home against Cincy, that ain't easy. At Philadelphia,
that ain't easy.
So you say we starting out 3-0 and then you lose 3 straight?
Yeah, or how about you? How about you win your first 2, you lose 3 straight, and then you beat at the Jets?
So now you're 3-3.
But that's in England. So you'd be 3-3. You know what? If the Broncos are 3-3, I'm okay with that in week 6. Yeah, or going into week 7.
You're not a special team though.
I don't know, man. I mean, that's L.A., Cincy, Philly.
I think you got.
It ain't easy.
You don't know who you are, Scott.
Yeah.
But if you start out 3-3, it definitely does not prevent you from being a special team.
Yeah, I mean,
you've still got a great opportunity to do whatever the heck you want to do.
What if you're 2-4?
That feels different. I know it's just one game, but that really does feel different.
And who's the game that Andy keeps bringing this up? The game after the Jets game.
Well, you got
Giants.
It's the Giants and then Dallas, both at home.
Yeah.
By the way, you keep asking me. I finally looked into it because you were going to ask me another 12 times till I figured it out. Giants game is the Super Bowl reunion with DT's going in the ring.
Okay. Oh, well, you got to win that game, please. And the Giants are going to be
I heard
terrible.
we got over 35 guys that have already RSVP.
It's going to be a special day. That is going to be a special day. That's a great time of year, too, man. In October for football. Come on, man. That's going to be awesome.
But you're also traveling back from
England.
To play.
Yeah, you don't have a bye week after England either.
That's a tough turnaround.
You're right. Yep. What are they doing, too, after Philadelphia? Are they staying on the East Coast?
They have to be, don't they?
No, they're going straight to London.
They are.
Yeah.
They're going right to London. Okay, that makes sense.
Kind of staying on the East Coast.
Yeah. Well, they're staying. Well, like last year when they stayed in wherever in West Virginia. So they are kind of doing that again, sort of. They did that last year too. They stayed on the road between games, so they're going to do that. Yeah, you're right. That's a lot of travel. You'd be on the road for a long time for a football team. Then you come back with that reunion game against the Giants. Well, that would suck to lose that one. The Giants suck. Oh, I don't know.
Russell Wilson's still the starting quarterback?
Oh, man. Week 7?
Jackson Dart hot on his trail?
Yeah, I think the crowd in New York is screaming for Jackson Dart at that point. That's fun though.
I don't know. Russ usually starts pretty good.
Oh, you think?
I haven't looked at the
You're
schedule,
not wrong. Russ was awesome in Pittsburgh through 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And then he fell apart. But the first 6 weeks for Russ in Pittsburgh were great. And Fields was 4-2, and I think did Russ not win like 6 games in a row or something like that? He was like really good.
Yeah.
And then he lost 6 games in a row.
Here's the Giants.
Oh, they got a tough start to the season.
What do they got?
At Washington, at Dallas.
Tough. Eagles got to be in
City.
there. Oh my God. Okay, tough.
And then Chargers.
Kansas City at home.
Russ gonna make it through 4 games, bro.
Chargers at home, and then at the Saints.
Oh well, there you go.
And then the Eagles at home, and then you go to Denver. They might be 1-5,
dude. Russ ain't gonna make it past 4 games in that one. If you're 0-4, what do you do? What are their first 4? What are their first 4 again?
Washington, Dallas,
loss.
Kansas City,
loss.
Chargers.
I don't know. They might be able to beat Dallas.
I don't know. Who knows?
Kansas City Chargers are at home. Dallas and Washington on the road.
Yeah, I want Russ though, man. I want Russ so bad. Come on, Russ starting with you guys having your reunion.
It doesn't even feel like anything now.
Oh,
like Russ coming back into town.
He's still in his head, though.
That's got like zero emotion for me.
Let me just say this.
Come on, man. That is so much fun.
See if you agree with this. If it's still
Love
Russ with that opening schedule when they play Game 7 in Denver,
he's dealing.
They're probably a little better than you gave the Giants credit for.
Yeah.
Fair?
Very fair.
So if Russ is still the starter, and now you're traveling after 2 weeks on the road all the way back from London.
It's dangerous.
To play a game, does that not become a dangerous game?
I just said it.
Dangerous.
Pun intended. It's PhD. Let's football go. And don't forget, Jeff Legwell joins us 2:30 on 92.5. We love you, Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Jeff Legwald joins us in 8 minutes. Broncos on the field today. Tyler was out there. Dan, Buds Quins Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, Tyler, you were out there. Tell us if you agree here with what you saw today in Scott over training camp, over the practices over the last couple of days. If this team, this Broncos team, looks like the 4th best team in the NFL.
Number 4.
Broncos. Listen, they didn't just add players. They added elite players. Dre Greenlaw, Evan Ingram, Hufanga at safety. Last year's defense was good and aggressive. Why would it go backwards? So, again, Bo Nix in a second year. The O-line is rated number 2 according to PFF in preseason. So last year caught us by surprise. This year, all their good young players are a year older in the system of Sean Payton. I have Denver at number 4.
Too high, too low, just right, in your guys' opinion, on the Broncos being ranked the 4th best team in the NFL by Colin Cowherd?
Oh, look, I mean, we're jumping. We're putting the cart ahead of the horse here for sure. 4th best team in the NFL, what are we talking about? I'm not sure we're the 2nd best team in the AFC West. Do we have a chance to win the AFC West this year? That all comes down to who are the Chiefs. I don't know. I mean, everybody seems to be operating under the assumption that this is the year that the Chiefs fall off the face of the earth. I'm like, okay, I'll believe that when I see it. I get the argument. I do. I understand last year, how many games could you win by, what was it, like 7 points or less? At some point, that's going to catch up to you. But to anoint us as the 4th best team in the NFL, like, let's slow down here.
It's probably too high. However, I'll give you an argument for where it may make a little sense. He does have the Bills and Ravens over the Broncos, and I think he's got the Eagles at number 1. So if the Broncos were to win the AFC West, well, okay, they're better than the Chiefs. If they were to win that wild card game they were hosting, okay, they'd be beating a team, say, like the Texans, or maybe Jacksonville is a wild card team, right? So you beat one of them, and then you lose to the Ravens. So you don't make the AFC Championship game, but, like, where are you? I mean, are you automatically less than the teams in the NFC Championship? Or are you better than them too? Like, who are those NFC teams that you're better than if you make it that far? Now, if it's not 4th, fine. But where would you put the Broncos if they won the AFC West and won a wild card playoff game?
Today. So we know what we know today. We're not like just assuming that we're going to get magically better. Like we know what we know today. That's what you're asking?
Well, he's projecting. Colin's projecting what it's going to be. So I guess you just sort of play the game forward. Just let the dominoes fall. Like, okay.
I would say, I mean, if you're asking me today where I'd put the Broncos, 13, 14.
I mean, and then logically, if you were to say that, I said, oh, okay, they're the 13th best team. How does their season go? What's their record? What do they do in the playoffs?
So
you know.
Let me play the projecting game to you, Tyler. Okay, ready?
Okay.
Broncos in the season 15-2. Are they a top 4 team?
Yeah, of course.
If they finish the season 2-15, where are they?
Bottom 2.
All right. So I mean, that's all projecting too. I mean, we don't know.
Sure. Well, you could play that game too. What would it take to be the 4th best team and go from there?
4th best team, probably 13.
Let me ask you this:
do you think that gets it done?
Is it
maybe 14?
Is it possible to be the 4th best team and not play in the AFC Championship game?
Well, it depends how you want to rate best. Are you doing it purely on record, or you can look at the Broncos' second Super Bowl they won, or first Super Bowl, I think they won 10 games and were a wild card team.
I mean, to answer your question,
they were the best at the end of the year.
The only way that would be a possibility is if the NFC was awesome. They put together 2 or 3 amazing teams, and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson got hurt.
Gotcha. See, this is another reason why, and I know there's some discussion about realignment in the different sports. Where's that coming? Is that coming from baseball more than anything? But I've seen some speculation, like, hey, what if you realigned the Nuggets? You know, what if you realigned the Rockies or whatever, these teams? I wish this whole AFC, NFC thing, guys, would go away.
No.
I think finding an NFC team during an AFC team in the Super Bowl to me is just dumb. Let's get the two best teams in the Super Bowl.
You don't got to fix what ain't broken. You got a great product in the NFL with no problems right now. I do think rivalries matter. I think divisions matter. All of the above. It all adds to the intrigue, in my opinion.
I'm watching this Cowboys.
I do understand what you're saying. It can be frustrating at times. You just want the best teams to be there.
Correct. Like I'm watching this Cowboys thing, and they have the Cowboys playing the Niners in the NFC Championship, and the game is unbelievable. And then the Cowboys get to my Buffalo Bills, and they beat them by 40 points. Like, it's clearly the two better teams that year were the Niners and the Cowboys. Why can't that be the championship? Why can't that be the Super Bowl?
Well, were the two best teams last year Washington and Philly?
Washington and Philly?
That was the NFC Championship game.
No.
Because Kansas City got
beat
I think
the Chiefs were probably a better team than Washington, although it would have been an interesting game for sure. No doubt about it.
They trounced the Chiefs, right?
In the Super Bowl.
What happened to the Bills? I can't even remember.
The Bills lost to the Chiefs again.
I know, but what happened? Do you
At
remember?
home.
It was a close game, but they
lost at home too, didn't they?
Typical.
Wasn't that a Buffalo game?
You're killing me on the memories.
I think it was in Buffalo.
I should remember painful moments.
Let me go back.
That's true.
I told you guys where I'd put the Broncos today. Where are you guys putting them?
Well, I got them going 11-6 and winning a playoff game. I don't have them winning the AFC West, so I probably have them as a 9 or 10, something like that.
I mean, to me, that's a reasonable reach. Like, I think that's a reach, but I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Top 4? Come on.
Yeah, the mock draft by Field Yates, he's got the Broncos drafted at 20, so he's got them slightly out of – he's got them more or less like they were last year.
Scott? 28.
No, I would say 13 to 15.
Okay.
Well, you got them like last year then.
Right now.
You got them as a playoff team then.
I think it's going to be, if they don't make the playoffs, it'll be a horrible year.
I agree.
We completely overassessed everything.
I think this year is a total failure if they don't make the playoffs.
What does that mean if they don't?
Total failure.
I know. I got that. But, I mean, are we talking about changes?
No. You're not talking about, well, you're probably not head coaching changes, but if they're not a playoff team, they probably were not as good defensively as we thought they were going to be. So you may see a different defensive coordinator. Yeah.
Or I'll give you the other side of the coin. Or offensively, they're exactly what we've seen in training camp.
Yeah, but who's
Sean? Because you're not going to win 11 or 12 games with the offense that we've had in training camp.
Let's bring Jeff Legwald into the conversation. Leggy is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Don't mean to go negative right off the jump with you, Jeff. But you want to ask him the question, if the Broncos don't make the playoffs?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're just playing a lot of major what ifs here, but yeah, I mean, what does it mean, Jeff, if the Broncos don't make the playoffs this year?
It means the head coach said they were good enough to win the Super Bowl, and I don't think he'd take that very well if they didn't make the playoffs. And I guess it would just be, where does the accountability hammer hit, after something like that. It's what I thought all along, guys. I thought, he's obviously done this for a reason. He didn't say they were good enough to win the Super Bowl to anybody who asked by accident. I mean, he obviously had a reason for doing this. And if for some reason they didn't make the playoffs after all of that, that would leave a very big unanswered question at that point, like, why not? And I guess if it wasn't injuries, then, yeah, I think there would be at least some shakeup around, or it would be a lot harder to explain why you didn't have some shakeup after that.
So give me a reason why they would be a top 4 or 5 team at the end of the year, and some of the reasons they would not be, as constantly presented.
Yeah, I mean, I just think defensively, in a lot of seasons, if you're a lead on defense, you're going to be in the mix, no matter, if your offense doesn't punish you, if you're not high in turnovers and mistakes and penalties, if your offense is just, sort of, humdrum and you have an elite defense, you're in the mix. It's when you have an elite defense and your offense is punishing you along the way that gets you in trouble. So I think if you're elite on one side of the ball or the other, you're in the playoff conversation, unless the other side of the ball is crushing you along the way. And I again, we don't know anything because I haven't played a regular season game, but I'm just judging by how I've seen teams come through training camp in the preseason over the decades, and this is one of the better defenses I've seen exit a training camp or a preseason.
Jeff, what you were out there at practice today? What'd you see from Bo Nix in the offense?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. A lot of the same things. They occasionally move the ball. I mean, but I thought today, at least in some of the team periods, Bo was on the run quite a bit against the number one defense. And again, it's one of those things. Are we judging the offense too harshly, or are we not giving the defense enough credit? I don't think we know officially yet, but just more of the same. The offense has its moments, but they have yet to have, as consistent a run practice after practice as the defense has.
That's pretty much exactly what I said, for the record.
It feels like the one position on the team that we may see somebody added after the cuts happen might be a fullback or a tight end fullback sort of guy. I think they really like Nate Atkins, and I think they like what Atkins brings to the table, but he's not going to be available for a few weeks. Am I reading that room right there, Jeff? Is that the one position that we may see a new guy come here from off the street?
Yeah, especially if Burton isn't going to be ready with a hamstring injury. I think that influences the clock. Anyone doing roster projections, with the people that are on the roster right now, you go with Burton in the fullback spot because he might be ready. But yeah, I asked him yesterday straight up.
Yeah.
That a position you want squared away by the regular season, and they do. So I think that is one spot where they'd be looking at the waiver wire to see what's out there. And, does that mean they only keep 3 tight ends initially? 2, I think that's all a possibility. But when Atkins is ready, I'm assuming right now he comes right back to the roster, and then that's yet another change a few weeks down the road.
Does that possibly open the door for Taysom Hill?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get that. I mean, anything's possible with him, Sean Payton. I mean, I don't think he ever clears, anything off the table right away without talking about it. But if you've played for him, it's always going to be a possibility. Yes, but is that a fit for this team right now? I can't see him taking Bo Nix off the field to give, Taysom Hill some, wacky quarterback snaps or anything like that. So, but yeah, if you played for him, it's a possibility.
Hey, Jeff, give me your running backs room.
I think Bidet gets the 4th spot. I think right now, if I'm just judging by how they're doing the groupings and the walkthroughs and practice, that's kind of how I see it now. Could that change? Yeah, I think Jaleel, in my mind, has had a little safer of a spot than some people think, but maybe that's just me. But that's
well. Hold on. When you say 4th spot, are you including the fullback or not?
No, I think 4 running backs and a fullback is what he'd like to have.
So you got Jaleel. You got Jaleel ahead of. You got McLaughlin ahead of Bidet.
I do, because he does more.
Okay.
I watch how they group players. I watch what they use them in, what groupings they use them in, what parts of the playbook they're using them. I mean, Bidet has only made an appearance sort of in the 2-minute stuff recently, and Jaleel's in a lot more of the third down hybrid stuff than anybody else is, frankly.
Well, that actually kind of leads into my next question anyways, because I was going to ask you about wide receivers. If you're going to carry 4 running backs, You might have to make a tough decision somewhere else. We got 6 wide receivers that deserve to be on this team. There's no question about it. But you look at what's going on across the league, and now's the time. You're seeing all these back-end trades of guys that were going to get cut or whatever, 6th-round swap, 7th-round swap. Any chance that there's a surprise wide receiver trade off this team because they got to make a tough decision because they want a 4th running back, for example?
Yeah, I think when I did it for us at ESPN, when I turned mine in, I had the 4 running backs and the 6 receivers make it. And I think there's a scenario where you could do that and still keep, the traditional 25 on offense, 25 on defense, 3 on special teams. So I think 6 receivers make it. I don't think they have any interest in going lower than that unless they get pushed in some way or they want to, one of their younger players, they're nervous about trying to sneak through waivers. But I think the 6 have earned it clearly, and a couple of those undrafted guys are intriguing prospects, and that's where the question is. Like last year when they kept Frank Crum, the tackle, that was a bit of a surprise. Or Blake Watson they kept when they went to the 53 because they believed they would not get through waivers, either one of them. So I think unless there's a scenario like that, I think the 6 wide receivers make it.
I was going to ask you, is there any surprise from the people you're talking about of Franklin and his emergence in this training camp?
No, that's been their hope, Scotty. I mean, they had a couple of advocates in the draft room, including the head coach, who very much wanted Franklin to come off the board as soon as possible on that day. That was like the one guy they wanted to have when that day of the draft started. So he's looked good. Yes. I think the only question he has left to answer is he ready for the part of the game that frustrated him last year, which was when DBs put their hands on him at the line of scrimmage and wouldn't give him his release. And that really frustrated him and limited his output. He's done better with that in camp, but they don't do a lot of it in camp. That's just not how you're going at it all the time. And he always hasn't created separation in the rare instances they've actually done that in camp. And that's the only question for me that remains. Otherwise, he's had one of the better camps of anybody across the roster.
Anybody fighting for – is there any competitions at any position on the line where the game will matter on Saturday? At anywhere?
Yeah, DMac, I think those last 3-4 spots on the roster, the special teams coaches are going to have a lot to say. And those are guys you can have an impact in this last game and, give that one – the last minute of a round in a boxing match, so to speak. You give them that last look of something really good, and you could find your way on the roster. And I don't think the traditional depth chart, offense and defense positions. I don't think there are many of those sort of still in the balance.
Hey, really quick,
frankly.
is PJ Locke good or not?
I think so. Again, I judge by how they're running the groupings and how they are lining players up. But, yeah, I think 5 corners, 5 safeties is where it goes right now because of special teams. Again, a lot of your safeties are in the big special teams loops right now. And I think Locke, Skinner, those 2 guys are heavy into special teams as well.
You go to New Orleans. What's the restaurant? What's the spot?
I'm actually not making this trip. I'm not excited about the noon kickoff. So we are we're tapping out of that one. But they'll send me to London, but not a New Orleans preseason game. Okay. So there you go.
They draw the
line.
Well,
they know your history. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Frankly, let's all be honest.
Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you.
Okay. Jeff Legwell brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68, start with a job and with a career. Wow, ESPN. Did you guys hear about the other TV merger that's going on? Kind of interesting.
9
Fox
News
31.
Yeah, Fox 31, their parent company buying 9 News, Tegna.
So much for competition.
That will be interesting, I think. We'll see what happens there, but that's a big one. That is large. So
Well, I need to dump one guy for me.
Oh, ouch. Wow. Oh, damn.
Tyler, am I lying?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
All right.
I'll take a break.
If you don't know, take 2 seconds.
2:42 is the time.
All right.
Yeah.
We're doing time checks. Weather.
2:42 is the time. We'll have traffic and weather coming back.
Got to go to break.
On the 8s. On the 8s. I have a text for you, Tyler.
Okay.
About your weekend.
Oh, what did I do?
Find out next.
I don't. Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer there since my rookie year because relationships matter to me. If they matter to you, go check out Phil Long Ford. You'll become a customer for life. Guys, they've got the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. With over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. Whether you're looking new, whether you're looking pre-owned, it's already on the lot with the best price, with the best customer service. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Just to do some house cleaning here. The movie we were talking about earlier, because we got a no dumb question about a guy who was frightened by a dude at Starbucks sitting there by himself with no devices, no book, just sort of drinking a coffee. And his question was, is that a psychopath?
Yes is the answer.
Yeah, we more or less came to that conclusion too. And I said, oh, that
except for Scott, who's also a psychopath.
Yeah. We didn't go that lane, but maybe I am.
Well, that movie, the guys.
It's my red microphone.
There you go, Milton. I got you. The movie I was referring to with the guy sitting in the lawn chair with the sprinkler splattering his, his knees was The Firm
with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good pull right there. Great John Grisham book. Are you guys into John Grisham?
I used to be. Yeah, I've read most of his early works.
Yeah,
I've read a few.
I just read a recent one of. He's got a series. I know you guys like series, the Camino Island series. But anyways,
The Sphere was a great book, but didn't translate well to the TV.
The Firm?
The Sphere.
The Sphere? I don't know The Sphere.
Yeah, it's some.
Is that a John Grisham thing?
I believe so.
Anyways, yes, the movie was The Firm. However, somebody said in Con Air, it was when Steve Buscemi was at a pool.
Yeah, that was the empty pool.
Yeah, so, and then he was playing like
I swear there was something really similar to that in that movie.
Yeah,
by the way, The Sphere might have been Michael Crichton.
Now
that I'm thinking about it.
He's a great writer, too. You ever read the Indominus Strain?
Yeah.
Oof.
Actually, the
Creepy.
movie in the 70s was scary as heck, but the book's even better.
Yeah. Michael Crichton, also the inventor of Jurassic Park, of that series, by the way. There you go.
What was the book about the apes? And they're trying to find the lost city, and all of a sudden these apes are like...
Lost City is
I don't know. All of a sudden they're killing everybody.
Planet of the Apes.
That's where I was going to go, but I
I just
don't know.
watched the Planet of the Apes like 2 nights ago. I like those movies.
Let me Sphere is Michael Crichton, by the way. Jurassic Park, and Indominus Strain. This is for Tyler on the Sean Mazda text line.
Okay.
Because Tyler and Nate Kreckman, well, I guess this is for Nate too when he gets here. My name is Cleavon Ward. I live in Colorado Springs, but I work in Denver for the post office. I drive a big truck, and I listen to you guys every day. This is our guy.
Yeah, we love drivers.
We love drivers.
We used to have a lot of mailmen, too, listen.
I love mailmen. I love drivers.
Yep.
No doubt. I heard Mr.
You hate teachers, but you do love drivers.
Well, they're back to work now. So watch out for the pools. I heard Mr. Tyler Polumbus will be calling a high school game at D20 South Stadium.
Hold on. Mr. Polumbus is Tad Polumbus. Let's just get that clear.
He's calling you Mr. Tyler Polumbus.
I appreciate that.
Listen, the directions are I-25 South.
To exit 225.
To exit
5 miles south.
No. That's the tree farm. You're calling a high school football game. I-25 South to exit 153 Interquest Parkway.
Okay, I appreciate how, but I'm going to end it right there.
He's got more.
I'm going to end it right there, buddy. I appreciate the local direction there. I'm going to put it into my iPhone, and I'm going to go where my iPhone tells me to go.
You just take Colorado 21, which is Powers Boulevard. You get off at exit 150, head west. That's the right at the next light.
Okay.
And then your next right, and then you'll see the stadium right in front
Anybody
of
got
you.
a notepad? Let me write this down really quick.
Also, try the Skirted Heifer, 5935 Dublin Boulevard in Colorado Springs. Best burgers in town.
See, now that's advice that I might take him up on.
I love the show.
You give me the best burger in town, I might hit up that joint.
Thank you, Cleavon, for caring
so
much.
What was the name of it again?
The Spirited Heifer.
The Spirited Heifer.
Name famous Cleavons.
Oh, man.
Klingons?
Cleavons.
Cleavon Little.
Help.
I don't know. I don't want to play this
Blazing Saddles,
old person
the guy that was
game.
the new sheriff.
Oh, right.
That's the only Cleavon I can think
That's
of.
the only one I could think of, too, and I needed
Well,
help.
that one Elton John song.
Yeah, that's Levon.
Oh, okay.
That's Levon,
yeah, okay.
not Cleavon. I knew you were going there, too.
Yeah. Well, and then that one great song about Jose.
What's that song?
Jose, can you see?
I like that one, too.
Yeah. Okay.
You got some more dad jokes? Hey, how are dance drop-offs? How's that going these days?
Dan's drop-offs?
Well, no, dancing.
party.
What dance
Dance
party? When you do the drop-offs.
Well, today was supposed to be a day, and I had a doctor's appointment. So,
Oh, have you not had one yet?
I've had one, and I got the sink in the chair. Dad, please don't.
Is she in a new school?
Yeah, brand new school.
And is she in the lowest grade?
She's a middle schooler now.
So she's 6, 7, 8, and she's 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, dance parties are over, buddy. I hate to break your heart, but
I told her it's
they're
coming
over.
back. I just today I had
that's
a doctor's
risky.
thing.
It's not as cutesy anymore.
No.
Well, I don't care.
Okay.
I'm here to say there's no 6th, 7th, or 8th grader that can whoop me at that school.
No, I got it, but she's the one that has to walk in.
They
not
might
you.
be able to whoop her, though.
Well, I don't want to hear that. Yeah, once. So you said once?
Fuck it.
That's pretty funny.
Once? Not going to happen a second time, huh? No? Okay. All right. We were talking, or any final thoughts on the Broncos today?
No, I'm thinking about the spirited heifer.
It's time to get a game going. Time to get a game going. I will have to admit.
I got Scott. Can I tell a story now?
Yeah.
I got it. My college roommate, Dusty Sprague, was from Holyoke, Colorado. Right?
Where's that?
In eastern Colorado, practically Nebraska.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Like, didn't they play like 7-man football? Or
Yeah.
Something like
no,
that.
actually, I think it is 11-man. It's 11-man, but it's definitely small time.
So it's out
right?
there. Eastern Plains out there.
Yeah, but I mean, a hell of an athletic family. 2 brothers went to
Okay.
CSU. He apparently said forget the family tradition because they were older, and he went to CU.
Okay.
But he said to a pregnant lady one time,
"Oh
man, you look like a hell of a heifer."
Wow.
In his mind,
That's a compliment?
He thought that was a compliment.
Oh, because you're from the farmland.
Because you're from farmland, right?
Oh.
Yeah. It didn't even cross his mind
Okay.
that might not come across right.
Yeah, no. When you call somebody a heifer, that's derogatory.
Yeah, but no, you're a good mother. You're birthing, you're doing a good job of birthing that child.
As a farmer, I suppose, that's a high compliment.
Yeah, right?
You could get a lot on the market.
That's a valuable heifer right there.
Until you pull up the stool in the milk pan, and then all of a sudden they may look at you funny.
It is kind of funny. What response was he expecting?
Exactly.
Oh, thank you?
Yeah.
You know, we're in Boulder, right? He's saying this?
You look really fat.
If you were a cow, you'd be spectacular. Well, a reminder that Valor Pine Creek game that Nate's on the call, Tyler's on the color, Rachel Vihill's on the sideline, will be on 92.5, and you can watch it on Altitude Plus. They're offering a free trial, so you can head to altitudeplus.com and use the code ALT7FREE for a 7-day free trial. They revamped Altitude Plus, features DVR functionality, multi-view, and the opportunity to save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. More info at altitudeplus.com. And the promo code for that 7-day free trial is ALT7FREE. So get on that.
That's
there you
cool.
go.
So the DVR part of that app is new.
Brand new.
So that's
I think the
pretty cool.
multi-view thing is new as well. And there you go.
That's pretty cool.
Very cool. So look forward to seeing
and by
it.
the way, now that Andy's sitting down, we haven't talked about it. I know it's not until tomorrow, but there's a big hockey game tomorrow.
I'm not aware of that. What's the big hockey game?
Nor am I.
I believe they're playing hockey. It's the Avs alumni versus the
DU alumni. Is that a big hockey game?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I think it's a cool hockey game, but is it a big hockey
well,
game?
when you say big, it's not going to have a Stanley Cup floating around or anything like that. But you're going to see Peter Forsberg on skates, and you're going to see Joe Sakic and some of the older Avs guys. And
Where's
you're
the
going to
game
see a
at?
lot of DU guys there.
I think it's in Magnus.
At Magnus?
Is it not? Or is it here at Ball?
I think it's at Magnus, but I do not know. We should have had Kyle. Maybe we'll have Kyle Keefe on tomorrow. And he
You
can
know
talk
what? We
all
got
about it.
John Michael Lyles coming on at 4 o'clock. I'll ask him.
We got a new Avs player.
Yeah, Olafson.
Another Olafson. We've got Olafsons and Olafsons.
Do we still have Oscar? Did we get rid of Oscar?
Schmidt?
No, that was a lousy.
We need to get Bang and Olafson. We need to get all the Olafsons.
I wouldn't mind a little Bang and Olafson.
No
It's pretty
telling.
good sound equipment.
Are you going to that hockey game?
That's why he's going to do other things.
When is it? I'm sorry, I lost.
I think it's tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow?
You know where he's going?
Yeah, I know
to
where
a
he's
place
going.
where the beer flows like wine.
I love where Scott's going.
Aspen.
Oh, it's my favorite
I don't
part
know,
of the
Lloyd.
state.
The French
Going a little Dumb and Dumber on us right there.
I just watched that the other night.
Why do you got your selfie stick?
Because I went and shot a video. I'll put it up for you. It's the true sign of fall.
What's it a video of?
You'll see. It's just me. Just my fat face walking
Just
around.
you?
But you'll see.
You talking about anything in particular?
No, it's just the sure sign of fall.
Oh, that's the title of the video.
Yeah, you'll see. It'll be up here in about 2 seconds.
It's right before he trips. Get it?
Is he tripping into fall? You're making
Yeah,
a fall
that's
pun?
a joke. That's a joke.
Trip.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
You know, it
Anyway,
seemed like
yeah.
Nate's
Run out
haircut
of
looked better when he
material.
wore the hat.
You know what you need to do? This feels like an ID time.
What? I don't think he heard what you just said.
I didn't say
He's
anything.
bagging on your haircut.
No, I didn't. I gave you a compliment yesterday.
Who do you think? Big
Wait.
dummy in the other room.
Say that again so Nate can actually hear you.
Well, he doesn't have his earphone. You know what you can do while he does that?
Do your KKS.
KKS, you want to do it? Do you know it?
KKSE Longmont.
No. Do you know it?
No.
Anybody know it off the top of their head?
Thornton.
Do you? No, I don't. I never claimed I did.
KKSE Thornton Boulder.
Nope.
What?
I mean, Boulder's part of it. KKSE's part of it.
Longmont Boulder.
Nope. It's only said at the top of the hour every single day that you've worked here.
How quick?
It's only happened 1,000 times
How
since
quick
you've been here.
are the headphones off?
You think
Parker Wheatridge.
Not.
There's a good combo.
This is hysterical. How many years
How
has
many
everybody
cities?
been working here?
Well,
Take me out of it.
I'm almost.
I don't ever listen to the top of the hour.
No, but this is literally something that's been said 3 times a time that you worked here. So however many days you've worked here, it's been said at least
Darren,
3 times during those
Darren,
days.
How many times am I in the studio at the top of the hour?
I don't know what your habits are. Yesterday, you missed the first 12 minutes of the show because you were talking to a salesperson.
It's true.
Did you know that?
Ever. I can't say I've been guilty.
KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Denver Boulder. I was only missing one city.
Why do they only list 3 cities? Is that the only 3 cities?
Shout
you
out
get
to
us?
Broomfield, by the way.
I know the warden listens in Littleton.
That's where we're going.
No, it's not where you listen.
We're going
it's where
inside.
the towers
We're going
are.
inside baseball with radio broadcasting. That is where
Well,
we are
it's
officially.
National Radio Day.
That's where we. Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's where we're officially licensed to.
There you go.
That's why.
Oh, that's where.
So
that's
the
where
Springs, Fort Collins.
Pound sand.
Don't care. Just kidding.
It's
Louisville, up yours.
Grand Junction, you're too far.
It might be one of the more.
House yourself up in Utah.
It may be one of the more ridiculous rules of commercial radio that has gone on since, I don't know, Marconi, that you have to actually identify yourself legally on terrestrial radio at the top of the hour.
Did Marconi invent radio, get the antenna up, and immediately go talk show mode?
Yeah.
Did he just settle on in? Hey, I got to talk to you.
Hey.
When did Marconi do this? What year?
Oh,
let's
I
bring.
got to tell you about my problem with those powdered wigs up there.
This would have been, let's see, the invention of radio by Mark. He was born in 1874.
You know what I'm guessing then? Marconi came on. He's like, them damn Cleveland Spiders are costing me money. Only for him to not realize 100-some years later, the Rockies had threatened it all.
The Cleveland Spiders.
Let's talk about these Cleveland Spiders. Pen me a letter. I'll get it in 3 weeks.
Hey. In 50 years, Alexander Graham Bell.
How the hell was he doing talk radio?
He was like this. Another death in college football. Do you guys realize how many people were dying in college football like back in the day?
Oh, back in the day, Teddy Roosevelt got involved.
Dude, that is correct. I'm at the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta, and I'm reading the history of college football. It was unbelievable how many kids
they were doing
dying.
like 5 and 6 a year.
It was unbelievable.
You know what it may look like? That dumb 40 and under league that's all over Twitter today. A few guys dying in that too.
So the history of college football is littered with death until they had to regulate things.
And then Marconi got on his sports show and was like, Flash, 3 weeks ago, Ohio State and Michigan played at the Big House. Although
Wasn't it Edward R. Murrow would he ever go Flash? I know he said goodnight to all the ships at sea.
Good night and good luck.
Good night and good luck.
That was
your guy Paul Harvey.
The ships at sea. I'm not sure who
I
was
thought
the
that
ships
was
at
Edward
sea.
R. Murrow and all the ships at sea.
I think is it?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's not like we were around. Scott, you were there.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Andy just triggered me with a National Radio Day shout out right there for Paul Harvey.
You got to do it.
Here's my Paul Harvey story. So we were talking about this the other day with the big KOA party that neither of us got invited to.
I was there, wasn't invited.
I worked there for an entire 5 weeks, and I was
not invited. Dude, I was 2.5 years not invited.
I was there for 3 weeks, and I put in my 2 weeks notice. But my only memorable day of working there was I'm running the board. Paul Harvey is on before Logan's show. And Paul Harvey has a very long pregnant pause in the midst of his boring-ass diatribe. And I heard it and thought, oh, it must have ended, and I wasn't paying attention. And so I dumped out of Paul Harvey and just, hit the show open or whatever.
Before the rest of the story. You literally ruined the name of the bit.
The rest of the story. Dude,
that
the
is awesome.
Phones blew the hell up at KOA. And like it was Office Space, man. 17 people came in to yell at me that day. Like I didn't put my cover sheet on my TPS report.
That is awesome.
Every jackass that worked in that building that had no power at all that day was like, I got to go kill the board op for this.
Nate. On the Paul Harvey thing, you got to wait till the end of it.
He pauses after he says it now.
Yeah, Nate. You know
the
about
rest
that?
of the story.
Yeah, he was the king of the pregnant pause. So I just thought he was
But
done.
you know what's hysterical? His wind-up is to get to some sort of conclusion.
Yeah. Well,
so if you are listening to it, you have sat through 10 minutes of torture to find out the end, and they just...
You have no idea.
Out.
He's not kidding, because that ain't the only time it happened. Sometimes it wouldn't record, or God forbid, it was yesterday's rest of the story.
Oh, they've done that. Yeah, I remember that happening.
We would walk out to the newsroom, and you would have thought World War III has broke out. Bombs are dropping, cities are gone, the phones are ringing like it's nuts. We got news people at every desk answering a phone, because Paul Harvey didn't get to give you the rest of the story.
When I got to KOA, they would, and you're right, they would have to record it to play it at a certain time.
It was a satellite feed.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it have been funny if you just came back on the air, Nate, and just said, hey, everybody died. That's the end of the
Every
story.
77-year-old that lives in the Denver metro area is just locked in to hear the rest of the story, and I ruined their day.
I think that we ought to take some from Paul Harvey, though. Remember, you do this, like you get your first segment, instead of going to Springer and saying, okay, we'll take a break or whatever it is you do, you just go, page 2.
Yeah.
Good day.
Yeah. Good day. Oh, the good day took forever to get to.
Yeah.
He held you on and you couldn't end it till they got their good day. By the way, when Nate left, I walk in, I go, where the hell's Nate? Everyone's like, I went and got a job. And so I started looking around. I was like, that SOB got a talk show.
Hold on.
How's he got a talk show? I was like, he was here 5 weeks. He got a talk show. I was ready to go cut like 2 hours of tape.
Weren't you at
I hated you.
Weren't you at the Fan for like 2 weeks too? Didn't you have?
I did. I did a couple of weekend stints
couple
during
of weekend shifts.
We've all made the rounds. You know, I started at the Fan.
Did you?
Dude, I was overnights.
I didn't
You
even
thought
know
Paul
that.
Harvey was bad. I was
I
trying to
didn't
think of the
know
dude
that.
out of Arizona that had a national show, and he was good. He was very angry, but my God, I would bartend till midnight.
Yeah.
Go there,
and
then try to stay awake till 5 so Moser could come in and replace me and deal with Dan Palomino, angry about something every single morning.
He was all roided up. Syracuse guy. We used to be. He was back at WHEM back when I was in Syracuse.
He did get big for a while.
Well, he was roids. He had roid rage. He was.
Did he go after somebody?
I want to wear all that.
Oh yeah,
he got fired.
I think he fought Moser.
It might have been. Well, I guarantee he kicked his ass. I guarantee you.
Oh yeah, Moser didn't have a chance. He fought somebody. And I knew him back in the Syracuse days. I hope I'm not throwing anybody under the bus here.
I had a Howard Stern moment where I was trying to answer calls for them on a very important contest one morning, and 107.5 had a young lady in there, and it was all up against the glass, and I'm just like,
wow.
All right.
Really?
Well, I guess this is radio.
Okay.
By the way, just to put this all around full circle,
yes,
the line was...
He did that to me, too.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America, and all the ships at sea.
From Murrow?
Nope, it was Walter Winchell.
Walter Winchell. Right.
Old Walt Winchell.
Murrow
Love
was
his donuts.
Hey, but hold on.
Murrow was good night and good luck.
You can make fun of Murrow, Winchell, Paul Harvey.
We're just having a laugh.
History of radio.
Is somebody going to be talking about Andy, Nate, DMac, and Scott in 40 years?
Taking shots.
Wait till you see how this sucker goes out in a blaze of glory. They'll be talking. They'll be talking.
All I want him to do is he's walking out to the police cruiser saying, I just want my red stapler.
Again, when somebody comes up to me and says, hey, Michael Penis Jr., this is right up your alley, Kreckman, that's my legacy in radio
That is.
right there.
Yeah.
That's all I've got.
We know you'll be getting to this today.
Is there a dong adjacent sports topic? He's going to do it on his show today, I promise you. That's what I'm known for these days. So thank you. I've made it, everybody. National Radio Day. Andy and I were kicking around in the car. Your Mount Rushmore of Denver sports radio guys.
Scotty,
Irv and Joe.
They got.
But see, they got to be a pair.
They're 50% of the Rushmore.
I was telling him they can't be split up. They got to be like the two weird heads have to be above or something.
Oh, I put them both there.
I put them both there.
Yeah, but you can't separate them. They got to both be there.
They're next to each
other.
other.
They're a pair.
I put them. I put Logan. You can't for however it's crazy with the Broncos and his talk radio stuff on there.
Yeah.
There's three. Do I need a fourth?
I would go, and it was before my time, but this just if you're going history of Denver. Now a lot of modern people will know, but you got to put Bob Martin up there.
See, for my generation,
Would you put Bob Martin or Larry Zimmer?
Or Alan Berg? Even.
For me, I put Larry Zimmer up there.
I
didn't get to listen to a lot of Bob Martin. People are going to text in and get angry about the Bob Martin thing. I just didn't hear a lot
it's
of them.
tricky though because it's a good conversation, but like it's all relative, little Sean Payne.
Generational.
Relative to the generation that you listened to.
It is.
Yeah, like
that's our perspective because we're a little bit older.
Well, DMac, I said the same first three that you did, Irv, Joe, Logan, and then I gave Andy my fourth.
Who?
And I went Clough.
Clough has got to be on there.
Good argument for it. Yeah.
Guy was on the radio for 40 years.
Yeah, but the problem is if you moved to Denver 10 years ago, okay, which a lot of people have.
He's not on your. He may not be on your list.
Yeah, it's sort of. And then what's really weird is young people just don't. On the day of radio, I mean, good luck getting my 25-year-old to listen to the radio, but that's a whole nother. He'll listen to it
because
digital.
They're all stupid and don't want any knowledge.
Exactly, stupid idiots.
What about
morons.
Jerry Schimmel? We mentioned Schimmel. I think Schimmel's got to be in the
but then
conversation
you're going,
too. He called the Nuggets games forever.
So are we going to do Mount Rushmore play-by-play Denver
Well, it's
radio?
just radio.
It's
now,
radio.
Look,
Just the medium.
Logan scratches both itches.
He does.
Moser's got to get some consideration, doesn't he? He also scratches, but he does a talk show and play-by-play.
Yeah,
and he
fair.
did it on the radio. Now
Moser,
he's doing it on the TV.
True.
They can't leave off Drew Goodman. Drew Goodman has been an absolute fixture in this market forever. Now
but not as much radio.
Did he do radio though?
He did, but he hasn't done it for a long time.
Yeah.
There's a guy in the other room right over there that I'm
Scott
going to be
Hastings
looking
has
at.
literally called every championship. He called the first championship of both the Broncos and the Nuggets.
And he was there the day after Marconi put it on the air. I don't think
he was the one calling in.
I'm not trying
one bad haircut joke, and all of a sudden I'm rooming with Marconi.
But I mean, to Scott's credit, which is weird to talk about it in front of him, you're still doing it right now.
Yeah,
it's still going on a daily basis right now, as is Dave.
What
So,
about
I'd
Dave
probably
and
put
Scott, dude? Your zoo show when you not only were you guys the zoo, you were the play-by-play crew again for really the best portion of John Elway's years.
Right. No, I appreciate it. We had a good time. It was fun. But if we're going iconic radio, I mean, is there anything more iconic than Lewis and Floorwax for a decade plus?
Well, you're getting outside the sports realm, but
can I get you angry? I was a Dean and Raj guy.
I love.
We're gonna have KPPI conversations. We can have KPPI conversations if you want.
Dean and Raj. It's all nothing against Rick.
Well,
I met Rick. I like Rick.
Andy, I was on Dean. I was a regular on Dean and Raj. I was there once a week checking guy.
I heard you took the trombone with Joey T into the mosque, and then you just backed out.
I came on. I was on the show the next day. And
How'd that go?
Stuff was starting to hit the fan. They went, well, no. In fact, you know what? I was on that day. And he goes, yeah, Joey. Here's what he's doing. He's going out to.
I love that show. It was a result of me getting a job.
Now, how about this? We can't forget G-Man. G-Man stood on the billboard and got national attention.
Legend.
Oh, here we go. We're
Have
going
you
through
ever
all
heard the stories of
We're
G-Man?
going through all of it.
G-Man
Rich Goins
said one year he saw Elway at some reunion. And Elway told him, do you realize how pissed off Dan Reeves was that you were on that billboard and every week during the losing streak they would go to the billboard and it just was national attention because there's some dude stuck on a billboard because the Broncos sucked so bad that year?
What? Hey, what year was that? 91? 90?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was close to Reeves last year. If it wasn't 91, it was 92.
Well, I'll tell you this about
91, I think.
I had
92,
I was playing with the Nuggets when G-Man started doing that.
Would it have been 90? Might have even been
No,
90.
I'll tell you this, though. 90s in radio, if we're just having a radio conversation, were crazy.
Yeah.
There was a ton of money. Like, now nobody has any money. But in the 90s, it was insane for radio because everybody had money. So everybody was spending money on crazy-ass things. So everybody had vehicles and, he's on the billboard and you had bands do things. Like, there was money coming out of the woodwork.
90s radio was the first half of Boogie Nights.
And, right.
2020's radio
and there was
is the last half of Boogie Nights
and
when
just
it
to
comes
keep it
to the
real,
money.
there was no regulation. There was a lot of money. It was an outrageous time. And then Janet Jackson's nipple slipped out, and it changed everything. It really did.
And then the Iraq War. After that, it went down.
No, the Iraq War was still like in 92. The radio was still crazy after that. You're getting your timelines mixed up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll say this.
It's more about
it tempered down, although we were still having a little fun. And then, gosh, I think it was the Iraq War. Then everything just shut down.
Yeah, well,
hey.
All the fun.
Guys, Radio Dorks talking radio.
There you go.
That was an awful lot of fun. Self-indulgent to
See
be
if Kevin
sure.
agrees.
But that is what the medium is.
Yeah.
And
if I were Marconi, I would say, "Where's your hat, Nate?"
I'm having a good hair day today.
It is under control. What are you talking about? He came in
Better
the day
in the
after
hat.
vacation. That sucker was going more directions than Mark Hoppus's.
I bathed in everything today. I'm washed and I'm doing radio and we're talking Broncos.
Don't pick
next.
on my hippie partner. Get out of here.
Yeah. We're going to catch up with our dude Nick Kosmider coming up here in just a moment. But you can listen to the Valor Pine Creek game this Friday night, 92.5. You can also watch it on Altitude Plus. They're offering a free trial. It's awesome, guys. Go to altitudeplus.com. Use promo code ALT7FREE. That's Alt7 free for a free 7-day trial. The revamped Altitude Plus, DVR functionality, multi-view, and the opportunity to save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. More info at altitudeplus.com, and the promo code for that free 7-day trial is Alt7 free. You want to watch the Avalanche this year and Victor Olofsson? You want to watch the Nuggets and Tim Hardaway Jr.? Yes. Sign up now.
Yes, you do.
At altitudeplus.com and get yourself locked in and ready to go. Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com. He joins us right now. Nick, we were joking about this a little bit today on the show thread, and it only kind of just is starting to become more comical to me, to the point where I tweeted today, everybody is talking about how nobody is talking about the Broncos right now. We have now reached this stage of football hipsterism where you don't hear much about Denver, but everybody says you don't hear much about Denver. How do you think the team, Sean Payton, and the players are handling the spotlight of being the football world's darlings?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is kind of like you said. It becomes something of like a hamster wheel at camp, right? Like it starts as, oh, this team's not getting talked about enough for what they're doing, and now it's like, oh, well, we've now got enough people on the hype train to keep it moving through the end of camp, but now the end of camp is here, and wait, where did that attention go? Like it's just sort of part and parcel for how it goes this time of year, because we're just all ready to see what it actually means. And I think the players are in that situation too. I asked Adam Troutman yesterday, like, is this the hardest time, kind of this part of the schedule where it's like you played a couple of preseason games, you more or less know what you are as a team, who's going to be coming into the season with you. Camp is over in terms of no more fans, not open practices anymore. He said, yeah, like this is really kind of that time where you really have to like lean on the focus of just trying to keep what's in front of you, because, they still have more than 2 weeks before their first game. And, they just kind of have to be able to get through these. These are like the dog days, as they call them, right? Like just the absolute, hey, let's get to the starting line without anything bad happening.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way as a media too, right? Although, Nick, I'm sure you've got plenty to write. Nate and I, you feel like you're watching the same practice an awful lot. That doesn't lead to spicy radio takes. But, again, another practice where the offense, kind of an up and down day, I guess a little more down than up, but they are playing this number one defense. How badly do we need to see some rhythm out of the ones when they get whatever time they get on Saturday in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be nice. Like in an ideal world, like they go out, Sean Payton said something like 8 to 10 plays, right? They go out there and they're actually able to sustain a drive. That drive kind of more or less hits in that play mark, and then you're just done, right? You get down there, you score, and you're done. Like that would be ideal. But I think the bottom line is like you're never going to really get that until the season arrives. And because you're incorporating some new elements offensively, I think they just need to be able to have rotation. I mean, I think that's why they ultimately did want to do these 2 joint practices, even though Sean Payton's never done it, because like against the Cardinals, that was the first time maybe I was telling you, Andy, or somebody, that it reminded you of kind of what Andy Reid tries to do during his training camp sessions, is like, let's create a game-like drive where we're going down 9-10 plays and more closely assimilate what we'll have to do in the game. And I thought last week that was where you started to see them get in a rhythm a little bit. So yeah, it would be nice to see that come Saturday afternoon there in New Orleans. But I think ultimately, like, that's where the first couple of games of the season, like you got to hope that you can kind of hit it running, because that's where you're really going to get a better sense of like what kind of rhythm you can build with some of these new pieces.
And that rhythm is going to get you. That's Nick Kosmider, everybody. He is joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Stand on the offense there for a minute, Nick. I've been thinking about this, okay? So you've got the natural progression of Bo Nix in year 2, the Sean Payton and Bo Nix combination in year 2, but also you look back at last year's Broncos offense, which was, probably like a league average offense. That's what many of the metrics would tell you. Some are better, some are worse, but they kind of fall right in the middle. Going from Javonte Williams to RJ Harvey, and then going from Lucas Kroll as your top tight end to Evan Engram. Where are those two moves going to help Bo Nix and help Sean Payton the most?
Well, that's kind of absolutely what it is. And when it comes down to like trying to gauge whether the offense is going to be better or how much better it can be, like you really do start there. I said last year, the Broncos had tight ends that linebackers could, more or less defend. Like now they have one that linebackers in a lot of situations have no answers for. And that's where you start to be able to create mismatches. That's where you start to get to be the team that is playing the opposing fan base saying, why can't we ever cover the tight end? Because you actually have one of those guys now. That's huge, and it's a safety blanket. And then RJ Harvey, like, look, as much as Javonte Williams gave to this team in the 4 years he was here and really valiantly fought back from that injury, he just simply wasn't a full-strength running back. Like, they did not have last year, like, a full-strength, powerful running back. And it's something that you really do need to, keep yourself out of third and long situations or second and long situations that now if they're in second and third and medium or, second and medium, third and short, they're just going to have so many more answers and solace for what the defense is trying to throw at Bo Nix than they did a year ago. I think the big area that will help is have them avoid some of the prolonged stretches they had last year where, a couple of drives look good. And then we're just talking 3, 4, 5, 6 drives in a row where you go 3 and out or maybe pick up, just 1 or 2 first downs. Like, I think that's where you'll see it is they're not going to get into these lulls of just like banging their heads against the wall because they're going to just have more answers. And you even look at a guy like Troy Franklin, who I've not seen a player from one camp to the next have the kind of dynamic turnaround that he's had. He looks like a different player. And so now if that continues throughout the season, and there's no reason to doubt that it will just because of how consistent it's been, then now you're talking about like, two dynamic receivers, a running back, a tight end. And so I just think the picture is a lot fuller for Bo Nix as he goes into his second year.
It's interesting, Nate, would touch on that position because as I was trying to think about this roster and where would they maybe look to pick somebody up, the tight end position, if there was a tight end out there, because again, the Raiders apparently have a glutton of tight ends, and I think New England has got a few tight ends now and all this. Do you think they would look to add any depth or maybe switch out what they have at the tight end position? I think Troutman and Ingram are safe, right? But beyond that, Nick, if you found another pass catcher, would that be the worst thing? Or do they like their tight ends more than maybe, say, I like their tight ends as a group?
Yeah, I think the way that Sean Payton views tight ends, we got a little bit of an insight into this yesterday when he was talking about Nate Atkins being out, right? He has that flex versatility as an H-back, the H-back fullback position, and then also as a tight end who, he said like his numbers might not have popped or anything like that, but you ask people on that team, you ask people around the league, as Payton said it, and you have a guy that is pretty well respected. He's not going to be there for the start of the season. We don't know exactly how long he's going to miss, but they like the different versatility that he brings to that spot. And so, Sean Payton even said, we are looking at the tight end wire. Like they're going to continue to evaluate whether there's somebody that they could bring in that has a little bit more of that flex. But in terms of like pass catching and what they're going to do from receiving targets at that position, like I think they like what they have. People have asked me about, Evan Ingram's camp, and I was talking to Austin King, the tight ends coach, the other day, and it was, without giving too much of that away, it was pretty clear that Evan Ingram is going to be a game plan monster. Like they're going to do so many different things with him, and I think some of that is what we're going to see with Marvin Mims too, where it's just like he's getting his work in camp. They're doing some things, but he's going to be a guy that you just kind of do all sorts of things with game plans for, and he's going to get his opportunities. So he's really going to be a lot of that. Troutman is a serviceable tight end in terms of both blocking and catching the ball. And then I think Lucas Kroll the last couple of weeks has played pretty well. He had kind of a slow start to camp, but I think he's started to show some things. Obviously has the familiarity there with the system. So by and large, Andy, I think they're pretty satisfied with what they have, but with the one caveat being if they can find somebody with a little more kind of positional flex to, kind of hold down the fort until Nate Atkins is able to return, then that might be something they look at.
As Sean Payton said last year, people are going to know that number 85. Look out for Lucas Kroll, everybody. Read Nick Kosmider's coverage in The Athletic. Subscribe to The Athletic to get all of his stuff because it is fantastic. Nick, let's flip over to the other side of the ball quickly, and let's, I guess, get something a little bit more newsy. How are Nick Bonito and Dre Greenlaw looking this week?
Well, they're looking in uniform. I mean, I think that was definitely a nice view on Tuesday when you hear the defensive huddle starts to form before the first 11-on-11 play, and there's Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton at inside linebacker. There's Nick Bonito opposite Jonathan Cooper, and you just sort of look at it and they walk out and you're like, oh yeah, this is why people think this defense has a chance to be pretty dynamic. I mean, it literally is just like it's the most talent that Vance Joseph has ever had to work with on that side of the football. And so having those guys back, and he was asked today, Vance Joseph was like, how important is it for like Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw to have like game reps to kind of get their communication down and those sorts of things. And he said it would be nice, like, because again, like when live action is coming, that's when you have to problem solve on the fly. You have to be able to communicate. And they just haven't really had a ton of those opportunities or any, right? They haven't played in any games together. So he said it'd be nice, but because of their collective experience and the amount of time that they've gotten to kind of sit on the side and talk through some of these things, he said it's not the end all be all if they don't. But that's one thing to watch. Do they get, Dre Greenlaw in there a little bit on Saturday afternoon to just kind of get a few hits? But this is like, even just watching him yesterday, the way that he plays, once the whistle blows, it really is a little bit different. And so no tentativeness whatsoever that I could detect, these last couple of days as he's getting back into it.
Nick, it seems hard to identify one, but I am going to put you on the spot. Where is the one? Do we have a position where we could get one surprise? Like, I guess, look, I've liked what I've seen out of Joaquin Davis mainly because of the body type, but I don't think he has a lot of highlights in the preseason. That's an easy stash, likely in my mind, on the practice squad. But, like, is there any chance he could maybe upset Devon VELE, even though it seems unlikely? Where would you maybe identify a position where we could see a surprise switch out if there is one?
Yeah, I mean, wide receiver probably, if we're talking about things that would kind of, surprise you a little bit, that would be one. And VELE, look, the one thing with Devon VELE, and because we look at that group, the five in front of him are locks, right? Trent Sherfield, because of the versatility he brings, they got him for a reason, gave him a 2-year contract to be a special teams contributor and obviously play receiver as well. Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, and Cortland Sutton, like that's set in stone. Now, how many games are you going to have 6 wide receivers active? That's to me is going to be the question if you do in fact keep Devon VELE, which again I think they ultimately will. This is a guy who was your 3rd leading receiver last year, even while dealing with some injuries. You know what you're going to get, and maybe because of the fact that Trent Sherfield is going to be that big special teams guy, maybe you can have one fewer active at a different position somewhere else. But that would be the one position that there's not a lot else. I mean, the defensive line, right? Like, could they end up somehow keeping Jordan Jackson and Enyi Uwazurike? Obviously they like the depth there, but that having 7 guys there would be a pretty big commitment. But again, just based on what they think about their depth there, that could be a position where you say maybe they just load up. But I got to say, guys, there just is not a lot of like places this year where you're like, man, that could be stunning, right? Like maybe they'll keep Sam Ehlinger on the team as the 3rd quarterback. Maybe they won't, but there's just not a lot. Whereas the first year Sean Payton was here, there were a few of those like, oh, they only kept 4 receivers. I did not think that guy was getting cut. I will be surprised if we're surprised, if that makes any sense.
I can't imagine an undrafted rookie makes the team this year.
No, I'm with you.
We were talking about that the other day, and this could be one of the years. I think it's not a consecutive streak, but what do we say? It's like 20 out of the last 21 years or something like that, where there's been an undrafted rookie make this team. And Sean Payton, there's been 7 in the last 4 years that have made the team. Now, last year there was a couple guys made the team, and then like Lavelle Bailey, for example. Then they made some other move, and he got put down to the practice squad. But nonetheless, 7 undrafted rookies on the initial 53 over the last 2 years. And I'm with you, Nate. I really don't see it. One guy that I really like the way that he's played in this camp overall, and specifically in the last couple of weeks, has been Jordan Turner, the linebacker out of Michigan State. And again, they could go a little deeper there just because of the injuries that they've had. But, you also have Drew Sanders who, they have the rule now that on cut down day, you can actually put 2 players on injured reserve and not lose them for the season, and they won't count against your number. So come Tuesday, for example, Tuesday morning, they could put Drew Sanders and Nate Atkins on IR with a designation to return so that they could still come back. But now you just kind of go about the business of creating a 53-man roster without those 2 players. So that could ultimately create another spot at, say, inside linebacker behind the two stars we talked about, and then Justin Sternad and Lavelle Bailey. Maybe they keep a 5th, and maybe it is Jordan Turner. But again, just do they need the math elsewhere? That's the question.
Okay, final question to hit on, Nick, quickly. Come season opener, September 7th against the Tennessee Titans. Will Jeremy Crawshaw be the Broncos punter?
I think he will. Darren Rizzi was asked kind of, how you feel about him now. He said, I'm comfortable with the way he's playing. I think that they liked what they saw from him in terms of the progress he made there against the Cardinals, and had a really good day punting yesterday, doing some angle stuff. So they would love to see him go in this 3rd game and actually get a lot of work and feel even better about it. But I do think that he is going to ultimately be the guy on September 7th.
God, I thought he was terrible against Arizona again. I mean, he had a touchback that wasn't even in the screen. Like, I was looking at it just going, what is going on right now with this dude? But apparently the Riz man seeing something that I'm not. I don't know, Nick.
Well, he said that the one punt traveled 60 in the air, hit the one, and he said had 4.9 second hang time. He said, ideally, like, you have that land a couple yards more in, give it a chance to get some upward bounce. But they like the distance. Look, make no mistake. Like, they know that there's probably going to be some growing pains with that. But again, the talent is there. The leg talent is there to where I think they're going to be, willing to deal. But hey, it's one of these things where it's like if the season starts and it's just not coming along, like they have too good of a roster to be overly patient with a punting situation that's not good. So he'll have to go out and prove it. But yeah, week 1, I think he'll certainly be the guy.
Guys, we have reached peak preseason football discussion when the term leg talent got dropped on this show.
That's all you need.
Kreckman and Lindahl, 3:38 in the afternoon on the 20th of August. Nick Kosmider.
Like 12, 13, or 14, 15 days left, too.
I know. It's
Don't remind us.
What else can we get into? Just you find out. Nick, excellent work, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas. See you later.
I legit have never heard that term before, and I love specialists, and I've heard arm talent a billion times referring to quarterbacks. I've never heard leg talent on a punter.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. I do think Leggy's dropped that on me once upon a time this year, too.
He's got leggy talent is what he's got.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Avalanche made an acquisition. John Michael Lyles will break down the Victor Olofsson signing coming up here today at 4 o'clock. We're going to do a little off-season puck today here on the show. Looking forward to diving into that. What is Olofsson going to bring to this Avalanche squad? We'll talk about that coming up at 4 o'clock. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, the home of the Colorado Avalanche. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, I saw something last night, and I had to tweet about it because it blew my mind. I saw maybe the worst combined individual baseball play I've ever seen.
Yeah, and this wasn't wasn't it Hunter Goodman had a rough spot too? Was that the one?
Well, Hunter Goodman had a terrible pass ball last night.
Right, that
yeah.
let him get a run in.
He desperately needs to he needs some work behind it. Quite frankly, he needs to not be a catcher.
He needs to be a DH.
Yes. But they got a few of those guys, unfortunately. No, this was bottom of the fourth last night. Rocks Dodgers. Okay. My guy warming Bernabel at the plate. Emmett Sheehan, number 80, toeing the slab for the LA Dodgers. Dodgers just jumped all over Austin Gomber last night. It was nothing but
talk about that too.
Extra base hits and bombs. Shohei's home run last night. If you would have been in the way of that thing, it would have left a hole in you. My God, he crushed that ball. He almost killed Kyle Freeland the other night too. Shohei's it's dangerous
Kevin
to go
Freeland?
up against him. But last night in the bottom of the fourth, warming Bernabel on an excuse me swing, put the ball into play, and then the Dodgers and the Rockies, it was almost as though they were having an argument over who could possibly be worse on a single individual play. Spring, give me the audio of that play.
Welcome back to Coors Field. Emmett Sheehan and the Dodgers ahead of the Rockies 7-zip in this second game of a 4-game series. Bernabel tries to check his swing, taps it along the first base line, and Sheehan throws it into right field. Rojas there quickly, throws to second, the tag from Betts. They got him! Miguel Rojas saves the broken play.
But what a throw by Miguel Rojas on the backup to get it there just in time, and Mookie Betts put the tag on him.
Hey, by the way, speaking of National Radio Day, Denver sports radio legend Tim Neverett right there, voice of the Dodgers, on the call there at the very end. So, warming Bernabel. It's my dude, Andy. I love this guy. I didn't love him on this play, okay? So, excuse me swing. A la Willie Mays Hayes. Just completely fooled on a curveball and just accidentally sticks his bat out and puts the ball into play. I actually did look this up on StatCast because I'm curious enough to want to know these things. Bernabel generated 8.7 miles per hour of bat speed.
Nice.
Sub 9 mph of bat speed. And the ball, 32.3 miles per hour off the bat. Your exit velo of 32.
I could drive in a neighborhood with that.
I was going to say.
Safely.
You're still safe in a residential zone right there.
You could go down Spear in that one stretch.
Yeah, you're not going full Miles Garrett right there. So excuse me swing. Emmett Sheehan does a good job getting off the mound to get to the ball, but Bernabel, he's busting it down the line. The hustle was there, okay? I will say that. The effort was there. Sheehan gets to the ball. He picks it up. He's got a tough play because he's got Bernabel busting up the line, and so he's kind of in the baseline. He just needs to eat the baseball, right? He just needs to, screw it, he's on, okay? No, he decides, I'm going to throw. But he throws the ball, and Andy, I kid you not, this thing, Spring, am I exaggerating? It was a clear 12 feet over Freddie Freeman's head at first base.
Just a bit high.
I mean, he threw it so high, it didn't land in the infield dirt. It cleared the infield dirt and went all the way into the outfield, into right, okay? Teoscar Hernandez is out there in right, just scratching his butt.
Surprised.
Paying no attention at all. Fortunately, his second baseman, Miguel Rojas, is there to bail him out. Bernabel decides he's going too, because why shouldn't he? Rojas chases it down. He's the hero of the play. He makes a great sliding pickup. He makes an excellent throw to Betts at second. Beautiful. Warming Bernabel. Again, my dude. Starts his slide a good 3 steps too soon into second.
He's had some trouble with that this year.
He's dying.
They need to work on sliding with him.
He has misjudged his slide so much that he barely makes the bag Throw gets the bets. Boom. Tag is applied, and Warming Bernabel is out. But it was like the Rockies and the Dodgers, it was as though they were in a competition to see who could be more inept on a single play.
All I'm hearing is yakety sax playing in the background.
It was hysterical.
Yeah, well, till it wasn't.
Sheehan's throw was the funniest part. That was by far. He picked it. He had like no footwork. He was like falling into the baseline. And then it was like the thing had the trajectory of like a Nikola Jokic 3/4 court shot. He just launched that thing. And it was one of those where it was so high, Freddie Freeman didn't even attempt to jump for it.
Yeah, just look at him like, is that really for me?
That
ain't for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
You really blew that one.
What do you want me to do
Meanwhile,
with that?
Teoscar Hernandez is taking in the action from the cheap seats. Yeah. Yeah.
It was entertaining. It was one where I think I rewound it and watched it like 4 times in a row in real time. I was just like, how the hell did he make that? And then it's like, okay, he didn't want to hit Bernabel in the back, but I think that there is a middle ground between hitting the base runner and throwing the ball basically with like a hang time of a Jeremy Crawshaw punt.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. One other thing from last night's Rockies game.
Yes.
So Austin Gomber.
Yeah, dude.
Austin Gomber, he got to go. That was another rough outing of a year of nothing but rough outings out of Austin Gomber. But more importantly, we need to hear what he sounded like after the game. Okay, this is a professional athlete. All right, this is a well-compensated gentleman who plays professional sports, who generally you would think these are confident individuals that walk the face of the earth, right? This is what Austin Gomber sounded like last night after getting shelled by the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah, just making bad pitches, you know. Just feel like I'm in a tough spot right now. You know, it sucks to let the team down and, you know, more specifically the bullpen for sure. You know, we needed more length than that. I just couldn't provide it. You know, I just feel like I'm just a little bit lost out there right now. You know, don't really have any confidence, conviction. Really don't really have like an identity of what I'm trying to do. You know, so just trying to figure it out, man. Yeah, it's kind of, it is what it is.
Dude.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That cut and all that exchange, or his quote, it just angers me.
No confidence, no conviction.
And I'm not mad at him.
I have no identity. I'm searching.
I want to make this clear.
Trying to figure it out on the fly.
As we went back and forth with our guy DMac yesterday about the process, this is what needs to change in that organization. How in the hell does he tell you? And look, I've told you, Nate, there was 2 weeks ago, he was walking off the mound, talking to himself and looking at the sky, like openly just talking to himself. Like if you saw him walking on the street, you probably would cross the street thinking, this guy's having a bad day or out of his mind or something. Because he was just talking to himself, looking at the sky. That right there to me was a sign he's mentally in it and you need to fix him. And instead, he's out there and he said, I don't even know what's going on. I'm just trying to figure it out. Where the hell's the help? Where is the pitching staff, the coaches, and everybody else that's designed to help this guy? He should not be out there by himself trying to figure it out. Because he's got a kid as a catcher that doesn't know what to say to him. I mean, where the hell is the help? Where's his support?
He has not given up fewer than 3 earned runs in a start since back in early July. Yeah, that's a broken man right there. And like on it, if the Rockies were going to do the compassionate thing with Austin Gomber right now, just DFA him right now.
DFA?
Yeah,
because he's not. There's no way he's coming back. There's no way he's signing up for this again.
He's an unrestricted free agent, and they shouldn't want him back. Like he's broken. He was traded here. He never wanted to be here. I think he had his moments of battling. He had his moments of injury that he's dealt with, but that like. Andy, you don't hear professional athletes talk like that. That's a guy where they just give him the compassionate, take care, man. Okay?
Yeah, bro, it ain't working out.
We'll pay you.
Yeah.
Just go home.
You
Okay?
tried.
Go fishing. Like you need to stop doing this for a while. And best of luck to you the rest of your baseball career.
Yeah, they need to. I mean, put him in the pen. At minimum, put him in. If you're going to keep him around, you got to put him in the pen and just let him try to get 3 outs at a time.
Let him pitch once a week.
Yeah.
If that. If you just have.
Well,
to
he's
have
already.
the
I
arm.
guess. Yeah, dude. Listen, it
Yeah.
just.
Whew.
But again, that is another. To me, see, that's just another verbal example of what is wrong with the process of that organization.
He's 0-7.
He should not feel like he's out there by himself trying to figure it out.
0-7 with a 7.49. 0-7 with a 7.49. That's like, again, and whatever. Say what you want to about your counting stats or whatever. That's a guy, though, that, like, you don't want to have to look at that baseball card. That's tough, dude. That is tough. Mm-hmm. By the way, Patrick Saunders tweeted this yesterday. Rockies now have a 6.59 starter ZRA, franchise worst 6.19. That was pre-Humidor 1999. They're worse as a rotation than they have been at any point since the Humidor was installed. 1999. We're not partying like it's 1999.
By the way,
yeah.
Dane says, who else? There's a lack of AAA talent ready to be a starting pitcher. Go bullpen days. You cannot run him out there anymore. If you're not going to release him, you can't keep putting him out there.
Yeah, this is seriously one where it's just like, just be compassionate.
That's as gone as I've ever heard a guy while still playing for the organization.
Yeah, he's broken. Let him go. Just let him walk away from all of this. Coors Field won, okay? It often does.
Oh, yeah, but this was a KO. This
Yeah.
was a Mike Tyson fight.
No, they're spiking the ball on poor Austin Gomber's face. We'll take a break. When we return, Victor Olofsson fever is sweeping.
Catch it.
Denver, Colorado. John Michael Lyles breaks down the acquisition coming up next. All right, we begin hour number 2 of the show, and we do so with some hockey talk. We got unexpected fun hockey news today as the Avalanche have added some depth, added some goal scoring, signing forward Victor Olofsson to a 1-year deal. He had 15 goals, 29 points over 56 games played last year in a Vegas Golden Knights sweater. Joining us right now to talk about this acquisition by the Avalanche, it's our pal, Avalanche legend himself, and he'll be playing in the game to prove it, John Michael Lyles. JML, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Good to have you back on the show. Tell us about Victor Olofsson. Where does he fit? What does he bring?
Well, I think he brings some bottom six skill, and I think that, the Avs, there's definitely, when you look at the lineup, and I think for all the strength that you have in the top six, for the depth that you have on D, for what the goaltending looks like now versus a year ago, I think everybody was still kind of pointing towards the bottom six. And I think that, Victor Olofsson brings some nice skill to that bottom six. He can play the bottom six role, but he still is a guy that you can put on the power play and he can contribute there. And you know what? I think he'll fit in really nicely. He's a guy that I believe he's a 3-time 20-goal scorer. And you said it, only played 56 games last year, but still contributed point-wise. So a guy that I think the Avs really liked, and the fact they got him, right around that 1.5 cap number, it's a nice addition.
Yeah, so again, they continue to kind of spend in the affordable aisle with, nothing wrong with that, with the contracts you have. But do you think there's still another move in the offing, or do you think we kind of have the roster set that they'll start the season with anyway?
What I would say is it wouldn't shock me if this is the roster they start the season with. Logan O'Connor will be back at some point. They're as healthy as they've been over the last, call it 3-4 years, probably since they won the Cup to start the season. With Gabe Landeskog, Lehkonen was out last year. I mean, you look at the top six last year for a good portion of that early stretch, and you look at them now, I mean, it's a completely different roster. So it wouldn't shock me if they start the season like this. They do have some cap space still, but I do think that they're probably going to, in my mind, keep that for some flexibility. And there'll be some kind of see or wait and see maybe, and see how things go. But I like the roster going into the season, and I think that, we talked about this, I believe Moser and Vic were talking about the other day, for the start that the Avs had last year and what they did down the stretch once the goaltending, got, once Blackwood and Wedgwood came in and, they got healthy, what the record looked like, beginning to end. I mean, it's night and day. And so if the Avs get out to a seriously good start this year, I think it puts them in so much better position come playoff time at the end of the season.
What's going on with Evan Rodriguez? Now, that was a rumor. No one from the Avs was ever really connected to that thing, but I guess we all thought Florida was going to have to dump salary. Is he going to not be the guy they have let go? Has Florida and Vegas solved their cap problems? I mean, what's happened with all that after all the noise at the start of free agency?
Well, listen, there's definitely noise, and I mean, it's happened for the last, 10, 15 years or so. When teams have won cups, and especially when teams have won multiple cups, there are cap casualties, and Evan Rodriguez's name kind of seemed to always pop up as a guy that he's a guy that you can move up and down your lineup. And with what Florida did, re-signing Sam Bennett, they re-signed Brad Marchand. The fact that they're able to keep those guys, I mean, it's pretty amazing. And so in the end, I think a lot of people assumed there were going to be some cap casualties, but man, they've worked some magic for sure. So it'll be interesting to see, because I still think that there's some pieces that need to move around the league. And Evan Rodriguez's name is definitely one that could be out there at some point. But listen, Florida's done a pretty masterful job, and especially after winning 2 cups.
Oh, man, the hockey rumor mill never stops. John Michael Lyles with us on the show on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Johnny, I don't want to ask you to violate any trust or anything like that, but you know how it is when you come on this show. You play in foursomes. You're in group texts that Andy and I don't, we're not privy to. Do you have any insight? Can you give us anything on how Gabriel Landeskog's offseason is going?
Ooh, well, it sounds like he was on the ice today, back in Denver, and by all accounts, it sounds, I wasn't there, but it sounds like he looked pretty good. I've been in touch with Landy, not as much hockey related, but a few other things.
Okay.
And listen, I think it's all systems go at this point. Now, I think if you look at Landy, you miss, the number of games, the number of days that he missed, and we saw a small sample size in the playoffs, but I really did love that second line of, Landy, Nelson, and Nichushkin, and I actually got the chance to tee it up with Brock Nelson yesterday, and I think he's really excited about this year and playing with those guys. It wouldn't shock me if, there comes a time if they're given, maybe give him some, rest here and there, whether it's a back-to-back or, 5 and 7 days, things like that. It wouldn't shock me, but I'm not sitting here saying that's absolutely going to happen. I think a lot of it is going to be the wait and see approach. How do you feel? How's it responding? It was obviously good enough to, it responded well enough to get him back into playing. And now I think that, now I think it's just, okay, let's run with that. Obviously he worked really, really hard to get himself into that situation come playoff time. And Gabriel Landeskog, being the person that he is, the player that he is, and the captain that he is, he doesn't take days off. He's a guy he's doing everything he can to make sure that he's playing as many games as he can this season.
All right, and Brent Burns signs with the team. I don't think we've had a chance to talk to you since that happened. Again, I hear the age 40. Now, listen, I'm 51 and creak everywhere that I go. If I go for too long a dog walk, it's going to take me 30 minutes to warm the body up. How's he going to handle things at age 40? Is he just one of those super freaks that it's not going to be a problem?
Well, listen, the funny thing is Brent Burns and I came into the league. Our first games in the NHL were the same year. And this is year 9 of retirement for me, which just is absolutely crazy. So it just goes to show you he's done a tremendous job of taking care of his body at 40 years old. He was playing a ton of minutes with the Carolina Hurricanes the last few years, playing top pair with Jacob Slavin, who I played with in Carolina. He's a Colorado kid and a tremendous defenseman. And the fact that he was playing the minutes that he was in Carolina, it just goes to show you how well he's taking care of his body and how dedicated he is to still being effective at 39 and 40 years old. And so for him coming into Colorado, he's not going to be required to play the minutes that he played in Carolina, in my mind, when you have Cale Makar, who eats up so many minutes on that right side. But he's a guy that can give you quality minutes. And if you say 15 to 17 minutes for Brent Burns, I think that's right in the sweet spot for him at 40 years old, and I think he'll be able to handle that just fine.
Johnny, speaking of creaking and cracking, you'll be suiting up on Sunday night as the Avalanche alumni will take on the DU alumni. By the way, you can watch that game on Altitude. Give us the personal scouting report. How are you feeling? How many minutes are you planning to play? How much are you going to be getting dirty down in those corners? How's everything going?
Well, I hope I'm not getting dirty down in the corners because I haven't had shoulder pads since I retired. I have no idea where they are. I'm pretty sure they went in the garbage. The first time I didn't have to attend training camp in the fall. I feel good. We've got a great group of guys. When you look at who's coming in and who's participating, Peter Forsberg lands this evening. So he'll be around for the next week or so. You got Milan Hajduk, who's a Denver regular and now working part-time for the Avs with, as a skills guy. Steven Reinprecht, who's a Denver local. We've got Johnny Mitchell. Peter Mueller's back, who's newly retired. The Denver team, the DU team is really, really good. They've got a lot of either current NHL guys or brand new pros. So I think we're rocking about a 14-year difference in average age. And the Avs alumni are on the wrong side of that, unfortunately. So we'll see, but it's going to be awesome. Max Lacroix is going to play in net for us, which is a really cool tie-in. The Lacroix family and how much Pierre meant to to the Avs organization and also just hockey in general around the state of Colorado. And myself, Tyson Barrie, talked to him today. I mean, we've got a really, really good group. Cogliano, Helm, Heinold is our third line. So good luck to anybody out there against those three.
Well, it's a handsome group there, Johnny, I got to say.
Well, and nobody's out skating those three. I got to be honest with you. Danny Heinold's in better shape now than he was when he played, and he was a freak when he played. Helm and Cogliano, they don't ever stop. So it's going to be a lot of fun. There's still tickets available. ColoradoAlumniFaceoff.com is the website. It's going to be really cool. The Avs are doing a lot of great activations. Their marketing group coming in. Their youth hockey group is coming in, and we're going to do some stuff prior to the game. The game's at 5:00 on Sunday, but there'll be a party kind of happening starting around 3:00, and guys will be wandering out there and signing autographs and doing some other stuff too. So it should be a blast. We're really looking forward to it. Like I said, we got a great group. Sakic will be there. Pierre Turgeon. We got a few guys on the IR, unfortunately. So
that's not surprising.
No, it's not.
The whole key is to keep everybody off the IR after the game.
The whole key is no blown Achilles
Yes,
because,
been
in VELE a couple years or that happens.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, no Brad May or Ian LaPerriere. Brad May's handshake alone will keep you from doing anything stupid, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a great group, and we're really excited. We got the golf happening on Friday. We've got a VIP party on Saturday, and then the game on Sunday. So it should be a great weekend. We're hoping to raise a lot of money for youth hockey in Colorado, and I'm happy to be a part of it as the president of the Avalanche alumni, and really just so proud of our group for getting this together, because it's definitely been a labor of love. Kiefer's basically it's been his full-time job for the last month or so. So it's been awesome.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at it right now on DU's website. Tickets are still available. They're very affordable. There's no bad seats in Magnus Arena. So go out and watch this event. It is going to be absolutely a blast to watch these guys get out there. Johnny Lyles, good work as always, man. Thank you.
Hey, we're going to talk to you Monday. We need a video Monday on how you feel. So
we'll see if I'm getting out of bed Monday. I don't know.
All right, there he goes. John Michael Lyles, everybody. Giving away 14 years on the average age.
Who allowed that? Sign up. Who allowed that?
Putting the current NHL guys out there. Yikes.
I played in a league one time where I was just around 40, and it was full of 30-year-olds.
Yeah.
Early 30-year-olds. And I remember some kid comes running down. He wasn't a kid. Obviously, he was 30, but I was like, all right, I D'd up. I was ready with what I wanted to do. He was past me before. I don't think my brain had sent the message to my feet to move. I knew what I wanted to do. I just, I stood there. Like, you can't react quick enough to a 30-year-old. What are they thinking? What are they thinking? And he doesn't even have shoulder pads? I promise you someone's going to get saucy.
Hey.
Remember when they had this alumni game when the Avs and Red Wings played in Coors Field for the outdoor
those guys
game?
really hated each other.
Well, I can see it. Come on, it's hockey. Someone is going to do something that someone thought was outside the gentleman's rules,
Man,
and we're going to have a little something.
Peter Forsberg's going to be back in an Avalanche sweater.
He's going to reverse check somebody.
It's going to be sick. It's going to be a lot of fun. Sunday night, Magnus Arena. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we return, let's talk about this Broncos offense and how good they need to be for this team to contend. I'm not talking playoffs. I'm talking contending. We'll do that next. Good time of year to get your lists, get your rankings, and I got one right here for you, Andy. You ready for this?
It's not worthy of the Open?
No.
Not really power. There's no power behind the ranking.
I mean, there's some juice. I don't know about full-on power.
Juice?
This is TheRinger.com, our buddy Shil Kapadia, ranking every NFL offense for 2025.
All right.
Ranking the offenses. Top, by the way, very top. Buffalo, Baltimore, San Francisco, Green Bay, Cincinnati, Detroit at 6, Philly at 7, Kansas City at 8, Manders 9, Cowboys at 10. That's the top 10, according to TheRinger.com. Anything egregious in there for you? Anything strike you as odd?
We're good.
Okay. Even a Brock Purdy-led offense at number 3? If the weapons are healthy, they're so good.
It's a Christian McCaffrey-led offense in my eyes.
They had insane,
he goes out,
insanely bad injury luck a year ago.
Hold on. There was a little bit of an update there.
You got an update for me?
We had something going on.
Okay.
I'll keep going.
I will certainly do
Well,
that.
there's 5,000. I can't tell which. I believe 49ers receivers problems continue. Let's just put it that way.
Speaking of Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah?
I'm going to pull the curtain back for a moment.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and expose one of our partners appropriately. So, I'm doing this Valor Pine Creek game on Friday night.
With the guy that coached there.
Yeah, Valor Christian head coach Mike Sanford. People know him here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And so he sent me his roster, right? The numerical roster. Number 5 on his numerical roster, Christian McCaffrey.
Really?
So
you were like, hey, wait a minute.
I noticed that.
Did you pull a DU alumni here? What are you doing?
And he goes, oh, yeah, no, I just did that because I'm an idiot, and I wanted to make sure I didn't forget and give somebody number 5.
Oh.
I was like, you know what?
That's a good call.
Smart move.
Yeah.
That's a smart move
Just
right
leave
there.
it on the roster at all times.
Exactly.
Yeah, so here's the news.
Don't make that mistake and issue the newly retired number.
And I don't know that you build a ring of fame, although I guess Valor could. But that's how you honor him. He's just always number 5 on the roster.
He's always number 5, and again, that's how you make sure you don't accidentally
That's how you do it.
Issue the jersey.
DeMarcus Robinson suspended 3 games for the Niners, the first 3 games of the season. They're hoping to appeal, though.
Okay.
So there's another receiver down for your – because remember, they still don't have Ayuk back.
It's Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. That's it. And
Good
Purdy
enough?
and Kyle Shanahan being super smart, and Jennings is still good. They're good. I was a little surprised to see them in 3, but again, if all things are equal and everything is healthy, that is kind of what they do. That's why they paid Purdy to run that offense. All right, so let's get to Denver. Rams at 11, Bucks at 12, Cardinals 13, Houston 14, Broncos at 15.
This is the offense.
This is just the offense. Denver at 15. Andy, I saw that and I thought, if the Broncos have the 15th best offense in the NFL this year, they're winning the AFC West.
Good things are happening.
They are winning the AFC West, and they are maybe winning a playoff game or maybe even 2. But good things are happening if they have the 15th best offense in the NFL.
What seed do you think that grabs them?
That's
It'd be 4th seed.
You're winning the AFC West, and you're a 3 seed.
3 seed.
You're gonna
Gotcha.
I got you behind Buffalo and Baltimore. You're a 3 seed, though, and you'll stay ahead of Houston.
See, here's my worried with that.
Houston, you know what, though? Houston's defense, honestly, like for as much as we hype Denver's defense, and as well we should, Houston's is a probably not distant number 2.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
And again, the South, I just don't think the South is going to beat up on each other the way the AFC will.
That's it.
I think the AFC, I don't care who wins the AFC West, they may be 4th. Just because I could see the division being a gauntlet where you lose a couple games you don't want to because you got 4 good teams in this division.
So, Shil Kapadia wisely points out, Bo Nix, as a rookie, 5th lowest rate of turnover-worthy plays, according to Pro Football Focus. Don't turn the ball over. Take care of the football. Execute the drives. Sean Payton will put you in good situations. You're better at tight end. I think you're better at running back. I'd like to believe.
I'm pretty confident.
I know you're faster at running back. I know that.
I've seen some J.K. Dobbins plays that look like they may be a little Shanahan-esque that make me excited to see what he does.
Your offensive line is, again, by offensive line metrics, pass block and run block win rate, one of the best in the NFL in both of those spots, and you're improved at the skill positions. Now, Shield writes this, while rating the Denver offense the 15th best in the NFL, 2 areas to keep an eye on: how Nix performs under pressure and how he performs when opponents know the Broncos have to pass. This is interesting. When pressured, 29th out of 36 quarterbacks in EPA per pass play last year. First off, I just want to raise my hand and say that doesn't surprise me for a rookie quarterback. Okay? That's not terribly stunning. And what's good is his pressure to sack rate was very good. He was only sacked 24 times last year. So while he may not necessarily be making plays under pressure, he's also not making the most negative play. So that's all right. A punt is not a bad thing on this team.
Now with this defense, if it's as good as expected.
Or unless it's a Crawshank.
Okay.
On 3rd and 4th downs in obvious passing situations, Nick's 26th out of 36 quarterbacks in EPA per pass play. So, yeah, it felt like a lot of those were he had a tendency to go check down Charlie, throw short of the sticks, take the easy completion when it was there. That's another step in the next step of progression for Bo Nix, and that's, what kind of damage can you do, 5 to 15 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. Those intermediate throws, if he starts to hit more of those, makes them a more dangerous 3rd down team, converting those 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 6 when they present themselves. And again, nobody's asking him to turn into Joe Burrow, sit back in the pocket and just dissect, but just be a little bit better in those areas, and the Broncos will have the, middle of the road to perhaps upper half of the NFL offense that they need to have, and that's all they have to have.
I would also say when it comes to his pressure performance, we've seen in camp this year less of the check down. I mean, he's been pressured a lot.
Yeah.
Frankly, he's probably been pressured too much for everyone's liking at times, and that's why we haven't seen necessarily the rhythm that we'd always like to see. But he's done a better job, for whatever it's worth, in practices this year of escaping the pocket enough to find a guy, usually in the middle of the field. A lot of times it's been Sherfield. A couple times it's been Bryant or Ingram, where he's throwing and getting the first down. So if he can transfer that to the game, that number will go up. I think he jumps at least a half.
It's the biggest area of improvement I would say that he has to have. He showed us last year he's a very good rollout thrower.
Sure, and that's what he's been doing.
But not a particularly good scramble thrower. He really struggled in that area last year. Now, fortunately, he made a lot of plays with his legs, and that helped to mitigate some of that issue. But that's where I think the Evan Engram impact will be felt the most. Is exactly what you're talking about right there. Is the second act throw that he then has to make, and Engram being able to find that space and help him make a play right there.
Well, and the other thing I'm encouraged by is, like, a couple of the plays that stand out to me, Sherfield came running back to him. Pat Bryant got into his field of vision. The other guys have got to do that.
Can help him.
It's crazy to watch, and it was so funny. John Elway, when he was having all those crazy comebacks back in the early part of his career, he did a lot of them with that group, the Three Amigos, for a bit, but that was really only a one-season thing. Vance Johnson and Mark Jackson used to be just great at finding a way to orchestrate a broken play with John Elway. Bo needs a few guys to do that for him. Not stop the route, not run the route, stop. He's getting pressured, and you just kind of stand around, get open, get into his field. Like, they improvise with him. I hope they can be better at that.
So, Andy, today, Peter Schrager's filling in on McAfee, not wearing a tank top, and he's talking to Damian Woody, okay? Look, I like Damian Woody. I think he's good on TV. But I do have to, we got to talk about this a little bit, okay? We've been joking about how the Broncos have become the ultimate hipster pick in the NFL
We
this
got
year.
3 examples today alone.
So here we go. Denver is the darling of the AFC.
They are.
Damian Woody gets the question today from Schrager on McAfee. What? Give me a team that's getting overlooked. That's getting overlooked that could make a deep run. You're never going to believe who he gave us.
Listen, I've been on them. I've been talking about it for a while. The Denver Broncos.
Okay.
Oh.
I think the Denver Broncos, to me, are a team that not enough people are talking about. They could have the best defense in the league this year. Like they were damn good defense last year, and they only improved throughout the offseason this year. Bo Nix with Sean Payton in year 2, we know how these things go. Year 1 and year 2, this is usually when you make your biggest jump. I think Bo Nix is going to light it up this year. Obviously, you got Cortland Sutton. Keep an eye on Troy Franklin, another young wide receiver that I think is going to break out. They're going to be able to run the ball. They got, talk about offensive lines. They may have the best offensive line in football in Denver. And so when you look at everything that the Denver Broncos got going on, I'm telling you right now, do not sleep on the Denver Broncos this year.
You bold enough to put them over the Chiefs?
I'm not there yet because I know the Chiefs have improved, but I will say this. This will be the hardest journey in the Patrick Mahomes era, in this division and in this conference because of that team that I just talked about. I think Denver is legit. I think they're going to be one of these teams that we're going to be talking about late in the season that's going to be a contender in the AFC for a Super Bowl.
Come on, be bolder, you weenie. They're going to win the AFC West.
Well, we've got the next guy if you want it.
Not enough people are talking about.
Everybody is talking about them to the point where even the fan base texts in on the daily or puts it on YouTube and Twitch. I'm nervous how many people are talking about us.
But nobody's talking about it.
That's literally a phrase that this fan base has been using since camp started.
Andy, everybody is talking about how nobody is talking about
Exactly. Who is nobody? Who is not talking about them?
Who
because
is out there?
It's literally all of the national media.
It's Ricidi and Chase Daniel. It's Cowherd. It's Kay Adams. That was all last week. Now this week.
Orlovsky has been on him.
Orlovsky's been all over him. Now the ex-players, they're lining up in droves. What else do we got today? Jason McCourty.
Oh, there's the new name.
Here we go. Jason McCourty. He's NBC guy, right? So he goes on with McAfee today, except it was Peter Schrager. All right. Who's overlooked? Who's the guy that not anybody is talking about right now? Jason McCourty.
If I'm picking one, and everybody's talking about them, I would say, or they're mentioning their names, I think the Denver Broncos, and not just saying that to say, all right, they're going to be good as a good football team. I think the Denver Broncos can compete and be a team that we're talking about later on in the season as a possibility to get into the playoffs and go on a run and be talking about them as a Super Bowl type of team. I think Bo Nix has that ability to take the next step. Sean Payton is a head coach that has been in this position before and has been building for this. As good as they were on defense last year, you go out and you sign Talanoa Hufanga and you sign Dre Greenlaw to come over to that side of the defense and go and be able to dominate and run around. So when I look at them, RJ Harvey in the backfield, another explosive weapon, Evan Ingram, another guy on the offensive side of the ball. This was a team last year that when they were in the playoffs and we started talking about them and they were in close games against the Kansas City Chiefs, losing by a blocked field goal, we all were shocked. We had no idea Bo Nix was going to be that type of player last year. There's going to be a little bit more of a target on their back this year, but I think they've made improvements where it's not just, all right, they're going to make the playoffs, but they're a team that I think can go out there and can compete and beat every team in the AFC.
All right, so let's break down the creativity on that one. He hit the key talking points. Bo Nix, Sean Payton combination, only going to get better in year 2. Love the defense a season ago, but I think they're only going to be better. I give McCourty some bonus points. I'm going to grade him a little bit higher than Damian Woody because he did drop an RJ Harvey in there. If you can name the second-round running back as a national analyst, you get extra credit with me. So nice job right there, Jason McCourty.
Yeah, and Jason is not one of the he's not been, listen, when it comes to hype about the Broncos nationally, there's the usual group of characters, shall we say.
Sean Payton.
And a lot of them have a
Cadre.
connection to Sean, whether he was at Fox or whatever.
Yeah.
McCourty's not in that group. So this is kind of the first, this is one of the guys, again, Kay Adams, we've heard it from her a couple of times. She seems to be in the loop.
Yeah.
Obviously, Schrager's in the loop. Schrager's talked openly about he's a buddy with Sean Payton. But McCourty's the first one that, again, is not of the usual group where you go, all right, well, there's kind of an outsider, if you will, that's starting to believe.
And yet, nobody's talking about him. Not everyone's talking about him.
Yeah, that phrase is going to be outlawed here in a second. If it were a drinking game, we'd all be out of bourbon.
All right, this next one, Andy.
This is for you.
He's in the crew, okay?
Now, he is, but this is for you.
He's fully in the crew. Colin Cowherd, my guy. He's doing his herd hierarchy. Herd hierarchy. It's key to have alliteration if you're going to do a solid sports radio bit. So nice job, Colin Cowherd, alliterative name, knows the business. Here we go. Here's Cowherd. Where's he ranking Denver on his herd hierarchy?
Number 4.
Broncos. Listen, they didn't just add players, they added elite players. Dre Greenlaw, Evan Ingram, Hufanga at safety. Last year's defense was good and aggressive. Why would it go backwards? So, again, Bo Nix in a second year. The O-line is rated number 2 according to PFF in preseason. So last year caught us by surprise. This year, all their good young players are a year older in the system of Sean Payton. I have Denver at number 4.
Number 4.
Ahead of the Chiefs.
Yeah.
That's what you wanted.
That's what I'm going for.
Ahead of the Chiefs.
That's as they should be. That's a massive regression candidate. I mean, they're still going to go to the playoffs. They're not falling off the face of the earth, but talking wild card time. The stranglehold on the AFC West is over. Cowherd's got Denver at number 4. Everybody cannot stop talking about how nobody is talking about the Denver Broncos.
That's the thing. Look, I think they're going to be really good. And I think that defense is a force as everybody's talked out.
But what do you think about Bo Nix and Sean Payton in year 2?
What I think is...
But what do you think about the additions of Greenlaw and Hufanga?
Yeah. What do you think about Evan Ingram?
That's a solid, savvy signing right there, Andy. That's what they needed to do. Uh-huh.
What is everybody's take going to be middle of the year if they get wrecked with injuries? And this isn't what we thought.
It's we don't want to acknowledge that. Okay, it's hype time, baby. It's hype time.
I really do think they're going to be good. It just is amazing, like you said. It also is. They can't be your sneaky pick. They can't be the dark horse. That's all out.
Sneaking up on everybody.
No.
Nobody's talking about them,
Andy. You can't sneak up on people when everybody's yelling, here they come.
Kreckman and Lindahl, all we ever talk about is how nobody talks about the Broncos here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, where we love football, but nobody talks about the Broncos.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, the longer days of summer are behind us, but still plenty of time to take advantage of some warm nights and have some fun, maybe a quick getaway to the mountains over the Labor Day weekend or beyond if you'd like to. But if you're avoiding romance or any kind of intimacy in your life because of erectile dysfunction, now's the time to get this problem solved. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you. Maybe you laughed it off the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom, but if you're still not laughing and it's still happening, now it's time to, again, go and seek some help because the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic have treatments that will work when the pills and herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90% and some that'll have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule your consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit, $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling your old self and up for those activities the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, we're getting you all set for the football season. Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy, I got the Athletic fine website. Nick Kosmider is employed over there. The Athletic is rating the college football programs for the upcoming season, ranking teams 1 through 136. Your Colorado Buffaloes, 51.
Okay.
51.
Interesting.
What do you think of that prediction right there on where the Buffs could be? By the way, written as the blurb on them, as is so often given to us on these sorts of rankings. Losing Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders is obviously big. Agreed. But Deion has built some depth in this program, and the defense took a big step forward a year ago. Buffs at 51. How does that scratch you?
Fine. I don't know.
Okay.
Again, you lose two of your top stars.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there's a chance for them to be more balanced this year, run and pass. Yep. I've heard that you've seen good things from both sides of the football. I've heard that the offensive line looks like the real deal compared to years past.
It's the biggest.
They've got big dudes.
I think that's the biggest difference is I think they're going to be dramatically improved on the offensive line.
But at the same time, we almost don't know. I mean, it felt like the edict under Coach Prime with Shedeur here was let's pass the ball.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and make this a quick strike, kind of an air raid offense type. Is that still what he wants now with this group of players? I don't know. Like, is the air raid the type of thing that Coach Prime sees as his identity as a coach, or was it just something in part to help, your son get higher draft position?
I think, look, if Caden Salter is in there, run the football. Run the football, RPO stuff, option stuff. Run the football and take advantage of his running ability. And then when Julian Lewis is ready to take over and be the starting quarterback of this team, I think you revamp to more of a passing type of offense. But and honestly, like I think they kind of need to ease into it with a true freshman. I mean, I'm as excited as anybody to watch that dude play, but ease into it a little bit with the true freshman. Let an experienced dude, the transfer Salter, play a little bit and really lean into your run game. I think if Colorado does that, take advantage of their size up front, it might not be as high-flying or as entertaining as it was a season ago, but it has a chance to potentially be more efficient this upcoming season, avoid negative plays and the such. Not that Shedeur ever did that.
When they give you 51,
yeah.
Again, it's tough to think of all the teams. You know what I mean? Like, again, all right, who are the other 50 teams in front of them?
Right.
Is it all of the SEC? Is it all of the Big Ten? I mean, I highly doubt that. But
not all of them, but
most of them.
Yeah.
Look, I just don't think college football knows what to expect, and unfortunately for Coach Prime with his health problems, I mean, it's terrible he's gone through that, but I think his son has been with him through that. And so we haven't seen, like, again, for me, I've not seen the hype videos we're used to seeing coming out of Colorado.
No.
They did get some good transfer signings, but because attention had to be elsewhere to get Coach Prime healthy, we've not seen the hype videos and whatnot as to who's on this roster like we have in years past.
I think that's just it. I think is your depth better across the board? Are you maybe a more complete football team, maybe a better roster, even if the transcendent star power at the top is not what it was a season ago. There's no way that it possibly could be. Travis Hunter is one of the greatest college football players ever, and Shedeur has his number retired. So these are two Buffs legends that we're talking about right there that you have subtracted now from this team. You're going to have to win football games in a little bit of a different way. It's really, Andy, like I feel going into this season the way I did a little bit going into year one of like, I don't know what we're going to get out of the Buffs this year. Last year I had a pretty reasonable expectation. They were better than I thought they were going to be. They were winning 9 games last year. They won more games than I thought that they would. This is another season we're going into it. I'm not totally sure on what the Buffs are going to be, but I'd like to see what this thing looks like with sort of 3 years of program building in place.
I'm with you. The other thing that's wild about this, and this is just the new college football, and we'll get by the way, we've got a game that actually counts. Kansas and Iowa State playing this weekend. And
Saturday,
Ireland.
On AM 950. Well, Iowa State, K-State is the Ireland game. We'll have Fresno and KU right here on AM 950 at 4 o'clock.
So we've got 2 games that actually count. But my point being, I don't even know what to think of the Big 12. Like, this is what we all, I think, have to do now.
It's because you don't have a preseason media poll.
Oh, I don't have a preseason media poll. I also seriously, man. Do you remember where everybody transferred and who's where and what switched?
This is across.
You know what I mean?
Dude, this is across college football, Andy. I cover the Mountain West, and I went out to Media Day in July, and I always, I dig in and I get notes on every team before I talk to everybody, want to know what the hell I'm talking about, and I'm just looking at it, and I'm just going like, I don't know who any of these guys are.
Yeah.
I don't know who these guys are. And, it's at this level, it's so funny we use the term Power 4. It's Power 2.
It is.
That's it.
It's the AFC and the NFC.
Okay.
SEC, Big Ten.
That's it. All right. It's, trying to get themselves every automatic qualifying spot and trying to expand the playoffs so that it can eventually only be the Big Ten and the SEC. But okay, there is a Power 4 air quotes to it all right now. But the Mountain West is a program that just players get poached upwards. And if you're good in that league, you're going to be playing somewhere else. Okay. And it's just so funny because then it's like, you're loading up with the best FCS talent that is out there and getting what you can. And again, guys in the Big 12, you're good enough. Well, you're going to go to the SEC or you're going to play in the Big 10. The poaching game is it's hysterical in college football right now. And that's just it. Nobody knows what the roster is. And it's also like this age of college football is so antithetical to what college football has been forever. And this is no like old man get off my lawn argument right here. Like when coaches took over a program, they would always talk about I'm here to put my culture in place. Guess what? There's no time for culture.
No,
you don't
have
have
a new person every year playing quarterback.
Yeah, no, you have 9 new starters on both sides of the ball. And you need to win immediately. And you can count on none of those guys being back next year. So your solution, it is not about culture. It is 100% simply about, how do I get guys in place and in position to succeed as quickly as humanly possible? There's no more development. That doesn't happen at this level.
Have we ever seen a sport like college football is right now? Because you're right. I don't know how you build a team unless you've just got deep pockets to make sure nobody ever leaves. And you just can pay everybody all the time.
Yeah.
Because it is going to go back to deep pockets. I don't care what anybody says.
There's a couple of leagues where that's happening. Yes, absolutely. But everyone else, they're making it up as they go along. CSU. I got my Phil Steele in front of me right now. CSU, four returning starters on offense, 2 on defense. Okay? And their whole staff is back. And that's what they're dealing with right now. We talk about Fresno, brand new coach, 4 returning starters on offense, 4 on defense. They're playing on Saturday at KU. Listen to that game on AM 950. This is actually wild. Sean Lewis at San Diego State, former CU offensive coordinator. 3 returning starters on the offensive side of the ball, and he's an offensive coach. Couldn't keep anybody. He had 10 defensive starters back. That's almost unheard of in college football.
It's insane.
Shout out to the donor that paid to
good
keep the
for them,
defense.
but yeah.
Exactly. But these are just like, some examples of what I'm looking at and just laughing at when I look at this stuff. Although the team that most people figure is probably going to win the Big 12 this year, that being Utah, 10 returning starters on offense. Baylor, 10 returning starters on offense. So
that might be the tell. If you could just keep your team together, you got a pretty good shot. Hey, real quick, this comment from Phoenix 303 here on Twitch. This is interesting. Have you heard of this? Have not heard of this so far. 303-504-0925. Let us know if you deal with this too. He says, I get charged a 10% annual NIL talent donation now on my UT season tickets. Says, I have no idea who it's supporting outside of 5 to 6 guys because it's impossible to keep track of players now. How many times are we going to go up there, go to the bookstore? Like how many? We're used to these weird charges, I think, on literally everything we buy anymore. Mm-hmm. But how long before we see this? You go buy a hat at the bookstore and there's an NIL charge. Like, is that going to become the thing? Anything you try to go do around game day is going to have a little NIL charge on top of it so they can just keep the budget going?
Who was the program? It was Oklahoma State. Putting QR codes on the helmets.
That's right. If you want to support player X, hit the QR code with your phone.
Yeah, just say, here you go, kid. Here's a fin. Thanks for picking up that first down. Well done, kid. It's so funny.
Dude,
doesn't surprise me at all.
Could you imagine being motivated to do? I mean, I guess I got $5. Here you go. You scored a touchdown. I guess if you were to bet on it and made money, then I get it.
We're all boosters these days.
I guess. Did they just be happy Metro doesn't have a football team?
I was going to say the $0 that I donate to the University of Illinois every year. I can't tell you what they get. Don't worry, my parents still there and pay the astronomical property taxes. So the Kreckman family is still supporting the Fighting Illini. By the way, ranked number 11. Bielema and Company, number 11 in the preseason rankings. By the way, and this didn't make it to air, and I'm not going to give the size, but Alex Palczewski, Broncos offensive lineman, he settled an important debate amongst me and my fellow Illinois alums. He told us what size Bielema's pullover is.
Oh, that's right.
He told us how many X's. Yeah. He told us how many X's.
In the interview?
In the size. It was not in the interview. This was off air afterwards.
As I said, the interview's on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, no. I
was too fat to put it on altitude. So.
I asked him about this afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
And I literally was just asking, like, what do you think it is?
And he knew.
He knew. He had been in the equipment locker this summer. He knew. Uh-huh. Let me just tell you, Brett Bielema, a lot of X's in that pullover, folks. A lot of X's.
Yeah. Like Jerry Jones and wives. A lot of X's.
Yeah. Go Bielema. Go get him, man. Get us into the playoff. That's all I care about. Maybe I'll think about giving you NIL money. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including we got a follow-up on the Tennessee Titans, Cam Ward, Jeffrey Simmons scuffle. Plus, we'll get you the latest on this Lamar Jackson injury that has everybody
some shenanigans afoot.
Concerned, I shall say. We'll tell you what's going on next. We begin hour number 3, and boy, just kismet, Andy. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. And we lead it with breaking Bronco news. We've got a trade. Spring, give us the particulars.
All right, Ian Rappaport tweeting out 2 minutes ago, the Broncos have agreed to terms on a trade with the Saints for a 2026 4th-round pick and a 2027 7th-round pick in exchange for wide receiver Devon VELE.
Devon VELE.
VELE.
We hardly knew lay. Yes, Devon VELE, after one season in a Broncos uniform, 7th-round pick out of the University of Utah, 47 years of age, dropped his 19 kids off at school in his minivan and went to the facility every day and had himself a fine rookie season with 41 receptions on 55 targets, 475 yards, and 3 tutties. But, Andy, what do smart football teams do? They maximize their return. And in this case, what the Denver Broncos did was they took a 7th rounder that they used a year ago that did not fit into their plans going forward, and they flipped that into a 4th rounder in 2026. Excellent haul. Well done by the Broncos. Thank you, Devon VELE. You were a fine Bronco for a season, but this team drafted players to play over you, namely Pat Bryant. Devon VELE did not fit. They got a 4th for him, Andy. That's fantastic.
Yeah, now my question becomes, I've talked up Joaquin Davis a lot. He's a guy that I like. He's the size that they like. But my question is this a sign they're only going to go with 5 receivers at the position? Because as Nick Kosmider talked about, how often are 6 receivers even going to dress on game day?
Sherfield's going to get a uniform because of his value,
no doubt,
on special teams. Now, it's, you know, you like a little bit of insurance in the event of an injury, but I mean, a part of it is, Andy, like there's the whole thing of like, man, like Sean Payton has his profile of wide receivers he really, really likes. There is such a thing as too many guys of the profile that you really, really like. And Devon VELE was so redundant in comparison to Pat Bryant, who was taken 4 rounds ahead of him a year after he came into the league. Cortland Sutton, like this body type is already all over the place on this offense. The Broncos could afford to trade Devon VELE. And again, when you can make a smart value play, like flip a former 7th rounder for a 4th round pick, You got to make a move like that, and VELE just didn't fit.
No, and you know what? I have no problem with the move. It also reminds you that you can be the story of camp one year, and he just hadn't made the same amount of plays this year. He was not the guy we all walked away from practice talking about nearly as often as we were a year ago. And that doesn't mean he's not a good player. I mean, good luck to him. Here's the other thing. The guy's 27. You don't have time necessarily. He's a wideout that's 27, right? You need him to play. He's got to start playing. You can't wait for this to pop 2 or 3 years from now. So good for him. He gets a shot. He should play there. They're not a very good team.
Not a very good. They're terrible.
Yeah.
He absolutely should be playing on that team.
I don't know how much he's going to enjoy that quarterback either, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Do you see Tyler Shuck trip himself trying to run away from pressure the other day?
Is Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck going to win that job?
If they're being right about it, it'd be Spencer Rattler. If you're actually trying to win beginning of the year, Rattler looks like he's ready to go. Shuck has just been as up and down as can be in the preseason that I've seen.
Let's be honest, Andy. They can try to win. I don't think they're going to.
They're not going to.
Yeah, that's a very bad team right there.
But if you want to pretend like it and you don't want to go for the number 1 pick, Rattler's the guy at the start.
This is the kind of move that smart, savvy organizations with an actual vision and plan make. They take dudes that are productive, but they improve the value with what they're able to do. And now an extra 4th rounder for next year, plus a 7th and 27. Who cares? The 4th rounder next year is what you're really doing. Although, maybe you flip that 27 7th into a 4th in a couple of years.
Dude, would you ever have thought they would have got a 4th for Devon VELE?
No.
I mean, good for them.
No, that's honestly, like, I wouldn't have been shocked if they moved him. I would have thought they would have gotten nothing higher than like a 6th.
I'm with you.
A 4th
Proving
is
one round would have been great.
My goodness. Well done. So Devon VELE, no longer a Bronco, 41 catches last year. He was a great story last year. He was a great story. He was a great piece of a playoff team for the Broncos. And now he is a New Orleans Saint, and the Broncos got a 4th rounder. Good move. Devon VELE, off to the Saints. We'll talk about more of what that moves and what it means, what that move means and what it means for the roster coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Spring.
High five. All right, now to your originally scheduled high five. The lead story. Is this as big? I think this is as big. Speaking of 27-year-olds, the Broncos have signed defensive lineman Michael Dwumfor. And in a corresponding move, they have waived undrafted rookie inside linebacker J.B. Brown. So there you go. All right, how about this? How about some actual stuff?
If he's Dwum 4, who's Dwum 1, Dwum 2, and Dwum 3?
Well, hey, by Tuesday, he'll be done for.
Now that wins. Now that wins.
I think that is where you just tell the guy, hey, come get some tape. We don't want to play our guys too.
Well done.
Right?
Well
Am I
done.
wrong?
Mm-hmm. Well done.
Watch,
yes.
he'll make the team and be the star of the league, and that tape will haunt me forever.
Hot take, he will not make the team.
Narrator.
Yes.
That's some good Dwumfor talk right there. Broncos offensive coordinator Joe Lombardi talked to the media today. He was asked what does he want to see from Bo Nix in the game in New Orleans and in the lead up to the first game against the Titans, and how much of a jump forward has Bo taken in year 2?
Yeah, I think in this game would be good, if he got in a rhythm and put together a drive or two, and just. We're getting to the end of training camp and most of the installs in, so just, tightening up the details, before we know it, we're going to be getting ready for that first game. So, just continue on the path that he's on.
How much of a jump forward has he made then? Do you consider his progress at this point?
Yeah, I think, right where you want him to be. He's, you can see the experience he's had over the past year, just a lot more comfortable. And I think he's operating at a high level.
That was a good job by Joe Lombardi to fulfill his contractual obligation to have to talk to the media today.
Yeah, he was excited about it.
That was good stuff right there.
You know what? Maybe a discussion for after the high five, but how badly do we need to see a little rhythm out of the first team offense? Not just Bo Nix, can't hyper. I just feel like they've all been not quite what you hoped this camp.
Yeah, I'd like to see a successful and efficient drive down the field. I don't think that's too much to ask, right?
Take 2.
Yeah.
Would you take 2?
If it fits into the 8 to 10 plays, if you knock it out with points on the first drive, call it a night.
You're counting plays.
Well, they said that's what they said.
You have that step counter that there's 1, there's 2.
Like I'm a little league umpire back there. I'm gonna have my clicker. Spring, let's get the update on Lamar Jackson. What's going on in Baltimore?
High five. Yeah, so reports initially were an injury for Lamar, and he exited early from practice, and those early reports were that he appeared to be flexing his right hand or wrist.
Yes.
As he left the practice field. But according to the Ravens, they claim Lamar left the practice after someone stepped on his foot and that he is fine.
Yes, so Jameson Hensley of ESPN appeared to be a right wrist and hand injury as he exited practice early after about 90 minutes of practice. Stayed in for a few more plays and then headed into the facility. But yeah, Shefty tweeting out, hey, he just got his foot stepped on. He's fine. Where does that fall in the official injury designation?
Yeah.
Doubtful, probable, fine.
Again, he ran off the field with trainers, and the doctors and medical staff, apparently from the describing of the situation tweet that I saw, we're following into the locker room, but now we're going to say, look, I trust, I'm not questioning Adam Schefter's sources, but you do wonder, is there a little preseason? I don't have to tell you anything going on right now.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a degree of that. I wonder who the guy is that stepped on his foot.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's one of his linemen probably, but if it was somebody on the defense.
Mike Shanahan used to say about not putting his guys in red jerseys, his quarterbacks in red jerseys, that if you're too dumb to stay away from the quarterback, you're too dumb to play football for me. So I hope that's not how John Harbaugh feels.
I mean, he's talking about defensive linemen. I mean, let's not believe in him too much.
Whoa. Wow.
It's come on. We got to find out who stepped on the foot of Lamar Jackson. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Broncos' week 1 opponent is the Titans. Earlier this week, Cam Ward threw a touchdown pass, and he taunted their star defensive tackle, Jeffrey Simmons. He gave him the Zombieland celebration right in his face. And Jeffrey Simmons then grabbed Cam Ward's face mask, and a scuffle ensued. Cam Ward talked to the media today. He was asked if he learned anything from that scuffle with Simmons where the whole team got involved.
Did I learn anything from it?
just strong as I would say. It was fun at the same time, and I think it was what we needed though. I mean, we love competing, especially me, Jeff, and I'm excited to have that man as my teammate. And so I mean, I can't wait to see what he do. Sundays I already know what he about, but I get to see the real thing coming soon.
Is that one of those things where Cam Ward leaned in as he decided he wanted to start a scuffle with Jeffrey Simmons and just kind of said into his ear, make it look real?
Yeah, they were caught fishing the week before. A lot of people seem to think on X that this was
crap.
Yeah.
It was Cam Ward was trying to
something to break up the monotony of camp.
Yeah. Believe it or not, all-pro defensive tackle Jeffrey Simmons, kind of strong. Who
yeah.
Knew?
Oh, wow.
Who
That's
could have
what
seen
you learned?
That coming?
Should have known that before you bumped him.
And finally, Spring.
High five. All right, let's end with this one. Myles Garrett talking to the media today. A few weeks ago, he was driving 100 miles an hour in a 60-mile-per-hour zone. He was ticketed for that today. Listen to this question that this Browns reporter asked Myles Garrett.
What is it like to be in that car and seeing that speedometer creep up toward 100, like 100 miles an hour?
I'd honestly rather talk about football on this team than anything I'm doing off field, other than the back to school, event that I did the other day.
But still, I mean, people want to know about that.
People want to know a lot of things.
Wow.
That's bold, man. You're going to be in that locker room with that man at some point.
That's pretty awesome.
That's bold.
That is awesome.
I want to know if he comes back again.
I mean,
was that his one day?
I mean, Myles Garrett has multiple speeding citations.
There's a few Browns with problems
in the course of his football career. I mean, Myles Garrett, I think his answer would be, "It's pretty awesome, bro, because I can't stop doing it."
Would you like to follow up with what car were you in when you did it?
It was a Porsche when he flipped it a couple of years
that
ago.
Ain't good.
I don't know what he was in the other night. Yeah, I have no idea. But
there was a Bronco linebacker one time. I don't think he was going that fast. Michael Brooks.
Okay.
Denver's middle linebacker in the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
He flipped his 4Runner and got out and flipped it back over and left.
No way.
It seems funny now because I don't think anybody was hurt. But how about you just get out of your car, shove the thing back over like it's a strong man? What are you, what, Magnuson, Ver Magnuson or something like that?
Yeah. I mean, Myles Garrett, recreational lead foot. Might as well ask him about it. Yeah. Can't stop speeding. What's the deal, man? Why do you like it so much? Myles Garrett. He does want to talk about, though. He's getting the kids some school supplies, so that's nice. Thank you, Myles Garrett. That's good work in the community. Just look out when he's on the road. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. Denver makes a big trade. What does this mean for the roster construction? What does it say about how Denver views its offense? Nobody's talking about how the Broncos have got a shot to contend this year, but we're doing it here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Great auction available to bid right now. It doesn't close until tomorrow afternoon. We're talking about the factory return electronics, furniture, and exercise equipment auction. Factory return auction, open box items, and so much more than you can just get fantastic deals on. Go to roller.bid to check out this auction right now. Guys, I'm looking at this Cuisinart food processor. $22. $22, you're not getting a price like that at any big box store. I promise you that. There's all kinds of great kitchen appliances available to you at tremendous deals. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this auction, this factory return electronics, furniture, and exercise equipment auction, and make sure that you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. You'll get on the email list, and you'll be entered to win tickets from us right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up. You could win tickets to go see Lincoln Park in September at Ball Arena. Do it right now. That's roller.bid/altitude.
3rd and 5. Nix bowls a block. Caught! Touchdown! VELE! His first as a pro. And the Broncos have taken the lead on a 6-yard touchdown pass to VELE out of Utah.
Fine rookie season for big number 17, VELE. 41 catches, 3 tutties. For a 7th-round pick, you'll take that production every single time. The Broncos took that production and parlayed it into a 4th-round pick. They have traded VELE off to the New Orleans Saints today, doing so just in the last half hour. They get a 4th-rounder in 2026 and a 7th in 2027, but they were able to flip VELE into a 4th-rounder. Again, Andy, I wouldn't have thought they could have gotten more than a 6th for him. And I would have said a 6th is good. Like,
yeah.
Hey, you took a 7th-rounder and made him a 6th. Well done. They took a 7th and made him a 4th.
If anyone's listening the last couple weeks, we've talked about, is there a possibility? I put it out there. I thought they were going to try to waive him and put him on practice squad.
Did Gail Benson, did she?
I don't know.
Did she owe Sean one more favor or something like that? Like it was going to be a 5th and then.
Well, I mean, they had that weird thing where they were honoring Drew Brees last year, if you remember.
Sean was like, out there, you never mailed me my 3-hole punch. Make it a 4th.
Well, he walked in. He was welcomed. I think she still trusts him. It's wild. And he did do good things for Sean. Who knows? Maybe their new coach, who's the coach?
Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore. Maybe VELE's a good enough player. I don't know that he's good enough to give a 4th up for him, but maybe we'll be proven wrong. Who knows? Maybe he'll lead the Saints in receptions this year. I mean, again, the problem, I don't know if the variety of quarterbacks.
38?
Well, yeah, the variety of quarterbacks they're trying to use down there, and judging by the preseason play, good luck, but it's amazing.
I saw a tweet earlier. I think it was from Robert Mays, and it was just like, Saints are loading up so they can, week 18, VELE will catch a touchdown and turn their 2nd overall pick into a 6th overall pick.
I could see that.
Yeah. That's what. That's the thing for the Saints. I'm like, what are you doing?
Hold on,
you're so bad. Why do you need VELE right now?
Who else would you? Did
Kellen Moore go to the front office and was just like, we're just a VELE away from, like, instead of winning 3, we might win 4.
He had to just have said, I need some receiver of some kind. Seriously, dude, how do they not get the 1st pick? I mean, they feel so bad to me, just so bad.
They're terrible.
So we saw it last year.
Yeah, I think they have the lowest win total in the league at 4.5. They're right at the bottom of the barrel. That's a very bad team. I mean, the Browns would like a word. God, I'm wondering how bad the Indianapolis Colts are going to be. They have talent. I don't know. The Colts can win 6 games. Sure. But yeah, why the Saints, who are destined to be atrocious, why they're trading any draft picks is beyond me.
No, you're right.
But thank you.
That's going to be probably a pretty good 4th. That could be like the 2nd pick of the 4th round.
They need them all.
The 3rd pick of the 4th round.
That roster is awful. Again, we appreciate it. So what does this mean for the Denver roster now and the Denver depth chart? With VELE gone, I would say internally it doesn't mean anything because I don't think they were planning on really having VELE around. I think that's something we're learning right here. But what does this mean for the depth chart and the rest of the offense? They have subtracted a wide receiver that we had brought up as a possible casualty. Wasn't having a great camp, but caught some balls the other night. I was like, okay, maybe he's going to make the team. He caught a big touchdown from Bo Nix in the practice against Arizona. Okay, it looks like VELE is probably going to make the team. Now, I'm assuming this is a 5 wide receiver team.
I would agree. I think it's
Sutton, Franklin, Mims, the rookie Pat Bryant, and then Trent Sherfield.
And then I think it buys him an extra running back.
So this is what now allows you to keep both Bidet and McLaughlin behind Dobbins and R.J. Harvey.
Yeah,
so
and
now
then
you're
a fullback.
You're a 4 running back team. The fullback you can flip around. This also, if you want to keep Sam Ehlinger around, you can. If you want to, they carried the 3 quarterbacks last year. They could do it again.
Let me ask you this. Has Caleb Lohner done anything that you feel like you can't waive him and put in practice squad?
So
is it his spot, possibly?
That's a great question.
Because you're going to go Ingram,
yeah,
Bandy, right? Bandy. Hold on. Adkins. Adkins is a tight end. I always keep getting Adkins and Bandy
Tight
mixed
end
up.
H-back guy, yeah.
Yeah. So Adkins, Troutman, Ingram, and then do you hold on to Loner because you just like the size and he's had a couple of days in camp that I think has caught their eye?
So you used a 7th round pick on him, an extremely raw prospect who was a basketball player in college who caught some touchdowns at Utah but is brand new to the sport of football. But like, what is the point of using a 7th rounder on him if you don't have him hang out and see if you can't develop him into a dude that can catch red zone targets, can catch 5-6 touchdowns for you in a year or two?
Well, and the other thing I would add, I think they drafted him because they didn't want to deal with the other interests there was going to be in the league trying to sign him as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
So do you worry about one of those teams that liked him going ahead, like a Saints that doesn't have a great roster anyway, just plucking the guy and sticking him on their roster and you never get him back?
You draft a player that raw, you know he's that raw. You know he's not going to contribute much for you his first year, but he's there for you to be able to develop him, and you clearly drafted him because you see a ceiling that if he becomes that player, you're just like, okay, well, Caleb Loner's never going to be a number 1 tight end in the NFL or anything like that, I don't think. I suppose I could be stunned by that, but he could be a guy that is a red zone weapon for you.
Yeah.
That's what you want him to be.
Sean, again, is really good at identifying what he's going to do with guys and then doing it.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't need Loner, I don't like to your point. I don't think he's ever going to be a blocker.
No,
but
weapon, that specialty, little,
this doesn't buy room for Audric Estime, does it?
No, I don't think. I
would agree.
No, because I think he's 6th right now.
I would agree.
In the running back pecking
rotation
order.
has shown us.
I think they'll keep 9 offensive linemen. You got your 5 starters. You'll keep Paul Chesky. You'll keep Crum, Matt Peart. Gargiulo ain't making the team, obviously. Oh, Forsythe, your backup center. He's got to make the team.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's your 9 offensive linemen. Other roster spots. Okay. What if Denver decides so their 5 defensive tackles are going to be Zach Allen, DJ Jones, John Franklin Myers, Malcolm Roach, Savion Jones, the rookie 3rd rounder. You keep him, obviously. And the competition is for that final spot between Jordan Jackson out of Air Force and Iyomo Wazirike coming back from the gambling suspension. What if they decide we like both those players too much? We're keeping 7 D linemen. That could be an extra roster spot.
But let me ask you this: don't you think the extra baggage would maybe be a middle linebacker? I mean, you've got 3 injured guys there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, as Nick Kosmider told us, Dre Greenlaw out in uniform there today. Alex Singleton has made it very clear he'll play with his broken thumb.
Okay, so I'll give you.
Sanders' foot is still hurt.
Here's your situation then. Okay, yeah, Sanders coming back from the injury, and he'll start the year on IR. But you would break camp with Singleton and Greenlaw as your 2 starters, Lavelle Bailey and Justin Sternad as your backups, and then if you're saying, okay, there could be an extra spot right there, Jordan Turner.
Yep.
Who Nick brought up earlier, who had a sack and a half last week in the preseason game against Arizona.
He was very noticeable in that second half.
He's popped a little bit. Okay, that's a possibility.
And Leggy's liked him from the start, wherever that's worth.
That's a possibility. That could be a guy. I think the story's written at corner. I think you got 5 of them: Surtain, Moss, Barron, McMillan, Chris Abrams-Drain.
Yep, not messing with that.
Yeah, and I did read, I think it was in Parker Gabriel's mailbag, one of his readers wondered about, could you trade Chris Abrams-Drain? My answer would be don't.
No, keep the depth.
He's too good. He's too good. You saw what happened when Riley Moss was out last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that depth goes away quickly at that position, so don't test it. Keep Chris Abrams-Drain. Safety, Hufanga, Brandon Jones, PJ Locke. And then I think it's a competition between Sam Franklin and J.L. Skinner, probably. Or maybe they both make the team because they're both good special teamers.
Who's the other? Oh, I'll go look at their depth chart. I'm not too worried about
Damari Mathis?
No. With the dang depth chart again.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, though. How many safeties do you really need to worry about, considering that you could play a Jahdae Barron over there if you needed to?
Sure.
And look, Drain's a pretty thick corner. I could see Drain profiling all right as a free safety too.
I think the reality is that really you only have 3 safeties, and Locke is your 3rd safety, and then Sam Franklin and Skinner are both your special teamers.
Yeah. Let me go find the guy I'm thinking. Oh, Devin Key. Did you say Key? I feel like Key he's been in there a lot. He's been in there with the second teamers.
No, I locked Key in the car.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very good.
Frustrating.
You have to call somebody?
I did.
You liked
Sam Franklin he's a veteran dude that they brought in just for special teams, so he's got to make the team. Yeah. Skinner is definitely a bubble guy.
Yeah, I don't.
Good
Skinner's
special team.
one of the guys that I'd like to see arrive finally, and I don't know that he's done that.
Yeah,
it's just the guy that we were all so excited about, partially because of his career at Boise State. He's big. He fits the profile of what you want on that safety. But
I love when the old Bronco station in you comes out. The guy we were all so excited about, the 6th round safety out of Boise State.
You know what I like to get excited about? Listen, Kalfani Muhammad doesn't ring a bell to you? I find guys to get excited about. That's what preseason's for.
We were all so excited about.
We all couldn't wait.
That Wee's doing a lot of heavy lifting there. But
I was very excited. You were too focused on the punting battle.
I was.
To get worked up about a JL Skinner.
I was. Although Skinner's I covered Skinner when he was at Boise State.
Skinner's a guy, let's be honest about it. He was a reputation player. I think a lot of people thought that he had a lot of upside. Jeff Legwald talked about him to us a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I just don't know that it's shown up.
He had a big hit on special teams the other night.
Well, that's good.
That's what he's here to do.
Yeah.
That's what he's here to do. Okay, so there you go. That's so ultimately, in conclusion, if we're going to wrap up our elementary school book report right now, the Denver Broncos are a land of contrasts. No, the Broncos are probably keeping 4 running backs. That's what I take this as.
Do they shop Estime? Do you think there'd be even an interest at this point?
Yeah, call
everybody.
Call 31 other teams and see if we can get a 9th rounder.
Do you think anybody would have? An interest there? Has he done enough? See, there's another guy that I feel like we've talked a lot about. But if you go to actual game tape, what's on that game tape?
I was going to say, maybe there's a team somewhere that had like higher than a 5th round grade on him, and we're hoping to get value, and Denver snatched him out from under him, and that coach is just like, I got to have that guy. I don't know. Maybe call the Saints. Maybe you can get a 3rd rounder for Roderick Estime.
So Chad throws out an interesting thought because I've heard a little buzz about this recently.
Okay.
Sounds like the Saints may be done with their Taysom Hill experiment. Chad said, I thought the trade would be for Taysom Hill. If Taysom Hill does get released, does Sean bring back his true? Wasn't he kind of, was he the Joker? See, to me, that was kind of a Joker. But I guess, is it because he's a quarterback that can catch passes? Does that make him a Joker? Does he get to be a Joker? Because it's the catching passes that made you a Joker.
So
would he revisit? Because here was the thing: they used to have Taysom Hill because Drew Brees lost his deep ball.
Sure,
he'd lost a couple he's lost the length on the old deep ball.
Speaking of Taysom Hill,
I don't think they have that same problem here.
So Sean Payton, he has no problem heaping expectations on the players, right?
That's right.
Bo Nix, he went right to the Mahomes thing when Nix showed up here. Mahomes and Drew Brees, quite frankly, used them both. Pat Bryant is what? He's Michael Thomas?
Michael Thomas.
Uh-huh.
No one's been VELE one time last year, I think, was given the Marcus Colston.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's ever been Ingram or Kamara.
I just want to point out, in 2019, Sean Payton did tell the CBS broadcast team ahead of one of the telecasts that Taysom Hill may be the next Steve Young.
It's a good point.
He did drop that. Okay,
you're correct.
Now, hey, Taysom Hill, fine NFL career. I take nothing away from the accomplishment.
Jack of all trades.
This feels like Steve Young.
It ain't.
A little lofty. I guess they both did go to BYU.
Yeah. Okay. And they're lefties, right? Isn't Hill a lefty?
Is he? Okay.
I think.
All right.
I could be wrong.
Next Steve Young on Taysom Hill. All right. Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
Pat Bryant is the next Michael Thomas.
Is this true?
What do you got?
Texter says that we got better return for VELE than Jerry Jeudy.
What they get for Jeudy again?
Was it a 5th for Jeudy? Or just a 4th, maybe? The 7th puts him over the top for Judy. I think that might be right.
Jerry Jeudy, the full compensation in the Jerry Jeudy trade, 5th and a 6th.
What?
Okay, so here's the question. You got a 4th and a 7th.
You got the 4th.
You got a 5th and a 6th. I mean, they both total 11.
11. They both go to 11.
They do both go to 11. But let's be honest, you'd rather have the 4th. So, yes, I think that Denver actually did better on trading Devon VELE than they did on Jerry Jeudy.
Holy cow.
That is
Are you
funny.
kidding me? My gosh.
I mean,
you went up the scale.
So one slight difference is VELE is dirt cheap for 3 years, and Cleveland was going to have to pay Jeudy.
Yeah, you did get out of some salary.
So there's...
Now, hold on, though.
But you know what,
They paid Jeudy. Remember, the Broncos didn't pay Jeudy. They did.
Right. But if you're trading for him, you have to pay him because of the stage of his rookie contract status that he was at. But that's a detail that I feel like leaving out. It's much more fun to say the Broncos did better for Devon VELE than they did for Jerry Jeudy.
You know what? So Tony Wright said, guys, I love you, but enough with the Joker BS. To get the true definition of Sean from the Joker, isn't it kind of...
we need a Joker.
Trying to find a goddamn Joker.
I'm with Tony on this. I'm with Tony. When he defined the Joker as basically a pass-catching back or tight end, which that's just a tight end most of the time these days.
Yeah.
It felt like in Wizard of Oz where they pulled the curtain back and there's a little guy there on a stool using a big voice thing. That's the wizard.
So
right there.
I'm
so let down. When Vader took his helmet off and it's just some old crankly guy with bad acne.
It's just a guy that catches passes.
Yeah.
That's it.
What?
I got to tell you, it was an odd experience the other day. This was last week. You know, Andy, when you're gonna call a game, you know, you like to talk to the coaches before the game, and I've never had the experience that I had the other day where I'm on a call interviewing one of my drinking buddies.
Sure,
that's never happened before.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've been to Vegas together.
So Sanford is describing one of his backs, and he was like, excellent pass catcher. And so I had to throw in would you say he's your Joker?
What'd he say?
Sandman was like, hell yeah, he is. That's my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone's excited about it. Devon VELE. Seriously, the Broncos turning Devon VELE into a 4th-round pick. The Saints, what are you doing? What are you?
Well, they're just sainting.
What are you doing? Denver will just sit around. I tell you what, that's how you know that this team is in a different place these days, when they can just sit around and let other organizations that have their heads lodged directly up their anal crevices just do stupid things, and they collect draft picks. Phenomenal.
Does Sean just know when happy hour ends on the French Quarter? He's like, call him now. Call him now. They'll take the deal. Call him.
Gail's had a couple of martinis.
Yeah. And so Payton George Payton dials him on up. Hey, I was thinking, have 4th and a 7th for VELE. How's that hit you? Doesn't even have to be this year's 7th. 2027.
Yeah.
That good?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sign it. By the way, we got to talk about Hard Knocks last night.
I didn't see it yet. I didn't watch it.
Okay, I got to describe one weird scene to you. I just want to, you don't have to see it to give me an answer to this question.
Good. We'll do that next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Devon VELE has been traded. The Broncos swinging a move today. They send Devon VELE to the New Orleans Saints. They acquire a 2026 fourth, a 2027 seventh, 2 draft picks in exchange for a receiver that was, we watched it, Andy, like it happened directly in front of us. Falling out of favor, falling into outside looking in kind of status. Excellent player for the Broncos for a year. He really was. He made a huge impression in 41 catches for a 7th rounder in his rookie season. Age 26 or not is a great accomplishment. But this is what good football teams do: is they then draft over you, and then they get value. And in this case, they get a 4th rounder for him. This move, like, this impresses me, and I'm impressed with so much of what's going on with the Broncos right now. But like, these are the kind of things that smart football organizations do. And for an organization that traded everything for Russell Wilson and gave him that gigantic contract and paid Randy Gregory and all of that, like, nobody bats 1,000. We get all of that. But for the place that they are in right now, the kind of signings that they have made, which look smart right now, granted, we could get into the season and Greenlaw and Hufanga and Engram, and injuries could blow everything up, and that happens in football. But like, the thing about this Denver team is I watch them in practice, Andy, and they look good. I look at them on paper, they look really good. And then they're setting themselves up for the future even more by making a move like this. This is the difference between the way they're operating right now and what the end of the Bolin family and the trust years look like, and cycling through coaches, and John Elway having lost his fastball in the worst way in running the front office. This goes to show you the Broncos are operating like a championship-level franchise right now.
Yeah, well, first off, you want to know how different it is. They have guys people want.
Yeah.
When was the last time? Like, real trade value. I mean, I could read you the transactions from today if people wanted to hear it. You don't. But there's been a whole bunch of, like, I think it was the Vikings sent a defensive tackle to the Jets for a 7th rounder or whatever.
Yeah.
Guys we're going to cut. Here, you take a look at him before we release him, stuff like that. That's all the transaction wire has been today. Now, I know some people are probably sitting there going, wow, it's just a 4th-round pick. You don't get a lot of 4th-round picks traded this time of year.
Right.
It's kind of the cutoff. The NFL teams, not knowing what those picks are going to be, start to overvalue their picks, quite honestly, in a lot of cases, where they don't want to deal a 3rd or a 4th or anything like that. It's why when some people said, would you shop Jared Stidham? I honestly don't even know if Jared Stidham would get you all that high a draft pick, because the NFL just shuts down on wanting to trade anything right now.
Typically they don't. Again, what are the Saints doing?
Now, unless it's Micah Parsons,
right.
That would be the exception.
Then you'll move some. But like, at this time, here's the thing. There's so many football players at this time of year.
That's right.
VELE, like, again, if it was a team that wasn't the Saints, this would make a little bit more sense to me, because he's an established pro. Like, he has shown you he's ready to produce at the NFL level. Like, he's a good middle of the rotation starter, so to speak. Like, he can be your 3rd wide receiver. Hell, he was Denver's 2nd wide receiver last year. He can be that. I guess Olave is still wide receiver 1 with the Saints.
Yes.
Okay.
Although, is he injured? He might not be injured. Maybe he was. You know what? He dropped a pass. That was what it was. He dropped a pass this weekend in preseason.
How dare he?
No, it was, hey, listen, Tyler Shuck needed all the help he could get.
Sure.
It was not a great time to drop a pass.
Sure.
It was actually one of his better throws,
was he
quite honestly.
Was Olave caught off guard when the ball got to him?
It could be.
That happens.
It could be.
That happens sometimes.
Be.
Yeah.
So,
what happened on Hard Knocks last night?
All right. By the way, Brett, who's off his meds, don't ruin the end of it. They lost to the Chicago Bears. That was the ending of Hard Knocks. That just happened. There's a lot of things you can't ruin. Hard Knocks is not it.
38-0.
My God.
I saw it.
Let me ask you this. I thought it was weird. Obviously, they opened the show with who's the running back that signed?
James
Cook. Huge deal.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because they show the bleary-eyed GM and, I'm so tired. We got the deal done. Great. Everybody high fives. Cook comes in and signs the contract, but he's sitting there. Remember when you bought your first house?
Sure.
Your agent, your real estate agent was right there. kind of looking things over and making sure you weren't getting confused with the lingo. Part of me was like, man, if I'm the agent, don't you want to be there? You just agreed to this thing you said. I kind of would want to be in the office sitting with James Cook as he signed the contract to maybe just make sure this is exactly what we agreed to. I thought it was weird his agent wasn't sitting with him while he signed it.
Agent probably wasn't in Buffalo.
Okay, so don't we wait till he hops a flight? There was a $40 million some dollar deal.
Well, I mean, what do you say? Are you suggesting shenanigans like the Bills were just
gonna?
It's the
NFL.
Hey, why
yeah,
don't I delete a couple of paragraphs?
I'm gonna suggest it all. Yes.
Yeah, I hope there's a paralegal in the office that's combing through that thing.
Would you sign an NFL contract without your agent there? Wouldn't you want somebody to just read it over?
Oh,
or would you just want,
Oh, and Andy, when I'm getting my $180 million guaranteed to rush the passer from the Carolina Panthers, I'm representing myself. I'm not giving that to an agent. Are you kidding me?
When you get your $180,000 offered to just be the holder,
my $180, yes, Don't worry, I'm in the clean.
You're $18.50.
Speaking of football players getting paid, listen to this. I've got something actually heartwarming for you, Andy. Tyson Bagent. Remember Tyson Bagent?
How can we forget?
Backup quarterback for the Chicago Bears. His dad,
the arm wrestler,
arm wrestling champion. Well, Tyson Bagent today became the first Chicago Bears quarterback to receive a contract extension since Jay Cutler back in 2014. Sometimes you say things out loud about the Chicago Bears and their history with quarterbacks, and you really can't believe them. But they have not given a quarterback a contract extension in over 10 years. Well, today they gave one to backup quarterback Tyson Bagent, a 2-year, $10 million deal. Tyson Bagent had a press conference today with the Chicago media, and this was his reaction and his feelings standing before the assembled reporters talking about his new contract. I thought this was nice.
Yeah, I think that, a lot of people don't know this, but, my dad is he's my right-hand man, and he didn't even have running water until he was in high school, so there's definitely a lot of things and people that I think I could certainly help with this gift I've been blessed with. But yeah, just little things like that. I don't really know anybody back at home with any money, so yeah, it feels good. I mean, it's certainly a weight off my shoulders and my family's shoulders, and yeah, it definitely means a lot.
Okay, for those that don't know the background on this, Tyson Bagent is from Martinsburg, West Virginia. Okay? I don't think it's what anybody would call an affluent area of the country. His dad, by the way, his dad is literally a right-hand man. He's a professional arm wrestler. But that when you hear that right there, Andy, that's heartwarming right there. And a guy showing the appreciation and everything else, getting a $10 million contract. I thought that was nice.
It is nice because, again, we're not talking about the guy that just set the mark for backup quarterbacks or anything. Just appreciative of what he has. And it is nice to have a little touch of reality in what seems like an out-of-control, unrealistic sports world.
Very much so. Mm-hmm.
$10 million is the taxes on what some guys get.
Life-changing money.
It's cool, the relationship between he and his dad.
That part of it is very cool, and again, just showing the appreciation of where he is from. So that's a good story right there. And again, Tyson Bagent getting a contract extension from the Bears. Backup quarterback to Caleb Williams in Chicago. I'm assuming he was on Hard Knocks last night, Tyson Bagent, right?
Yeah, they showed him running around. It wasn't, it was more about the Bills, but it was kind of crazy to watch because they have joint practices. And you're like, wow, these are literally the last two teams that have been on this thing. By the way, do you know where Matt Eberflus is? The coach that we had to endure last year on Hard Knocks?
Matt Eberflus, he's not back with the Cowboys,
He
is he? He is. Okay.
Look at you.
He is, okay.
He's got a slick new silver fox beard going on. Trying to talk about how it'll all be fine with Micah, even though now Adam Schefter doesn't think it will.
Matt Eberflus does look like a guy who should be sitting in a bathtub on a porch somewhere in a Cialis ad.
Big claw stone tub out in the middle.